In the southern wilderness domain Qingzhou Prefecture within the Great Zhou Dynasty lies the burial Immortal Mountain Range. Here towering peaks rise abruptly from the ground, piercing the heavens to touch the clouds. Standing on a summit, the sea of clouds seemed close enough to touch. The scenery was breathtaking, and the spiritual energy was so dense it felt almost palpable. If any cultivator were here, they would be astonished. Isn't this a forbidden land? How could the spiritual energy be so abundant? On one particular mountaintop, at that moment, a man in white robes stood dumbfounded, staring at the majestic ancient buildings rising magnificently atop the surrounding peaks. His expression shifted, and he couldn't help but burst into furious curses. Damn system. Give back my immortal king cultivation. Ding host, please do not give up. Cheer up, believe in the light. The system was utterly unscrupulous, trying to console the man in white. Damn it. Ding, the sect system has bound successfully. As long as the host builds up the sect, the immortal king cultivation will soon be cultivated. Hearing the voice in his mind, the man froze. Weren't we supposed to just slack off and gain cultivation? Now you're tying me to a sect. Are you making me work for you? System, are you sure you're the strongest system across the heavens? What use is this mountaintop mansion to me? I want to become a great emperor, an immortal emperor. I want to rule through the ages. Damn system. Ding, the Kunlun sect's initial headquarters have been established. The host must recruit disciples within 3 days. Note: for each genius disciple recruited, the host will receive 1 random summoning card. Note: summoning cards can summon powerhouses from across the heavens. Fixed reward: 1 sect headquarters upgrade. The voice in his mind ignored him, directly forcing a very interesting mission upon him. Chen looked at the grand villa before him with a troubled face. A day ago, he had just transmigrated to this cultivation world and signed in to receive the immortal king cultivation, but before he could even celebrate, the damned system took it back. Now it had forcibly bound him to a sect and demanded he recruit disciples within 3 days. Damn it. Chen cursed the system with great irritation. Still, the system showed a sliver of mercy. At least it hadn't said he'd lose his kidneys if he failed the mission. Ding, a genius has been detected in front of the sect. Please go recruit him immediately. At the foot of Kunlun's sect below the mountain gate, Lin Yun stared at the 2 ancient stone pillars that reached into the clouds engraved with the characters Kunlun. His face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "This burial Immortal Mountain Range is a forbidden land. Could there really be a sect here? Should I go up and see?" Just as Lin Yun was lost in thought, a voice came from the stone staircase beyond the pillars. Chen, dressed in white, descended with his hands behind his back. "Young man, I see that your bone structure is exceptional. Your physique is extraordinary. You bear the potential of a divine king, and the future of an emperor awaits. Would you be willing to join my Kunlun sect?" Chen spoke with an air of absolute power, his expression serene. Lin Yun was stunned. Extraordinary physique. Destined for emperor. Then why did my clan call me a useless cripple who couldn't open his spiritual veins and expel me? The Kunlun sect. I came to the burial Immortal Mountains seeking fortune anyway. This sect seems extraordinary, established right inside a forbidden land. Lin Yun pondered silently. Meanwhile, Chen, seeing Lin Yun's doubtful expression, was panicking inside. Just agree already. If he could recruit just 1 genius disciple, he'd get a summoning card. If he summoned a great emperor, he'd be invincible in this world. If I may ask, what kind of experts does your esteemed sect have?" Lin Yun asked timidly. Though he was a waste in his family with no sect willing to take him in, this man spoke casually of divine kings and emperors, as if had seen them. Such arrogance. "Our Kunlun sect has countless experts immensely powerful. Join us and you will receive personal guidance from a powerhouse to become a supreme being." Hearing Lin Yun's question, Chen started his sales pitch with a straight face. After reading so many fantasy novels in his past life, bragging about divine kings and immortal emperors came naturally. Really? Lin Yun looked at Chen in disbelief. Unknown teaching from a supreme expert. Even Holy Lands wouldn't dare promise that, especially since he couldn't open his spiritual veins. Of course, if not for your extraordinary physique, you wouldn't be worthy of entering Kunlun. Chen declared calmly. Then he'll join. Hearing Chen's words, Lin Yun thought, why not give it a try? No sect was willing to accept him as a cripple who couldn't open spiritual veins, and his family had abandoned him. Maybe joining the Kunlun sect would offer a way to open his spiritual veins. Ding, congratulations, host, for successfully recruiting a genius disciple. The Supreme Sect system has been activated. Reward: 1 basic summoning card, 1 cultivation card. Fixed reward: disciple dormitory upgraded. The moment Lin Yun's words fell, Chen received the system's rewards. His heart raced with excitement. He wanted to scream, him about to soar. In his past life, Chen was the last patriarch of the 21st century Earth's burial love clan. He died from respiratory infection after being sabotaged with chili powder instead of limestone during a dance battle against the Trendy Men clan. How despicable. a dance emperor struck down by such schemes. He was brought to this world by the system, forcibly bound, and revived only to have his cultivation snatched away again. And now the damn system had gone and forced an entire sect upon him. If not for his silver tongue, that kid would have bolted long ago. Sect Master is our Kunlun sect on the mountain peak. Lin Yun asked, looking up the staircase toward the summit. Indeed. Come follow me into the sect. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Then he turned gracefully and walked up the staircase with an air of elegance. Seeing this, Lin Yun quickly followed. Inside the sect, Lin Yun's eyes went wide as he gazed at the ancient, majestic pavilions that seemed to pierce the clouds. His heart was filled with awe. The sect master hadn't deceived him. Something feels missing. Though it's incredibly grand, it's completely devoid of people. Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed in alarm. In the main hall of the sect, system quickly used the cultivation card. Lu Chen rubbed his hands together excitedly. Ding, cultivation card used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 years of cultivation. The moment the system's voice faded in his mind, a surge of immense power suddenly erupted within Lu Chen, instantly flooding his entire body. It coursed upward through his 8 extraordinary meridians, unlocking the 5 divine treasures of the human body. Holy crap, this feels amazing. Lu Chen couldn't help but shout. Suddenly Lu Chen felt his power surge. A Dao palace materialized behind him, covered in swirling runes radiating ancient energy. A phantom identical to Lu Chen sat within the palace. Then the phantom gradually merged into Lu Chen's body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Divine Transformation Realm. Lu Chen sensed the powerful energy within and smiled. Though he never got to experience the immortal king cultivation before it was taken back, at least now he had strength. Divine Transformation Realm. Now I can defend myself. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with sharp light. From the system's information, he knew this world was called Xinwu Continent, boundless, vast, and ruled by might. Countless sects and dynasties stood as powers. There were great beings who could move mountains and drain seas, split the heavens, and crack the earth, wielding boundless power with a mere gesture. The cultivation realms of Xinwu Continent are body-tempering qi, gathering spiritual veins, spiritual, si, divine treasure, Dao Palace, divine transformation, void, opening, heavenly king, saint, great saint, divine, king, quasi-emperor, great emperor. Xinwu Continent has 6 major domains. Lu Chen was currently in Qingzhou's Southern Wilderness domain within the Great Zhou dynasty in the Forbidden Burial, Immortal Mountains. Sect Master. Sect Master. The buildings are grand, but there are no people. Just as Lu Chen was deep in thought, a panicked shout came from outside the main hall. He looked up to see Lin Yun scrambling in. Lin Yun, what's the matter? Such panic in the sect hall is a disgrace to Kunlun's dignity. Lu Chen said sternly. Had the kid seen a ghost? Sect Master, why? Why can't I see anyone else in the sect? Lin Yun was deeply unsettled. A sect this size couldn't possibly be empty, not even a single dog. What about the promised powerhouse to teach me cultivation? Cough, cough. That's because most of the powerful experts of our Kunlun sect are still in slumber, not yet awakened. Lu Chen, without a blush or a racing heart, looked at Lin Yun with a serious expression. This guy? He probably thinks he's been fooled into a bandit's den. Wait till I use a summon card and bring out a great emperor. That'll scare him to death. System, use the summon card. Lu Chen thought to himself. Ding, the primary summon card has been used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have summoned 2 nascent soul stage sect guards. They are currently on their way here. A clear, cold voice echoed in his mind, causing a sharp light to flash in Lu Chen's eyes. Even if you didn't give me a great emperor, you could at least give me a divine king. System, what grades do summon cards have? Ding, summon cards are divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, emperor, immortal. Note the primary card can summon characters below the Heavenly King realm, the intermediate card can summon characters from the Heavenly King realm to the Great Sage realm, and the advanced card can summon characters from the Divine King realm to the Great Emperor. As for the Emperor and Immortal grades, the system will notify you when your strength reaches the required level. Hiss. According to the system, as long as he obtained an advanced summon card, he could summon a Divine King or even a Great Emperor. At that moment, Lin Yun was about to speak when he felt a gust of wind brush past him. 2 gray figures suddenly appeared outside the hall, then instantly materialized beside Lin Yun, terrifying him so much that his whole body trembled, thinking ghosts had arrived. Wang Ming Wang, Xian pay respects to the sect master. The 2 bowed respectfully to Lu Chen at the same time. They were the 2 nascent soul stage experts summoned by Lu Chen. Lin Yun, who had been trembling on the side, became excited upon hearing their words and said to Lu Chen in a quavering voice, Sect Master, are these 2 seniors the elders of our Kunlun? Lin Yun looked at Wang Ming and the other man with great excitement on his face. It seemed the sect master hadn't deceived him. Kunlun sect really did have strong experts. Indeed, although the strong experts of our Kunlun sect are all in slumber, they will all awaken in this life. At that time the Kunlun sect will shake the world and dominate the myriad realms. Chen spoke with unparalleled dominance and did not explain too much to Lin Yun lest he reveal that Wang Ming and the other were merely guards fearing Lin Yun wouldn't believe him. If it weren't for my system, even I wouldn't believe it. After hearing Chen's domineering words, Lin Yun's face lit up with excitement and he was shocked inwardly. Truly a hidden great sect. I Lin Yun am about to rise. Sect master, someone is coming at the foot of the mountain. The burly man Wang Ming sensed someone at the mountain gate and immediately reported respectfully to Chen. At the foot of the mountain, Luo Lingxu's face was pale, her hand clutching a wound, a look of worry appearing on her beautiful face. I wonder if the king has repelled by foam. If I Luo Lingxu survive today, I will surely destroy your Yuhua dynasty. Luo Lingxu swore inwardly. A startling killing intent flickered within her beautiful eyes. It was hard to imagine that such a stunning woman could emit such fierce murderous aura. Just as Luo Lingxu was about to continue her escape, a voice came. Young lady, I see you are heavily injured. You may enter my Kunlun to heal and rest. Who is it? Come out. The sudden voice made Luo Lingxu shout involuntarily. Having fled for so long, her nerves were extremely tense. Haha, young lady, no need to panic. The voice sounded again, and Luo Lingxu looked forward in the direction of the voice. She saw several figures suddenly appear not far away. The leading man was dressed in white with a tall and straight figure, handsome features, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. Although he showed no aura, his transcendent demeanor was not to be underestimated. The man in white was Chen, followed by Lin Yun and Wang Ming. This person has no spiritual energy fluctuations. But why is he here? Luo Lingxu looked at the extraordinary Chen and thought to herself, this place is a forbidden area. How could an ordinary person enter here? Next she looked at Wang Ming and the other man behind Chen, and her face changed, her heart shuddering violently. As for Lin Yun, she completely ignored him. Lin Yun thought, I am the future great emperor. Understand. Although the man in white showed no aura, the two behind him gave her a pressure comparable to facing her own clan's ancestor. Especially since the two took the lead from this white-clad man, could this young man be a senior with hidden cultivation? Thinking this, a determined glint flashed in Luo Lingxu's eyes. Luo Lingxu gritted her teeth, stepped forward, bowed to Chen and the others, and said respectfully, I little lady greet the senior. Might the Kunlun sect that the senior mentioned be your sect? Upon hearing the woman's words, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen's mouth. He hadn't expected the woman to take the initiative to ask about Kunlun sect, saving him the trouble of introducing it. Ding detected a talented disciple beside the host. Please enroll the disciple into the sect to complete the system quest. You will receive 1 random draw and 1 primary summon card. Another genius. Could it be that geniuses nowadays love to hang out in this desolate, godforsaken place? Chen stood with his hands behind his back, adopting a strong demeanor, and said calmly, indeed. I am the sect master of Kunlun sect, Chen. Kunlun sect. Upon hearing Chen's words, a confused look flashed in Luo Lingxu's eyes. The Zhongshan mountain range was within her great Zhou dynasty, and she knew virtually all the major and minor powers, yet she had never heard of a sect like Kunlun. Could it be a hidden sect? Luo Lingxu thought to herself, then a glimmer of inspiration flashed in her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Senior, I want to join the Kunlun sect. Luo Lingxu said respectfully to Chen. She had no other choice now. Her father the king had arranged for 2 clan elders to escort her out of the capital, but along the way they were pursued by people from the Yuhua dynasty. If not for the 2 elders distracting the pursuers, she could never have made it here. Perhaps joining this Kunlun sect could resolve the crisis of the great Zhou dynasty. Chen gave her a very mysterious feeling, and the 2 behind him, Wang Ming and the other, gave her the kind of pressure she only felt when facing her own clan's ancestor. Good. In the future you will be grateful for today's choice. Hearing the woman's words, Chen's expression remained unchanged as he said calmly, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. Fu recruited another talented disciple. With his current nascent soul stage cultivation, he could naturally see the woman's cultivation level. She had actually reached the spiritual C stage, definitely genius level. This woman looked only 17 or 18 years old. She was probably a prodigy in this green province. No wonder she was injured. Someone must be trying to nip her in the bud. I Luo Lingxu pay respects to the sect master. Luo Lingxu bit her silver teeth and immediately bowed respectfully to Chen. Now that she had joined the Kunlun sect, she wondered if the sect master would be willing to act to resolve this crisis of the great Zhou dynasty. Luo Lingxu thought to herself. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a talented disciple. The system quest is complete. You have obtained 1 primary summon card and 1 random draw. Fixed reward: the sect guard elder hall has been successfully improved. After Luo Lingxu had joined Kunlun sect, the system's clear voice echoed in Chen's mind. System, what can the random draw get? Lu Chen asked inwardly. Ding, the random draw can yield spirit tools, pills, imperial weapons, or even characters. But characters can only be summoned, can't they? Is the draw different? Yes, host, the random draw differs from summon cards, as it has no level or realm restrictions. Hearing this, Lu Chen was thrilled. That meant even a great emperor could be drawn. But soon Lu Chen felt something was missing and quickly asked inwardly. By the way, system, shouldn't there be immortals among the draws? It wasn't strange that Lu Chen asked, because when he first arrived in this world, he had at least achieved the realm of an immortal king, though he never got to experience it. Ding, what immortal? Host, are you dreaming? Run Kunlun Sect well, and later you'll know if there are immortals. Damn. System, use the random draw. Lu Chen cursed inwardly and continued. Ding, successfully used one random draw. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Sect Guard Elder Chen Beishuan Cultivation level Void Insight stage. Do you wish to manifest? Manifest quickly. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to draw a Void Insight Cultivator. The Southern Wasteland domain was at the southernmost edge of the immortal martial continent, with spiritual energy inferior to other domains. A nascent soul stage cultivator might not be considered strong in the Southern Wasteland domain, but in the Great Zhou dynasty, it was absolutely a patriarch-level existence, not to mention the Void Insight stage above nascent soul. Ding, Guard Elder Chen Beishian has been manifested. He will appear in the Sect Guard Elder Hall. At Kunlun Sect, a terrifying aura instantly appeared, followed by the figure of a man in green robes appearing in the Sect Guard Elder Hall. At this time, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, Wang Ming and Wang Xian standing behind Lu Chen both changed expression. They had just sensed a terrifying aura appear, and though it vanished instantly, they had both felt it. The two simultaneously looked at Lu Chen, but found him always calm and composed. They seemed to understand something, and their reverence for Lu Chen grew even stronger. System, use the primary summon card. Ding, the primary summon card has been used successfully. Congratulations, host, you have successfully summoned a nascent soul stage Sect Guard Wang Lan. Another nascent soul stage. Lu Chen was quite satisfied inwardly. After all, the primary summon card could only summon cultivators below the Heavenly King realm. At least it didn't bring out a Dao Palace stage, or he would have cursed the system's ancestors for generations. After finishing the system's summoning and lottery, Lu Chen looked at Luo Lingxue and said calmly, Lingxue, your identity is probably not simple, is it? Tell me what's going on. Now that Lingxue had become a disciple of his Kunlun sect, if she had troubles, he as the sect master should handle them, or the disciples would lose heart. Yes, sect master. Hearing this, Luo Lingxue respectfully bowed to Lu Chen, then gritted her teeth and said angrily, This disciple is originally the 7th princess of the Great Zhou dynasty. 3 days ago, our dynasty engaged in a national war with the Yuhua dynasty. Though our Great Zhou king and the Yuhua dynasty were evenly matched, treachery arose within the kingdom. Traitors sought to seize power and shamelessly allied with the Yuhua dynasty. Today they have already reached the capital. My father the king and my mother the queen intended for 2 clan elders to escort me to the primordial sacred land to preserve the legacy of Great Zhou. Yet no sooner had we left the capital than the Yuhua dynasty discovered us and dispatched a 9th Heaven Dao Palace realm powerhouse to pursue and kill me. To allow my escape, the 2 elders lured the Yuhua pursuers away, enabling me to reach the gates of Kunlun Sect and meet the sect master. Sect master. The Yuhua dynasty is no better than beasts. They slaughter and raze every city they pass, leaving a trail of devastation. They do not even spare the common folk. If possible, this disciple swears to personally annihilate the Yuhua dynasty. Quite the Yuhua dynasty, treating mortals like mere weeds. Lingxue, rest assured. As long as I am here, no one in this world can harm you. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes as he spoke calmly. At that moment, a raging fury surged within him. He knew cultivators considered themselves superior to mortals, but he never imagined these practitioners who contended with heaven for their fate would be so merciless as to slaughter the innocent. The Yuhua dynasty was now firmly marked on Lu Chen's list for eradication. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Lingxue felt a quiet sigh of relief. No sooner had the words faded than a thunderous roar echoed from not far away. Turning toward the sound, they saw 2 figures speeding toward them from a distant mountain peak. Then a voice rang out from among the 2 figures. Princess, why are you here? Quickly flee. An elder in gray robes urgently called out upon spotting Luo Lingxue. 2 elders, their auras in disarray, appeared before the group. They were the very clan elders of the Great Zhou dynasty that Lingxue had mentioned. Lingxue grew excited at the sight of them and hurried forward. Lingxue greets the 2 elders. Where are the men of the Yuhua dynasty? These were the Great Zhou clan elders who had escorted Lingxue from the capital. Now seeing the young woman, regret etched deep into their aged faces. They should never have headed toward the burial immortal mountain range. They had intended to perish together with the Yuhua pursuers, only to find their princess had not reached the primordial sacred land and was still within Great Zhou's borders. Princess, flee. That Dao Palace Realm powerhouse from the Yuhua dynasty is about to catch up. Luo Tian and I plan to lure him into the burial immortal mountain range for a mutual demise, never expecting you to be here. We are guilty. We have failed our ancestors. We could not preserve even a single thread of great Zhou's bloodline. The two clan elders wailed in anguish. The two elders paid no heed to Lu Chen and his three companions, sensing not a flicker of spiritual energy from them. Though puzzled why their princess was with such people, there was no time for questions. The absence of spiritual energy meant they were either minor cultivators below the Dao Palace realm, or beyond it, a possibility they never entertained. After all, within the great Zhou dynasty, only the founding ancestor had reached the divine transformation realm. Had they known Lu Chen and his two companions were divine transformation experts, they would have been terrified out of their wits. As the elder's words fell, Lingxu's delicate frame trembled. She had not expected the Yuhua dynasty to pursue her so relentlessly, even sending a powerhouse to kill a spirit sea realm princess. At that moment, a formidable aura suddenly pressed down upon them. A middle-aged man clad in golden battle armor appeared in the sky. Hey, you two ants, run fast enough, the armored man sneered at the elders. Oh, the great Zhou princess. How unexpected. You come to me without effort. Instead of fleeing to the primordial sacred land, you stay here to die in great Zhou. His sinister gaze fell upon Lingxue beside Lu Chen. Luo Lingxue was the prodigy of great Zhou, having broken through to the spirit sea realm at just 17. The primordial sacred land had taken notice and intended to recruit her. Rumors spread that the sacred land would accept disciples in a year and Lingxue could join without testing. Such news meant great Zhou might rise to become a top power in Qingzhou. The Yuhua dynasty feared that great Zhou would produce a supreme genius overshadowing them. To prevent this, they launched a war to crush Lingxue in the cradle. Princess, go, flee. The one-armed elder's words ended in a gush of blood as his aura weakened. Seeing this, Lingxue turned to Lu Chen sobbing, Sect Master, I beg you, save the two elders. Though she did not know Lu Chen's true strength, she noticed his expression remained calm even after the armored man appeared, not a trace of disturbance. This suggested he was either powerful enough to disregard the foe or utterly ignorant of the threat. But for now, Lu Chen was her only hope. Wang Ming, dispose of this nuisance before us. Lu Chen spoke with hands clasped behind his back, casting an indifferent glance at the armored man. Yes, Sect Master. No sooner had Lu Chen spoken than laughter erupted. Ha ha ha, a few ants utterly ignorant of the heavens' heights, uttering such audacious words. The armored man paused at Lu Chen's command, then sneered in derision. He could not imagine anyone among them surpassing him. As a ninth heaven Dao Palace realm cultivator, he feared no one short of the divine transformation realm within Great Zhou. He had already probed them, not a trace of spiritual energy. He never expected these ants to dare speak, insolently challenging his authority. Rage twisted his face. Ants, you seek death. The armored man hovered in the air, raising his hand as spiritual energy coalesced into a giant palm, pressing down upon them. He would crush these insects with a single strike. With a thunderous boom, the giant palm was dispelled by a mere wave of Wang Ming's hand before it could descend. Impossible. The armored man's expression shifted. He was at the ninth heaven of Dao Palace realm. Though that strike was casual, even an eighth heaven cultivator would struggle to neutralize it. In the path of cultivation, even a minor realm gap was an insurmountable chasm. Yet his casual palm was effortlessly dissolved by this man. The armored man froze, then paled. This man hides his strength deeply. Before he could react, an overwhelming, heaven-crushing aura erupted from Wang Ming, forcing the armored man to plummet from the sky. Ugh, divine transformation realm. The armored man crashed to his knees, spitting blood, terror-stricken, as he gazed at Wang Ming. As senior, I am of the Yuhua dynasty. If you spare me. Before he could finish, Wang Ming extended a finger toward him. In an instant it expanded, infinitely, crashing down. I am of the Yuhua dynasty. Dare you kill me? Our ancestor will not forgive you. A single finger from Wang Ming obliterated him instantly. After a moment, Lingxu's heart raced with excitement. Divine transformation realm. She gasped in disbelief. Though she had sensed Kunlun sect might be a hidden sect, she never imagined they possessed a divine transformation powerhouse. Now her gaze toward Lu Chen was filled with awe. Even a divine transformation expert obeyed his commands. Could his strength be beyond divine transformation? At this thought, she felt fortunate to have joined Kunlun. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at Lu Chen inwardly. Will the Sect Master save my great Zhou? The two clan elders finally came to their senses, trembling as they bowed to Wang Ming. Greetings, senior. We were unaware of your divine might. Please forgive our transgression. They had not even glanced at the group earlier, assuming they were mere mortals. Now they realized. It was not that the others lacked cultivation, but that they were too weak to sense it. Senior, please do not blame the two clan elders. Seeing this, Ling Shui snapped out of her shock and quickly spoke. What is the nascent soul realm? It is the shedding of the mortal body, the refining of the soul to reach a higher plane of existence. All beneath it are mere ants. How could Ling Shui remain calm? If the great Zhou dynasty did not have a nascent soul ancestor guarding it, it would have long been swallowed by other forces. No matter. Wang Ming waved his hand unconcerned. After all, this young girl was now a disciple of the Kunlun sect, so such trivial matters were not worth noting. Come Ling Shui, bring your 2 clansmen. First follow me into Kunlun. If the Yuhua dynasty dares to come to my Kunlun sect, they will be annihilated. With that, Lu Chun turned around gracefully and began walking up the mountain. The crowd quickly followed. Princess, what sect is this Kunlun sect? When did you become a disciple of Kunlun? Indeed, princess, with your talent, the Taichu sacred land is the most suitable. As they ascended, the 2 clan elders whispered in confusion. Although Wang Ming was at the nascent soul realm, Great Zhou also had a nascent soul ancestor, and they had never heard of any Kunlun sect. Could it be a hidden sect? The 2 exchanged glances, a thought fleeting through their minds before they dismissed it. If a hidden sect existed within Great Zhou, the ancestor would surely know. Hearing the clan elders' words, a flicker of complexity passed through Ling Shui's eyes, followed by a resolute gaze. Clan elders, I am not certain either, but I am already a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Do not speak of the Taichu sacred land again. The sect master even risked defending the Yuhua dynasty for my sake. Ling Shui will belong to the Kunlun sect for the rest of her life. A moment later, ancient, weathered, and majestic buildings with clouds drifting over the pavilions suddenly appeared before Ling Shui and the 3 others. Gazing at the scene before them, and sensing the spiritual energy at the mountain peak, which was incredibly dense, the 3's pupils constricted sharply. They gasped, their hearts trembling violently. Hiss! This is a forbidden ground. How can the spiritual energy be so abundant? Could the Kunlun sect truly be a great hidden sect? A tremor flickered in their eyes as they thought to themselves. Lin Yun watched the stunned trio, then grew smug, a grin spreading across his face as he longed to boast. See, this is the strength of my Kunlun. And I, Lin Yun, am the senior disciple of the Kunlun sect. He chuckled inwardly. Making you ignore me earlier, little girl. Now Lin Yun mimicked Lu Chen, clasping his hands behind his back and gazing ahead, his honest demeanor radiating an undeniable authority as he chuckled to himself. Watching the 3's stunned reaction, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction and thought to himself, good thing the system gifted me a sect, or convincing this girl would have been tough. With my decor, this location, it's the top-tier setup for any sect. Not just you, girl, even those 2 old men are baffled. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be dazed. At this thought, Lu Chen's lips curled into a smirk as he laughed inwardly. But with only 2 disciples recruited so far, and the system not issuing tasks, he could only barely get by through accepting disciples into the sect. Although he already had 3 nascent soul cultivators and 1 void refinement cultivator, he still needed to keep a low profile. Who knew if these dynasties and sects had ancient beings buried underground waiting for someone to disturb their lairs? Then suddenly popping out of the ground and shouting, "Who dares to disturb my slumber?" Lu Chun felt that the revolution had not yet succeeded and comrades still needed to strive. Ling Shui, this is my Kunlun sect. Lin Yun is your senior disciple. If you have any questions, you can discuss them with him. Lu Chen looked at Lin Yun and introduced him to Ling Shui. Ling Shui greets senior disciple. As the words fell, Ling Shui bowed to Lin Yun with a slight smile. No need to be formal, junior sister. Lin Yun scratched the back of his head and grinned foolishly. Suddenly gaining a fairy-like junior sister, Lin Yun stood there dazed, smiling like he was dreaming. Seeing Lin Yun's lack of composure, Lu Chen was speechless. He hoped Lin Yun wouldn't claim to be from the Kunlun sect outside. He, as the sect master, couldn't afford the embarrassment. Just as Lin Yun was still grinning foolishly, not good, the 2 clan elders of Great Zhou cried out in trembling voices. Hearing the elders' voices, Ling Shui felt a foreboding sense of dread. Her beautiful face filled with worry as she asked urgently, "Clan elders, has something happened to my father and mother? Princess Great Zhou may not survive this time." The 2 clan elders, pale and grief-stricken, replied to Ling Shui. Luo Tian and I received a message from the sovereign. The Yuhua dynasty has deployed a nascent soul cultivator. At these words, Ling Shui's face turned pale and she staggered back weakly. With the great Zhou ancestor in seclusion, healing from injuries, and the Yuhua dynasty sending a nascent soul cultivator, no one in Great Zhou could stand against them. The sovereign orders the elder and Luo Tian to take the princess immediately to the Taichu sacred land. The elder's voice faltered, his expression shifting as he glanced inadvertently at Lu Chun. The implication was clear. Lu Chun heard the elder's words, but paid no mind. After all, they were talking about a sacred land, and although Kunlun had nascent soul cultivators, the elder didn't believe Kunlun could protect Ling Shui and oppose the Yuhua dynasty. Though the Yuhua dynasty seemed evenly matched with Great Zhou on the surface, both having a nascent soul cultivator, it was rumored that the Yuhua dynasty also had another nascent soul ancestor, serving as an elder in a hegemon-level force. A hegemon-level force was incomparable to Great Zhou. This was why even after seeing Wang Ming was a nascent soul cultivator, they still believed the Kunlun sect couldn't protect Luo Lingshui. Sect Master Lingshui begs you to save Great Zhou. Her only hope now was the Kunlun sect. Though it wasn't a hidden sect, it had nascent soul cultivators, so it couldn't be too simple. Ding, congratulations to the host for activating the sect mission. The Yuhua dynasty is unworthy of its position, committing atrocities and slaughtering millions of mortals. Please destroy the Yuhua dynasty within 3 days. Completing the mission will grant 1 random draw and 10 war weapons. Hearing the cold voice in his mind, Lu Chun was thrilled. Finally, a mission had appeared. He narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent flaring within. My Kunlun sect will use the Yuhua dynasty as a sacrifice for its entry into the world. Rest assured, you are now a disciple of Kunlun. I will keep you safe. Lu Chen stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Wang Ming, go with Ling Shui's clan to the Great Zhou capital. Ling Shui is a disciple of my Kunlun sect, so her clan deserves our help. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ling Shui was overjoyed that he was willing to assist Great Zhou. Sect Master, I am deeply worried about my father and mother's safety. I wish to accompany Senior Wang Ming to the capital. Ling Shui gritted her teeth. Set your mind at ease. Wang Ming's presence is sufficient. You have just arrived at Kunlun. I'll let Lin Yun show you around first. Lu Chen understood her feelings. With Wang Ming's nascent soul cultivation, he believed it was more than enough to handle the situation. At the capital of the Great Zhou Kingdom, a massive palace stood at the city's heart. Once resplendent and majestic, it now lay in ruins, battered beyond recognition, a testament to the cataclysmic battle that must have raged here. Above the palace, a figure clad in black robes embroidered with dark golden dragon patterns, exuding an overwhelming, domineering aura, was locked in combat with another shadowy silhouette. Bai Feng, you treacherous rebel! How could Great Zhou have trusted you so? Luo Wushuang roared, his eyes blazing with fury. You deserve death. His aura at the peak of the Dao Palace realm erupted, causing the very void to tremble. Haha, Luo Wushuang, the fortune of Great Zhou has run its course. Today marks your doom. Bai Feng laughed unafraid. As the kingdom's grand general, he had attained the Dao Palace perfection a century ago. Had it not been for fear of the Great Zhou ancestor, he would have rebelled long ago. Now, with the Yuhua dynasty's national preceptor holding back that old relic, he feared Luo Wushuang not at all. Your Majesty. Just as Luo Wushuang roared to annihilate the traitor before him, a voice sounded at his ear. The arrivals were 2 clan elders and Wang Ming. Your Majesty, this is Senior Wang from the Princess Sect. The elder, his face beaming, gestured toward Wang Ming as he introduced him to the monarch. A senior from the sect. Could it be the Taichu sacred land? Luo Wushuang glanced at Wang Ming, his pupils contracting sharply. His expression quivered with shock as he marveled inwardly. Nascent soul stage. Wang Ming did not conceal his cultivation. The aura of a nascent soul cultivator emanated from him. He spoke promptly. Luo Wushuang pays respects to Senior. May I ask which sect you hail from? Enough. Let's deal with the matter at hand first. I must return to report to the sect master. Wang Ming cast a glance at him. Meanwhile, Bai Feng turned to look at Wang Ming, his face pale, with terror, his voice trembling. A nascent soul powerhouse. Impossible. Great Zhou clearly had only one nascent soul cultivator. Where did this one come from? And he sided with Great Zhou. His earlier arrogance evaporated, replaced by a terrified, panicked demeanor. Terrified of being struck dead by the man before him. May I ask which sect Senior belongs to? He bowed his head and clasped his hands toward Wang Ming, his limbs trembling. How could he not panic? This was a nascent soul powerhouse. Even the Yuhua dynasty only had the national preceptor at such a level. If he offended a nascent soul, the Yuhua dynasty might not risk provoking such a formidable foe for his sake. Before he could finish, Wang Ming took a step in midair. The pressure of his nascent soul cultivation radiated outward, rippling through the void beneath his feet, crushing and distorting the surrounding space. He then raised a hand and made a grasping motion toward Bai Feng. A heaven-shaking aura instantly enveloped Bai Feng's entire body. His limbs felt as if they were splitting apart as he plummeted from the sky, landing on his knees, barely alive. The monarch and the 2 elders gasped in shock. Luo Wushuang had witnessed his own ancestor's power, but the aura was nowhere near as awe-inspiring as Wang Ming's. The ancestor was at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. What sect had Lingshui joined? SP. Spare me, Senior. Bai Feng, kneeling, spat blood and begged incoherently. I have no enmity with you, Senior. What? Why help Great Zhou? Oh, indeed, there was no grudge. I just don't like you. No grudge. Just dislike. Bai Feng spat another mouthful of blood, his eyes bulging with disbelief. Suddenly a thunderous roar echoed. Two ancient figures materialized in the void. One an old man in a golden dragon robe, his chi and blood withered bellowed. Li Mu is your Yuhua dynasty, determined to fight great Zhou to the death. He, Luo Yuan, it's your great Zhou's misfortune to have produced a genius. If I Yuhua do not nip it in the bud, shall I let it grow? The gray-robed elder sneered coldly. So the national war was merely a pretext, and by Feng a pawn of the Yuhua dynasty. All to keep Luo Wushuang occupied. National preceptor, save me. Bai Feng's face lit up at the sight of the preceptor, as if grasping at a lifeline, and he cried out desperately for rescue. Li Mu was the Yuhua dynasty's national preceptor. Worthless. The preceptor's face darkened as he glanced at Bai Feng. The Yuhua dynasty had secretly groomed Bai Feng for a century to overthrow great Zhou, pouring countless resources into helping him break through to Dao Palace perfection. But they hadn't anticipated the anomaly of Luo Lingxue forcing them to advance their plans. Hearing the preceptor's words, Bai Feng's face turned ashen as if he had swallowed a dead fly. Luo Yuan, today marks the end of your great Zhou. The Yuhua preceptor's face was grim as he glared at the great Zhou ancestor. A terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping outward. Except for Wang Ming and the great Zhou ancestor Luo Wushuang, and the others were nearly crushed to their knees. Fortunately, Wang Ming waved a hand, and the oppressive pressure vanished. Relieved, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you, senior. As for Bai Feng, he lay trembling like a beaten dog. Luo Yuan felt the terrifying aura. His pupils contracted, and his expression grew solemn. Nascent soul 9th level. He was at the same stage, but his chi and blood were depleted, and his internal injuries were beyond suppression. Otherwise, how could the Yuhua dynasty run rampant in Great Zhou? With those words, the preceptor raised his hand. Spiritual energy coalesced into a heaven-covering palm, pressing down on Luo Yuan with dreadful force. Luo Yuan's face changed dramatically. He unleashed his nascent soul 9th level cultivation without reserve. Waving his hands, he summoned the surrounding spiritual energy into a giant sword that swept forward. A cataclysmic explosion erupted. The giant sword was shattered by the terrifying palm. Not good. The colossal palm did not dissipate, but came crashing down. The great Zhou ancestor raised his hand, drawing in the ambient spiritual energy to form a barrier. It shattered with a loud crack. The ancestor was slammed to the ground, his body hurtling backward, demolishing countless palace halls. He lay on the ground, his aura feeble, spitting blood. Ancestor. Seeing his ancestor struck down, Luo Wushuang roared in anguish. He then turned to the Yuhua preceptor, bellowing in fury. You old fiend, your Yuhua dynasty goes too far. The Yuhua preceptor stood in the void, sneering at the ant before him. Weak ants only know rage. Die. He struck again with his palm. But the spiritual energy palm shattered into nothing. Wang Ming had intervened. Though only at the first level of the nascent soul stage, he was invincible within his realm. Indeed, every powerhouse summoned by the system was peerless within their cultivation level. A nascent soul 9th level could be crushed with a flip of his hand. My. The preceptor paused, glaring at Wang Ming with a dark expression. An ant of slightly larger size. He saw through Wang Ming's cultivation at a glance. After all, he was at the 9th level. A mere 1st level nascent soul dares to block me. You seek death. His face darkened, and he struck with a palm. How dare a minor 1st level nascent soul block his attack? He would kill this ant. Wang Ming snorted. If you were at the void core stage, I might not prevail. But a mere nascent soul 9th level, I can still slay you. In an instant, Wang Ming's aura surged. He vanished from his spot and reappeared before the Yuhua preceptor, pointing a finger. The surrounding spiritual energy converged at his fingertip. He thrust his finger forward. The preceptor, being a nascent soul 9th level, reacted swiftly, but the finger before him made his expression shift dramatically. It felt as if facing the heavens themselves, a lethal threat. With a series of explosions, the preceptor screamed. No. How? How is this possible? The power of that finger, like the collapse of the sky, utterly annihilated his physical body and soul. Gasps filled the air. Was this the nascent soul stage? How could it be so powerful? The monarch and the others stared in shock. The great Zhou ancestor, battered and wounded, trembled with awe. On the burial immortal mountain range within the Kunlun sect atop the disciple peak, a voice spoke. Junior sister, I see you are full of worry. You must be concerned for your clan. A maiden clad in a flowing purple celestial gown, her cascading jet black hair draping down to her waist, stood with a troubled expression on the disciple peak, gazing in the direction of the great Zhou royal capital. At that moment, a voice came from behind her. It was Lin Yun. Lingxue greets the senior brother. Lingxue turned, bowed slightly, and clasped her hands. Senior brother, do you know the origins of our sect? Kunlun felt too mysterious to her, and she had never seen anyone else within the sect. Could it truly be a reclusive sect? Junior sister, I myself have only just joined the sect, and don't know its origins. But the sect leader said that the sect's powerhouses are all in slumber. Lin Yun scratched the back of his head and let out a simple-minded laugh. Ling Xue was left speechless inside, wondering if this senior brother was just a fool and whether the sect leader had tricked him into joining. Lu Chen thought tricked is the word. Several figures streaked across the sky and landed before the two. Father, ancestor. Seeing it was her father and the ancestor, Ling Xu's worried expression vanished, replaced by immense joy. Ling Xue, your father and I are fine. If not for that senior's intervention, our great Zhou would have fallen today. Luo Wushuang sighed. Then Ling Xue noticed the wounds on the great Zhou ancestor. Her bright, lively eyes instantly became misty, and she was about to speak. Ancestor. The great Zhou ancestor quickly said, Ling Xue, child, don't worry. This is just a minor scratch beneath my notice. Just then, Wang Ming, bring them to the main hall to see me. A voice like a divine decree resounded. The sect's main hall. Lu Chen sat in the master's seat, his eyes slightly narrowed. Though his body bore no trace of aura fluctuation, he exuded an unfathomable presence. Was this the sect leader of the Kunlun sect? So young, Luo Wushuang and the great Zhou ancestor looked at Lu Chen, their minds reeling with shock. Even more terrifying was that they could not see through this young man. A flicker of awe passed through Luo Yuan's eyes. This old one, Luo Yuan, pays respects to sect leader Lu. Luo Wushuang pays respects to sect leader Lu. On their way here, they had inquired about the Kunlun sect from Wang Ming. Now seeing Lu Chen in person, they were greatly astonished. Moreover, the Kunlun sect was located within the Forbidden Land. No wonder they had never heard of it within the great Zhou dynasty. Could it truly be a reclusive grand sect? Had it only now emerged from seclusion? For this we thank the senior of your sect for rescuing our great Zhou dynasty from the brink of annihilation. Should you require anything, our dynasty will surely do its utmost to assist. Lu Chen chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. Your great Zhou only has one nascent soul ancestor, let him enjoy his retirement. From Luo Lingxue he had learned of the great Zhou's strength. Its strongest was merely an ancestor at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. It's nothing. Lingxue is now a disciple of Kunlun. This is only right. Lu Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Lingxue felt immensely grateful for her previous decision. Sect leader Lu Senior Wang killed the imperial preceptor of the Yuhua dynasty. I fear the Yuhua dynasty will not let this rest. Rumors say they have an ancestor who may have broken through to the void realm. At this point, Luo Wushuang's face paled and his voice grew heavy. If a void realm cultivator were to intervene, the great Zhou would be annihilated in an instant. Though Wang Ming had ruthlessly slain the Yuhua dynasty's imperial preceptor, he was after all not at the void realm. It was said that void realm powerhouses could tear the void and traverse space, making them immensely formidable. The void realm. Lu Chen was also deeply shocked internally. However, he maintained a calm exterior, as if a void realm powerhouse were but an ant. He hadn't expected the Yuhua dynasty to be this strong. The Kunlun sect also had a void realm cultivator, and Lu Chen had already planned to have Chun Beixian obliterate the Yuhua dynasty, thereby completing the mission. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind, leaving him puzzled. Host, you can have Wang Ming handle it. The cultivators summoned by this system are all invincible within their own realm. Hearing the cool voice in his head, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had originally intended to send Chen Beixian, but learning that Wang Ming and the others were peerless in their realm meant he could temporarily avoid revealing that the Kunlun sect had a void realm powerhouse. After all, even he didn't know if there were cultivators beyond the void realm in Qingzhou. He needed to first understand the situation in Qingzhou. As for the Yuhua dynasty, Lu Chen was determined to destroy it. With that thought, a glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wang Xian, you will accompany Lord Luo to the Yuhua dynasty and annihilate it to display the might of our Kunlun. Now destroying the Yuhua dynasty was all that remained to complete the system mission. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Destroy the Yuhua dynasty. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Luo Wushuang and Luo Yuan's eyes widened in utter disbelief, thinking they had misheard. They could not believe Lu Chen intended to wipe out the Yuhua dynasty. Even Lingxu's mouth fell slightly open, her eyes filled with shock. A dynasty to be destroyed just like that. Lin Yun, watching the shocked group, snickered inwardly, thinking little lady, now you see the power of our Kunlun sect. A dynasty is nothing, well, destroy it all the same. In truth, even he was shaken by Lu Chen's words. That was a dynasty after all. Sect leader Lu, the Yuhua ancestor, has likely broken through to the void realm. Luo Wushuang hesitated. Oh, haha, Lord Luo, rest assured. Our Kunlun sect fears no one, no force in this world. Lu Chen slowly rose, exuding a domineering aura. As his words fell, a startling aura emerged from Wang Xian, who instantly appeared beside Luo Wushuang. Lead the way. As everyone felt the aura emanating from Wang Xian, their expressions shifted to shock, their eyes wide with awe. Another nascent soul cultivator. The great Zhou ancestor was the most shocked. He looked at Wang Xian with eyes full of wariness. He could tell that Wang Xian was only at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Yet he sensed a terrifyingly immense power within Wang Xian. This filled him with even greater awe for the Kunlun sect, unable to fathom what kind of sect could possess such a formidable nascent soul cultivator. And it was located within the burial immortal mountain range. Even he didn't know when the Kunlun sect had appeared. At that moment in the Yuhua dynasty, within a magnificent hall in the capital, a middle-aged man with a commanding face clad in a golden dragon robe sat upon the dragon throne. A powerful, domineering aura emanated from him, spreading throughout the hall. He was Yun Sangqiong, the ruler of the Yuhua dynasty. Suddenly, Yun Kangqiong's expression changed, his body trembling in shock. He could no longer sense the Imperial Preceptor's divine sense. This was a secret art of his dynasty. The Imperial Preceptor had left a strand of divine sense on him to guard the capital. Now that the divine sense was gone, it meant that Li Mu had fallen. Who killed the Imperial Preceptor? The Yuhua dynasty will show you no mercy. Yun Sangqiong, seated on the dragon throne, roared in fury, releasing a chilling aura. The pressure forced all the ministers in the hall to kneel, trembling in fear as they looked at their sovereign. What could have enraged the sovereign so? The Imperial Preceptor. Yes, wasn't he supposed to be destroying the great Zhou dynasty? Heavens! The Imperial Preceptor is dead. The ministers' eyes bulged in terror. They couldn't believe that the immensely powerful Imperial Preceptor was dead. He was a 9th-level nascent soul cultivator. How could anyone have killed him? It's over. The Imperial Preceptor has fallen, and the ancestor is in seclusion. It must be the great Zhou ancestor who killed him. Impossible. That old geezer couldn't have killed the Imperial Preceptor. That old thing is long past his prime, his lifespan nearly exhausted. The ministers in the hall panicked and argued. All of you shut up. Even if the Imperial Preceptor has fallen, we still have the ancestor. Once he breaks through to the void realm, the great Zhou dynasty will meet its end. Yun Kangqiong's eyes glinted with cold light as he spoke hoarsely. He didn't believe the great Zhou had killed the Imperial Preceptor. After all, that old man was decrepit, and the Imperial Preceptor, being the ancestor's disciple, was immensely powerful. Could it be someone from the primordial sacred land? At the thought of the primordial sacred land, Yun Kangqiong's expression turned fearful. Just then an indifferent voice rang out, and Wang Xian appeared in the hall with Luo Wushuang. You must be the Yuhua sovereign. Boom! An overwhelming pressure filled the hall, causing even space to ripple with a dull hum. The pressure forced everyone in the hall to their knees, gasping for breath in terror. Feeling this terrifying aura, the people of the Yuhua dynasty trembled in fear. Even the Yuhua sovereign knelt. Facing the nascent soul cultivator Wang Xian, his own Dao Palace perfection realm was as fragile as a tile, offering no resistance. And a nascent soul. Don't kill me. The ministers of the Yuhua dynasty, crushed by the overwhelming pressure, barely managed to beg for mercy. Damn it! Who are you? Yun Sangqiong roared in fury, his eyes nearly splitting as he screamed at Wang Xian. Noisy. Wang Xian's gaze was indifferent as he waved his hand. With a series of bangs, the bodies of the ministers in the great hall burst into ashes. Who are you? Yun Sangqiong roared, his eyes bloodshot as he watched the ministers die before him. He had forgotten that he now faced a nascent soul powerhouse, consumed only by the desire to tear the man before him apart. Yun Sangqiong, your Yuhua dynasty has finally met its end. Luo Wushuang, standing beside Wang Xian, sneered at him. He too was awed by Wang Xian's cultivation, another nascent soul expert, but seeing the fall of the Yuhua dynasty filled him with exhilaration. It's you, Luo Wushuang. Seeing Luo Wushuang, Yun Sangqiong understood. It was he who had killed the imperial tutor, for in his eyes the great Zhou ancestor was too decrepit to be a match. His eyes blazing, he roared at Wang Xian. You dare kill me? The ancestor will not forgive you. Facing death, Yun Sangqiong was terrified, hoping to intimidate Wang Xian with the Yuhua ancestor. But Wang Xian was not afraid, nor was the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun sect is about to emerge into the world. Your Yuhua dynasty is honored to be our banner. Die. The words barely left his lips before Wang Xian struck out with a palm. With a thunderous boom, Kunlun sect. The ancestor will not let you go. With a series of crashes, the entire great hall collapsed, and Yun Sangqiong turned to dust. The pitiful Yuhua ruler died without knowing why the sudden Kunlun sect had destroyed his dynasty. With the death of the Yuhua ruler, who was at the perfected Dao Palace realm, Luo Wushuang began to massacre the Yuhua clan. He too was at the Dao Palace perfection, and with the ruler dead, no one in the dynasty could stop his slaughter. Above the royal city, Wang Xian released his nascent soul aura, enveloping the entire city, leaving the rest to Luo Wushuang. As the saying goes, without uprooting the weeds, they may sprout again. Luo Wushuang understood this well. Given the Yuhua dynasty's brutal massacre of the great Zhou people, failing to annihilate the Yuhua clan would betray the fallen soldiers and countless subjects. Wang Xian waited silently above the city. Senior, I have cleansed the entire Yuhua clan. After the slaughter, Luo Wushuang's face was flushed with excitement, and he bowed respectfully to Wang Xian with gratitude. Good. This matter is settled. Let us return to report to the sect master. At the mention of reporting to Lu Chen, deep reverence and loyalty shone in Wang Xian's eyes. These summoned powerhouses were utterly loyal to Lu Chen. In their eyes, he was their god. Even if he ordered them to die, they would not hesitate. Seeing this, Luo Wushuang's heart trembled violently. What had he witnessed? Such a mighty nascent soul expert showed such reverence and devotion at the mere mention of Lu Chen. Even a senior of such power respects Lord Lu so deeply. The Kunlun sect's origins must be far beyond a mere reclusive sect. Luo Wushuang was stunned. Shortly after they left, a golden-armored figure appeared in the void. Gazing at the ruined Yuhua palace, he was shocked. Who did this? To have annihilated the Yuhua dynasty. Sensing the lingering energy, his face changed. The attacker has the same cultivation as me. At the Kunlun sect's main hall, a cold voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Ding, congratulations to the host for having your subordinate destroy the Yuhua dynasty and complete the system task. Reward 1 random draw and 10 war weapons. Hearing this, Lu Chen's face lit up with excitement. So soon. The Yuhua dynasty wasn't much after all. Lu Chen mused. 10 war weapons. Not bad. I can reward them to disciples later. He nodded in satisfaction. From the system, he learned the ranks of spiritual artifacts in the Xinwu continent: low, medium, and high grade. Above them were war weapons, saint weapons, ancient weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and supreme emperor weapons. If these 10 war weapons appeared in the Southern Wasteland, they would stir a frenzy, drawing countless forces to fight for them. In an era without emperors, hidden divine kings, and reclusive saints, a war weapon could allow one to fight beyond their cultivation level. Ding, 10 war weapons stored in system space. Fixed reward: Sect's martial arts hall perfected. System, are there techniques in the martial arts hall? Lu Chen asked, silently fearing an empty shell. Though he didn't need them immediately, his cultivation had no bottlenecks and more draws would yield cultivation cards. A sect without a technique hall would scare off disciples. Ding, techniques have been stored. Host, rest assured. Good. Lu Chen continued, system, is there a sect panel? Ding, yes. A screen appeared before him. Sect, Kunlun Sect. Location: Burial, Immortal Mountain Range. Sect Master Lu Chen. Disciples 2. Guards 3. Guard, Elder 1. Elders none. Sect points 1000. Ancestor none. System, what are sect points for? Lu Chen asked curiously. Ding, they can be used in the system shop to exchange for items from all realms: divine weapons, divine herbs, immortal herbs, physiques, and more. The system shop appeared in his mind. 9 Dragon Chariot, 100 sect points. Followed by countless zeros. Innate Saint Body Tao Physique, 10. Mother Chi Cauldron, 100. Wait, they even have umbrellas. Lu Chen marveled at the system's offerings. How do I earn sect points? Host, by destroying hostile forces, the stronger the more points. Or by accepting vassal forces, the stronger they are the more points you gain. Only from hostile forces. This was practically asking him to stir up conflict. Meanwhile, Wang Xian was returning to the Kunlun sect with Luo Wushuang. Senior, are you an elder of the Kunlun sect? Luo Wushuang, still shaken, asked hesitantly. Wang Xian glanced at him and smiled, understanding the implication. I'm no elder. I'm a guard of the Kunlun sect. Since our sect is emerging, the sect master needed errand runners. Wang Ming and I were awakened early. These words stunned Luo Wushuang. A nascent soul cultivator was merely a guard. Had he ever seen such a powerful nascent soul as a gatekeeper? Even the great Zhou ancestor was only at nascent soul. Did that mean he wasn't even fit to guard the gate? Great Zhou ancestor, you're practically wishing me dead. In even the strongest sects, a nascent soul could serve as an elder, yet in the Kunlun sect, it was just a guard. Did that mean there were powerhouses above the Void Realm in Kunlun? The more Luo Wushuang pondered, the more alarmed he became. A glint flashed in his eyes as if he had made a decision. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Province at the Hegemon level Heavenly Sword Sect, an old man meditating on a peak suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light bursting forth. Suddenly sensing his bloodline vanish, he released a terrifying pressure that swept outward, causing the surrounding space to hum. Who? How dare you extinguish my legacy? His expression twisted and a murderous aura erupted from him. He was Yunlong, the Yuhua dynasty's ancestor, a nascent soul, 9th heaven existence. Who would have thought the Yuhua ancestor wasn't in Qing province, but in a Hegemon-level sect in Heavenly Province? Damn it. If I weren't on the verge of breaking through to the Void Realm, I would go to Qing province and find the one who destroyed my legacy, extract his soul, and burn it day and night. Though he didn't know who destroyed his legacy, he still vented his fury. Yunlong's eyes were twisted with murderous intent. At Kunlun sect, senior brother, you haven't even opened your spiritual meridians. Ling Shui exclaimed, her small mouth agape and eyes wide as she stared at Lin Yun. Only now had she discovered that her senior brother had not yet opened his spiritual meridians. The path of cultivation began with forging the mortal body, then gathering true qi using true qi to open the 5 meridians and 8 channels within, transforming qi into spirit and allowing spiritual energy to enter the body to temper the flesh, thus opening the spiritual meridians. On the Xianwu continent, those unable to open spiritual meridians were deemed useless, and without them one was destined never to become a powerhouse. The way of cultivation was meant to achieve eternal existence, immortality, and even if there was only a sliver of hope in contending with heaven, cultivators dared to fight the heavens. Yet the world always had anomalies. Legends spoke of some destined individuals born with mysterious and powerful physiques, unable to cultivate or even gather qi from a young age. Once their physique was awakened, cultivation became as effortless as drinking water, and their combat prowess was unmatched, peerless, and formidable. Could her senior brother possess some mysterious physique? Ling Shui was filled with doubt. Junior sister, though I haven't opened my spiritual meridians, the sect leader said, my physique is extraordinary, with the potential of a divine king, a future great emperor. Lin Yun, hands clasped behind his back, exuded an aura of dominance from his honest face. I believe the sect leader, Lin Yun said firmly, as if he were the future great emperor. Hearing this, Ling Shui was speechless, her face dark with exasperation. This senior brother was truly naive. She had to find the sect leader and ask if he really possessed some physique. And she believed the sect leader wouldn't let someone without spiritual meridians be the senior brother. After all, in her eyes, Kunlun was so mysterious it wouldn't accept a disciple without spiritual meridians. Just as Ling Shui was pondering, suddenly phantom images of true dragons roared across the sky, followed by countless ancient races materializing with strange phenomena unfolding everywhere. Figures bathed in golden light swung their fists, and though mere illusions, they radiated immense power, as if each punch could shatter stars and collapse the cosmos, inspiring awe. Lin Yun and Ling Shui were utterly stunned, unable to speak. What had happened? Had a powerhouse of the sect awakened? As they remained in shock, the illusions in the void suddenly shifted, instantly transforming into streaks of divine light that surged into the technique hall. The one-stem characters of technique hall now blazed brilliantly, too dazzling to behold, before gradually calming as if nothing had occurred. This was the result of the technique hall's completion, housing the strongest techniques from all heavens, each a peerless ancient scripture. Fortunately, the system had shielded Kunlun, otherwise such phenomena would have sent the undying old monsters of the Xianwu continent scrambling from their coffins to investigate. Sect leader, what's going on? Seeing Lu Chen emerge from the main hall, Ling Shui hurried over to ask. Lu Chen was equally bewildered. He had been pondering Kunlun's development when a loud noise startled him, making him think someone was attacking the sect, so he rushed out. System, what happened? Lu Chen frowned silently, inquiring. Ding host, rest assured, this is the phenomenon from the techniques after the technique hall's completion. Phenomena? Damn, I thought someone was attacking. No need to worry, this is the revival of our sect's technique hall, Lu Chen said calmly. Revival of the technique hall? Gasp. What kind of technique could cause such phenomena? Could it be the Divine King's ancient method or the Great Emperor's scripture? Though they had never seen such, the scene was too overwhelming. They felt that even Divine King methods or Great Emperor scriptures couldn't have triggered such phenomena. Both were shaken, their eyes filled with awe. This was it. As the senior brother of Kunlun sect, I believe the sect leader will grant me a peerless technique. I, Lin Yun, can aspire to become a great emperor. Lin Yun, trembling with excitement, was filled with anticipation. Ling Shui too was overjoyed, equally expectant. The technique hall contains countless ancient methods and scriptures created by the greats of our Kunlun, all the strongest in the world, Lu Chen said calmly, looking at the two. Gasp. Ancient methods and scriptures created by Kunlun's greats. Hearing this, both were jolted, thinking their ears were deceiving them. What were ancient methods? They were techniques created only by powerhouses above the Divine King level, let alone the Great Emperor scriptures above Divine King methods, which only a great emperor could create. If this were to spread, it would shake the entire Xianwu continent, and the self-sealed, undying old monsters would madly emerge to seize them. All right, you two can now enter and comprehend the techniques, Lu Chen reminded them, seeing their shock. How were they already this stunned? If he told them there were also countless immortal techniques and scriptures inside, they'd be dumbfounded. Of course he wouldn't say it. Even if he did, they might not believe him. As sect leader, we can enter and choose techniques. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the two were ecstatic. A great emperor. I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a great emperor in this life. Lin Yun shouted in his heart. In his excitement, he seemed to forget he hadn't even opened his spiritual meridians, as if the great emperor was within reach. Once inside, don't choose on your own, just use your mind to sense. The techniques will choose the right person. Yes, sect leader, the two replied respectfully, their faces beaming. Then, as if remembering something, Ling Shui quickly asked Sect leader, the senior brother hasn't opened his spiritual meridians. Can he cultivate techniques? Hearing this, Lin Yun, still excited, was taken aback. What do you mean he hasn't opened his spiritual meridians? Junior sister, are you trying to usurp my position? You might not be able to handle me, senior brother. Wait. Realizing the situation, Lin Yun remembered he had no spiritual meridians. His excitement turned into a mournful expression, as if his wife had run off with another man, and he pleaded with Lu Chun. Sect leader, didn't you say I was the future great emperor? Sect leader, you must have a way to help me open my spiritual meridians, right? Lu Chun was dumbfounded. What the hell, the future great emperor? I only said you could aspire to become a great emperor. When did I say you were the future great emperor? Besides, at the time the system prompted that you were a genius. I didn't know you had no spiritual meridians. Lu Chun stared at him, his face dark. Didn't the system say this kid was a genius? System, does Lin Yun have some physique? Having read many novels about red-haired monsters in his past life, Lu Chun naturally knew that geniuses unable to cultivate or lacking spiritual meridians often possessed mysterious physiques. But Lin Yun didn't seem like one. Ding Ho's disciple Lin Yun is the legendary battle saint physique. He can't open spiritual meridians because he lacks a suitable technique. Hint: the technique hall contains a technique suited for Lin Yun's physique. Note: the battle saint physique is one of the strongest in the world. When fully realized, it can battle heaven, earth, gods, and demons with immense power. After the system's explanation, Lu Chun could hardly believe that Lin Yun truly had a mysterious physique. He had thought the kid was just gifted in cultivation, which led the system to deem him a genius. But he never expected that casually taking a disciple would land him a battle saint physique. Without the system, Lu Chun would never have believed Lin Yun possessed such a mighty physique. Looking at Lin Yun's simple, honest face, he hardly seemed like someone who could battle heaven and demons. Lu Chun could hardly believe this lad possessed such an extraordinary physique. What a relief that he was a disciple of the Kunlun sect. Ling Shui, your senior brother, indeed has a special constitution, the legendary battle saint body. Lu Chun spoke slowly. Battle saint body. As these words were uttered, Ling Su's mouth fell open in shock, her face filled with disbelief. She could not believe that this simple-minded senior brother truly possessed a mystical physique. Though she knew not the might of the battle saint body, she understood that possessing any mystical constitution meant a future of no small achievement, perhaps even becoming a great power. These words struck Lin Yun like a thunderbolt, jolting his body and causing him to tremble with excitement. Battle saint body. What a formidable name. I, Lin Yun, am destined to be a man who battles the heavens, the earth, and the gods and demons. Little sister, you cannot hope to grasp a brother like me. At this moment, Lin Yun's heart could already envision himself standing at the pinnacle of the continent in the days to come. Of course, Lin Yun also had no idea what the battle saint body was, nor how powerful it might be. He only knew that possessing a physique with such an awe-inspiring name was enough. Your senior brother cannot open his spiritual meridians because he lacks the corresponding cultivation method. Lu Chun looked at the two of them. Sect leader, without the proper method, is senior brother's constitution wasted? Ling Shui asked, her pretty face utterly serious. Again, what nonsense about being wasted? Little sister, I knew it. You just want to ride roughshod over me. Though there is no suitable method for me to cultivate now, that does not mean you can lord it over me. What a method? Lin Yun's eyes lit up as a thought struck him, and he looked at Lu Chun as if beholding a beauty. Sect leader, does our Kunlun sect scripture hall possess a method suitable for me? Lin Yun gazed at Lu Chun with fiery eyes. Since the sect leader knew of my constitution, surely the Kunlun sect must have such a method. Indeed, the scripture hall contains countless methods, and there happens to be one suited to your physique. Lu Chun nodded. All right, you two go in now. Find the right method and cultivate well. Soon our Kunlun sect will become the strongest force in the Xianwu continent. You two are the senior brother and senior sister of the Kunlun sect. In the days to come, you must not allow others to belittle our Kunlun. Lu Chun said sternly. Yes, sect leader. We will never disgrace the name of the Kunlun sect. The two replied with resolute eyes, silently vowing to become powerful figures who would shake the continent, thus living up to the sect leader's expectations. After the two had entered, Lu Chun was about to return to the main hall to cultivate. Two whooshing sounds rang out as Wang Xian, having just annihilated the Yuhua dynasty, landed before Lu Chun with Luo Wushuang. Sect leader, the Yuhua dynasty has fallen. Wang Xian reported respectfully. Good, I know. You may withdraw. Lu Chun nodded. As you command, sect leader. Wang Xian replied with reverence. Sect leader Lu the Great Zhou wishes to become a vassal of Kunlun. Would you be willing to accept? After Wang Xian had left, Luo Wushuang looked somewhat tense as he addressed Lu Chun. On the journey back, he had already determined that Kunlun was a formidable ally. Under the protection of the Kunlun sect, his great Zhou might one day become a top power in the southern wilderness domain. He had also secretly sent a message talisman to his clan's ancestor to settle the matter. Thus he wished for the Great Zhou dynasty to become a subsidiary force of the Kunlun sect, yet he feared that Chen might look down on Great Zhou, given Kunlun's mysterious might. Oh, become a vassal of my Kunlun. A glint of surprise flashed in Chen's eyes as he looked at Luo Wushuang, who seemed serious. It seems that seeing two nascent soul cultivators appear in the Kunlun sect led the Great Zhou monarch to believe it is a reclusive grand sect, thus inspiring such a thought. Chen mused silently. The Kunlun sect is destined to become the strongest force across all realms. How could it lack subsidiary powers? Please accept the Great Zhou dynasty as Kunlun's first vassal. System, are you telling me what to do? Accept just because you say so. The system detects the host is extremely rebellious. System unbinding in progress 1020. 99 Fine, I accept. Chen replied calmly, immediately agreeing to Luo Wushuang, just as the system neared 100. Damn it. Scared me half to death. System, can't you take a joke? Was that necessary? This system was also joking with the host. Rest assured he. What a damn joke. Chen cursed inwardly. Sect leader, you accept? Luo Wushuang asked, hardly daring to believe it. Indeed. Lord Luo, as my Kunlun emerges into the world, it is bound to become the strongest force. Soon the experts of the Kunlun sect will gradually awaken. Apart from Lingxue, if the Great Zhou royal family has talented youths, they may also cultivate alongside my sect's experts. Chen said calmly, painting a grand vision for Luo Wushuang. But this vision was truly enticing to Luo Wushuang. Sect leader, can my royal children truly cultivate alongside the sect's seniors? Luo Wushuang exclaimed, his form of address changing, his expression excited. He had thought that becoming a vassal of Kunlun would at most bring protection during times of crisis for Great Zhou, but he never expected that other royal children besides Lingxue could also cultivate alongside the Kunlun sect's predecessors. After all, with two nascent soul cultivators appearing as mere sect guards, he believed Kunlun must possess great powers beyond the Void Core stage. Imagining the Great Zhou's royal children cultivating alongside such mighty beings, Luo Wushuang's eyes seemed to envision the dynasty producing Void Core cultivators, or even those beyond in the future. A nascent soul cultivator's lifespan was merely 5,000 years, enough to protect a force for a millennium. But their years would eventually wane, and in this world where might made right, if you did not destroy others, they would come to destroy you. Only by constantly producing powerful figures could a force endure through the ages. This was why he was willing to become a vassal of Kunlun, but he had not expected such a promise from Chen. Sect leader, rest assured the Great Zhou will follow Kunlun unto death. Luo Wushuang's eyes blazed with light as he spoke solemnly, as if ready to strike anyone who dared insult the name of the Kunlun sect. Congratulations, host, on acquiring your first subsidiary force. Reward 1,000 sect points. A cool voice rang in his mind. Chen's expression remained unchanged, though he was inwardly surprised. System, do I get sect points even when others come to me willingly? Yes, host. Both voluntary submission and conquest yield sect points. Oh, there's such a perk. Excellent. In Chen's eyes, there was no such thing as mere conquest. Conquest meant fighting. If one round wasn't enough, then two. But the Great Zhou's voluntary submission was an unexpected bonus, a two-for-one deal. It seemed the Great Zhou was indeed quite weak, as the system only granted 1,000 sect points. However, considering the dynasty had only a single nascent soul ancestor, it made sense. Excellent. By the way, Lord Luo, what forces exist within Qingzhou, and what experts do they have? The Kunlun sect has been out of the world for too long, and is not well informed about the current powers on the Xianwu continent. Chen looked at Luo Wushuang and said calmly, for the Kunlun sect to become the overlord of Qingzhou, he naturally had to understand the various forces, both large and small, within the prefecture. He had to proceed step by step. This was also Chen's way of survival. Even with the system, the Kunlun sect currently had only one Void Core cultivator, with the other three at nascent soul. But Chen certainly did not believe that the vast Qingzhou lacked some ancient immortal beings. Sect leader, Qingzhou contains 4 major dynasties. Besides my Great Zhou, there are the Great Qin dynasty, the Great Xia dynasty, and the Yuhua dynasty, which you have already destroyed. Among them, the Great Qin dynasty is the strongest, the absolute hegemon of Qingzhou, with its territory covering half the prefecture. It is rumored that their ancestor has half a foot beyond the next realm. Next is the Great Xia dynasty, which has a Void Core ancestor. As he spoke, Luo Wushuang's eyes revealed deep wariness. Had he not become a vassal of Kunlun, he would have regarded the Great Qin dynasty only with awe. Now, having witnessed the strength of the Kunlun sect, he was certain it possessed existences at the Void Core stage, or even beyond. Within Qingzhou, whether it was the Great Zhou or other dynasties, all bowed to the Great Qin dynasty, paying tribute in cultivation resources each year. This was also why the Great Qin dynasty, despite having the power to destroy other forces, refrained from doing so. After hearing Luo Wushuang's account, Lu Chen was secretly astonished. He had not expected so many forces within Qingzhou, especially the ancestor of the great Qin dynasty, the prefecture's overlord, who was likely in existence beyond the void core stage. According to Luo Wushuang, only forces with a void core cultivator could become hegemons. Thus, the Kunlun sect already possessed the strength to become a dominant power. The only issue was the lack of personnel. Lu Chen thought to himself. Seeing Lu Chen lost in thought, Luo Wushuang dared not disturb him. I now understand the situation in Qingzhou. You may go, Lord Luo, Lu Chen said calmly. As you command, sect leader. Luo Wushuang replied with respect. Having handled this matter, he also understood that most weak forces sought out powerful established sects as their backing. As for the great Zhou dynasty, as long as it served Kunlun, while Lu Chen would, in consideration of Lingxue, being a Kunlun disciple, help the dynasty improve its strength in the future so it could better serve the Kunlun sect. The next day, Lin Yun and Ling Shui emerged from the scripture pavilion. Both wore expressions of astonishment and the joy of having obtained their techniques. Lin Yun in particular had comprehended the battle sage art, breaking the limitations of his sacred physique. In a single night, he had opened his spiritual meridians and directly broken through to the spiritual sea realm. Truly worthy of a genius with a sacred physique. As for Ling Shui, though she lacked a special constitution, she had comprehended the willow deity art, the supreme scripture of a great power across the heavens. Feeling the surging power in his hands, able to draw on the surrounding spiritual energy with a mere gesture, Lin Yun felt both awe and gratitude toward Lu Chen. Senior brother, have you opened your spiritual meridians and broken through to the spiritual sea realm? Sensing the change in Lin Yun's aura, Ling Shui's lips parted slightly, her face filled with shock. At the ninth heaven of the spiritual sea realm, she could naturally perceive Lin Yun's cultivation level. Was this the power of a sacred physique? Truly formidable, truly mighty. She had always been satisfied with her own talent, having broken through to the spiritual sea realm at just 17 and earning a place on the Qingzhou prodigy list. But today's revelation struck her deeply. The senior brother, who had not yet opened his spiritual meridians yesterday, had done so in a single night and even advanced to the spiritual sea realm. How could this not astonish her? Junior sister, now you believe what I said, don't you? I, Lin Yun, am destined to become a future great emperor. Junior sister, I assume you too have comprehended a supreme technique. Yes, senior brother. Excellent, truly worthy of being my junior sister. I have high hopes for you. With his hands clasped behind his back, Lin Yun adopted the air of an elder. Well, hearing this, Ling Shui was momentarily speechless. Couldn't this senior brother ever be serious? One might mistake him for the sect master. Just then, an awe-inspiring voice, seemingly impossible to resist, rang out. Lin Yun, Ling Shui, come see me in the main hall. Hearing this, the two snapped out of their joy over the techniques. With respectful expressions, they addressed Lu Chen in the main hall. Yes, sect master. Inside the main hall, Luo Wushuang was also present. Lu Chen sat in the seat of honor, his eyes slightly narrowed, lost in thought. Lin Yun, Ling Shui, I presume you have both comprehended techniques in the scripture pavilion, Lu Chen said calmly, looking at them. He too sensed the change in Lin Yun's aura. After all, he was now a nascent soul realm expert. However, with the system masking his aura, no one in this world could see through Lu Chen's true depth. Good heavens! In a single night, he opened his spiritual meridians and broke through to the spiritual sea realm. So this was the battle sage sacred physique. Truly worthy of being a disciple of my Kunlun sect. Excellent. As for Ling Shui, he also sensed the change in her aura. System display Ling Shui's information. Ding Sect disciple Luo Ling Shui, cultivation, level spiritual, sea realm, 9th heaven. Previously cultivated the great Zhou dynasty's heritage technique, Luo deity art. Now in the scripture pavilion, she has comprehended the supreme celestial scripture, Willow deity art. A celestial scripture. Damn, almost heard that as minstrel scripture. Willow deity art. Ding host, this is the supreme scripture of a great power across the heavens, just like the battle sage art comprehended by Lin Yun. Both are the strongest in the cosmos. Oh, not bad. Now both sect disciples possess the most powerful techniques in the world. Lu Chen believed they would soon uphold the reputation of the Kunlun sect. This way Kunlun could recruit more disciples, and he could trigger system tasks to earn rewards and enhance his cultivation. As for cultivation itself, for Lu Chen it boiled down to 2 words. Slacking off. He was a man with a system after all. Such tedious and dull matters as cultivation were best left to the sect disciples. He only needed to drain the system's rewards dry. System, are you sure it's not me draining you? He didn't believe his cultivation would ever be insufficient in the future. Yes, sect master. My junior sister and I have both comprehended techniques. Both Lin Yun and Ling Shui beamed with joy, their eyes filled with deep reverence and gratitude toward Lu Chen. Techniques. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang was somewhat bewildered. Only then did he notice the change in Lin Yun's aura. His eyes widened instantly, utterly astounded. The spiritual sea realm. Wasn't this kid only at the body-tempering realm yesterday? How had he opened his spiritual meridians and broken through to the spiritual sea realm in a single night? Luo Wushuang was shaken to the core, his face a mask of disbelief. Ah, the techniques. It must be the sect master. Even Ling Shui had comprehended a technique. It had to be given by the sect master. At this thought, Luo Wushuang's expression grew intensely excited. Excellent. Now that you have comprehended the techniques of our Kunlun sect's past greats, you must cultivate diligently. In the future, you must not bring shame to Kunlun's name. Lu Chen spoke solemnly. These words struck Luo Wushuang like a thunderbolt, causing his body to tremble. The past greats of the Kunlun sect. So the Kunlun sect truly was a hidden great sect. Powerhouses, all of them powerhouses. Yes, sect master. We will not disappoint you. The two spoke with firm resolve. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. After leaving the main hall, Ling Shui, is it true what the sect master said? Did you truly comprehend the techniques of the Kunlun sect's past greats? Luo Wushuang asked eagerly, his face bright with joy. Yes, father. I have comprehended a supreme technique in the scripture pavilion. Ling Shui replied, her voice trembling with excitement. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang was even more thrilled and awestruck. The Kunlun sect was indeed a hidden great sect. Otherwise, who else could make a waste who hadn't even opened his spiritual meridians, not only open them, but also break through to the spiritual sea realm in a single night? Lin Yun, are you being polite? By the way, father, why do you address the sect master as sect master? Ling Shui asked, her pretty face puzzled. After all, that was the term used by vassal forces for their sovereign sect. Ling Shui, the ancestor, and I have discussed it. Great Zhou is now a vassal of Kunlun. Luo Wushuang spoke slowly, looking at his daughter. Really? That's wonderful, father. With Great Zhou as a vassal of Kunlun, we need not fear other dynasties in the future. Ling Shui's face lit up with excitement. Though she was a Kunlun disciple, she couldn't be sure whether the sect master would intervene again if Great Zhou faced danger in the future. She knew well that in the Xianwu continent many weak forces attached themselves to powerful ones for protection. Often when a weak force provoked an enemy stronger than its patron sect, it would be abandoned. After all, a sovereign sect would rarely offend a power greater than itself for the sake of a weak vassal. Yet despite this, she believed Lu Chen was not that kind of person. She was certain of it. And indeed, she was right. In Lu Chen's eyes, if you dared to touch his people, no matter how powerful or influential you were, he would annihilate you all the same. Father, how is the ancestor's injury? Ling Shui asked with concern. She hadn't seen the ancestor since that day when Wang Ming killed the Feathering Dynasty's national preceptor and brought Luo Yuan to Kunlun to suppress his injuries before returning to Great Zhou's ancestral land to recuperate. Alas, though the ancestor's injuries are suppressed, his lifespan is nearly exhausted. Unless he can break through to the Void Realm. Luo Wushuang said mournfully, knowing it would be extremely difficult for his ancestor to reach the Void Realm without a 9th-grade spiritual herb. Yet a 9th-grade spiritual herb was the finest among spiritual herbs, second only to sacred herbs, divine herbs, and imperial herbs. Just then, Ling Shui's face lit up with excitement as she quickly said, Father, I'll go find the sect master. I think he might have a way to help the ancestor. Before she could finish, Luo Wushuang interrupted, looking at her with a tender gaze. Ling Shui, you must not. The sect master has already helped Great Zhou survive a calamity. This trial of the ancestors must be resolved by Great Zhou itself. Hearing this, Ling Shui's eyes dimmed. She knew her father was right. She couldn't rely on Lu Chen for everything. She was merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect. The sect master's aid to Great Zhou was already an immense kindness. However, a thought soon struck Ling Shui, and her face brightened. Father, isn't there an auction in the Great Qin dynasty? Perhaps we can find a spiritual herb there to help heal the ancestor. This was news that Great Qin had spread before the war with the Feathering Dynasty began. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light gleamed in Luo Wushuang's eyes, only to dim once more. As the ruler of 4 dynasties and the sovereign of Great Zhou, he understood well that the auction hosted by the Great Qin dynasty was no ordinary affair. Rumors had it that the Primordial Commerce Guild's branch in Tianqing Prefecture was orchestrating the event. As for why it was held within the Tianwu dynasty, it was because Great Qin reigned supreme over Qingzhou. Only a hegemon like Great Qin could entice the Primordial Commerce Guild to host such a grand auction within its domain. After all, a weak dynasty would never catch the guild's eye. An auction organized by the Primordial Commerce Guild was incomparable to those of ordinary merchant unions. Its influence was immense, drawing major powers from other prefectures across the Southern Wasteland. How could his Great Zhou contend with those formidable factions? Luo Wushuang sighed inwardly. Suddenly a thought struck him. A sharp glint flashed through Luo Wushuang's previously dim eyes. I wonder if the sect master would be interested in this auction. He mused silently. If Lu Chen knew what he was thinking at this moment, he would likely be eager to lead everyone on a scheme. Lu Chen was currently pondering how to spread Kunlun's renown and make it a celebrated name across Qingzhou. Father, why don't we inform the sect master of the auction and see if he's interested? Lingxue, perceptive and gifted since childhood, caught her father's expression and realized the auction was no simple event. Thus she made the suggestion. After all, Kunlun remained an enigma. Even as a disciple, she was unaware of the sect's true depth. Yet she was certain that if Lu Chun agreed to journey to Great Qin, Great Zhou would not have to tread so warily around other powers at the auction. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang gazed at his daughter with pride. Truly, she was his daughter, sharp-witted enough to discern her father's thoughts. Very well, Lingxue. Let us go speak with the sect master, Luo Wushuang, said, his expression expectant. He hoped Lu Chun would take an interest in the auction, for if a miraculous herb, or even a sacred medicine capable of healing the ancestor appeared, he would vie for it relentlessly, undaunted by the threats of mighty powers. Little did he know that every power attending this auction was beyond Great Zhou's capacity to challenge. In the main hall. Oh, an auction. Lu Chen, seated in the main seat, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, gazed down at Luo Wushuang. Truly a timely offer when he was most in need. He had been fretting over how to make Kunlun Sect's name resound across Qingzhou, and now an opportunity presented itself. After hearing their words, Lu Chun adopted an intrigued demeanor. Sect Master, this auction is hosted by the Primordial Commerce Guild. Word has it that a celestial spirit pill will appear. Seeing Lu Chen's interest, Luo Wushuang hurriedly added. Powers from other prefectures of the Southern Wasteland will attend. Such a grand event. Would the Sect Master be willing to grace it with his presence? Luo Wushuang exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing that it was organized by the Primordial Commerce Guild, Lingxue was astounded. She had thought it merely an ordinary auction by Great Qin, but it was the Primordial Commerce Guild. And the Celestial Spirit Pill, a supreme elixir that could grant a 60% chance for a Void Cave Realm expert to break through to the Celestial King Realm. Of course, they were unaware that those who reached the Celestial King Realm via the pill were as different from those who attained it through personal enlightenment as heaven from earth. In an age when sages had withdrawn, the Celestial King Realm was the pinnacle that governed a region, a height only the mightiest powers could boast. It was a realm Luo Wushuang dared not even dream of. Oh, the Primordial Commerce Guild. Seeing that Lu Chen seemed unfamiliar with the guild, Luo Wushuang was stunned, shock coursing through him. Impossible. Wasn't Kunlun Sect a hidden ancient sect? Could it not be a power from the primordial era? Otherwise, how could the sect master be ignorant of the Primordial Commerce Guild? After all, 1,000,000 years had passed since the primordial era. Any power that had survived from that time was a superpower on the immortal martial continent. The Primordial Commerce Guild was one such entity. As the continent's largest merchant guild, it had countless branches in every region, and this auction was hosted by the Qingzhou branch. As for the main guild, it was located in the Central Heaven region, the true cultivation paradise for countless cultivators at the continent's heart. Impossible. Kunlun Sect could not be a power from the mythological era, an age that passed tens of millions of years ago. The era before the primordial was the most glorious and prosperous age of the immortal martial continent. It was a golden age where emperors coexisted and divine kings stood tall, an epoch later known as the mythological era. Ancient records told that the great emperors of the mythological era were drawn to the upper realm by a powerful force on the same day, leaving only their legacies behind. The primordial era, though less magnificent, still saw the rise of many great emperors. The Primordial Commerce Guild was founded by a great emperor of that time. As for whether an upper realm truly existed, Luo Wushuang could not know. Trembling inwardly, he dared not dwell on it further. Panic seized him. If Lu Chen knew of his conjectures, he would probably slap him. Damn it. I wasn't originally from this world, so of course I've never heard of it. Regaining his composure, Luo Wushuang continued. Sect Master, the Primordial Commerce Guild was established by a great emperor during the primordial era with a legacy spanning 1,000,000 years. No one knows the true depth of its power. The primordial era, a power founded by a great emperor. Lu Chen was also taken aback. A great emperor, that was beyond his current reach. Yet with the system at his side, as long as he developed the sect, recruited more talented disciples, and continuously obtained system summoning cards, he believed he could soon summon a great emperor. Still, this auction is worth attending. Perhaps he'll encounter one or two geniuses and trigger a system mission. Having made up his mind, Lu Chen looked at Luo Wushuang. Very well, we'll set out tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Luo Wushuang was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Lu Chen to agree. Perhaps the ancestor's injuries could be healed. Lingxu's face also lit up with delight. The next day, at Kunlun Sect Square, everyone awaited Lu Chen's arrival. Then a voice drifted over. Let's go. The crowd saw Lu Chen clad in white robes with an ethereal bearing walking slowly toward them. With a single step, he appeared before them. Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone hurriedly bowed respectfully. In Qingzhou, the Great Qin Dynasty, before an immense ancient city. Upon closer inspection, faint ruins could be seen on the city walls, forming a net that covered the entire colossal ancient city. The city gates stood wide open, flanked by several Qin imperial guards in battle armor, each exuding a powerful aura. Countless cultivators from various regions were streaming into the city. Batch after batch of major powers from Qingzhou and other prefectures or elders from powerful families arrived with their entourages. Whoosh! Several figures appeared. Lu Chun and his party from Kunlun Sect. Wang Ming and the others stayed close to Lu Chun, while Chun Beishuan, a Void Cave Realm expert, remained hidden in the shadows. Did you hear? The Yuhua dynasty has been destroyed. Are you out of your mind? The Yuhua dynasty is one of Qingzhou's 4 great dynasties. How could it be destroyed? If the Yuhua dynasty finds out, you won't even know how you die. A rogue cultivator quickly covered his loose-tongued companion's mouth. He glanced around nervously, fearing someone might overhear. But Lu Chun and his group caught the words and found them amusing. Rest assured, the Yuhua dynasty has indeed been destroyed by our Kunlun sect. Sect master, this city is enormous. Lin Yun exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder like a country bumpkin. Lin Yun had never seen such a vast ancient city. His family was a minor clan with its strongest member only at the divine treasury realm. How could such a grand city not astonish him? Not just him. Even Lu Chun was inwardly stunned by the sight. After all, Lu Chun was not originally from this world and was seeing a city built by cultivators on the immortal martial continent for the first time. He hadn't expected it to be so magnificent. Yet despite his inner shock, Lu Chun's expression remained calm and composed, his eyes deep and unfazed, as if the grand city before him was merely ordinary. Hearing Lin Yun's words, Lu Chun was utterly exasperated. Just what he feared. I'm never bringing this kid out again. He's too embarrassing. As Lu Chun grumbled inwardly, a buzzing sound arose. Someone shouted, "Look! Whoa! Which power is this arriving with such grandeur? Daring to act so boldly within Great Qin? Aren't they afraid of being accused?" The crowd buzzed with discussion. I didn't expect the Tianwu dynasty to send representatives to this auction. The Tianwu dynasty. Could it be? Indeed, it's the hegemon of Tianzhou, the Tianwu dynasty. Before the city gate, the crowd gazed at an ancient war vessel in the sky, utterly awestruck. An experienced elder cultivator revealed the vessel's origin. Before the city gate, the crowd gazed at an ancient war vessel in the sky, utterly awestruck. An experienced elder cultivator revealed the vessel's origin. Hiss! It's the Tianwu dynasty. But even if it's the Tianwu dynasty, they cannot act so recklessly within our Qingzhou. Exactly, one might think the Qingzhou overlord is the Tianwu dynasty. Attending an auction, yet they put on such a grand display. Are they here to stir up trouble? The Tianwu dynasty's aggressive arrival this time is likely not just for the auction. I fear. Fear what? Spit it out, damn it. At the city gate, all the Qingzhou cultivators gnashed their teeth at the Tianwu dynasty's actions, fury blazing in their eyes. Even the several great Qin imperial guards exuding formidable auras at the city gate stared intently at every move of the warship in the void. Were it not for these forces attending the auction, they would have apprehended any other faction daring to act so arrogantly within Great Qin's territory on ordinary days. All present were Qingzhou cultivators naturally bound to uphold Qingzhou's honor, especially since the Tianwu dynasty's behavior here seemed to imply Qingzhou had no capable figures. Of course, forces from other states also perceived the Tianwu dynasty's aggressive stance as a potential provocation, and they buzzed with gossip as if watching a spectacle. Yet this was exactly what they wished to see. After all, witnessing the clash between two overlord dynasties would reveal the true depths of their power. Within the Tianwu dynasty's worship, "Your Highness, we have arrived at the Great Qin dynasty." A middle-aged man in battle armor spoke with utmost reverence to a young man clad in a dark gold python robe seated on the main throne. "Good. Father and the others should be arriving soon. This time we shall annihilate the Great Qin dynasty." The young man, none other than the Tianwu dynasty's crown prince, Tuoba Feng, said with a cold, sinister gaze. At merely 20 years of age, Tuoba Feng had already broken through the divine treasury realm, making him the foremost prodigy among the younger generation of Tianzhou and a renowned genius in the Southern Wasteland. The Tianwu ancestor even predicted his potential to reach the Heavenly King realm. His decision to risk coming to the Great Qin dynasty this time clearly harbored a far from simple purpose. The arrival of a state overlord instantly made everyone realize the auction was no ordinary event. Many minor clans and rogue cultivators had believed it to be a simple auction, never expecting it to draw the attention of a state overlord. Then the scenes that followed left them even more astounded, their eyes widening as they beheld the arriving forces from various states. The Han family of Yuezhou, the Lu family of Yunzhou, the Gu family of Fengzhou. Hiss! That hat is the Junjun family of Huangzhou. As the elderly man watched the major powers from various states in the Southern Wasteland arrive one after another, especially upon seeing an ancient Jun character carved on a bronze warship, his voice trembled with shock. Clearly the Jun family of Huangzhou had an exceedingly extraordinary origin, otherwise even this elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion would not have been so astonished. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion was established 500,000 years ago by the Heavenly Secrets Divine King, ranking just below the top-tier powers like the Sacred Lands, imperial dynasties, and imperial clans that had been passed down for millions of years. Renowned for its claim to peer into heavenly secrets and deduce the cause and effect of the world, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion once received a visit from an aging ancestor of a sacred land 100,000 years ago seeking help to deduce a path to extend his lifespan. The outcome of that endeavor remains known only to the pavilion. Of course, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion cannot truly peer into heavenly secrets or deduce the cause and effect of the world. Even an emperor cannot do such things. The pavilion's secret arts are merely ancient divine king techniques. How could they achieve the impossible? To a large extent, the pavilion's claim of seeing through all worldly matters is self-proclaimed. After hundreds of thousands of years, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has long declined, otherwise its elder would not have come to the great Qin dynasty for this auction. After all, the current Heavenly Secrets Pavilion strength is only on par with a state overlord. I never expected even the Jun family to come. They must be after that item. As if realizing something, Yu Tsang's expression shifted slightly as he murmured. He knew well that this auction would not only feature the Heavenly Spirit Pill, but also a holy artifact capable of driving countless forces in the Southern Wasteland to seize it, excepting the Sacred Lands, imperial dynasties, and imperial clans. If not for the fact that it was in the hands of the ancient commerce chamber, these forces would have acted recklessly. After all, none dared to offend the ancient commerce chamber unless they wished for annihilation. Heavens, are they declaring war on Qingzhou? Every force arriving is a state overlord. What exactly is in this auction that attracts them? Brother, I know the inside scoop on this auction. I heard they'll be auctioning little umbrellas, a divine artifact for exploring the forbidden path of pleasure. Holy crap, little umbrellas. Bro, is that for real? I swear on Qingzhou honor. It's true. I reckon these big shots are all here for the little umbrellas. After all, that's a divine artifact that prevents vital energy from leaking. Watching the continuous arrival of major state forces, everyone speculated in shock about what could draw so many overlord-level powers to this single auction. Among them, a sharp-faced cultivator earnestly described the divine artifacts that would appear at the auction to those around him. Not far away, Chen was momentarily stunned by their words. He quickly checked the system mall and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that little umbrella still showed unclaimed. What the hell? You scared me. I almost thought the system had gone rogue. I nearly believed this world actually had little umbrellas too. How could he not panic? It wasn't about the little umbrella itself, but hearing those words made him fear the system had vanished since it had been silent for so long. Beside him, Luo Wushuang was utterly astounded. He never imagined the attending forces would all be state overlords. Now he realized that without becoming a vassal of Kunlun's sect, the Great Zhou would be nothing more than a tiny shrimp before these overlord powers, able to flop a couple of times, but likely gaining nothing. Although Kunlun's current strength seemed unimpressive, he had absolute faith in Lu Chen, believing Kunlun was far more than what met the eye, even if it only had 2 nascent soul cultivators serving as sect guards. After all, even these overlord powers couldn't afford to have nascent soul cultivators as guards. The fact that such experts willingly served as sect guards spoke volumes about the sect's profound heritage. Having calmed his own doubts, Luo Wushuang no longer felt the previous apprehension. Instead, he appeared as composed as if he had obtained some divine artifact. As forces from various states arrived, even before they entered the great Qin ancient city, the crowd could already sense terrifying auras emanating from the warships of those states spreading through the air. An invisible pressure bore down on the multitude before the city gates, making their shoulders feel as though they carried immense weight, their faces paling with shock. Nascent Soul Realm. These auras all surpassed the Dao Palace realm. They were undoubtedly nascent soul powerhouses. They had not expected that for a mere auction the forces from various states would dispatch nascent soul cultivators. Initially, they thought that even if this auction was no simple affair, it would not be surprising if the state forces sent Dao Palace cultivators, for such cultivators might not be considered powerhouses among these major state forces. Yet in their eyes, a Dao Palace cultivator was undoubtedly an ancestor of a faction, a lofty and mighty being. Nascent soul cultivators were figures of ancestral status in some dynasties or clans. A single nascent soul could establish a faction that would stand for 1,000 years. But now, with so many nascent soul powerhouses appearing before them, how could they not be astounded? Was this the might of a state-dominating force? Truly formidable. Chen also felt these powerful nascent soul auras, and Luo Wushuang and the others were equally alarmed. However, with a wave of Wang Ming's hand, all the pressure vanished. Indeed, these state-dominating forces are far beyond the reach of weak dynasties like Great Zhou. Lu Chun murmured, narrowing his eyes as he observed the state forces. Just then a domineering voice rang out from the warship of the Tianwu dynasty, infused with spiritual energy that pierced through the city, both inside and out. Is this the hospitality of the great Qin dynasty? The speaker was Yangshan, a nascent soul powerhouse of the Tianwu dynasty, who had come to attend the auction. Our crown prince graces Great Qin with his presence, yet there is no one to welcome him. What a fine Great Qin dynasty. How dare they show such disrespect when the crown prince himself has come? Yangshan stood respectfully beside Tuoba Feng, his dissatisfaction with the Great Qin dynasty evident. To outsiders, it would be hard to believe that a nascent soul cultivator would show such deference to a dynasty's crown prince who is only at the divine treasure realm. In the Southern Wasteland domain, a nascent soul cultivator could become an elder in any major faction. Even a dynasty's crown prince would not command such excessive respect from a nascent soul, rather they would be treated with courtesy. Yet before this crown prince of Tianwu, Yangshan dared not act otherwise, for he knew that this young prince, though only at the divine treasure realm, was hailed by the Tianwu ancestor as one destined for the heavenly king realm, and in time to become a being who could overlook an entire domain. At this moment his gaze toward Tuoba Feng was filled with reverence. The Tian and Qing states bordered each other, and the Tianwu and Great Qin dynasties were both hegemonic powers with tens of thousands of years of heritage. For millennia, both dynasties had sought to annihilate the other to expand their territories, but their strengths were evenly matched, with each possessing a void core ancestor, so neither could overcome the other. Naturally, forces from other states were well aware of the enmity between Tianwu and Great Qin, as the two powers had waged continuous wars for 10,000 years. A century ago, a nascent soul cultivator of the Great Qin dynasty fell at the hands of the Tianwu dynasty, deepening the hatred between the two. Now, with an opportunity to humiliate the Great Qin dynasty, the Tianwu forces naturally seized the chance to attack. Indeed, our arrival from various states is an honor for your Qing state, yet you not only fail to send a delegation, but also treat us with such disdain. Do you, the Great Qin dynasty, have the strength to treat us so insolently? As the words fell, a buzzing sound filled the air. From the warship of the Gu clan of Feng State, an elderly man emerged, releasing the formidable aura of a nascent soul cultivator that swept toward the Great Qin ancient city. A suffocating, terrifying presence instantly stirred ripples in the surrounding space, pressing the void with a resonant hum. All below the nascent soul were but ants. With just its aura, many cultivators before the city gates who had barely recovered spat blood, their faces pale and hearts trembling. Damn it. Are they bullying Qing State for having no one? Is this a declaration of war on Qing State? Why hasn't the Great Qin dynasty appeared yet? The Qing State cultivators before the gates, forced to spit blood by the overwhelming aura of the Gu clan elder, roared inwardly in fury. These state forces had never regarded Qing State cultivators with any respect. In the Southern Wasteland domain, Qing State ranked among the weaker states in both strength and territory, with only the Great Qin dynasty as a hegemonic power. Other states had multiple hegemonic forces. For instance, the Gu clan was merely one of the dominant powers in Feng State. Beneath the ancient city, nearly all were forces from within Qing State, while those from other states arrived in warships. A state spanned hundreds of thousands of li, and even a nascent soul cultivator would find it difficult to cross one quickly due to immense spiritual energy consumption. Only a flying warship could traverse such distances in a short time, unless one was a void core cultivator capable of tearing through the void to traverse space. Feeling this powerful aura, the several Great Qin imperial guards before the gates turned pale with rage. How dare you! Insolence! An imperial guard commander stepped forward, unleashing the full force of his Dao Palace Ninth Heaven cultivation without reservation. His golden battle armor radiated golden light as he roared fearlessly. Even in the face of a nascent soul, this commander showed no fear. To strike at the Great Qin capital was to slap the dynasty's face. This is my Great Qin capital, and you dare to attack. The commander glared angrily at the Gu clan elder. Many from the arriving state forces sneered in response. Your Great Qin dynasty treats us with such disrespect. If we don't teach you a lesson, you might think yourselves truly invincible. What a nerve. Did anyone invite them? These state forces were truly shameless. It seemed many of the state forces present had some kind of deal with the Tianwu dynasty, for as soon as the Tianwu faction made their move, the others all turned hostile toward Great Qin. It appears the Great Qin dynasty is truly out of capable people. An ant at the Dao Palace realm dares to speak to me like this. The Gu clan elder's face darkened at the commander's words, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. You seek death. The elder raised his hand and struck a palm toward the commander, which instantly transformed into a massive handprint, descending with terrifying force. Boom. Roar. The commander, seeing the descending palm, erupted with all his energy and let out a mighty roar, trying to block the devastating strike. But a nascent soul's attack was far beyond his ability to withstand, even at Dao Palace Ninth Heaven. Bang, bang, bang. Boom. The commander's battle armor shattered under the force, and the palm slammed him directly into the city wall. He spat blood, his aura fading on the verge of death. Ah, you old fiend. Do you think Great Chen has no one? The other guards, seeing their commander battered and near death, roared in fury, their eyes blazing with rage. Rumble. 9 Great Chen Imperial Guards, all at Dao Palace Fifth Heaven, charged fearlessly at the elder, unleashing their full auras. The crowd gasped in shock, astonished that the Great Chen dynasty was so powerful as to station 10 Dao Palace cultivators as gate guards. The Dao Palace realm. Each one could rule a third-rate faction, yet the Great Chen dynasty had so many. However, even 10 more could not stop a single nascent soul cultivator. All below the nascent soul were, but ants in numbers alone could not bridge that gap. And no matter how many ants, they are still ants. The Gu clan elder sneered coldly at the 9, then uttered a single word: perish. Boom. The single word, uttered like the majestic might of heaven, swept toward the 9 approaching figures with terrifying force. Sensing this irresistible and formidable aura, the 9 Chen Imperial Guards instantly changed countenance, their hearts trembling, as if facing a deity utterly unable to resist this dreadful presence. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. With a thunderous roar, bursts of blood mist exploded in the air, and the 9 Dao Palace Realm Chen Imperial Guards were annihilated by the old man's single word. Hiss. All beneath the nascent soul are but ants. The ancients did not deceive us cultivators. Those were 9 venerable Dao Palace Realm experts, yet they were slain with a single word. Before the city gate, the people of Qingzhou were all shocked by the old man of the Gu clan's strength, and even more terrified that he dared to kill members of the Great Chen dynasty. Even the forces from other states that had joined in the confrontation were baffled by the Gu clan elder's actions. What was happening? They had only intended to suppress the Great Chen dynasty's momentum, but he had killed 9 Dao Palace realm experts and crippled another. They had no desire to start a war with the Great Chen dynasty now. Although both were hegemon-level powers of their respective states, Qingzhou only had the Great Chen dynasty as its sole overlord. However, the hegemon-level powers in their own states were not limited to just one. If war broke out, the other overlord forces in their state would not remain idle, and they would inevitably be caught in a pincer attack. Originally, the Tianwu dynasty had taken the lead, and they had merely followed suit to intimidate. They never expected the old man from the Gu clan of Fengzhou to actually kill anyone, and right at their doorstep. Wasn't this courting death? This was Qingzhou, not their home base. Realizing this, the nascent soul experts from the other states' forces changed color, their eyes filled with dread. If the Great Chen dynasty truly wanted war, they would now be nothing but cannon fodder, especially since they were in Qingzhou. Even the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty's face turned pale. He too had not anticipated that the old man from the Gu clan of Fengzhou would actually dare to kill the Great Chen dynasty's men. It's over. It's over. War is coming. I want to go home. Ew, I don't want the divine artifact anymore. The crowd instantly reacted, their faces turning ashen with shock. The old man of the Gu clan had killed members of the Great Chen dynasty, 9 Dao Palace realm experts. Wasn't this forcing the Great Chen dynasty into war? At this moment, Lu Chun was equally bewildered. What the hell? What was happening? Had a fight already broken out? What about the promised auction? If a fight broke out later, should he lend a hand? After all, that old bastard was far too arrogant. This made Lu Chun want Wang Ming to step in and crush him directly. Buzz. Just then, everyone suddenly sensed waves of powerful auras emanating from the ancient city. Each of these auras was at the Dao Palace realm, and the crowd before the city gate was greatly alarmed. Even the old man of the Gu clan changed expression dramatically, feeling an aura that made his heart tremble. The nascent soul experts from the other states also sensed this terrifying presence, and they too were deeply shocked. Immediately after, figures radiating powerful auras strode out from the ancient city. Humph! The Gu clan of Fengzhou, how audacious! Suddenly, a man clad in golden battle armor appeared in the void. Unlike the previous guard commander, a gleaming flood dragon was engraved on his armor. Hiss! That's the Grand Commander of the Chen Imperial Guard, Zhang Han. Someone recognized the armored man. It was indeed Zhang Han, the Grand Commander of the Chen Imperial Guard. Boom! His aura burst forth, instantly warping and collapsing the void, causing the sky above the ancient city to tremble. Then, raising his hand and pressing down, a golden palm print appeared in the air, carrying a terrifying momentum as it descended upon the Gu clan's war vessel. Nascent Soul Ninth Heaven. On the war vessel, the Gu clan members were pinned down by this dreadful aura, unable to move, their eyes filled with terror. Feeling this overwhelming might, the old man of the Gu clan was instantly seized by fear. Gone was his previous arrogance. Now he was utterly terrified. He was merely at the nascent soul 7th heaven, and before a nascent soul 9th heaven, he was nothing but an ant. Oh, save me. Under the formidable pressure of the nascent soul 9th heaven, the nascent soul experts from the various state forces could barely stand, let alone offer assistance. Boom. Bang bang bang. With a thunderous crash, the old man of the Gu clan and the Gu clan's war vessel exploded into nothingness, not even a trace remaining. The great Qin dynasty is not to be insulted. If any of you dare to provoke our great Qin dynasty again, even if you are a hegemon of a state, our great Qin will annihilate you. Zhang Han looked coldly at the representatives of the various forces. The great Qin dynasty had never feared the hegemon-level powers of any state. The Gu clan member he had just eliminated, though also a hegemon-level power of a state, was still far inferior to the great Qin dynasty. Heh. No, Commander Zhang misunderstands. It was Gu Qian who suddenly went mad and attacked. We were at a loss too. Right? Yes. We came to attend the auction, of course we wouldn't provoke the great Qin dynasty. Yes, that's right. Seeing Lu Gu speak up, the others quickly chimed in, distancing themselves from the Gu clan. They had no choice but to bow their heads. After all, they were on someone else's turf. Moreover, among these forces, the strongest nascent soul expert attending the auction was Yang Shan of the Tianwu dynasty, who was only at the nascent soul 8th heaven. Of course, except for the Jun clan of Huangzhou. However, the Jun clan would not involve themselves in these petty disputes. Perhaps in their eyes, these forces were merely engaging in trivial squabbles. So be it. Zhang Han well understood the calculations of these factions. Yet the great Qin dynasty, with its 10th ascendier lineage, possessed depths of heritage even he as commander of the Imperial Guard could scarcely fathom. Still, he knew the great Qin dynasty was incomparable to a third-tier hegemonic power like the Gu family. The auction will commence tomorrow. You may all enter the city. The lodgings for each faction have already been arranged within. Zhang Han spoke slowly, then turned and departed without another word. Phew, nearly scared the life out of me. I thought war had broken out. Indeed. Yet every member of the Gu family perished in Qingzhou. They will not let this rest easily. Haha. The great Qin dynasty is no ordinary realm. The Gu family lacks the strength even to declare war upon it. Haha. Upon hearing these words, Yutsong of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion chuckled softly, then uttered a cryptic phrase that left the crowd utterly bewildered. Our patriarch has declared the golden age has dawned, and our pavilion's destined opportunity lies within Qingzhou. Within the ancient city. Master, that 90-year pavilion ahead is our great Zhou dynasty's designated residence, Luo Wushuang said, gesturing toward the distance. Lu Chen followed his gaze and beheld a magnificent, opulent 9-story pavilion, then nodded faintly, inwardly marveling. Indeed, in this world, as on Blue Star, reputation is currency. Whether among mortals or cultivators, power commands respect. From Luo Wushuang, Lu Chen also learned that only sects led by nascent soul cultivators were granted such exclusive pavilions. Wandering cultivators, by contrast, had to purchase lodging within the city using spirit stones. As the group entered the pavilion, Lin Yun once again gaped about like a provincial novice, prompting Lu Chen to grimace deeply. Lin Yun then persistently pleaded to be allowed outside to explore. With no other recourse, Lu Chen permitted him to venture forth, accompanied by Ling Xue, though he harbored deep misgivings about Lin Yun's unreliability. Go on then, Lu Chen waved dismissively. Hear that, senior sister? Let's go at once. Lin Yun casually took Ling Xue's delicate hand in his own. Senior brother. Ling Xue's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze, whispering bashfully. Lu Chen watched them, and his expression darkened instantly. Inside, he exclaimed in silent awe, remarkable. How swiftly he moves. It was not that Lu Chen harbored feelings for Ling Xue, but rather that Lin Yun, whose cultivation progress had long lagged, displayed startling aptitude in matters of the heart. Yet this was hardly Lin Yun's fault. His battle saint physique had only just awakened and required time to mature. In the days to follow, his breakthroughs would accelerate beyond belief, shattering realms one after another, as if guided by divine favor. That, however, belonged to the future. Wang Xian, you are to shadow them covertly. Yes, master. Wang Xian vanished from sight in an instant. Let us also stroll through this ancient capital of the Great Qin. Within the Great Qin Imperial Palace, a resplendent hall shimmered with quiet grandeur. There sat a figure of celestial grace. A woman clad in flowing white immortal robes, her eyes gently closed, radiating 7-colored divine light. To behold her was to witness a celestial maiden dancing amidst the clouds. She was Princess Qin Ruoxian of the Great Qin dynasty, and secretly the divine empress of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom from the upper realm. Before her rebirth, her cultivation had brushed the threshold of immortality. Only one final step remained between her and the Tao of immortals, the ultimate aspiration of countless cultivators. Had she not been betrayed while exploring an immortal's hidden realm, awakening by ill fate the corpse of an immortal, and perished beneath its withered hand, her primordial soul escaping barely intact to reincarnate into this royal body, then the divine empress of Yaoqi would have ceased to exist. The world would have known her no more. Qin Ruoxian slowly opened her eyes, light blazing like twin constellations within their depths. Yu Lei, if I ever return to the upper realm, the Wuji ancient kingdom shall pay dearly for what you have done. Progress remains too slow. The laws of this lower realm remain incomplete, and the spiritual energy of the Southern Wastelands is grievously thin. Perhaps journeying to the Central Heaven territory would prove wiser. Qin Ruoxian murmured softly to herself. Indeed, the Central Territory was famed as the most spiritually abundant region of the Xianwu continent. Yet soon the Southern Wastelands' qi would surge far beyond even that abundance. Knock knock. Your Highness His Majesty summons you to the Hall of Nurtured Heart. Outside the chamber, a palace guard of nascent soul rank stood respectfully bowed. Within the Hall of Nurtured Heart, Qin Zhan's imposing countenance hardened as he listened to Zhang Han's report, his fury erupting so fiercely that even Zhang Han, a ninth heaven nascent soul cultivator, paled and trembled inwardly at the terrifying aura leaking unbidden from the sovereign. A mere third-tier hegemonic power dares slay my subjects. It courts death. Were it not an opportune to wage war now, I would erase the Gu family entirely. A sharp intake of breath. Truly, the great Qin dynasty's might ran far deeper than appearances suggested. To its sovereign, even a hegemonic power was but a trifling force. After all, any hegemonic power commanded at least one void-ascended cultivator. Your Majesty, the feathered Ascension dynasty has been annihilated. At these words, Zhang Han added hastily. Qin Zhan's expression did not flicker. Not a trace of emotion crossed his face, as though the fall of an entire dynasty were no more significant than the crushing of an ant beneath his heel. Which faction struck the blow? He asked, voice calm and indifferent. As the undisputed hegemon of Qingzhou, the great Qin dynasty demanded annual tributes of cultivation resources from every major and minor sect within its domain. Should any external power seek to eradicate a Qingzhou sect, the great Qin would intervene. Of course, should a rival power surpass the great Qin itself, the dynasty would never risk provoking such a titan over a minor sect. This was the unyielding law of survival across the Xianwu continent. Even the great Xia dynasty, home to a void-ascended elder, dared not challenge the great Qin's authority. It was the great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Han replied hesitantly. Oh, the great Zhou dynasty. Do we know who delivered the strike? A glint of frost flashed across Qin Zhan's eyes. He knew both dynasties intimately. Unless the great Zhou had received clandestine victory, would have been impossible. Within Qingzhou, only the great Qin and the great Xia dynasties could rival the feathered Ascension dynasty. He suspected external powers had extended their influence into Qingzhou. Within the feathered Ascension royal city, I sensed the lingering aura of the assailant, overwhelmingly potent. Recalling that presence, Zhang Han's face paled, his heart freezing with dread. Once the auction concludes, investigate thoroughly. But if the perpetrator hails from another territory, do not act yet. Now, unless further matters require attention, withdraw. Qin Zhan commanded with sovereign gravity. Yes. As Zhang Han exited the Hall of Nurtured Heart, Qin Ruoxian entered gracefully. Father, she said, voice soft and serene. Hearing his daughter address him thus, Qin Zhan sighed inwardly, but he had long grown accustomed to it. How could he scold a daughter of such peerless talent? Within the great Qin dynasty, only the ancestral patriarch, and now his own daughter, dared speak to him so freely. Were he ever to learn she was truly the divine empress of the immortal realms, he would surely perish from shock. Ruoxian, the auction begins tomorrow. I know you prize solitude, but even the Jun family of the Wasteland territory has arrived. I ask you on my behalf to attend. Qin Zhan regarded his daughter, her expression as cool and distant as winter frost, and spoke gently. The Jun family ranked among the absolute apex of hegemonic powers across the 100 territories of the Southern Wastelands. The Jun family of the Wasteland territory was a force before which even the great Qin dynasty must bow. Without such stature, even the Tianwu dynasty, ostensibly equal in strength, would not command such deference from its sovereign. Qin Ruoxian, of course, knew the Jun family well, and fully grasped her father's intent. For now, the great Qin dynasty lacked the strength to disregard such a supreme hegemon. Her current cultivation remained insufficient, and as the princess of great Qin, duty outweighed preference. Though reluctant, she had no choice. Moreover, having been reborn into this body, she bore a debt of gratitude to her predecessor's legacy. Very well. If nothing else, I shall take my leave. These words instantly silenced Qin Zhan mid-thought, leaving him speechless. Sigh. Were others to witness this scene, jaws would surely drop to the floor. The sovereign of a hegemonic power reduced to timidity before his own daughter. How pitiful. The next day, within a grand and imposing pavilion in the ancient city of Daqin, the Huanggu Chamber of Commerce had already crafted various elegant chambers facilitating the bidding of various factions. The Huanggu Chamber of Commerce was the largest on the Xianwu continent. Although its branch in the Daqin dynasty was merely a subsidiary, even the hegemonic powers of an entire prefecture dared not show it the slightest disrespect. As various factions filed in, many independent cultivators also arrived. Yet in the presence of these mighty forces, their meager assets were utterly insignificant. Have you heard? Almost all the hegemonic powers of the 100 prefectures in the Southern Wasteland have come to this auction except for a few. What? This is terrifying. What exactly is the Huanggu Chamber of Commerce auctioning this time to attract even the hegemonic powers of the Southern Wasteland's 100 prefectures? Some independent cultivators excitedly buzzed with speculation about the auction's items. What were they so thrilled about? Even a mere spectator felt a surge of excitement. Though they were independent cultivators, the Huanggu Chamber of Commerce did not turn them away, for the guild valued profit and reputation above all. Inside a private chamber, Chen and his companions had already entered. Seeing the multitude of forces present, Luo Wushuang, standing behind him, felt a secret relief in his heart. With Chen around, his worries had diminished considerably. If a 9th-grade spirit herb appeared in the auction, he would definitely bid for it. Even if the bidder was a major power, he would stand his ground. Of course, whether Great Zhou possessed enough spirit stones was another matter entirely. Lord Luo, what currency is used for bidding? Chen suddenly asked, though they were here to stir up some trouble. Just to watch the fun. If some extremely rare spirit herbs or sacred herbs appeared, he wouldn't mind acquiring a few to nourish himself. Spirit herbs were classified from 1 to 9 grades, with supreme grade herbs being exceptionally rare. Sacred herbs above them were nearly impossible to find in the world, and as for the emperor grade herbs beyond that, even an emperor would covet them. Legend spoke of an immortal herb capable of extending an emperor's lifespan, driving even an emperor to madness. Alas, but you couldn't obtain it. You had no spirit stones, how could you bid? A man with a system would never covet such things. After all, any item from the system shop, if brought out, would drive the old immortals of the Xianwu continent, and even the emperors of the upper realms, to madness. Take the little umbrella, for instance. He could give it to Lin Yun and Ling Xue. After all, they were his only 2 disciples, shouldn't he shower them with all his love? After all, that lad Lin Yun was always up to. They needed to feel the sect master's love. Behind him, Luo Wushuang was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly came to his senses. Could it be that during the mythical era, they didn't use spirit stones for cultivation? In Luo Wushuang's heart, he had already identified the Kunlun sect as a legacy from the mythical era of 1,000,000 years ago. Lin Yun and Ling Xue, however, didn't overthink it, assuming Chen was just asking casually. In their minds, the Kunlun sect was merely a reclusive power. They never considered it a sect passed down from that era. Could it be divine source? Hiss. At that thought, Luo Wushuang couldn't help but gasp. Divine source. How rare it was. Even sacred lands dared not use it for cultivation. Luo Wushuang was truly bold in his assumptions. Even during the mythical era, sacred lands, imperial clans, and dynastic powers possessed very little divine source. Divine source held a special power capable of sealing away ancient immortals at the end of their lifespans. Even now, some sacred lands might have such ancient sealed within divine source. Spirit stones had always been the cultivation resource for cultivators on the Xianwu continent. It was no wonder Luo Wushuang thought this way. After all, the Great Zhou dynasty had only been passed down for less than 10,000 years and lacked deep heritage. Otherwise, they wouldn't hesitate even to bid on a single 9th-grade spirit herb. Luo Wushuang took a deep breath, calming the shock in his heart. Sect master, the auction uses spirit stones as the bidding currency, Luo Wushuang replied respectfully. Oh, spirit stones. Chen nodded as if something had occurred to him. Then besides spirit stones, can other items be used for bidding? Chen asked again. This trip was meant to spread the Kunlun sect's fame. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity? Now that almost all the hegemonic powers of the Southern Wasteland's 100 prefectures had gathered, showcasing the Kunlun sect's formidable strength at this auction would be an excellent choice. Chen thought to himself. The Kunlun sect's formidable strength. Oh my god, you really dared to think that. Are you trying to court death? If you died, wouldn't the author be eating dirt? Of course, formidable strength wasn't about seeking death, it was about financial power. Though they had no spirit stones, they could turn to the system. System, give me money. Dingo, fuck yourself, the system replied. Damn it, could you tolerate that? Fuck. Cocky. Dog system. Hearing the system's words, Chen cursed under his breath. When Luo Wushuang heard Chen mention using other items, his face lit up with excitement. He thought Chen's other items referred to divine source. using divine source to bid on some trash at an auction. If those ancient immortals knew of Luo Wushuang's thoughts, they would slap him to death with one blow. Sect Master, it is possible, Luo Wushuang replied. Sect Master, you could also entrust items to the Huanggu Chamber of Commerce for auction, though they would take a commission fee. Luo Wushuang added after a moment's thought. Good, I understand. Lu Chen nodded. Just then a voice like a resonant bell imbued with authority rang out. Welcome everyone to the Huanggu Chamber of Commerce. Thank you for traveling thousands of miles to attend this auction. I declare the Qingzhou Huanggu Chamber of Commerce auction officially begins. As the authoritative voice faded, the auction officially commenced. The scattered cultivators present were stirred with excitement, burning with curiosity about what treasures would emerge at this auction to attract powers from every prefecture. Soon after, a woman appeared, her face veiled in purple silk and draped in a flowing purple gown. She swayed her hips as she gracefully ascended the auction stage, eliciting a cacophony of reactions from the crowd below. Bloody hell. Is that? It's Fairy Yin Yin. As the woman in the purple dress emerged, someone in the hall let out a loud cry. This woman was Yin Yin, a young prodigy ranked among the top 100 on the Southern Wasteland prodigy list. A single domain was vast and boundless, encompassing hundreds of prefectures, each with territories of unimaginable expanse. Every young genius who made it onto the Southern Wasteland prodigy list was an outstanding figure among their peers. These prodigies were well known across the Southern Wasteland. The fact that Yun Yin ranked within the top 100 on the prodigy list meant that neither her personal strength nor the power backing her was something even the great Qin dynasty would dare to provoke. In the Southern Wasteland, this woman in purple was also hailed as Fairy Yun Yin. Her influence was immense, yet no one knew why she had suddenly appeared at the Primordial Commerce Association's auction. Nevertheless, it did nothing to dampen the shock of the countless onlookers. A fervent roar erupted from the crowd. Fairy Yun Yin. Lu Chen glanced inadvertently at the crowd's reaction, utterly bewildered. Then his gaze fell upon the woman in the purple dress, his expression shifting slightly as a wave of surprise washed over him. Divine Repository Realm. Observing that this woman was about the same age as Ling Shui, yet possessed cultivation at the Divine Repository Realm. Wasn't this the very definition of a genius? But why had the system not given any notification? Lu Chen thought to himself, hurriedly calling upon the system. How could he let a genius slip through his fingers and fail to join the Kunlun sect? System, is that woman down there a genius? Ding, no, she has not reached the realm of a genius. Her high cultivation is due to consuming pills. Hearing the system's words, Lu Chen understood the reason. So it was just pill popping. No wonder. What a pity achieving a peak in life at such a young age through pills. Lu Chen sighed inwardly, then ceased to pay the woman in purple any further attention. On the auction stage. Everyone, I shall be your host for today's auction. Yun Yin flashed a charming smile at the audience. Then she announced the first item up for bidding. The first item, Spirit Consolidation Pill. The moment Yun Yin uttered its name, someone in the hall immediately shouted. It's a 7th grade spiritual pill. At these words, the first-rate powers were instantly consumed by envy. Pills were classified as spiritual pills, saint pills, and emperor pills with grades from 1 to 9 plus an ultimate grade. As its name suggested, the Spirit Consolidation Pill was a spiritual pill that aided cultivators at the Dao Palace realm to make a perfect breakthrough into the Divine Transformation realm. By opening the Divine Repository, constructing the Dao Palace, and condensing the Divine Soul, one could achieve Divine Transformation. On the immortal Martial Continent, only those who reached the Divine Transformation realm could be considered true powerhouses. All beneath that realm were mere ants. A first-rate power was one with a Divine Transformation realm cultivator to uphold its status. Hegemonic powers were also divided into first, second, third, and top tiers. The Great Qin dynasty belonged to the first-rate hegemonic powers, while the Great Zhou dynasty was among the first-rate powers. One could imagine how obtaining a single Spirit Consolidation Pill would allow a first-rate power to nurture another Divine Transformation realm cultivator. This would elevate them to the pinnacle of first-rate powers. A Divine Transformation cultivator was virtually an ancestor-level existence within such an organization. The appearance of the Spirit Consolidation Pill made these first-rate powers feel as though a Divine Transformation cultivator was within their grasp. I believe I need not elaborate on the uses of the Spirit Consolidation Pill. Yun Yin smiled lightly at the crowd's reaction. Fairy Yun Yin, no need to explain further. We all know the value of the Spirit Consolidation Pill. The first-rate powers, already impatient, shouted in unison. Hearing their clamor, Fairy Yun Yin wasted no more words and directly announced the starting bid. The starting bid for the Spirit Consolidation Pill is 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. As her words fell, many from the various powers couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss! A starting bid of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones was the entire wealth of a third-rate power. It could be said that third-rate powers were merely there to spectate. A starting bid of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones was also a considerable sum for a first-rate power. In a private room, Chen watched with keen interest. Tisk a starting bid of 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones for a single pill. Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Before the auction, Luo Wushuang had explained to him that spirit stones were classified as low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Just then a voice rang out. 500,000 mid-grade spirit stones, the great Xia sovereign stated calmly. The moment he spoke, someone immediately cried out. Hiss! It's the great Xia dynasty. Although the great Xia dynasty was not a hegemonic power, it had a void realm ancestor within its borders, making it the most formidable among the first-rate powers in Qingzhou, second only to the great Qin dynasty. Yet despite having an old void realm ancestor, the dynasty could only rank as a first-rate power in Qingzhou. It could not claim the title of a hegemonic power, for the great Qin dynasty reigned supreme. Thus, as soon as the great Xia sovereign placed a bid, the other first-rate powers in Qingzhou nearly all abandoned the competition, unwilling to cross swords with the great Xia dynasty. However, this did not mean that first-rate powers from other prefectures feared the great Xia dynasty. 1 million mid-grade spirit stones. The sect master of the Divine Sword Gate from Tianzhou cast a glance at Xia Yang before speaking. Hearing this, Xia Yang looked toward the Divine Sword Gate and unhesitatingly raised the bid. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Hiss! The crowd gasped collectively when they heard Xia Yang call out 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. That was 5 million mid-grade spirit stones, not 5 million rocks. Even the sect master of the Divine Sword Gate was taken aback by Xia Yang's offer. 5 million mid-grade spirit stones was the absolute limit for a first-rate power. Therefore, the sect master of the Divine Sword Gate did not continue the bidding and conceded. No one else offered a higher price afterward. In the end, the spirit consolidation pill was secured by the great Xia dynasty for 5 million mid-grade spirit stones. Subsequently, a variety of spiritual artifacts appeared, and the various powers bid with fervent enthusiasm. But strangely, no one had seen the hegemonic powers participate in the bidding throughout the entire process. The auction was drawing to a close. Strange. Why haven't the hegemonic powers bid yet? How could hegemonic powers be interested in these things? If I'm not mistaken, the auction is almost over. We'll soon see the hegemonic powers make their move. Some in the crowd murmured, their faces flushed with excitement. Moments later, the auction truly reached its finale. An elderly man appeared on the stage. Everyone, this auction now has only 2 items left, the old man said with a smile. The moment his words fell, terrifying auras erupted from the private rooms of the hegemonic powers. The heavenly spirit pill. That was the very purpose of their journey. As for the 2 items the old man mentioned, one was certainly the heavenly spirit pill. What was the other? Why had they received no information about it? Could it be that aside from the heavenly spirit pill, there is something even more important in this auction? The representatives of the various powers speculated silently. In the Jun family's private room, a sacred artifact. It's finally going to appear. The Jun family will have it at all costs. A glint of sharp light flashed in an old man's eyes. Soon after, the old man on stage wasted no more words and directly announced the starting bid. The heavenly spirit pill starting bid 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Heavens, it's actually a 9-grade heavenly spirit pill. No wonder the overlord powers of 100 states have all come. Only the ancient commerce guild possesses such strength, daring to auction off a heavenly spirit pill. The crowd was stunned by the appearance of the heavenly spirit pill. A single pill could assist a void core cultivator in breaking through to the heavenly monarch realm with a 60% chance. 60%. In an era without saints entering the heavenly monarch realm meant commanding a domain. Even sacred lands would hesitate to wage war against a heavenly monarch. Though the starting bid was 1 million high-grade spirit stones, the heavenly spirit pill's value far surpassed mere millions. 10 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice emerged from the Tianwu dynasty's private chamber. It was the Tianwu crown prince, a flicker of light in his eyes, as if awaiting something. Look, an overlord power has appeared. Which overlord dares to bid 10 million high-grade spirit stones? It's the Tianwu dynasty. The crowd gasped, turning toward the dynasty's direction. They were shocked that the Tianwu dynasty had directly called out 10 million high-grade spirit stones. 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Another overlord power spoke, the Lu clan of Yunzhou. Before the words faded, yet another overlord power bid. 50 million high-grade spirit stones. A voice from the Han clan of Yuezha's private chamber drew everyone's attention. Hiss! That's the Han clan of Yuezhou. When the Han clan bid 50 million high-grade spirit stones, all the overlord powers involuntarily gasped. Hep! It seems that old man of the Han clan is nearing his end. Why else would they recklessly vie for the heavenly spirit pill? Seeking to birth another. An elder devoid of aura murmured from deep within the guild. The Han clan of Yuezhou was a top-tier power that had once produced a heavenly monarch. Thus, when the Han clan spoke, the other overlord powers fell silent. None wished to offend a power that had nurtured a heavenly monarch. 1,000 years ago, a first-rate overlord power clashed with the Han clan only to be annihilated with overwhelming force. That day, countless powers across the southern wilderness trembled. On the stage, the elders, seeing no further bids, declared the heavenly spirit pill won by the Han clan. After paying the spirit stones, the Han clan hastened back to Yuezhou. Now only the final item remained. The elders suddenly produced a long spear. Humming. Boom. The spear erupted with a terrifying, suffocating aura that swept across the area. The crowd recoiled in fear, feeling as if facing a deity, not a spear. Up. Thighs. What is this? How can it be so terrifying? Weak cultivators coughed blood under the oppressive aura, trembling uncontrollably as they gazed at the spear. Even nascent soul cultivators felt as insignificant as ants beneath its might, terror in their eyes. Thighs. This is a saint weapon. All nascent soul cultivators' pupils constricted in fear. They had no idea a saint weapon would appear at this auction. Fortunately, the spear's terrifying aura vanished swiftly. The crowd exhaled heavily in relief. So terrifying. Though the aura was fearsome, Lu Chen, aided by his system, remained unaffected along with a few in the chamber. Sect Master, that is a saint weapon. Wang Ming behind him narrowed his eyes as the aura faded. At his words, Lin Yun and Ling Shui paled in fright. A saint weapon. No wonder the aura was so dreadful. Thankfully, the Sect Master intervened. Luo Wushuang stood in awe, her expression terrified. Senior, you say that is a saint weapon? Just a damaged saint weapon. Wang Ming said casually, as if it were an ordinary weapon. Hiss. Just a damaged saint weapon. Luo Wushuang's heart raced with excitement. Even a damaged saint weapon would incite countless powers to seize it. Yet Senior dismissed it as worthless. Kunlun's sect was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Luo Wushuang was awestruck. Just then, rumble, a thunderous roar echoed above the great Qin ancient city, startling everyone within. What happened? What's going on? Soon warships appeared above the city, each filled with countless armored soldiers. The city's inhabitants stared at the warships in shock, bewildered. Those are impossible. Those are the Tianwu dynasty's army. Why are they suddenly in Qingzhou? Is war upon us? The Ancient Commerce Guild is still hosting an auction. Aren't they afraid of the guild's retribution? The guild prioritized profit and ignored such conflicts. Yet powers that provoked war during the guild's auctions were usually punished afterward. However, the Tianwu dynasty's boldness hinted at deeper motives. Inside the city, all were stunned by the sudden appearance of the Tianwu army, gazing skyward to understand. The space trembled, and a figure in a golden dragon robe materialized in the void. He was Qin Zhan, the great Qin monarch. Tuoba Yuan, show yourself. Qin Zhan roared into the void. He was shocked that the Tianwu army had appeared unnoticed before his capital. The void quivered and a voice echoed. A figure appeared before Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan, your great Qin dynasty shall fall today. Tuoba Yuan, the Tianwu monarch. At his words, Qin Zhan's expression darkened, sensing several auras matching his cultivation level in the void. Void core. So someone is eager to strike. Tuoba Yuan, does your Tianwu dynasty have the strength to annihilate my great Qin? Boom. Qin Zhan snorted, releasing his void core cultivation. The terrifying pressure made the void tremble, the air buzzing under the strain. The void cave realm. Tuoba Yuan's expression shifted as he felt the overwhelming pressure. He hadn't expected Qin Zhan to break through to the void cave realm as well. Fortunately, he had come fully prepared. With a thunderous roar, an equally formidable aura of the void cave realm erupted from him. He glared coldly at Qin Zhan and said, even if you've broken through to the void cave realm, so what? Today the great Qin shall fall. Solar seal. Suppress. As he spoke, Tuoba Yuan struck without hesitation. His hands moved swiftly, forming seals, and he pressed down into the void. A colossal golden sun materialized above the ancient city of Great Qin, descending with terrifying force. With a deafening crash, everyone within the ancient city below was seized by terror, their very souls trembling. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage could barely withstand the pressure, let alone those beneath that level. The strike of a void cave realm expert was far beyond what a nascent soul cultivator could match. Even the mere aura was insurmountable. Damn it, what does the Tianwu dynasty think it's doing? Have they lost their minds? Don't they know our forces from every province are still in the city? Are they courting deaths? At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators from various provincial forces felt the Tianwu dynasty had gone utterly mad. They dared to launch an assault on the Great Qin dynasty while the auction at the desolate merchant guild was still ongoing and their own people were still within the city. Wait, something was wrong. It was only then that they realized. There were no Tianwu dynasty personnel left in the city. They had long since vanished. Damn it all. Break! Qin Zhan roared, a long spear suddenly appearing in his hand. He unleashed a terrifying strike that tore through the void, hurtling toward the descending golden sun. With a resounding boom, the massive golden sun was shattered by the spear's blow, exploding in midair. In an instant, the clouds in the sky were swept clean. The dreadful shockwave rippled outward, wreaking havoc. Cultivators below the nascent soul stage were sent vomiting blood from the sheer force. Countless faces turned pale with terror as they witnessed the scene. Void Cave realm experts were truly formidable beyond measure. Tuoba Yuan's eyes narrowed in disbelief as he stared at the spear in Qin Zhan's hand. A Heavenly King war weapon. Impossible. Such a weapon could only be forged by a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. He refused to believe the great Qin dynasty possessed a cultivator of that level. After all, that was a being who could oversee an entire domain. Both he and Qin Zhan were at the first level of the Void Cave realm, and he was confident Qin Zhan was no match for him. But now things were different. A Heavenly King war weapon was an artifact refined by a Heavenly King realm expert, each imbued with the power runes left during its forging. Moreover, he could sense that the weapon in Qin Zhan's hand had not yet fully awakened. Humming softly, 4 more Void Cave realm experts emerged from the void, appearing beside Tuoba Yuan. As they sensed the aura emanating from the Heavenly King war weapon in Qin Zhan's grasp, their expressions shifted. A Heavenly King war weapon. The moment these 4 appeared, Qin Zhan's face darkened with a foreboding feeling. He sneered. The 5 great dynasty overlords have joined forces. What has my great Qin done to warrant such attention? Qin Zhan, hand over that item, and we will withdraw our forces. Otherwise, not only will great Qin be annihilated today, but the entire Qin province will face destruction. One of them spoke with a cold smirk, revealing their purpose. Qin Zhan's expression changed. Damn it, how did they know the desolate ancient secret realm token was in his possession? There's no way I'm handing over the token. Even facing the 5 overlord powers, Qin Zhan remained undaunted. If you want war, then war it is. Great Qin, hear my command. Slay all invaders. With a thunderous roar, the ancient city gates swung open, and countless soldiers of the great Qin dynasty surged forth, their killing intent chilling the air. Kill! 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 The Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard Zhang Han roared, spear in hand, charging directly toward the Tianwu dynasty forces. The army followed closely behind, unleashing their formidable auras as they bore down on the enemy. Since you refuse to hand over the token, well, destroy Great Qin and the entire Qin province. Tuoba Yuan sneered. With a tremendous crash, Qin Zhan ceased speaking and directly awakened the Heavenly King war weapon. An icy aura burst forth from the spear. Attack together. Hold nothing back. Tuoba Yuan bellowed. As the 5 Void Cave realm experts clashed, countless warships appeared in the sky above Qin province, encircling the entire region. In an instant, chaos erupted across all the forces in Qin province. The Jiuli dynasty, the Shinfeng dynasty, the Daqian dynasty, the Futu dynasty. The 5 great dynasties have allied. They're going to wipe out Qin province. Damn it, what happened? Why have the 5 dynasties joined forces to attack our Qin province? So what if they allied? Let's fight back. Do they think Qin province is weak? Kill. At that moment, Xia Yang, the ruler of the great Xia kingdom, roared, unleashing his nascent soul stage cultivation as he charged toward the armies of the 5 dynasties. One by one, warships were blasted apart by Xia Yang's fists, exploding in the sky like fireworks. This spectacle ignited the fury of every force in Qin province. For too long, cultivators from Qin had been looked down upon, and now they were being invaded. In that moment, the killing intent of all Qin province cultivators blazed sky-high as they madly attacked the armies of the 5 dynasties. With a series of rumbling explosions, chaos reigned supreme. Deafening blasts echoed across the skies of Qin province. Meanwhile, within the ancient city, Lu Chen was once again utterly bewildered. Not only him, but Luo Wushuang and the others were also at a loss as to what had just happened, plunging the entire Qin province into turmoil. But there was no time to dwell on it now. The Great Zhou dynasty was currently locked in battle with the forces of the 5 dynasties. Luo Wushuang received a transmission from her dynasty and quickly explained the situation to Lu Chen. Since the Great Zhou dynasty was now a vassal of Kunlun, Lu Chen naturally had to act. He said calmly, Wang Lin, Wang Xian, Wang Ming. The 3 of you will accompany Luo Wushuang back to Great Zhou. Yes, Sect Master. Wang Xian appeared before the crowd, and together with Wang Ming, they bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. At the sight of Wang Lin's sudden appearance, Luo Wushuang's eyes brimmed with excitement. Ling Shui and Lin Yun were equally stunned. Another Kunlun sect expert had emerged. At that moment, Lin Yun, seeing Wang Ming and the others leave, asked worriedly, Sect Master, with the 3 seniors gone, what if danger arises? Are you kidding me? Are you underestimating me? Just then, a young girl appeared in the distance. She was clad in a white dress, her features exquisitely beautiful, with a frosty elegance in her brows, as if she were made of snow and ice. Her skin was like jade, and her long black hair cascaded to her waist, making her seem like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal world. She was none other than the great Chen princess Chen Ruoxian. Ding! System detected that the woman before the host is a peerless genius. Please recruit her into the sect to complete the system task. Reward: 1 lucky draw, 1 cultivation card, 1 intermediate summon card. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, a clear, cold voice echoed in his mind, jolting him. A peerless genius. Lu Chen gazed at Chen Ruoxian not far away and was momentarily stunned. She was undoubtedly the most beautiful woman he had seen since arriving in this world. But he quickly snapped out of it. He was destined to become the strongest man across all heavens and realms. Beauty or not, it was irrelevant to him. As the saying goes, a heart free of love makes the blade swift as a god. Chapter 1 of the Sword Manual: Sever the beloved with the blade. The final chapter of the Sword Manual: Without love one becomes divine. Lu Chen was overjoyed. Truly this journey had not been in vain. And now a genius had delivered himself right to his doorstep. No, a peerless genius. He recalled that even Lin Yun and Ling Shui had only been deemed geniuses by the system. One could only imagine the extraordinary qualities this peerless genius must possess. At that moment, Chen Ruoxian also noticed Lu Chen approaching her. Sensing no fluctuation of spiritual energy from him, she averted her gaze, dismissing him as an ordinary mortal. Young lady, I perceive a karmic bond between you and my Kunlun sect. Might I ask if you belong to any sect? Lu Chen went straight to the point as he reached her. His inquiry about her affiliation was merely a test. Whether she had a sect or not mattered little. Today he was determined to recruit this woman. Hearing his words, Chen Ruoxian cast a frosty glance at him and spoke indifferently. Kunlun sect? What obscure unorthodox sect is that? Damn, this woman was fierce. She must be recruited. For the first time, Lu Chen felt such disdain and irritation churned within him. He silently commanded, System, is there a way to view her information? Ding. Yes, I can. Retrieving information for the host now. Instantly, Chen Ruoxian's details appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Race human. Name Chen Ruoxian. Age 18. Identity: eldest princess of the great Chen dynasty. Cultivation: 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Before rebirth, great emperor level cultivation. Ascended to the mandate of heaven in less than a millennium of cultivation, only a single step away from treading the path of immortality. Life experience: formerly the female emperor of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm. While exploring a secret realm containing an immortal's burial, she was ambushed by Yuzonglei of the Wuji ancient kingdom, which awakened an immortal corpse. She perished within the secret realm, but managed to escape with a wisp of her primordial soul, descending to the lower realm and being reborn as the princess of Great Chen. After reading the information, Lu Chen understood. No wonder she exuded such an aloof and domineering aura. She was a reborn female emperor from the upper realm. A sharp intake of breath. Truly worthy of a reborn female emperor. At only 18, she had already reached the 9th level of the Dao Palace realm. Yet upon reflection, since she was a reborn female emperor, her cultivation likely faced no bottlenecks. But did immortals truly exist? System, what is the upper realm? Ding. Host, you are still a weakling. The upper realm is beyond your reach for now. Please hasten to recruit more disciples to strengthen the sect. Also a hint for the host: the Wuji ancient kingdom is a top-tier force in the upper realm, with an immortal within its ancient kingdom. As for the Yaoqi ancient kingdom, Chen Ruoxian was its sole great emperor. Even if Chen Ruoxian returns to the upper realm, she cannot oppose the Wuji ancient kingdom alone. So host, do you understand? Those in the know. The system thought, I truly exhaust myself for this. Damn it, who are you calling a weakling? But immortals do exist. He would have to accelerate the pace of recruiting disciples. Meanwhile, Chen Ruoxian was preparing to leave for the ancestral land. Before Qin Zhan went to war with the rulers of the 5 great dynasties, he had instructed her to go awaken the dynasty's ancestor. Just as she was about to depart, Lu Chen uttered a sentence that sent chills down her spine. Chen Ruoxian, join my Kunlun sect. In the future, our Kunlun will annihilate the Wuji ancient kingdom for you. Lu Chen spoke with his hands behind his back, his tone calm. Boom! This seemingly placid remark struck Chen Ruoxian like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Boom! A terrifying, soul-shaking aura, regal and lofty as a great emperor's, erupted from within her and surged toward Lu Chen. Her icy eyes locked onto him as she demanded, Who are you? How do you know about the Wuji ancient kingdom? Her gaze was fixed on the young man who exuded no aura at all. In her eyes it seemed as if yin and yang reversed, containing endless stars, as though nothing in the world could escape her sight. Impossible. Her body trembled violently. She could not see through this person before her, though her cultivation was only at the Dao Palace realm. One must not forget that in her past life, she was a great emperor who had received the acknowledgement of the mandate of heaven. Even a supreme being of this realm would reveal some secrets to her gaze, yet now she could not fathom this person. At this moment, no matter how terrifying the aura, Lu Chen remained utterly unaffected, as calm as the breeze. He looked at her and said softly, "Qin Ruoxian, the female emperor of the Yaoqi ancient kingdom in the upper realm, only a step away from the immortal path. What a pity you fell to an immortal corpse." If his earlier words had only aroused her suspicion, now she was certain that Lu Chen also hailed from the upper realm. Yet she could not fathom how he knew her information so precisely. "Who exactly are you? If you do not reveal your identity, I will kill you, whoever you are." Qin Ruoxian's peerless face was as cold as frost, and her aura grew increasingly terrifying, pressing down on Lu Chen with ferocity. "Damn, this little wench's aura is truly terrifying. I am Lu Chen, the 13520 generation sect master of the Kunlun sect." Lu Chen began his persuasion tactic again. After all, the more generations a sect claimed, the more ancient and established it seemed. Kunlun sect. Having been a great emperor, Qin Ruoxian was well versed in the major sects and teachings of the upper realm. But she had never heard of such a sect in the upper realm. Could it be an ancient primordial sect? "How do you know my identity? And are you from the upper realm?" Qin Ruoxian asked coldly. "Hey, you need not know that. I have no interest in your past or present identity. You just need to know that I mean you no harm." Lu Chen looked at her earnestly. "Even if you return to the upper realm for revenge, the foundation of the Wuji ancient kingdom is beyond your power to shake. Am I wrong? Now my Kunlun sect has emerged into the world to recruit disciples broadly. You achieved the mandate of heaven in only 1,000 years before your rebirth, proving your extraordinary talent. My Kunlun sect highly values such geniuses." Lu Chen's words struck true. A glint of murderous intent appeared in Qin Ruoxian's eyes. How could she not know this? The Wuji ancient kingdom possessed an immortal. Even if she stepped onto the immortal path, she could never destroy a kingdom that harbored an immortal. But she was fearless. So what if they had an immortal? She would still make the Wuji ancient kingdom pay a heavy price. But if the Kunlun sect is not a major sect of the upper realm, how can it know so much about it? For now, Qin Ruoxian dared not act rashly against Lu Chen. She simply could not see through the man before her. Moreover, she could sense an extremely terrifying aura hidden in the void. This aura was even more fearsome than that of the great Qin dynasty's ancestor. This was why she had not struck first when Lu Chen mentioned the Wuji ancient kingdom. Had it been anyone else, even a Dongshu realm cultivator, she would have dared to kill them. Though her cultivation was now only at the Dao Palace realm, one must never underestimate the means of a great emperor. "Fine, I will join the Kunlun sect. But I have one condition. You must not interfere with my actions, and I need no guidance in my cultivation." She wanted to see what kind of sect the Kunlun sect was. She also sensed that Lu Chen bore her no ill will. She could be certain that Lu Chen was not from the Wuji ancient kingdom. Furthermore, descending from the upper realm was no easy feat. Even a great emperor faced numerous restrictions. "Ha! Excellent. In time you will witness the might of my Kunlun sect. Even immortals can be annihilated with a flick of a finger." Lu Chen was overjoyed inside. Finally, he had won over this little wench. Lu Chen did not mind these conditions. After all, she was a reborn great emperor. What mattered was that she was now a disciple of the Kunlun sect. The Kunlun sect currently lacked formidable powerhouses, so it was natural that she could not readily accept it. In the eyes of others, it was merely shrouded in mystery. Moreover, once he summoned more powerful beings, he doubted Qin Ruoxian could remain so composed. Lu Chen was patient, believing that soon enough Qin Ruoxian would fully integrate. As for Lu Chen's words, Qin Ruoxian chuckled inwardly and paid them no heed. Undeniably, Lu Chen struck her as profoundly mysterious. Even when she had just employed the imperial will within her divine soul, she could not see through Lu Chen. It was as if he were veiled by a chaotic mist, leaving no trace to follow. But what is an immortal? Those who follow the immortal path claim to be undying and indestructible. Who in this world dares to boast of extinguishing an immortal with a flick of a finger? "Haha, Linyun Lingxue, come here quickly. I have found a junior sister for you." Lu Chen was overjoyed at having recruited a reborn great emperor. This trip had already exceeded his expectations. He called out to the two figures in the distance who were lost in their own world. The two in the distance seemed not to hear the handsome youth calling them, much like readers engrossed in a tale. Holding Lingxu's delicate hand, Lin Yun declared with utmost seriousness, "Junior sister, look at the fireworks in the sky. They are like my heart, always blazing with the most fervent love for you." Lingxue, unaccustomed to such cloying sweet talk, blushed deeply, her beautiful face flushing with adorable shyness. She murmured, "Senior brother. You are so annoying." Hearing their exchange, Lu Chen's face darkened. "What the hell? Do your fireworks bleed? People are fighting in the sky. And here you are flaunting your love. How shameless." Lingxue snapped out of Lin Yun's cheesy lines, sensing someone calling them. Senior brother, did you hear the sect master calling us? Lin Yun remained unmoved, even pulling Ling Xue closer as if no one else was around. Junior sister, the sect master is busy flirting. Ignore him. Let's continue. Ling Xue trembled at his gesture, her pretty face instantly flushing with shyness. Lu Chen's face turned ashen with anger. He caught Qin Ruoxian's gaze, which seemed to say, "Is this the Kunlun sect that can extinguish immortals with a flick of a finger?" She was beginning to regret her decision. Just then, Lin Yun felt a sudden chill down his spine, sensing a murderous intent. Turning around, he saw Lu Chen glaring at him. Terrified, he grabbed Ling Xue and rushed over, grinning nervously. "Sect master, you called us." Seeing Lu Chen's silent, piercing stare, Lin Yun quickly composed himself. "Sect master, my junior sister and I were just discussing cultivation matters. We didn't hear you. Please don't be angry." Discussing cultivation. What kind of cultivation requires embracing? And right in front of others? Both I and our handsome readers are dying to know. Senior brother, say no more. Ling Xue, noticing Lu Chen's dark expression, nudged Lin Yun. "Sect master, please don't be upset. My senior brother and I were indeed discussing cultivation." Ling Xue's words only made Lu Chen glare harder at Lin Yun, wishing he could strike down this lecher. Lin Yun, chilled by Lu Chen's gaze, broke into a cold sweat. He thought, "Oh no, I'm going to be hung up and beaten when we get back." Ling Xue, once such a sweet and sensible girl, had been led astray by him. "I'll deal with you later." Unable to bear further embarrassment, Lu Chen introduced Qin Ruoxian to the two. "This is your junior sister Qin Ruoxian, princess of the great Qin dynasty." The two turned to look at Qin Ruoxian. Her ethereal, immortal-like aura made Lin Yun forget his earlier words to Ling Xue. Grinning, he stepped forward to assert his authority as the senior disciple. But Ling Xue grabbed him. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" She warned, her brow furrowed, her eyes promising dire consequences if he dared. Startled, Lin Yun felt all interest drain away. He shrugged and withdrew his hand with a sheepish grin. Both women possessed stunning beauty. Ling Xue was the girl-next-door type, while Qin Ruoxian exuded a cool, untouchable elegance that commanded reverence. "Junior sister, I am your second senior sister, Luo Ling Xue." Ling Xue said, joyfully thrilled that the Kunlun sect finally had another female disciple. Yet inwardly she was awestruck. She hadn't expected the junior sister the sect master spoke of to be the #1 young talent of Qingzhou, its foremost beauty, rumored to have already broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Rumors held that she would become the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the Southern Wasteland domain. Though Qin Ruoxian rarely appeared in Qingzhou, her fame was immense. Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly. After all, she had joined the Kunlun sect and was no longer the empress who ruled an ancient kingdom. Everything had to start anew. "Junior sister, I am your senior brother Lin Yun," he said with a lecherous grin. Qin Ruoxian remained silent, merely glancing at him. Lin Yun. Feel free to discuss any cultivation matters with me. If you have questions, come to me." Lu Chen emphasized the word cultivation as he looked at Lin Yun. Ling Xue and Lin Yun replied respectfully, "Yes, sect master." As for Qin Ruoxian being a reborn great emperor, Lu Chen had no concerns. Just then a furious roar like a bell echoed across the great Qin dynasty. "Ah, damn it, Qin Zhan, I will kill you." Countless people in the ancient city looked to the sky. The war vessels of the 5 dynasties had been destroyed by the great Qin dynasty. Their armies were now locked in fierce battle. Lu Chen and his group arrived above the ancient city, watching the great Qin forces clash with the 5 dynasties. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian had gone to awaken the dynasty's ancestor. Lu Chen surveyed the great Qin army and thought, no wonder the great Qin dynasty dominates an entire province. They have so many nascent soul cultivators. Indeed, they were formidable. The combined forces of the 5 dynasties had failed to breach Great Qin. In the distance, countless figures sped toward the ancient city, leaving streaks of light like rainbows. "Look, what are those in the distance?" Someone on the city wall recognized the approaching figures and gasped in shock. "Those are the major powers of Qingzhou. Why are they all heading to the great Qin dynasty? It's over, it's over. They are fleeing for their lives. Qingzhou is finished. They want to annihilate everyone." The young cultivator who had mentioned the divine artifact at the auction earlier cried out in despair. Just then a nearby cultivator paled, as if seeing something terrifying. "Look, what are those behind them?" "Hiss, those are the armies of the 5 dynasties. They are hunting down the major powers of Qingzhou. How many troops did they mobilize? This must be tens of millions." Indeed, behind the fleeing Qingzhou forces, countless troops surged forward, encircling them with overwhelming momentum. The 5 dynasties had deployed 10 million soldiers, including hundreds of Dao Palace and nascent soul cultivators, along with countless troops below those realms. Now, aside from the Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties, Qingzhou had fallen to the 5 dynasties. The Great Zhou dynasty, protected by Wang Ming and his 2 companions sent by Lu Chen, remained unbreached. They were invincible in their realm. Together the three of them could even challenge a Void Realm cultivator. Otherwise, the great Zhou dynasty would have fallen long ago. Meanwhile, the Void Realm sovereigns of the 5 dynasties were locked in battle with Qin Zhan. Sect Master, my father, mother, and ancestor are still in Great Zhou. I worry. Rest assured, with Wang Ming there, they will be safe. Lu Chen interrupted her, speaking calmly. Junior sister, don't worry. With the 3 seniors, the great Zhou dynasty will be fine. Lin Yun also offered comfort. Yes, Ling Xue trusts in the strength of senior Wang Ming. Ling Xue said firmly, for her ancestor had told her that Wang Ming was no ordinary nascent soul cultivator. Boom. In the void, Qin Zhan wielded the Celestial King's war armament, his body stained with blood. The spear in his hand erupted with a fierce and savage aura as the surrounding spiritual energy frantically converged upon it. No good. Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign dodge. Tianwu Kingdom's sovereign roared at the Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign opposite Qin Zhan. Sensing this soul-shaking aura, the Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign's expression drastically changed. He reacted instantly, feeling a chill run through his scalp as a dangerous presence struck his heart. Die! Qin Zhan bellowed. With a single thrust, the spear carried a terrifying momentum, crushing down upon him. The space ahead was instantly pierced through, and the spear's ferocious, dreadful force surged toward him unabated. The Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign roared instantly, erecting a barrier with his spiritual energy. Boom. The spear directly shattered the spiritual barrier, its momentum undiminished, and its violent, overwhelming power struck the Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign. Bang. A thunderous explosion echoed. The Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign was struck by that terrifying spear, plummeting from the void and crashing heavily into the ground, raising countless clouds of dust. A massive crater was gouged into the earth. He struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at his chest. A gaping hole had appeared there, and his aura had decayed to its lowest ebb. Then he collapsed, gasping for his last breath. Divine Wind. Damnation. The other sovereigns witnessing this blazed with murderous intent. Tianwu Kingdom's sovereign glared at Qin Zhan and raged, Qin Zhan, how dare you harm Divine Wind? Utterly shameless. 5 fighting 1, nearly getting killed in return, and still spewing such brazen words. Truly deserving of death. The crowd scorned the shameless Tianwu Kingdom's sovereign inwardly, but no one dared voice it. As for the Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign, their hearts were filled with awe, truly worthy of the cave Void Realm, enduring a strike from the Celestial King's war armament and still not dying. Hiss! At this moment, the space torn apart in the void emitted a sizzling sound. Everyone looked toward the void, their eyes widening, expressions shifting dramatically, their hearts shaken as they beheld the scene before them in disbelief. So this was the cave Void Realm. Watching the spatial rift in the void slowly mend, all were once again astounded. A cave void powerhouse, terrifying as such. In the void at this moment, the other sovereigns, their faces dark, looked at the prostrate, weakened Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign, then turned to the disheveled Qin Zhan and roared, Qin Zhan, I'll say it again, hand over the primordial token and we will leave Qinzhou immediately. As the words fell, suddenly, the several sovereigns seemed to sense something, their faces subtly changing, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Yet no one paid them heed now. Upon hearing the words of the sovereigns, the crowd exclaimed in shock, the primordial token. Could it be that the primordial secret realm is about to emerge? You mean? The primordial secret realm left from the primordial era. Indeed, it has been 100,000 years since its last emergence. According to the cycle of the primordial secret realm emerging every 100,000 years, it seems it will soon manifest. The primordial secret realm is a treasure trove of opportunities and dangers, rumored to contain numerous spiritual herbs, including even sacred and imperial medicines. Beyond that, it holds the legacies of ancient powerhouses from the primordial era. Even ancient emperors are buried within, making it less a secret realm and more a graveyard of the mighty. The speaker was Yu Tsang of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who had not departed but remained within the great Qin ancient city, his expression immensely excited. The forces from other great states had also not left, watching the spectacle from above Qinzhou. Upon hearing primordial token, all their expressions shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed with excitement, it's the token to enter the primordial secret realm. The primordial token has appeared. Quick, notify the clan head Sect Master. The forces from every great state shouted in uproar. They had never expected to encounter the primordial token on this trip to Qinzhou. The primordial token is the key to unlocking the secret realm. When the primordial secret realm emerges, whoever holds the token can enter it first. After the realm appears, it takes a full year before it opens automatically. Thus, possessing the primordial token allows one to enter the realm ahead of time. That was why they were so excited. At this moment, the sovereigns also noticed the movements of the various state forces. Yet they dared not intervene. They lacked the strength to oppose the forces of all the great states. If they tried to stop them, they would face a joint assault from every state. That was a burden they could not bear. Then, they exchanged glances as if they had reached a decision. Even the fallen Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign seemed to grasp their intent, and he propped up his broken body, struggling to his feet on the verge of collapse. This move by the Divine Wind Kingdom's sovereign instantly drew everyone's attention. In such a state, shouldn't he just give up? Just as everyone was perplexed. The sovereigns simultaneously bowed with utmost reverence toward a certain spot in the void, saying, "We implore the Great One to act." Ripples spread across a patch of void space, trembled, and a figure exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura materialized. Shrouded in golden light, his features indiscernible, he took a single step forward in the void. Boom! An overwhelming pressure radiated from him, bearing down upon everyone. Instantly, everyone felt as if 10,000 mountains had crashed onto their shoulders, their bodies groaning under the immense pressure. Those of weaker cultivation, unable to withstand the force, spat blood, their faces turning pale, their auras wilting as they collapsed to the ground, unconscious, or worse. Even nascent soul cultivators were pinned down, unable to move a muscle under that dreadful aura. All trembled in fear, their gazes filled with deep dread as they stared at the golden figure. As for Lu Chen, protected by his system, the pressure had no effect on him. However, Lin Yun and Ling Xue, their cultivations too weak to bear such force, were on the verge of collapsing. A cold snort echoed in their ears, and the terrifying pressure vanished instantly. Both felt an immense relief, then looked at Lu Chen with shock in their eyes. Sect Master. They thought it was Lu Chen who had acted, but the voice that had reached their ears was not his. Just as they were about to ask, Lu Chen cut them off, glaring coldly at the figure in the void. Daring to harm a disciple of my Kunlun sect, you seek death. At that moment, the golden-armored man had no idea that his dramatic entrance had just earned him a spot on Lu Chen's death list. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the two felt a surge of warmth and deep gratitude. They had never expected their usually stern sect master to care so much for his disciples. At that moment, they felt immensely fortunate to be disciples of the Kunlun sect. Sect master, rest assured, I will cultivate diligently, uphold the majesty of Kunlun, and never bring shame to you or the sect, they silently vowed. Then, the golden figure glanced at the sovereigns and let out a cold snort. The several cave void realm sovereigns, including Qin Zhan, were jolted by that snort, blood spurting from their mouths. Those already wounded from the fierce battle now had even more chaotic auras, their faces deathly pale. Gazing at the figure, Qin Zhan's pallid face showed deep wariness, but no trace of fear in his eyes, because he had felt the terrifying aura of the golden figure from his own clan's ancestor. He believed his ancestor had already awakened, which was why he did not fear this apparition. At this moment, the 5 dynasty sovereigns looked at the golden figure in terror. 5 useless fools. The man enveloped in golden light said coldly, unable to subdue even a minor dynasty requiring my personal intervention. What use are you? These indifferent words fell upon the sovereigns' ears like a death knell. Great One, please give us another chance. The 5 sovereigns, their faces twisted in terror, their bodies trembling, stripped of their former dignity, as rulers of a dynasty, frantically explained to the golden-armored man, Great One, this man wields the Celestial King's war armament. We simply cannot kill him so quickly. Yai's Great One, if not for his war armament, we would have already seized the primordial token. The Futu dynasty's sovereign stammered in fear. The sovereigns were acutely aware of the terror that this golden figure represented. If they displeased him, their dynasties would be annihilated in an instant. In the eyes of others, their great dynasties were dominant powers. But they knew that before this figure, their so-called hegemonies amounted to nothing. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. Witnessing this, they were utterly astounded, unable to believe that the rulers of dominant powers could be so abject before this golden figure. Immediately after, the golden figure turned its gaze toward Qin Zhan, whose aura was in disarray, and casually waved a hand. A golden palm formed from spiritual energy hurtled toward him with terrifying force. With a deafening crash, Qin Zhan was slammed into the ground without even a chance to resist. A spray of blood followed as everyone turned to look. Qin Zhan lay on the ground, his life hanging in the balance. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers. Even a void cave realm cultivator couldn't withstand a single palm strike from this figure. How terrifying! Who could this person be? Why did the rulers of the 5 great dynasties fear this figure so much? And such overwhelming strength? Could this be a heavenly monarch realm powerhouse? Yet the thought quickly passed through everyone's minds. If a true heavenly monarch were to act, the great Qin dynasty would be obliterated in an instant. Even the residual shockwaves would reduce them to ashes. They wouldn't even live to witness such a scene, as all speculated on the golden figure's identity. A thunderous roar erupted from deep within the great Qin ancient city. Winds surged, clouds churned, and boundless spiritual energy converged into a 100-jong pillar of light in the void. Then it exploded in midair, sending ripples through the void that swept across the clouds for 100 li. A sharp intake of breath followed. This aura, it's as terrifying as the golden figures. That direction, it's the Great Qin Royal Palace. Could it be the Great Qin dynasty's ancestor? The rumors must be true. The ancestor has half a foot through that threshold. All eyes turned toward the depths of the Great Qin ancient city, stunned anew by the emergence of another dreadfully powerful being. The only question was which of these two titans was stronger. The rulers of the 5 great dynasties, sensing this terrifying aura, were struck with panic. Even they hadn't expected the Great Qin ancestor to be at the same half-step heavenly monarch realm as that esteemed figure. Yet recalling the power behind that esteemed figure, their fear vanished, replaced by profound reverence. Before such a figure, what did a half-step heavenly monarch in the Great Qin dynasty matter? Destruction was inevitable. A sinister chuckle escaped the 5 rulers as they envisioned the fall of Great Qin. On the immortal martial continent, one could never be considered a true powerhouse without reaching the heavenly monarch realm. Unlike other realms, breaking through to heavenly monarch was exceedingly difficult, requiring the condensation of a Dharma idol within the Tao Palace. If one couldn't condense a Dharma idol, the only way to forcibly break through was to use a 9th grade heavenly spirit pill or a supreme grade elixir, and even then success was only 60%. Moreover, even if one succeeded, they would be incomparable to those who had achieved the realm naturally, as their Tao Palace would lack a Dharma idol. Nor would their Tao Palace contain the unique mana of a heavenly monarch. At that moment, the golden radiance around the figure in the void faded, revealing a man clad in golden armor. He gazed toward the depths of the Great Qin ancient city, his face expressionless, but a hint of mockery gleamed in his eyes. Hey, interesting. I never expected a mere dynasty to produce a half-step heavenly monarch. Just then a voice brimming with terrifying authority rang out. Brat, you seek death. An aged figure appeared in the void, unleashing a fearsome aura that surged toward the armored man. He was the Great Qin ancestor Qin Lan, awakened by Qin Ruoxian, a half-step heavenly monarch. His ancient face shifted as his pupils constricted upon seeing the armored man. Half-step heavenly monarch. His expression turned grim as he demanded, "Who are you? Why do you attack my Great Qin dynasty?" The armored man remained unfazed by the overwhelming pressure, casually waving his hand to dispel it. Then, "You are not worthy to know my origin," the armored man said flatly. Even though the other was also a half-step heavenly monarch, he was unqualified to learn his identity. I care not who you are. If you dare attack Great Qin, you will not leave without giving me an explanation today. The Great Qin ancestor spoke, coldly, undaunted by the opponent's equal cultivation. Before the armored man could respond, the 5 rulers shouted angrily, "How dare you speak to the esteemed one like that? What loyal lackeys!" Biting madly, "You seek death." The Great Qin ancestor's eyes turned icy as these mere Void Cave Realm juniors dared to insult him. He reached out a hand to grab them. A torrent of terrifying power surged toward the 5 rulers, who froze in terror, unable to flee. Panicked, they cried out to the armored man, "Esteemed one, save us." Their earlier arrogance had been replaced by utter desperation. Seeing this, the armored man's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Qin Lan to act in his presence. He waved his hand, unleashing a fearsome force. The 2 terrifying powers collided, exploding into a massive mushroom cloud in the sky. The visible shockwave cleared the clouds for 100 li. The onlookers were horrified, and the 5 rulers turned pale with fear. Their voices trembling, they thanked the armored man. "Thank you, esteemed one. If you worthless lot weren't still of some use, I wouldn't bother with your lives." Hearing this, the rulers dared not speak, their resentment directed inwardly at the Great Qin dynasty. "Enough. My patience wears thin. The Great Qin dynasty is it. Hand over the ancient wasteland secret realm token, and I might consider sparing your lives." The implication was clear: whether you hand it over or not, death awaits. He simply wished to avoid wasting effort on a minor dynasty. Such arrogance. "Even if you come from a grand background, I will make you pay today." With that, the Great Qin ancestor wasted no more words. He reached into the void and seized the heavenly monarch war armament from Qin Zhan's hand. His half-step heavenly monarch cultivation erupted without reservation. As a fellow half-step heavenly monarch, he sensed the armored man's formidable nature and held nothing back. You ignorant old fool. Do you think a half-step heavenly monarch's cultivation with a damaged heavenly monarch war armament makes you my match?" The armored man laughed. With his keen eyesight, he could tell the war armament was incomplete. "Brat, you court death." The Great Qin ancestor struck without hesitation. The war armament blazed with light mana chains coiling around its shaft as spiritual energy from 100 li converged into it. He unleashed a devastating thrust. As the spear thrust forward, heaven and earth changed color. Winds howled, clouds churned, and violent energy filled the space. The spear's terrifying power tore the void itself, creating countless cracks as it hurtled toward the armored man with overwhelming might. In the terrifying wake of the gunshot, many soldiers from the 5 great dynasties had not yet retreated from the battlefield, only to be crushed into a mist of blood. Everyone gazed at this shot, their faces filled with shock. The armored man, witnessing the terrifying gunshot approaching, took another step into the void, and an incomparably powerful force suddenly erupted from within him. Buzz! Boom! This aura instantly overshadowed the formidable might of the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty. He raised his hand and pressed down, causing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to surge violently, rushing together to form a gigantic golden hand made of condensed spiritual power, which appeared above the Qin dynasty. This is the strength of a half-step heavenly king. So terrifying. Everyone gasped in cold air, their eyes trembling with fear. Meanwhile, in the void, near Qingzhou, several figures appeared. Upon sensing this aura, their expressions changed drastically, and they were filled with shock. This aura. Could it be that a heavenly king is making a move? That direction is Qingzhou. Isn't there an auction taking place in Qingzhou? How could? At this moment, an elder seemed to realize something, narrowing his eyes as he slowly said, "It is the aura of a half-step heavenly king, but the one making the move is extremely powerful. I received news from a younger member of my family that an ancient token has appeared in Qingzhou. I didn't expect someone to act so soon." Ancient token. Upon hearing this, others looked shocked. Then their figures quickly vanished. In the void, the armored man pressed down with his hand, and the golden giant palm crashed down with terrifying power towards the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty. Boom! The void was instantly crushed into countless spiderweb-like shapes, barely able to withstand the pressure before it would shatter. The might of the giant palm collided with the terrifying gunshot. Bang! With a single sound, the terrifying gunshot was dispersed by the golden giant palm, crashing down towards the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty. Buzz! The ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty's expression changed dramatically as he quickly waved his hands, gathering the surrounding spiritual power, attempting to block this terrifying giant palm. Bang! A loud sound echoed. The golden giant palm struck the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty, sending him crashing to the ground. The earth shook violently, and dust filled the surrounding space. Moments later, as the dust settled, tranquility returned. A massive palm print was deeply embedded in the ground, clearly visible to everyone. Hiss! Everyone looked at the palm print, their faces filled with shock. They saw the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty spitting blood, his aura weak and waning, his aged face filled with disbelief. How could you be so strong? Who are you? The ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty's eyes were filled with fear. As a half-step heavenly king, he found this person overwhelmingly powerful. He couldn't even withstand a single strike from the other party. How could an ant know the heavens are high? You ungrateful old fool, the armored man said with a cold glance at the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty. Old ancestor. At this moment, atop the ancient city, the commander of the royal guards, Zhang Han, had a look of despair on his face, roaring loudly. Despite the terror of the opponent, he still wanted to charge towards the armored man, only to find he could no longer move. Meanwhile, after awakening, the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty, Qin Ruoxian, arrived at the ancient city just in time to witness the armored man injuring Qin Zhan. She intended to use her secret weapon to eliminate the armored man. However, she was vigorously thwarted by Zhang Han. He could not bear to watch his princess rush to her death. At this moment, seeing that even the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty was no match for the armored man, Qin Ruoxian's beautiful face turned cold, her aura suddenly changing, and just as she intended to use the emperor's divine intent within her soul, Lu Chen beside her spoke. Ruoxian, you are a disciple of my Kunlun sect. It is time for you to show the strength of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian was momentarily stunned. When the armored man appeared, Lu Chen had initially wanted to let Chen Beixian take action, since Qin Ruoxian was now a disciple of his Kunlun sect. He should help the Qin dynasty. However, after seeing the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty appear, he also wanted to see how strong the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty was. He didn't expect that despite both being half-step heavenly kings, the armored man would be so powerful. He wondered whether Chen Beixian, who was at the 9th level of the Dongshu realm, could match the armored man. Although the system had said that the summoned cultivators were invincible within the same realm, but this armored man was a half-step heavenly king. Rest assured, host, this system has already stated that the summoned cultivators are the strongest in all realms belonging to invincible beings within the same realm. Even half-step heavenly kings can rampage. Do you understand what it means to be in the same realm, host? The system in his mind seemed to have sensed Lu Chen's thoughts and scolded him. The irritable system is online. Damn. System, do you understand cultivation? Lu Chen replied speechlessly. Lin Yun, who understands cultivation better than me. After hearing the system's affirmation, Lu Chun ignored Qin Ruoxin's reaction, speaking to the void lightly, saying, Beishuan, take action and eliminate that armored man. His voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual power, allowing everyone present to hear it clearly. Except for the Qin dynasty, everyone looked at Lu Chun and others as if they were looking at a fool. Beside him, Lin Yun and Ling Shui felt their hearts tighten as everyone's gaze turned towards them. Their eyes seemed to say, are you looking for death? Don't drag us into this. Even Qin Ruoxin's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The leaders of the 5 nations were even more shocked. They never expected that someone would dare to speak such words to the armored man. In the void, the armored man was about to eliminate the ancestral figure of the Qin dynasty when he heard Lu Chen's words, momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. Eliminate that armored man. Is he referring to me? The armored man's expression darkened as he looked in Lu Chen's direction, his voice cold. And you seek death? He never expected that someone would dare to challenge his authority. He would eliminate this weak ant. The armored man raised his hand and waved, sending a terrifying force surging towards Lu Chun. Boom. Facing the incoming terrifying power, Lu Chun remained unperturbed, his expression calm, showing no fear. Everyone saw Lu Chun's demeanor and thought he had been scared, silly, gloating. You deserve it, seeking death nearly drags us down. Just when everyone thought Lu Chun was about to be annihilated by this terrifying force, a voice filled with overwhelming power echoed through the heavens and earth. Get lost. Boom. That terrifying force was dispersed with a single word. A figure in green appeared in the void. He looked extremely young, but emitted no aura. Everyone present was once again taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. Hiss! Who is this person? Could he be another half-step heavenly king? Then in the astonished gazes of everyone, the figure in green looked at Lu Chun, his expression respectful, saying, Chen Beishuan, I greet the sect master. Chen Beishuan was precisely the guardian elder of the Kunlun sect. He had been concealed within the void, awaiting Lu Chen's command. The sect leader. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the crowd as they were struck with profound shock. Impossible. That white-robed man was actually the leader of a sect, and so young at that. Even Lin Yun and Ling Shui gazed at the azure figure in the void with astonishment, their hearts trembling. This is actually the guardian elder of our Kunlun sect. Though Qin Ruoxin's expression remained unchanged, her heart stirred as she looked upon the azure figure. She could not fathom Lu Chen's depth, but as a reborn great emperor from the upper realm, her discernment was keen. She perceived that the azure figure, despite possessing only the void cave realm's cultivation, harbored an immensely terrifying power within. A moment later, the crowd, recovering from their shock, found themselves bewildered by the situation. Another formidable expert had appeared, seemingly aligned with the great Qin dynasty, and the one who spoke was the leader of a sect. This would be a spectacle. The representatives from various prefectures seemed eager for a clash, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had not anticipated the golden armored man's immense strength. Damn it! Quick! Fight! Let them fight. May they both be gravely wounded, so when the ancestor arrives, the primordial token will be. Each faction harbored ulterior motives, hoping for mutual destruction. At that moment, the golden armored man turned his gaze to Chen Beishuan, his expression shifting. He could not discern the depth of the azure figure before him. What perplexed him most was the absence of any aura fluctuation from this man, yet he had effortlessly dispersed his attack with a single word. Could he also be? As the golden armored man wrestled with doubt, the crowd, noting his change in expression, felt a jolt of awe, their hearts thundering. Is this azure-robed man a half-step heavenly king realm expert, even mightier than the great Qin ancestor? Why else would the golden armored man reveal such a look? The 5 kingdom rulers, witnessing the golden armored man's shift, blanched with a foreboding sense of doom. Who are you to dare obstruct my path? Though the golden armored man could not gauge Chen Beishuan's strength, he was not one to yield easily. After all, the force backing him was immensely fearsome, leaving him unafraid of any power in the Southern Wasteland. Kunlun sect guardian elder Chen Beishuan. Chen Beishuan cast a glance at the golden armored man and spoke calmly. His words sent a tremor through every heart, leaving the crowd in awe. In the Southern Wasteland, they had never heard of the Kunlun sect. What sect could boast such strength as to have a powerhouse of this caliber as its guardian? The golden armored man's expression darkened. He had never heard of the Kunlun sect. He dismissed Chen Beishuan's claim of being a guardian elder as a bluff. His face twisted with fury, feeling toyed with. He had initially suspected Chen Beishuan hailed from some influential faction, also seeking the primordial token, and had thus shown some restraint. But it turned out he was from some obscure, insignificant sect from a forgotten corner. The thought inflamed his rage. The golden armored man sneered, his lips curling with malice. The Kunlun sect. I've never heard of it. And you dared to stop me from annihilating that ant. You seek death. He struck without warning, unleashing a torrent of terrifying power that dimmed the heavens and earth, whipping up countless gales as he charged at Chen Beixian with earth-shattering force. He held nothing back. Against the great Qin ancestor, he had used only 80% of his strength, but now facing Chen Beixian, he gave his all. He sensed an inconceivably formidable power within Chen Beixian and dared not risk a mishap by holding back. A thunderous roar echoed as the cataclysmic force tore through the void, crushing layers of empty space with a cacophony of sounds. Crackling. Oh. The crowd was overwhelmed by the soul-rending pressure, their scalps tingling and hearts quaking with terror, unable to suppress their screams. Oh, I can't bear it. Save me. Those with weaker cultivation saw blood seeping from their bodies under the immense pressure, a horrifying sight. Lu Chen, shielded by the system from the oppressive force, remained unaffected, as did those near him. Yet Qin Ruoxian cast a glance at Lu Chen, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Chen Beixian faced the onrushing terror with an unflinching expression. He stepped on the void, each stride drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to converge beneath his feet. With the second step, the void for 1,000 li trembled violently. With each step, the space around him shifted. When he took the 9th step, a fearsome aura unbefitting the void cave realm erupted from within him. With a hum, Chen Beixian formed a sword with his fingers, and the spiritual energy of the world responded, surging to gather at his fingertip. He lightly traced a slash with his fingers word toward the incoming force, unleashing a 1,000-zhang blade of energy. With a thunderous crash, the blade cleaved through the terrifying power, and with undiminished might hurtled toward the golden-armored man. With a tearing sound, no. The golden-armored man's scream was cut short as the devastating sword light consumed him. Moments later, the sword light faded, revealing a massive rift in the void from which countless spatial fragments drifted. The spatial rift crackled. A sigh of relief swept through the crowd as the oppressive force vanished with the end of the battle between the two powerhouses. Everyone exhaled heavily. How terrifying. To witness 2 battles between half-step Heavenly King experts in a single day was beyond belief. But was this truly the half-step Heavenly King realm? It was too dreadful. At last it was over. All eyes turned to the void where an azure figure stood in the air. Clearly the golden-armored man had perished within that terrifying sword energy. The massive rift left by the slash slowly mended. In no time, peace was restored to the land. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they beheld the scene, their minds reeling with shock. The great Qin ancestor, whose aura had been waning, stared at the figure in the void. His pupils contracted sharply, his expression shifting to one of trembling awe. Even the formidable golden-armored man was no match for this azure figure. What manner of sect was the Kunlun sect to possess such a powerhouse? Yet why had it never been heard of in the Southern Wasteland? At that moment, the 5 kingdom rulers, seeing the golden-armored man dead, quivered with terror, their eyes filled with dread. The ruler of Tianwu Kingdom stared at Chen Beixian in horror, his voice trembling. You killed the Lord. The crowd was once again stunned by his shamelessness. Truly you have no shame. Soon they realized that the golden-armored man, whom even the 5 kingdom rulers addressed as Lord, likely had a terrifying background and origin. Now he had fallen at the hands of the Kunlun sect. It seemed that Qingzhou would not remain peaceful. Or perhaps the entire Southern Wasteland would be thrown into turmoil. Beixian, take them down. On the ancient city wall, Lu Chen addressed Chen Beixian. The moment the words left his lips, the 5 kingdom rulers' faces changed drastically, and the Tianwu ruler bellowed. Flee! With a series of whooshes, the 4 rulers erupted with their full cultivation streaking out of Qingzhou like beams of light, vanishing 1,000 li away in the blink of an eye. Truly, void cave realm experts could flee with astonishing speed. As for why they didn't directly traverse the void, it was because their power was insufficient. True spatial traversal required at least the 7th level of the void cave realm. Damn it! Wait for me. The injured ruler of Shunfeng Kingdom stood frozen despair in his eyes, his face ashen. He had never imagined that leaving would be so easy, yet returning was now impossible. Just then a cold chuckle echoed. Had trying to flee. The crowd watched as the figure in azure robes let out a soft laugh, then raised a hand and grasped at the empty air toward the 4 fleeing monarchs. Before him, a spatial rift materialized. Under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, the azure-clad figure reached his hand into the rift. The 4 monarchs, having fled thousands of li away, were hurtling through the sky at breakneck speed when they suddenly felt an unknown force envelop them. Their frantic flight came to an abrupt halt. As they turned to look, their expressions shifted dramatically, their eyes wide with disbelief. With a resonant hum, a colossal hand emerged from the spatial rift and seized them. Before they could react, they were dragged into the rift, vanishing from sight. When they reappeared, they looked around in bewilderment before realizing their predicament. As they tried to flee again, Chen Beixian waved his hand, sending them crashing into the ancient city wall before they tumbled to the ground. They spat blood as they lay on the ground, their eyes filled with terror as they gazed at Cultivation. The major powers from various prefectures, having recovered from the shock of the battle, recognized Cultivation's overwhelming strength and quickly took out jade slips to send urgent messages. They dared not summon their own ancestors. What a joke! Were they to come and die? Even the golden-armored man, a formidable half-step heavenly king, had fallen to this azure-clad figure. To summon their ancestors now would be to fulfill the saying, "We hereby invite our ancestors to their doom." The very thought was a filial piety that would bring laughter to the dead. Among the major powers, many had ancestors at the half-step heavenly king realm, making them formidable existences in the southern wilderness domain. Yet none could be certain of defeating Cultivation. As for the ancestors of the 5 dynasties, they were merely at the 9th level of the Void Core realm. It was precisely because of the golden-armored man's presence that the 5 dynasties dared to join forces against the Great Qin dynasty and launch an assault on the entire Qin prefecture. Soon after, the forces from every prefecture withdrew from Qin prefecture, and the powers within Qin prefecture also departed from the Great Qin dynasty. As for the auction, it naturally could not proceed. The actions of the 5 dynasties had placed them firmly on the blacklist of the Primordial Commerce Guild. Even if the guild chose not to destroy them, many other forces would gladly do so on its behalf. After this battle, the name of Kunlun Sect spread throughout the prefectures of the southern wilderness domain. Everyone speculated about what kind of sect it truly was. Of course, Lu Chun was unaware of this. He had never imagined that Cultivation's decisive slaying of a half-step heavenly king would bring such fame to Kunlun Sect. However, many forces refused to believe that Kunlun Sect possessed a half-step heavenly king. They had never heard of such a sect in the southern wilderness domain, though some speculated it might hail from another domain. Various theories circulated across the prefectures of the southern wilderness domain. As rumors spread from person to person, they grew increasingly absurd. So absurd that absurdity itself seemed to have given birth to even greater absurdity. What was even more incredible were the supposed eyewitness accounts. Have you heard? An ancient sect has appeared in Qin prefecture rumored to harbor a heavenly king. Bullshit. I was there myself. That terrifying aura was definitely a saint making a move. What? A saint? Impossible. How could a saint appear in Qin prefecture? Are you trying to scare me? I was there myself. Let me tell you, that day a terrifying azure figure appeared in the sky above Qin prefecture. Spit it out already. When that figure appeared, he used his finger as a sword, and with one slash, he cleaved Qin prefecture in two. Hiss. SSO, terrifying. I wonder if Kunlun Sect is still accepting disciples. Quick, don't stop me. I'm going to Qin prefecture to become a disciple. At that moment, a figure materialized, listening to the cultivator's chatter about Kunlun Sect, a murderous intent flickering in his eyes. This Kunlun Sect is no ordinary matter. I must return and report to the monarch immediately, or the primordial token might fall into other hands first. The figure muttered to himself before vanishing. The head of the Han family in Moon prefecture, impossible. A heavenly king in Qin prefecture. The palace master of Yaoqi Palace in Moon prefecture, Lin, she said coldly, nonsense. How could a heavenly king appear in Qin prefecture? In the Hall of Loyalty at the Blazing Heaven Sect in Liang prefecture, the sect leader exclaimed, "What? A heavenly king has appeared in Qin prefecture. Brothers, follow me." A single half-step heavenly king was enough to upset the balance of power among the major forces in the southern wilderness domain. In the southern wilderness domain, any force with a half-step heavenly king was considered a top-tier hegemon. Meanwhile, in Wilderness Prefecture, the Jun family, a pinnacle hegemon rumored to harbor a heavenly king. In the Grand Hall of the Jun family, Patriarch Jun Wuhui sat in the seat of honor, listening to a nascent soul elder who had just returned from Qin Prefecture, his expression shifting as he murmured, "Kunlun Sect, a heavenly king. One strike slaying a half-step heavenly king." Jun Wuhui narrowed his eyes and addressed the elder. "Are you certain that person was not a heavenly king?" Hearing this, the elder trembled, his voice quivering slightly. Patriarch, the aura of that man was utterly terrifying. Under his presence, I felt as though I was facing the elders of our Jun family. At the elder's words, a glint flashed in Jun Wuhui's eyes as he pondered in confusion. How could such a force appear in Qin prefecture? How strange. But why have I never heard of this sect in the southern wilderness domain? Could it truly be a reclusive grand sect? He was well aware of every force with a heavenly king in the southern wilderness domain, so the sudden emergence of a suspected heavenly king-level power piqued his curiosity. It wasn't that he feared Kunlun Sect. Even if it possessed a heavenly king, it would be nothing before his Jun family. After a long silence, he addressed the elder. "As for the primordial token, we can only act once the 5th ancestor emerges from seclusion." Jun Wuhui himself wished to go to Qin prefecture, but as a mere half-step heavenly king, if the elder's account was accurate, even he would gain nothing from such a venture. The elder's heart jolted and he urged, Patriarch, if we delay, the primordial token may fall into other hands. Hearing this, Jun Wuhui sneered disdainfully as he rose slowly, an oppressive aura of dominance radiating from him, astonishingly intense. In the Southern Wilderness domain, aside from a few forces we cannot afford to offend, all others are nothing in the eyes of the Jun family. And those forces have no interest in the primordial token. The forces Jun Wuhui spoke of were the ancient sacred lands, imperial dynasties, and primordial clans that had endured for millions of years in the Southern Wilderness, superpowers with terrifying foundations. To them, the primordial token was nothing more than a useless piece of scrap metal. When the primordial secret realm emerged, they each had their own ways to enter it ahead of time. In truth, the primordial secret realm was a trial ground used by these superpowers to test their disciples. To other forces, however, it was a land of opportunity and fortune. Though used as a trial ground, the disciples only ventured into the outer perimeter. The inner perimeter was the true land of opportunity, but entering it required fulfilling many conditions. Rumor had it that an ancient trial path lay in the outer perimeter, and to step into the true secret realm, one had to tread that path. Moreover, to seize fortune and rare treasures within the secret realm, one had to contend with the young prodigies of these superpowers. Despite this, countless people were drawn to the secret realm, hoping to win a stroke of luck. After all, it contained the legacies left by the mighty beings of the primordial era. 3 days later, in the great Qin dynasty, within a magnificent hall, Qin Zhan had recovered from his injuries, though the great Qin ancestor had not fully healed. After all, the golden-armored man was so powerful that even the great Qin ancestor at full strength could not withstand a single blow from him. Their rapid recovery was thanks to the Primordial Commerce Guild's presence in the great Qin dynasty. The guild was never short of spiritual medicines, even saintly herbs. As for medicines beyond that, they were likely only available at the guild's headquarters in the Central Heaven domain. At that moment, Qin Zhan respectfully addressed the great Qin ancestor. Ancestor, do you think Kunlun sect might be a reclusive grand sect? Hearing this, a glimmer of reverence flickered in the great Qin ancestor's aged eyes. A reverence for Kunlun sect. Having witnessed Chen Baixuan's power that day, he had a vague feeling that Kunlun sect was indeed a reclusive grand sect. Even now, recalling that earth-shattering sword aura sent a chill down his spine, a wave of terror striking his heart. Seeing his ancestor's furrowed brow, Qin Zhan, puzzled, continued. Ancestor, with Ruoxian now a disciple of Kunlun sect, I believe this is an opportunity for our great Qin dynasty. The great Qin ancestor narrowed his eyes, seeming to discern Qin Zhan's thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, he said, You're right. Kunlun sect is very likely a reclusive grand sect. Moreover, the great Zhou dynasty has become a vassal of Kunlun sect. At this, a spark of inspiration flashed in the great Qin ancestor's eyes as he continued. Summon that girl Ruoxian. I have words for her. Yes, ancestor. Qin Zhan replied respectfully. Just as he was about to leave, Qin Zhan seemed to remember something and asked, Ancestor, what of the 5 monarchs? Kill them. As for the Tianwu dynasty, once I have fully recovered, I will personally go to Tian Prefecture and annihilate it. The great Qin ancestor interrupted Qin Zhan, his eyes gleaming with cold, murderous intent. Hearing that his ancestor intended to go to Tian Prefecture himself, Qin Zhan's face lit up with excitement. Yes, ancestor. With that, he turned and left the hall. On the other side, within the Grand Qin Palace, in another grand hall, Lin Yun, Ling Shui, and Qin Ruoxian were all present. Meanwhile, Luo Wushuang and Wang Ming and his companions had also returned from the Great Zhou dynasty. Luo Wushuang learned from Ling Shui that the princess of the Grand Qin dynasty had also become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, which surprised him greatly. He had not expected that even the princess of the Grand Qin dynasty would join the Kunlun sect. Luo Wushuang looked at Lu Chen seated in the main seat of the hall, his eyes filled with reverence. He then quickly asked Ling Shui about what had happened afterward, for when he and Wang Ming and the others were hurrying back to the Great Zhou dynasty, they had sensed 2 terrifying auras erupting in succession from the direction of the Grand Qin dynasty, each one causing Luo Wushuang's heart to tremble with fear. Luo Wushuang, is this a heavenly monarch realm powerhouse making a move? He had initially thought those 2 auras were already terrifying enough to make one's heart quake. He had not expected that an even more horrifying aura would appear in the end. Even from thousands of miles away, he could feel that this aura instilled such fear that it suppressed any thought of resistance. Especially when he later heard Wang Ming's words, I never thought that elder would actually make a move. These words struck him directly in the heart, leaving him utterly shaken. He had never imagined that this terrifying aura was the work of an elder from the Kunlun sect. What shocked him even more was that the Kunlun sect indeed possessed a mighty being above the cave void realm. Luo Wushuang's thoughts mirrored those of other cultivators in the Southern Wilderness domain who had not been present, all believing that the Kunlun sect harbored a heavenly monarch realm powerhouse. If they knew that Chen Beixian was only at the cave void realm, they would be utterly astounded. For in the Southern Wilderness domain no one had ever appeared who at the cave void realm could slay a half-step heavenly monarch. And this was a difference of 9 minor cultivation levels. At this moment Lu Chun, who had been sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly recalled that Qin Ruoxian had become a disciple of the Kunlun sect, yet the dam system had not given any reward. He immediately thought to himself, "System, come out. Are you trying to cheat me?" After a moment the system's cold voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, congratulations host for accepting a peerless genius completing the system task. Rewards are now being issued." Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen quickly urged it on relief that the dam system hadn't withheld the rewards. "Hurry up, don't dawdle. System, are you fast?" "Ding, congratulations host for completing the system task. You have received 1 intermediate summon card, 1 cultivation card, and 1 chance to draw an intermediate summon card. Finally here. This could summon a powerhouse at the Heavenly Monarch realm or above." The thought that Kunlun would soon have a Heavenly Monarch or even a stronger being filled Lu Chun with excitement. System, quickly use the summon card. Ding, intermediate summon card used successfully. Congratulations host, you have successfully summoned the Sect Elder Yu Nu Aching. The system's words echoed in his mind, causing Lu Chen's heart to tremble. Yu Nu Aching. Could it be? Then the introduction of Yu Nu Aching appeared in his mind. Yu Nu Aching cultivation Heavenly Monarch, 9th Heaven. Heavenly Monarch battle weapon bamboo staff. Divine ability, Yu Nu sword art. Damn, it really is that Yu Nu Aching. The one who could wield peerless sword techniques with a mere bamboo staff and sweep through the swordsmen of the Wu Kingdom. Lu Chun was overjoyed. He had not expected to summon this supreme sword Dao expert. This was a figure who could rank among the top 10 powerhouses in that world. The system truly lives up to its name. However, Lu Chun also noticed something amiss. System, why doesn't Aching have a cultivation technique? System. Damn. Seeing the system's silence, Lu Chun did not press further. Since she was summoned by the system, she should have her own cultivation technique. He need not worry. Indeed, just a few days ago he discovered that Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin had already reached the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. This truly startled Lu Chun. Their realm breakthroughs were as effortless as drinking water, could you believe it? And here he was, the sect leader, now only at the 2nd level of the nascent soul realm, which he had just broken through the day before. Ding, does the host wish to manifest Yu Nu Aching within the Grand Qin dynasty? No, manifest her at the Kunlun sect. Lu Chun replied. He was not ready to reveal all his cards yet. Moreover, Lu Chun could tell that the identity of the golden-armored man from that day was no simple matter. It seemed that the Kunlun sect would soon face a great enemy. But for now, Lu Chun's priority was to strengthen and expand the sect. The number of disciples was somewhat lacking, but he believed that the Kunlun sect had already gained some renown in Qingzhou. Some renown? No. Your vision is too small. Not just Qingzhou. In the mouths of cultivators across the Southern Wilderness domain, the Kunlun sect was already spoken of as having a saint. Cultivators of the Southern Wilderness domain didn't expect that, did you? Kunlun sect leader. With this, the Kunlun sect could begin recruiting disciples. After all, having only 3 disciples in the sect was far from enough. Ding, Yu Nu Aching has been manifested within the Kunlun sect's Elder Hall. By the way, system, if I recruit ordinary disciples, will there be a system reward? Ding, host, rest assured this is. Hearing rest assured, Lu Chun interrupted the system, his heart surging with excitement. Haha, system, as expected of you. As long as there's a reward, I'm fine. Rest assured he'll go recruit disciples right away. System. There is none. Only disciples above the genius level can trigger system tasks and obtain system rewards. All his excitement was for nothing, leaving Lu Chun speechless. If there's nothing, just say nothing. What's with the rest assured? System, did you let me finish? Lu Chun didn't waste any more words. Thinking of the remaining cultivation card and the chance to draw, he felt a surge of anticipation. After all, his cultivation was still too low. System, use the draw chance. Ding, draw successful. Congratulations host, you have drawn the Chaos Saint body. Congratulations host, you have drawn the Chaos Divine Spirit art. Note the Divine Spirit art is divided into 9 levels. Level 1 Cultivation of Saint Method, Level 2 Opening of Divine Eyes, Level 3 Heaven Severing Finger, Level 4 Heaven Shaking Palm, Level 5 Treading the 9 Heavens, Level 6 Reversing Yin and Yang, Level 7 Arrival of Time, Level 8 Birth of All Things, Level 9 Opening of Chaos. Damn. The reward interface information appeared in his mind, and Lu Chen's heart pounded with excitement after reading it. The Chaos Saint body. The Chaos Divine Spirit art. The Chaos Saint body, he knew this. It was an absolutely overpowered physique. After all, back on Blue Star, he had heard those handsome readers discuss it. According to those mighty readers, the Chaos Saint body was one of the top 3 supreme physiques among all saint bodies. As for the Chaos Divine Spirit art, damn, it was probably something the system created itself. Lu Chen had never heard those handsome readers mention it, but it seemed incredibly powerful. System, did you create the Chaos Divine Spirit art? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Ding, if the host doesn't want it, the system will take it back. Damn. System fused them all into me. Lu Chen could no longer contain his eagerness, desperate to witness the power of chaos. Wait. At that moment, Lu Chen remembered something and quickly stopped the fusion in his mind. System, help me conceal my aura. Lu Chen knew the might of the Chaos Saint body. He feared that if any unusual phenomena occurred during the fusion process, it might attract those ancient immortals on the immortal Martial continent, which would be disastrous. Host, you talk too much. Do you think the system doesn't know? Lu Chen. Ding, beginning fusion. Fusing. As the system's voice faded in his mind, a terrifying power abruptly surged within his body. Sensing the earth-shattering force, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy and immediately focused all his attention on merging with it. A fearsome aura erupted from his body, sweeping across the entire Great Qin ancient city in an instant. This aura. Could it be that another supreme powerhouse has made a move against the Great Qin dynasty? No. Something's wrong. This presence only instills terror. But there's no pressure. A sharp intake of breath. This direction is the palace. Could it be? Everyone in the Great Qin ancient city was stunned, their eyes wide with shock as they looked towards the palace. Countless divine lights shimmered brilliantly in the sky above. This was actually the system's doing. It had only partially concealed the phenomena of the Chaos Saint body, allowing only the cultivators within the Great Qin ancient city to sense it. Meanwhile, at the desolate ancient merchant guild. How is this possible? This aura. Could it be that the Kunlun sect is truly a reclusive grand sect? Deep within, an elderly man was greatly shocked. A light burst from his aged eyes, runes flickering within as if they could pierce through layers of void, gazing towards the palace. In the grand hall, everyone felt this aura and turned to look at Lu Chen on the main seat, their expressions horrified, their hearts shaken. At that moment, countless divine lights swirled around Lu Chen. Behind him, visions arose. An ancient river brimming with age materialized, with countless grand worlds reflected within it, stirring up radiant beams. Chen Ruoxian stared at the scene before her, her face suddenly paling in shock, her pupils contracting sharply. Her voice trembled as she said, "This is the River of Time. Who exactly is he?" In that instant, Chen Ruoxian could no longer remain calm. Then, everyone saw a figure in white robes appear on the ancient river, like a true immortal descending to the mortal world, bearing an identical likeness to Lu Chen. He trod upon the ancient river, each step seemingly crossing an era of time and space. Countless grand worlds crumbled beneath his feet, stirring up countless waves on the river. A sharp intake of breath. Is that the sect master? Luo Wushuang and the others gasped, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Senior Wang Ming, is that river the legendary River of Time? Luo Wushuang had once read about the River of Time in ancient texts, thinking it was merely a legend. But when he saw the river behind Lu Chen, those words involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Wang Ming and the others showed little change in expression, but their eyes were filled with reverence as they looked at Lu Chen. They were all cultivators summoned by Lu Chen from the heavens, and naturally knew of his mysterious power. Indeed, it is the River of Time. The sect master is reflecting the River of Time, likely to restore his cultivation. Wang Ming glanced at the others and smiled. Hearing this, their eyes were filled with shock, their hearts trembling violently. Too terrifying. What was the sect master's cultivation level before? To manifest the legendary River of Time, just to restore his strength. In an instant, they looked at Lu Chen on the main seat with unparalleled reverence. Wang Ming's words struck Chen Ruoxian like a thunderbolt, causing her body to tremble slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. Even in her past life with the cultivation of an emperor, she dared not set foot in the River of Time, not out of fear, but because she couldn't even summon it. Moreover, she could sense that the River of Time was not merely a simple reflection induced by the visions. In the upper realm, only those who had touched the Tao of immortality could barely grasp the River of Time, and to summon it completely required those. At this thought, Chen Ruoxian shuddered, her beautiful face turning pale. She dared not think further if it were as she suspected. Just then, the countless visions behind Lu Chen suddenly stirred, rushing madly into his body. In the blink of an eye, the visions and aura vanished, the divine light dissipated, and the hall returned to calm as if nothing had happened. The aura has finally disappeared. Everyone in the Great Qin ancient city, feeling the aura vanish, let out a heavy sigh of relief. Although the aura carried no oppressive pressure, it was chillingly terrifying, as if a deity from the ninth heaven was looking down upon them. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had perfectly merged with the Chaos Saint body. He slowly opened his eyes, a divine light flashing through them. It seemed as if galaxies revolved within his gaze, and countless grand worlds rose and fell. Is the fusion complete? Lu Chen wondered inwardly. He felt nothing at all. Damn it. However, he soon carefully sensed the changes within his body. Nascent soul ninth heaven. Not only that, but even his Tao palace and divine treasury had undergone tremendous changes. He had originally relied on cultivation pills to advance, which had led to an unstable foundation. Now fusing with the Chaos Saint body had perfectly remedied that flaw. Sensing the changes within Lu Chen was ecstatic. Lu Chen seemed to sense something and looked at the people in the hall. Damn. Luo Wushuang, Lin Yun, and Ling Shui were all staring at him with shocked expressions. What's going on? Why is everyone looking at me? Ahem. Lu Chen cleared his throat. Ling Shui snapped back to reality, noticing Lu Chen's dignified gaze upon them. Sect Master. Ling Shui exclaimed in surprise, quickly speaking. Luo Wushuang and Lin Yun also reacted swiftly, respectfully addressing him. Sect Master, have you finished your cultivation? Lu Chen glanced at the three, noticed Qin Ruoxian was not in the hall, and asked, where is Ruoxian? After all, the great Qin dynasty visit was over, and he was preparing to return to Kunlun Sect to arrange for the upcoming disciple recruitment. Sect Master, the junior sister, said she had matters to discuss with the Qin kingdom's ruler, apparently, to see the great Qin ancestor. Ling Shui quickly replied, meeting the great Qin ancestor. They probably want to probe the background of our Kunlun Sect now that Ruoxian has become a disciple, Lu Chen mused with a smile. He understood the great Qin dynasty's intentions, likely Chen Baixuan's power had piqued the great Qin ancestor's interest. Moreover, the great Qin dynasty was indeed a hegemon-level force, possessing an ancestor at the half-step Heavenly King realm. If not for the golden armored man that day, the 5 dynasties would have likely been doomed. Just then Ling Shui saw Qin Ruoxian outside the hall, and called out happily, Junior sister, you're back. At that moment, Qin Zhan, the great Qin ancestor, and Qin Ruoxian entered the hall together. Qin Zhan and the great Qin ancestor glanced at Lu Chen on the main seat, their hearts trembling. They immediately addressed him respectfully. Qin Zhan, this old man pays respects to Sect Master Lu. Seeing their courtesy, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, but quickly understood the reason Chen Baixian had killed the golden armored man, effectively saving the great Qin dynasty. He then smiled at them and said, you need not stand on ceremony. Since Ruoxian is now a disciple of my Kunlun sect, if you ever face difficulties, you may come to us. If we can help, Kunlun will naturally lend a hand. Hearing this, joy flickered in their eyes, and their hearts surged with excitement, for they had witnessed Kunlun sect's power firsthand. Especially the invincible posture of that figure in azure robes, which was forever etched in their minds. They dared not imagine how deep Kunlun sect's foundations were, when even a half-step Heavenly King cultivator could only serve as a guardian elder. Indeed, Chen Baixuan's strength was so overwhelming that now everyone believed he was at the half-step heavenly realm. If they knew Chen Baixian was only at the cave void realm, how many would be utterly astounded? As this thought crossed their minds, they couldn't help but glance at Luo Wushuang, inwardly sighing with admiration. If only Great Qin could become a subordinate force of Kunlun sect as well. Moreover, the force behind the golden-armored man was not something the great Qin dynasty could afford to offend. It was a formidable power from the Eastern Heaven domain. This they had learned from the mouths of the 5 dynasty sovereigns. Now that he had perished within Great Qin's borders, even though the kill was by Kunlun sect, the dynasty could not escape its connection to the affair. After all, the golden-armored man had come for the primordial token, and Kunlun sect had only intervened because Qin Ruoxian had become a Kunlun disciple. Though they had now received Lu Chen's promise, a lingering unease gnawed at their hearts. They feared that if the force behind the golden-armored man struck, Great Qin might be annihilated in an instant, without even a chance to cry out for Kunlun sect's aid. At this thought, their ominous foreboding grew ever more intense. Exchanging glances, Qin Zhan and the great Qin ancestor resolved to voice their concerns. Sect Master Lu, we are deeply grateful for your esteemed sect's intervention in this matter, which spared Great Qin from calamity. Qin Zhan looked at Lu Chen with gratitude in his eyes. Your Majesty, you are too courteous. I have said that Ruoxian is a disciple of Kunlun sect. It is only right that we lend our aid. Lu Chen smiled, unconcerned by such formalities. Such was Lu Chen's protective nature. Whenever a Kunlun disciple or their kin faced peril, he would act without hesitation. Seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Qin Zhan's expression turned respectful. Sect Master Lu, Great Qin wishes to become a subordinate force of Kunlun sect. I humbly beseech your approval. At these words, Luo Wushuang was taken aback, never imagining that a regional overlord would seek such a bond with Kunlun sect. Letting out a breath after speaking, Qin Zhan felt a weight lift, for he sensed an intangible pressure emanating from Lu Chen. Such was the might of a hidden grand sect's sovereign. Truly terrifying. In truth, this stemmed from the fusion of the chaotic saint physique within Lu Chen. Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this just like the great Zhou dynasty? What the hell? Author, what script are you writing? But after a moment's thought, he grasped the reason. No, you don't need to understand. Just follow my script. Damn it. Haha, very well, I consent. Chen laughed and agreed readily. After all, Great Chen boasted a half-step Heavenly King realm ancestor and was the strongest force in Qingzhou. Of course, now the strongest was Kunlun Sect. As his words fell, joy and excitement surged through Qin Zhan and the Great Qin ancestor. Sect Master, rest assured, Great Qin will never betray Kunlun Sect, they declared with fervent sincerity. Qin Ruoxian, however, showed little reaction, though a trace of reverence crept into her gaze as she looked at Chen. She was now filled with curiosity about Kunlun Sect, and after witnessing the phenomena Chen had triggered, she was certain the sect was far more profound than she had imagined. Ding! Great Qin dynasty has become a subordinate force of Kunlun Sect. Congratulations, host, you have received 10,000 Sect points. The system's voice rang in Chen's mind as the bond was sealed. 10,000 Sect points. Truly worthy of a regional overlord. Chen was inwardly startled, though he felt his points were still somewhat scarce. With this thought, Chen murmured, "System, open the Sect panel." Ding! Panel opened. Sect Kunlun Sect. Sect Grounds Burial, Immortal Mountain Range. Sect Master Chen Cultivation, Divine, Transformation, 9th Heaven. 1 Cultivation card remaining. Sect Disciples, Outer Disciples, none. Inner Disciples, none. Core Disciples, 3. Sect Stewards, none. Sect Guards, 3. Guard, Elder, 1. Sect Elder, 1. Sect Points, 11000. Sect Ancestor, none. Alas, not a single ordinary disciple. For now, he could only wait until his return to Kunlun to initiate recruitment. A moment later. Qin Zhan, what purpose does the primordial token serve? Chen glanced at Qin Zhan, recalling that the 5 sovereigns and the golden-armored man had all sought this token. He was curious what could draw so many. Hearing this, Qin Zhan and the Great Qin ancestor were taken aback, inwardly puzzled. Isn't Kunlun Sect a hidden grand sect? How could it not know of the primordial token? As for Luo Wushuang and the others, they were even more clueless. After a brief pause, Qin Zhan put aside his doubts and respectfully addressed Chen. Sect Master, the primordial token is the key to early entry into the primordial secret realm. Qin Zhan promptly shared all he knew with Chen. Only appears once every 100,000 years. It contains inheritances from ancient great powers, and it's a trial realm. Through Qin Zhan's explanation, Chen learned that the primordial secret realm was indeed a trial ground. Though ancient, after millions of years, many of its opportunities had been plundered. Chen couldn't help but feel regret. Aside from AQing at the Heavenly King realm, 10 Heavenly King weapons, and Chun Beixian, and a few others, Kunlun Sect had little else to boast of. Items from the system shop required Sect points, which Kunlun Sect sorely lacked. He had hoped to enter this realm in search of sacred herbs, imperial herbs, or immortal herbs, celestial treasures. Even spiritual herbs would have sufficed, but now, damn it, who would have thought the realm had become a mere training ground for disciples of major powers? Was this the power of capital? Using a secret realm to train Sect disciples? As Chen lamented inwardly. The system's grating voice echoed in his mind. Ding! System detects that the depths of the primordial secret realm remain unexplored. Host may investigate when the realm emerges. System, what lies within? The system's words sparked joy and excitement in Chen. Host must enter to find out. Damn it, you useless thing. Since the system wouldn't elaborate, Chen had no choice but to wait until the realm's emergence. Sect Master, I entrust the primordial token to you. Seeing Chen lost in thought, Qin Zhan was uncertain how to proceed. Now that Great Qin was a subordinate, it was only proper to hand the token over to the sect. Moreover, only Kunlun Sect possessed the strength to safeguard it. Hearing this, Chen snapped back to reality, glancing at Qin Zhan and understanding his concerns. Though forces across the states knew the token was in Great Qin. After that battle, Chen believed that unless a force above half-step Heavenly King emerged, none would dare act rashly. They were unaware of the exact relationship between Kunlun Sect and Great Qin, only that Kunlun had forcefully slain a half-step Heavenly King within the dynasty. Leaving the primordial token in Great Qin now would be courting doom. Only Kunlun Sect had the power to wield it. Now that the journey to the Great Qin dynasty had concluded, Chen prepared to return to the Kunlun Sect. However, Qin Zhan approached him, proposing to merge the Great Qin dynasty into the Great Zhou dynasty, uniting the two realms into one and forging a new dynasty. Chen had no strong objections to this matter and simply instructed him to discuss it with Luo Wushuang. Initially puzzled, Luo Wushuang soon grasped the underlying reasons. Yet he lacked the authority to decide. He needed to return to the Great Zhou dynasty and consult the elder. Lord Qin, I must inform the elder about this. Would you care to accompany us to the Great Zhou? Qin Zhan chuckled in response. Brother Luo, let us address each other as brothers from now on. We are all on the same side. Naturally, I must explain the merger to Senior Luo. Once this matter is settled, we must share a hearty drink. Every dynasty was a legacy carved by ancestors over millennia. Merging two such realms entailed numerous complexities. Moreover, the Great Qin dynasty was a hegemon that had endured for 10,000 years. Hearing this, Luo Wuxuang was taken aback, then stirred with excitement, scarcely believing he could call the master of a hegemon power his brother, a thought he had never dared to entertain. In the past, when he attended the Qingzhou assembly at the Great Qin dynasty, he always approached Qinzhan with utmost deference, fearing to offend the great power. Now he could call Qinzhan his brother. He knew this was all due to the Kunlun sect. Without it, the Great Zhou dynasty might have long been annihilated. At this thought, Luo Wuxuang's eyes filled with reverence for Lu Chun and the Kunlun sect. Since Brother Qin says so, I shall rely on your guidance in the future. Luo Wuxuang smiled. Haha, you flatter me, Brother Luo, Qinzhan replied. As for the merger, Luo Wuxuang saw it as an opportunity for the Great Zhou dynasty. He believed that the Kunlun sect would inevitably become a major force in the Southern Wilderness domain, and its affiliated powers might one day have the chance to become outer sect members of the Kunlun sect. This was a common occurrence in the immortal Martial continent. Affiliated powers that contributed greatly to the main sect might not enter the sect, but could become its outer members. This was far superior to being a mere affiliate. The next day, outside the Great Qin ancient city, a figure in white robes descended like an immortal, appearing before Qinzhan Luo Wuxuang and the Great Qin ancestor. The figure was Lu Chun, followed by Lin Yun and his two companions, as well as Wang Ming and his two. Chen Beixian remained hidden in the shadows. Qinzhan would accompany Lu Chun to the Kunlun sect, while the Great Qin ancestor stayed to guard the dynasty. Sect Master, we are ready to depart, Luo Wuxuang said respectfully to Lu Chun. Very well, let us go. Several streaks of light shot into the sky, flying toward the Kunlun sect in the burial immortal mountain range. Meanwhile, in Tianzhou at the Heaven Sword sect, the former hegemon Tianwu dynasty had been overthrown by the Great Qin ancestor after he recovered from his injuries. The Heaven Sword sect, once a hegemon itself, had, since its ancestor broke through to the half-step Heavenly King realm, forcefully suppressed all other powers, becoming the sole hegemon of Tianzhou, immensely powerful. Haha, this old man has finally broken through to the Void Insight realm. An old man suddenly appeared above a main peak, radiating immense power that spread across the entire Heaven Sword sect, drawing countless disciples' gazes. Look, who dares to court death in our Heaven Sword sect? Damn it, are you out of your mind? That's our sect's Grand Elder. What? The Grand Elder. But that aura is terrifying. Yes, it's him. The Grand Elder has broken through to the Void Insight realm. As the disciples stood in shock, a commanding voice echoed in their ears. Haha, congratulations, Grand Elder, on reaching the Void Insight realm. Our Heaven Sword sect gains another Void Insight powerhouse. A figure appeared in the void. Zhao Wuji, the sect master of Heaven Sword sect, possessing formidable cultivation at the first layer of the Void Insight realm. He looked at the old man on the main peak with excitement. This elder was Yun Long, the ancestor of the Feather Transformation dynasty, who had just broken through to the first layer of the Void Insight realm. Yun Long pays respects to the sect master. Yun Long said respectfully to Zhao Wuji, his expression fervent, but soon a chilling, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Zhao Wuji noticed something amiss and looked at Yun Long with confusion. Elder Yun, what troubles you? Yun Long, his face dark, recounted the events of the Feather Transformation dynasty. To dare obliterate the legacy of our Heaven Sword sect's Grand Elder, truly seeking death. Zhao Wuji's face burned with rage, as if the loss were his own. Now that the Heaven Sword sect was the hegemon of a province, having its Grand Elder's legacy destroyed was a direct slap in the face. He declared, Elder Yun, rest assured. As long as it's not the Kunlun sect of Qingzhou, our Heaven Sword sect fears no other power. What audacity! How confident! Hearing this, Yun Long's murderous gaze faltered. Kunlun sect? What sect was that? Zhao Wuji sensed Yun Long's confusion and recounted the recent events in Qingzhou, a Heavenly King realm powerhouse. Yun Long exclaimed in shock upon learning that the Kunlun sect might harbor such a being. Indeed, Elder Yun. I hope the Feather Transformation dynasty wasn't destroyed by this Kunlun sect, Zhao Wuji said, narrowing his eyes. But if it was the Great Qin dynasty, our Heaven Sword sect will surely demand an explanation for you. Yun Long said nothing, his face dark and grim. His legacy was destroyed, and he would have his revenge. He was certain it wasn't the Great Qin or Great Xia dynasties, as both knew of his ties to the Heaven Sword sect and wouldn't act without cause. That left only the Great Zhou dynasty, which was on par with the Feather Transformation dynasty. At this thought, Yun Long's murderous intent flared. Had he not come to the Heaven Sword sect, the Great Zhou would have been destroyed long ago. At that moment, Zhao Wuji seemed struck by an idea, glancing at Yun Long with excitement. Elder Yun, now that you've broken through to the Void Insight realm, let me celebrate for you. Let the other powers of Tianzhou know that our Heaven Sword sect has gained another void insight powerhouse. Without waiting for Yunlong's reply, Zhao Wuji continued, Elder Yun, rest assured. In a few days I will send several elders to accompany you to Qingzhou, so the powers there can witness the might of our Heaven Sword sect. Zhao Wuji was eager to let the entire Southern Wilderness domain know that the Heaven Sword sect had another void insight powerhouse. Yet the man wanted to seek revenge, and Zhao Wuji was already planning the feast. Hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong knew there was no rush. He replied respectfully, Then this old man thanks the sect master in advance. Haha, Elder Yun, you're too kind. It's only fitting, Zhao Wuji said cheerfully. Subsequently, the Heaven Sword sect held a grand banquet inviting all powers of Tianzhou to celebrate the Grand Elder Yunlong's breakthrough to the Void Insight realm. Zhao Wuji's actions were not unreasonable. In a single province, Void Insight powerhouses could be counted on one hand. Of course, this was not the case in the more powerful provinces. The Great Zhou Dynasty. At this moment, several streaks of light streaked across the void, hurtling swiftly toward the burial, immortal mountain range. If anyone witnessed this scene, they would surely be astounded and exclaim, Another reckless soul dares to venture into the burial, immortal mountain range. On the immortal martial continent, there were 3 forbidden lands: the burial, immortal mountain range in the Southern Wasteland domain, the Demon God Mountain in the Demon domain, and the Undying Divine River in the Eastern Heaven domain. Among these 3 forbidden lands, the burial, immortal mountain range was the most tranquil, while the other 2 were virtually inaccessible to cultivators. Demon God Mountain was the sacred ground of the demon race, rumored to entune countless great demonic powers. Human cultivators could never set foot there, as they would likely be besieged and slain by demons upon entering the demon domain. As for the Undying Divine River, it was said to have existed since the primordial era, steeped in desolation and death, devoid of any vitality. Legends told that a human great power entered it 100,000 years ago, only for those outside the river to hear heart-wrenching screams within moments. The great power never emerged. Even now, mentioning the Undying Divine River sent chills down countless spines. The burial, immortal mountain range, however, was an anomaly among the 3 forbidden lands. Unlike the Undying Divine River, it brimmed with vibrant life, where towering trees grew freely and the scenery was breathtakingly beautiful. Yet this seemingly idyllic paradise was the most terrifying and enigmatic of the immortal martial continent's 3 forbidden lands. According to ancient texts, during the mythological era, the emperors suddenly appeared within the burial, immortal mountain range one day, only to be taken away by a mysterious force. Some believe these great emperors were drawn to the upper realm by the Forbidden Land's arcane power. Others claimed that deep within the burial, immortal mountain range lay a great terror, giving rise to countless theories. At the foot of the Kunlun sect within the burial, immortal mountain range, several streaks of light descended rapidly, startling the birds and beasts into cries of alarm. It was Chen and his companions who had just returned from the Great Qin dynasty. This is the burial, immortal mountain range. Qin Zhan sensed the surroundings and was instantly stunned. He looked at Chen in disbelief. Sect master, is our Kunlun sect located within this burial, immortal mountain range? Indeed, the Kunlun sect resides here. Chen smiled at his words, unbothered by his reaction, for this was a forbidden land. Anyone from the immortal martial continent would likely respond the same way. Seeing Qin Zhan's expression, Luo Wushuang also chuckled. Within the sect, Chen instructed Ling Shui to guide Qin Ruoxian around to familiarize her with the environment, as many sect buildings were still incomplete. Meanwhile, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang went to consult the Great Zhou ancestor about merging the dynasties. Chen left them to their affairs, knowing that the stronger the Kunlun sect's subsidiary forces, the greater its renown. Chen returned to the main hall to plan the Kunlun sect's development. On a peak, Qin Ruoxian smiled faintly at Ling Shui. Ling Shui, I'd like to explore the sect on my own. You don't need to guide me. All right, Ruoxian, I'll go cultivate then. Ling Shui's face showed slight disappointment, as she had hoped to learn more about her junior sister's rapid breakthrough. Nevertheless, she was delighted, having enjoyed a pleasant conversation with Qin Ruoxian. They addressed each other not as junior or senior sister, but as close companions. After Ling Shui left, Qin Ruoxian carefully sensed the Kunlun sect, and her expression shifted dramatically. Impossible. This spiritual energy is actually the immortal qi of the upper realm. She had sensed something amiss upon entering the Kunlun sect, so she had sent Ling Shui away to investigate. What she discovered shocked her deeply. To cultivators of the immortal martial continent, this spiritual energy might merely seem abundant, but to her, reborn from the upper realm, it was entirely different. She was confident that cultivating here would allow her to recover her strength in no time. Qin Ruoxian was increasingly awed and astounded by the Kunlun sect's mystery. She could not fathom who possessed the means to channel the upper realm's immortal qi into the lower realm. Perhaps this is my opportunity to enter such a mysterious sect in the lower realm. A gleam of determination flashed in Chen Ruoxian's eyes as she seemed to make a decision. On the disciple peak, Lin Yun was idly staring into the distance with a melancholic gaze, neglecting his cultivation. Though Lin Yun usually just chuckled, don't misunderstand. Since his battle saint physique fully awakened coupled with the battle saint art, his cultivation had broken through to the Dao Palace realm. Truly worthy of the battle saint physique. As for Ling Shui, who cultivated the willow deity art, her progress was also rapid, reaching the Dao Palace realm. Just as Lin Yun was about to compose a poem, a voice dispelled his melancholic expression. Senior brother, you're slacking off again. Ling Shui pouted angrily. She had been about to return to cultivate when she caught Lin Yun daydreaming. She knew Lu Chun had high expectations for them both, so she trained diligently. As for Lin Yun, she often had to push him to cultivate. After all, Lin Yun would only. Well, everyone knows. Seeing Lin Yun staring blankly at her, without responding, Ling Shui feigned anger. He'll tell the sect master. She turned to leave. Junior sister, I was just comprehending the battle saint art and got distracted. At the mention of the sect master, Lin Yun snapped to attention and grabbed Ling Shui. Lin Yun was terrified of Lu Chun. If Lu Chun found out he was slacking, he would truly be hung up and beaten. The thought made him shudder. Oh, comprehending an art. Sorry, senior brother. I didn't know you were in meditation. I disrupted your focus. Ling Shui's face filled with regret upon hearing Lin Yun's claim. It's fine, junior sister. I've already mastered the battle saint art's second layer. Lin Yun said with a serious expression. Tsk, only you could pull that off. Ling Shui trusted her senior brother implicitly, believing whatever he said. If it were Chen Ruoxian, she'd probably slap him silly. Really? You're amazing, senior brother. Ling Shui was overjoyed at his words. Junior sister, I won't let the sect master down. Lin Yun's expression turned serious, his gaze resolute. Though he often neglected cultivation, when he truly focused, his strength would far exceed his current level. But that's a story for later. But certainly not now. Junior sister, it's been a while since we discussed cultivation arts. Lin Yun grinned at Ling Shui's pretty face. Senior brother, are you referring to the battle saint art? Ling Shui asked, puzzled. Previously, Lin Yun had indeed spoken to her about the power of the battle saint art, which was why she found it hard to believe he had reached the second layer. At that moment, Lin Yun took Ling Shui's hand, and her beautiful cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Clad in a snow-white dress, she was breathtakingly lovely in that instant. Lin Yun was utterly captivated. Son, senior brother, you. Ling Shui's face was like a ripe peach, tempting enough to bite. She seemed to understand his intent. Of course they were going to meditate and cultivate. Son, senior brother, you. Ling Shui's face was like a ripe peach, tempting enough to bite. She seemed to understand his intent. Of course they were going to meditate and cultivate. Meanwhile, within the Great Zhou Royal Palace in a grand hall, Qin Zhan, Luo Wushuang, and the Great Zhou ancestor were deliberating on the merger of their two dynasties. Haha, excellent. Since Senior Luo has also agreed, I shall return to Great Qin at once. In 3 days, Great Qin and Great Zhou shall formally merge and establish a new dynasty. Qin Zhan, elated that the merger was settled, spoke cheerfully. Indeed, it must be so. We are now both subsidiary forces of the Kunlun sect and should unite as one. The Great Zhou ancestor smiled. By the way, the name of the new dynasty should be decided by the sect master. Luo Wushuang quickly interjected. As subsidiary forces, they naturally had to seek approval from the main sect. Lu Chun had already consented to their merger, but the name of the dynasty had to be determined by him. Both of them realized this. With a slight change in expression, they had nearly made a grave mistake. Indeed, brother Luo, let us go together to see the sect master. Very well, let's go. In the main hall of Kunlun sect, Lu Chen sat in the chief seat, looking at the two below, and spoke slowly. Since you have decided, I shall name your new dynasty. Lu Chen was not overly concerned with this matter, as his own sect was not yet fully established. Hearing this, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, their faces filled with excitement, respectfully addressed him. We beseech the sect master to bestow a name upon the new dynasty. To be honest, Lu Chen was unsure what name to choose, but having crossed over from Blue Star, he still held a deep nostalgia for it. Let it be called the 9 Provinces Dynasty. Lu Chen declared, looking at the two. Upon hearing the words 9 provinces, they exchanged a glance, and then respectfully replied to Lu Chen. Thank you, sect master. Lu Chen glanced at them and said calmly. Very well, if there is nothing else, go and begin the preparations. Yes, sect master. In the eastern heavenly domain, the 9 Serenities dynasty stood as a top-tier force, housing a heavenly monarch realm powerhouse. The various dynasties of the southern wilderness domain were on an entirely different level in comparison. At this moment, within the 9 Serenities royal palace, in an imposing hall, a middle-aged man with an overbearing aura sat in the chief seat, exuding an astonishing pressure at all times. The ministers of the 9 Serenities dynasty, looking at the middle-aged man above, had fear etched in their eyes. The Kunlun sect of Qingzhou in the Southern Wilderness domain. The middle-aged man was none other than Yu Li, the sovereign of the Nine Serenities dynasty. His gaze was icy as he stared at an armored man below. Yes, Your Majesty. Commander Wu died at the hands of this Kunlun sect. The armored man below, trembling from Yu Li's terrifying aura, spoke with difficulty. The Commander Wu he referred to was the golden armored man slain by Chen. The Kunlun sect. What kind of nameless sect dares to kill one of my Nine Serenities dynasty's men? A man in brocade robes exuding a formidable presence stepped forward and shouted angrily at the armored man. The armored man, drenched in cold sweat from the pressure, quickly replied, Your Highness, according to those from the Southern Wilderness domain, the Kunlun sect seems to be a reclusive sect. Nonsense. What reclusive sect? The prince roared in anger. Then, respectfully addressing Yu Li, he said, Your Majesty, allow me to go to the Southern Wilderness domain, annihilate this Kunlun sect, and retrieve the ancient desolate token. Yu Li narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, lost in thought. He had initially suspected the Jun family of the Southern Wilderness domain, for aside from those forces, his Nine Serenities dynasty feared no one in that region. Even the Jun family was slightly inferior to his Nine Serenities dynasty. Furthermore, this Kunlun sect possessed a half-step heavenly monarch realm cultivator. Although the Nine Serenities dynasty was in the eastern heavenly domain, Yu Li was well informed about the forces in the Southern Wilderness domain. He had never heard of any Kunlun sect. Otherwise, he would not have sent that golden armored man to the Southern Wilderness domain. Li Mu, go to the ancestral land and awaken an elder. Tell them the ancient desolate secret realm is about to emerge. I believe an elder will take action. Yu Li said coldly to the prince, intending to deploy a dynasty's trump card as a precaution. Hearing this, the prince and the ministers in the hall shuddered, involuntarily, shock evident in their hearts. They never expected the sovereign to summon an elder for the sake of the ancient desolate token. The prince quickly regained his composure, respectfully acknowledged Yu Li, and then withdrew from the hall. Clearly, the Nine Serenities dynasty harbored many ancient powerhouses. Yes, Your Majesty. 3 days later, news of the merger between Great Qin and Great Zhou spread across the Southern Wilderness domain, drawing widespread attention. Have you heard? The Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties in Qingzhou have actually merged. What? Impossible. Great Qin is the overlord of Qingzhou. How could it merge with a first-rate force like Great Zhou? Is the sovereign of Great Qin out of his mind? Shill. What the hell do you know? Great Qin has long ceased to be the overlord of Qingzhou. You mean? The Kunlun sect. Exactly, it's the Kunlun sect. After the merger, the new dynasty is called the Nine Provinces dynasty. Tisk, and it has become a subsidiary force of the Kunlun sect. Now the overlord of Qingzhou is the Kunlun sect. Sigh. Is the Kunlun sect truly that powerful? All the provinces found Great Qin's move to be incredible. Although Great Qin was not exceptionally strong in the Southern Wilderness domain, it still had a half-step heavenly monarch realm ancestor, and now it had become a subsidiary of the Kunlun sect. It was truly a matter of lamentation. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Sword sect on the Elder's Peak, Yunlong had intended to head to Qingzhou that very day to annihilate the Great Zhou dynasty. Upon learning of its merger with Great Qin, his face turned extremely dark and ugly. Great Qin dynasty. Yunlong ground his teeth, seeing his revenge for the destruction of his legacy so close at hand, only for this merger to occur. Now he harbored a grudge against Great Qin as well. Yet he knew that Great Qin was not a force he could contend with, especially now that the two dynasties had merged and become subsidiaries of the Kunlun sect. Even as the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Sword sect, Zhao Wuji would not risk offending the new Nine Provinces dynasty for his sake, let alone go all out for him. Moreover, behind the Nine Provinces dynasty stood the Kunlun sect of unknown strength. But how could Zhao Wuji know all this? He only knew that Yunlong's legacy had been destroyed in Qingzhou, but Yunlong had not clearly told him who was responsible. This led Zhao Wuji, despite knowing of the events in Qingzhou, to pay them little heed. In his view, as long as the Heavenly Sword sect did not actively provoke the Kunlun sect, all would be well. However, this did not mean Zhao Wuji feared the Kunlun sect. With their own ancestor now at the half-step Heavenly Monarch realm, he was brimming with confidence. At that moment, Zhao Wuji arrived at the Elder's Peak. Seeing Yunlong, he assumed he was ready to depart for Qingzhou and burst into laughter. Haha, Yun Changlong, this time, let the fifth elder and the others accompany you to Qingzhou. Zhao Wuji laughed, feeling immensely proud that since the grand feast the entire Tianzhou had recognized the immense strength of the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, Yunlong felt a deep sense of gratitude toward him. Yet seeing the man's unbridled cheerfulness, he couldn't help but wonder, what the hell are you so happy about? What are you plotting? A feast? Yunlong forced a bitter smile and explained the situation of the Great Zhou dynasty to Zhao Wuji. After listening, Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. The feast. is off. No, it's the chance to show off for the Heavenly Sword sect that's ruined. Behind him, several elders also let a trace of disappointment slip through their eyes. Damn it. This chance to flaunt our power is probably gone. Elder Yun. This matter needs careful deliberation. Zhao Wuji quickly interjected, fearing that Yun Long might act rashly and charge straight to Qingzhou. It wasn't that he feared the Kunlun sect, but rumors held that the sect harbored a heavenly monarch-level powerhouse. This forced him to tread cautiously, especially since the great Qin ancestor, a half-step heavenly monarch himself, had already become a vassal of the Kunlun sect. Even the current Heavenly Sword sect with its own half-step heavenly monarch ancestor dared not offend the Kunlun sect. Sect Master, I understand the stakes. Even if I seek revenge, I want do so under the banner of the Heavenly Sword sect. As he spoke, a flicker of madness gleamed in Yun Long's eyes. The blood feud of clan extermination was irreconcilable. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji felt relieved. He exchanged a few more words with Yun Long before departing with the elders. In Huangzhou, the Jun family reigned supreme. As the sole hegemon of the vast Huangzhou, the Jun family had held dominion for tens of thousands of years. Its foundation was one of the strongest among all powers in the Southern Wasteland domain, second only to the super forces. Its strength was immensely formidable, far surpassing even the heavenly monarch families of Yuezhou. At this moment, within a colossal ancient city spanning thousands of li, an earth-shattering, terrifying aura suddenly erupted. It emanated from the city's depths and swept instantly across the entire metropolis. A resonant hum filled the air. This aura, the fifth ancestor, has emerged from seclusion. At the city's heart, within an imposing building, Jun Wuhui, who had been meditating, sensed this terrifying presence. His expression turned ecstatic as he vanished from the spot. This grand city was the Jun family's stronghold, Taishu City. Legend held it was named after the family's ancient progenitor, and the entire city was protected by arcane runes inscribed by that ancestor. No outsider could breach this city, not even a heavenly monarch. This aura is... Haha, it must be the fifth ancestor emerging from seclusion. The Jun family members within the city were all overwhelmed with excitement. An elder shouted with fervent joy. Deep within the ancient city at the Jun family's ancestral grounds, Jun Wuhui stood respectfully outside, as if awaiting someone. With a soft hum, the space before him rippled slightly. An old man in gray robes appeared, his body devoid of any aura, like an ordinary elder, as he stepped slowly through a spatial portal. Jun Wuhui pays respects to the fifth ancestor. Upon seeing the elder, Jun Wuhui's face lit up with excitement as he stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The old man glanced at Jun Wuhui and nodded. I'm not bad. In 100 years you've broken through to the half-step heavenly monarch realm. It seems my judgment of you was not mistaken. Thank you for your praise, fifth ancestor. Hearing this, Jun Wuhui's eyes blazed with passion as he spoke reverently. Fifth ancestor, the primordial ancient token has appeared. He paused, casting a cautious glance at the elder. Which power holds it? The fifth ancestor asked, his expression unchanging. He gave Jun Wuhui a calm look as if the matter was of little concern. The fifth ancestor naturally understood Jun Wuhui's intentions. He simply hadn't expected any force in the Southern Wasteland domain aside from the superpowers to dare oppose the Jun family. Fifth ancestor, it's like this. Jun Wuhui then recounted the events in Qingzhou to the fifth ancestor. Hey, interesting. This Kunlun sect. I'd like to see what foundation it truly has. After hearing Jun Wuhui's account, the fifth ancestor's face remained impassive as he spoke calmly. Meanwhile, at the Kunlun sect's plaza, Lin Yunluo, Ling Xue, and Qin Ruoxian were engaged in a harmonious discussion about cultivation matters, the scene radiating a pleasant camaraderie. Qin Ruoxian meticulously explained the intricacies of cultivation and potential bottlenecks to Lin Yun and Ling Xue, her patience evident. Both listeners were astounded by her insights. Could our junior sister be a reincarnated great power? They wondered internally, their minds reeling. At that moment, Lin Yun's eyes widened as he stared at Qin Ruoxian. Junior sister, how do you know so much about every cultivation realm? Exactly. You're incredible, no wonder you break through so fast. Ling Xue chimed in with amazement. Ling Xue sighed inwardly as the senior sister, I still need my junior sister's guidance. Alas, not at all, maybe I'm just gifted, Qin Ruoxian replied with a graceful smile, unwilling to reveal her identity just yet. Though she had fully integrated into the Kunlun sect, she still couldn't fathom its true depths. She only knew that the sect's very grounds were extraordinary, perhaps concealing even greater power. However, even if her identity were exposed one day, she would no longer be the empress who once ruled an ancient kingdom, but merely a disciple of the Kunlun sect. A thought crossed Qin Ruoxian's mind, perhaps the Kunlun sect is my final refuge. Meanwhile, Lin Yun, thinking of his junior sister's extraordinary talent in cultivation, began to worry. Little junior sister isn't going to end up lording it over me too, is she? No, I need to train harder. If the sect master finds out how freakishly talented she is, won't my position as senior brother be in jeopardy? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. A sudden idea struck him, and he asked Chen Ruoxian Jr.'s sister, "Do you know about the Battle Saint physique?" The Battle Saint physique. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoxian's expression shifted dramatically. Her gaze locked onto Lin Yun. The Battle Saint physique. This is a constitution that can only appear in the upper realm. The lower realm's flawed heavenly Tao cannot possibly give rise to such a heaven-defying physique. Lin Yun's words triggered a premonition within her. Lin, senior brother, how do you know of the Battle Saint physique? She wasn't yet accustomed to calling Lin Yun senior brother, given his habit of leering at Ling Xue with a mischievous grin. Still, she knew she would eventually have to address him as such. Moreover, with her keen perception, she could sense that Lin Yun possessed something unique about him. Lin Yun felt a bit unnerved under his junior sister's intense stare. He didn't understand why she reacted so strongly to the Battle Saint physique. After a brief pause, he averted his gaze. Junior sister, I was just asking, he. Lin Yun was now certain that his junior sister knew about the Battle Saint physique. He couldn't help but lament inwardly, Sect Master. Why does it seem like my junior sister knows everything? It's really embarrassing for me, the senior brother. Lin Yun felt as though his two junior sisters were constantly overshadowing him, undermining his status as the Kunlun sect's senior disciple. It wasn't his fault for having limited experience. His original family was a minor clan, and the strongest cultivators he had ever encountered were only at the Dao Palace realm. Had it not been for joining the Kunlun sect and awakening the Battle Saint physique, Lin Yun might have remained an ordinary man, and a supreme constitution would have been wasted. Had it not been for joining the Kunlun sect and awakening the Battle Saint physique, Lin Yun might have remained an ordinary man, and a supreme constitution would have been wasted. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingsu's expression changed slightly, and with her mouth slightly agape in disbelief, she looked at Chen Ruoxian and asked junior sister, "Do you know about the Battle Saint body?" She had heard from the sect master about the power of the Battle Saint body, and logically cultivators at their level should have no access to such a physique. If Lin Yun did not possess such a physique, she would have never believed that such a heaven-defying body existed. Now her junior sister not only seemed to understand the difficulties encountered in cultivation, but also appeared to know some even more mysterious things. This made her feel a mysterious illusion about her exceptionally gifted junior sister. Of course, I know the Battle Saint body is one of the top 10 physiques in the heavens, immensely powerful. As long as one does not perish prematurely, becoming a great emperor is merely the starting point. Chen Ruoxian said seriously while looking at the two. The great emperor is merely the starting point. Upon hearing this, Ling Xue was so shocked that her mouth hung open wide, as if she could fit a meat stick in it, trembling internally. Whoa, junior sister must be joking. The great emperor. That is the pinnacle of the cultivation path. How could it possibly be the starting point? For lower realm cultivators, the great emperor is already the last step on the cultivation path, with an incredibly long lifespan. Moreover, it has been 1,000,000 years since a great emperor has appeared in the Xinwu continent. As a result, everyone in the Xinwu continent believes that this is an era without great emperors. As for what realm the great emperor truly represents, perhaps only those ancient powers that have existed for millions of years have some understanding. When these words fell into Lin Yun's ears, he immediately felt his body tremble, his eyes wide open, staring at his junior sister, who did not seem to be joking, thinking he must have heard it wrong. Junior sister, are you sure you're not joking? Yes, junior brother, the sect master has mentioned that our senior brother's physique is expected to become a great emperor in the future. The two dared not believe it, thinking that their junior sister was joking with them. By the way, junior sister, you just said that the great emperor. Ling Xue was about to clarify what the starting point meant. Before she could finish her sentence, Chen Ruoxian interjected, Ling Xue, did you say that senior brother's physique is the Battle Saint body? No, how is that possible? How could such a physique exist in the lower realm? Moreover, she had not even realized that Lin Yun was indeed the Battle Saint body. Yes, senior brother's physique is indeed the Battle Saint body, Ling Xue said nonchalantly, looking at the astonished Chen Ruoxian. Lin Yun nodded seriously, saying, junior sister, I truly possess the Battle Saint body. The sect master has also said that my physique is immensely powerful, and becoming a great emperor is not a problem. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruoxian said, senior brother, you should give it your all against me. She could no longer remain calm. To confirm whether Lin Yun truly possessed the Battle Saint body, she needed to personally verify it. What? Give it your all against you? Upon hearing this, Ling Xue was stunned, momentarily frozen in place. Lin Yun was even more bewildered, looking at Chen Ruoxian in astonishment. What's going on? Is junior sister going to challenge my weakness as soon as she enters the Kunlun sect? This junior sister of his was already at the Dao Palace realm, while he was only at the 9th layer of the spiritual sea, which he had only just broken through not long ago. But is this even sensible? Lin Yun had progressed from awakening the Battle Saint body to breaking through to the 9th layer of the spiritual sea in less than a month. It felt like he was playing on easy mode. If those so-called genius young talents from the Xinwu continent knew this, they would surely want to crush Lin Yun. Isn't this just seeking abuse? The key point is that Ling Xue was still watching from the side, making it difficult for him to maintain his composure. Seeing the reactions of the two, Qin Ruoxian realized they still did not understand her intention, and she immediately spoke. Senior brother, you probably haven't fought anyone seriously yet, right? She was correct. Lin Yun had not truly battled anyone, which had left him unclear about his own strength. In the family, Lin Yun was seen as a waste easily bullied by anyone. Although entering Kunlun awakened his battle saint body, and his strength soared, he indeed had not fought anyone yet. However, Qin Ruoxian knew the power of the battle saint body. In the same realm, it was practically invincible. This same realm did not refer to ordinary cultivators, but rather to the genius tier that possessed special physiques where it was considered invincible. That's right, junior sister, I indeed have not fought anyone before. Lin Yun's face flushed with embarrassment as he chuckled, then said, by the way, junior sister, why do you want me to give it my all against you? She gazed thoughtfully at Lin Yun and continued to explain to the two, having the battle saint body not only makes one invincible in the same realm, but also allows one to contend against stronger opponents. As she spoke, she recalled a supreme being from the upper realm who also possessed the battle saint body. She looked deeply at Lin Yun, then said, moreover, the battle saint body is a physique born for battle. Only through constant refinement in combat and understanding the way of battle can one break through oneself and step onto the true path of invincibility. The reason why Qin Ruoxian understood the battle saint body so well was entirely because there was a supreme existence with the same battle saint body in the upper realm. That being was a terrifying presence in the realm of immortals. Even her enemies with the immortals' infinite ancient nation behind them were nothing but ants before that being. Upon hearing this, Ling Xu's face was filled with shock. Hearing these words, Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a glimmer. At this moment, he was also eager to know his own strength. Junior sister is right. Only through constant battles can one become stronger. Regardless of whether what junior sister said is true or false, it seems that only by engaging in actual combat will he find out. With this in mind, Lin Yun made up his mind. He decided he needed to go out and experience the world rather than growing up in a greenhouse. Lin Yun looked at Ling Xue beside him earnestly and said, junior sister, you should step back a bit. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you later. Senior brother Ruoxian, just don't take it too seriously. Oh, just go easy on it. Ling Xue said worriedly as Lin Yun and Qin Ruoxian were separated by a significant cultivation realm. She was not worried about Qin Ruoxian, but was concerned about Lin Yun. Junior sister, I will take action now. After Ling Xue stepped back, Lin Yun looked at Qin Ruoxian and said. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxian nodded slightly. You must go all out, otherwise you won't even be able to withstand a single move from me. In order to ensure that Lin Yun truly gave it his all, she did not forget to provoke him a bit. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lin Yun could no longer hold back. I knew it. Junior sister, you really want to ride on top of me, your senior brother. This implies that you are questioning my abilities, you little pup. How can I tolerate this? Immediately afterward, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Yun's body. 100-foot golden blood energy exploded from within him, rushing directly into the sea of clouds, as if the entire void had been pierced. Boom! Golden holy blood. Battle saint body. Seeing this scene, Qin Ruoxian's heart trembled fiercely, and in that moment, she could confirm and believe that Lin Yun truly possessed the battle saint body. Battle saint fist. P.S. to all the big shots and handsome guys, the author himself is no longer working. No more hammering lemon Tio updates will resume starting tomorrow. With a thunderous boom, a punch was thrown, causing the space before him to crack and groan as if about to shatter. A colossal golden fist imprint surged toward Qin Ruoxian with overwhelming force. Is this the battle saint physique? Qin Ruoxian's expression shifted as she sensed the power within the incoming golden fist. She realized that even a cultivator at the divine treasury realm could not withstand Lin Yun's punch. It might even be capable of contending with the Dao Palace realm. This was a leap across an entire major realm. While there were young prodigies in the upper realm who could fight across realms, they were invariably exceptional geniuses with extraordinary talents. In the path of cultivation, a single minor realm difference was like an insurmountable chasm, let alone a major one. This shattered her previous understanding of the battle saint physique. With a thunderous roar, Qin Ruoxian struck out with a palm. Fist and palm collided in a violent explosion, echoing with a tremendous sound. At the ninth heaven of the Dao Palace realm, and a former great emperor, her combat experience was immense. She neutralized Lin Yun's punch with ease. In the distance, Ling Xue's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with shock as she exclaimed this. I never expected the senior brother to be this powerful. She too could feel the might of Lin Yun's punch, which she knew she could never withstand. Alas, it seems I can no longer ride on senior brother's face. Lin Yun stood frozen, murmuring to himself. He felt no disappointment in his strength, but rather a clear recognition of it. Now he needed relentless combat, battle after battle. Senior brother that punched just now was incredibly strong. Ling Shui and Qin Ruoxian approached, speaking with excitement. He, little junior sister, is also formidable. As the senior brother, I am not even as strong as you. Lin Yun chuckled as he looked at the two, though he was confident he would soon surpass his junior sister. He had absolute faith in himself. It was not that Lin Yun feared losing his position as senior brother. As a disciple of the Kunlun sect, he had to uphold its honor and dignity, ensuring no one would mock them. He also did not want to disappoint Lu Chen. Senior brother, with your battle saint physique, your true strength cannot be measured by cultivation realms alone. I believe you now understand your power well enough to contend with the Dao Palace realm without issue. Qin Ruoxian nodded slowly, now acknowledging Lin Yun as the senior brother. Though she was already a disciple of Kunlun, earning her recognition for a talentless or weak senior brother was no easy feat. After all, in many respects, she was a senior. Though stripped of her former cultivation, the knowledge and trump cards of a great emperor were beyond imagination. Thank you, junior sister, for helping me clearly gauge my strength, Lin Yun said. You're welcome, senior brother, Qin Ruoxian replied with a faint smile. Senior brother Ling Shui, could you tell me more about our Kunlun sect? Qin Ruoxian was still unfamiliar with the Kunlun sect. She sensed that a formidable presence seemed hidden within it, and everything about it exuded an air of mystery. Sure, junior sister, let's go sit over there and talk. Ling Shui took Qin Ruoxian's hand and led her toward a mountain peak. Junior sister, little junior sister, I need to see the sect leader about something, so I want to accompany you. Lin Yun intended to discuss his plans for training outside. Hearing this, Qin Ruoxian seemed to read his thoughts, but said nothing. The battle saint physique was never meant to be a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. In the upper realm, she had heard of a supreme being with the battle saint physique, who in his youth had vanquished countless prodigies, holy sons and holy daughters, ascending to the great emperor realm in less than 500 years. Moreover, if the Kunlun sect was indeed the ancient force of the upper realm, she suspected Lin Yun might reach the great emperor realm in just a few centuries. Meanwhile, in the Zhou dynasty, the former royal city of the great Zhou dynasty had become the capital of the Zhou dynasty. Though unprotected by formations and inferior to the ancient city of Great Qin, every major force in the Southern Wasteland knew that the Zhou dynasty was now a vassal of Kunlun. Until it was confirmed whether Kunlun was a hidden sect and whether it harbored a Heavenly King realm expert, those with half-step Heavenly King cultivators dared not rashly attack the Zhou dynasty. After all, Chen Beixian had ruthlessly slain a half-step Heavenly King at the Great Qin royal city, instilling deep fear in the first-rate hegemonic powers. The Zhou dynasty had two sovereigns, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang. The ancestors of both families became the shared ancestors of the dynasty. Luo Yuan had also broken through to the Void Cave realm, aided by a top-grade spiritual herb and a void-breaking pill from the Great Qin dynasty's reserves, which healed his injuries and boosted his cultivation. At that moment, a warship crossed the realms. Above the Southern Wasteland, an enormous bronze warship exuding an ancient aura appeared in the sky. Two archaic characters, Geo, were inscribed on its hull, and it sped toward a destination in the Southern Wasteland. As the warship passed, it tore through the void with a series of thunderous roars, the sound of space shattering, echoing across the heavens, and drawing the attention of countless forces below. At this moment, cultivators across the Southern Wasteland were shaken. Holy crap! Look, what just flew by? How can it be so fast? That's incredible, a cultivator exclaimed, drawing the notice of those around him, who all gazed skyward. That looks like a warship. Indeed, it's a warship. But which hegemonic power does it belong to? Warships were possessions of hegemonic-level forces or higher, so they instantly recognized it as belonging to some such power. What's going on recently? First, a suspected hidden sect like Kunlun appears in the Southern Wasteland, and now an ancient warship shows up. Is something major about to happen? That direction? It's heading toward Qingzhou. The primordial token seems to be in the hands of that Kunlun sect in Qingzhou. It looks like some forces can no longer resist making a move. Could it be? Quick, head to Qingzhou. That warship must be going to Kunlun. This is going to be interesting. Indeed, nothing draws a crowd like a spectacle, even if it means war between major powers. Countless cultivators from various prefectures discerned the warship's intent and soared into the sky, rushing toward Qingzhou. They had long wanted to know if Kunlun was truly a hidden sect, and now a hegemonic power was making its move. They were eager to see if Kunlun could withstand the assault, and if it truly was the legendary hidden grand sect. Meanwhile, some in the hegemonic powers of the Southern Wasteland recognized the warship's origin and exclaimed in shock, "That seems to be a hegemon from the Eastern Domain." Meanwhile, some in the hegemonic powers of the Southern Wasteland recognized the warship's origin and exclaimed in shock, "That seems to be a hegemon from the Eastern Domain." Meanwhile, some in the hegemonic powers of the Southern Wasteland recognized the warship's origin and exclaimed in shock, That seems to be a hegemon from the Eastern Domain. 9 Nether Dynasty. Indeed, that warship belonged to the 9 Nether Dynasty from the Eastern Domain. Above the skies of Uezhou, an elder with a terrifying aura appeared. He was a half-step heavenly monarch realm ancestor of the Han clan, the dominant force of Uezhou. His face was full of solemnity as he gazed toward Qingzhou. So that half-step heavenly monarch who appeared in Qingzhou that day was from the 9 Nether Dynasty. It seems it's time for my Han clan to make a move. Kunlun Sect. Even if a true heavenly monarch exists this time, I'm afraid they can't withstand the major powers. The arrival of a top-tier dominant force from another domain was hardly good news for the factions of the Southern Wasteland. After all, the ancient desolate token was in Qingzhou. If it fell into the hands of a power from another region, it would be a great humiliation for the factions of the Southern Wasteland. The Han clan naturally desired it as well, but the dominant forces of each province seemed to be waiting. Waiting for what? They were waiting to see who would strike first against the Kunlun sect. Among the top-tier dominant forces, all possessed heavenly monarchs, but they were in slumber. Unless a crisis of life and death arose, those ancient beings would not awaken. Of course, for a force like the Jun clan, which had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, its foundations were even more terrifying. This also meant that the sudden appearance of a half-step heavenly monarch was enough to shatter the balance among the major powers. Now, with the 9 Nether Dynasty striking first against Kunlun, it would inevitably draw the attention of other top-tier dominant forces. The major powers had long wanted to know if Kunlun truly possessed a heavenly monarch. Previously at the auction in the Great Qin Royal City, the Celestial Spirit Pill had been obtained by the Han clan. The Han clan and the Jun clan of Huangzhou, both top-tier dominant forces with heavenly monarchs ranked among the top 10 in the Southern Wasteland. It's time to awaken the foundations of my Han clan, or the ancient desolate token may elude us. With these words, the elder's figure vanished instantly. As the Han clan elder had said, all the major dominant forces of the Southern Wasteland were now awakening their respective foundations. The dominant force of Uezhou. Deep within the Yao Qi Palace, a beautiful woman in palace attire appeared. The terrifying aura that inadvertently emanated from her made all the disciples of the Yao Qi Palace tremble. Then her figure vanished. In the forces of the other provinces, similar scenes unfolded. At that moment, streams of terrifying auras spread across every province. Instantly, countless cultivators of the Southern Wasteland felt a chill of fear in their hearts, unaware of what was happening. Elsewhere in the 9 provinces' royal city, within a grand hall, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were conversing, unaware that the crisis had already arrived. A hum echoed. Rumble. Above the 9 provinces dynasty, an ancient colossal warship appeared heading toward the 9 provinces royal city. On the warship stood countless armored cultivators, each exuding a powerful aura. They were the people of the 9 Nether Dynasty. The deafening roar of tearing air resounded across the entire 9 provinces dynasty, causing the cultivators below to pale in shock as they gazed at the massive warship. A warship? Which force dares to act so brazenly in the 9 provinces dynasty? Are they courting death? They were still unaware of what was happening, thinking some dominant force was merely causing trouble. After all, the 9 provinces dynasty had grown immensely powerful, backed by the Kunlun sect. The Southern Wasteland was rife with rumors that Kunlun possessed a heavenly monarch. This had greatly elevated the 9 provinces dynasty's reputation. Within the royal city hall, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang's expressions shifted simultaneously, and their figures vanished. The two appeared above the royal city, their gazes fixed on the ancient warship, now hovering overhead. A foreboding sense of dread surged within them. Brother Qin, can you discern the origin of this warship? Luo Wushuang's face grew extremely grave as he pointed to the characters 9 Nether inscribed on the vessel. 9 Nether. 9 Nether. Qin Zhan muttered, his mind suddenly recalling a terrifying force. His expression shifted drastically as he exclaimed, "The Eastern Heavenly Domain, the top-tier dominant 9 Nether Dynasty." Then he cried out, "Not good." Brother Luo, quickly notify the 2 ancestors. The 9 Nether Dynasty must be after the ancient desolate token. At that moment, Qin Zhan understood the origin of the armored man from that day, realizing why he was so formidable. Though Luo Yuan was only at the Void Realm, his seniority and experience commanded respect, so Qin Zhan addressed him as an ancestor. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang quickly took out a transmission talisman to notify the 2 ancestors. Usually both ancestors were in seclusion and rarely awakened. On the warship, "Your Highness, this is the 9 provinces dynasty. The former Great Qin dynasty was the dominant force of Qingzhou, and now it has merged with a minor dynasty to form this new one." An armored man spoke respectfully to a man in splendid robes beside him. This armored man was one of the Imperial Guards who had come to the Southern Wasteland with the Golden Armored Man. The Golden Armored Man who died at Chen Baixuan's hands had been a commander of the 9 Nether Dynasty's Imperial Guard. After returning to the 9 Nether Dynasty, he had come to the Southern Wasteland and remained hidden in Qingzhou. Thus he was well informed about the merger of the Great Qin and Great Zhou dynasties. Hearing this, the prince sneered disdainfully, "A third-rate dominant force dares to kill one of my 9 Nether Dynasty's men. I want to see what waves the Kunlun sect can stir this time." This time the 9 Nether Dynasty had dispatched a clan elder, filling him with immense confidence. Even if Kunlun truly had a heavenly monarch, he remained unflustered. "Go annihilate the 9 provinces dynasty and seize the ancient desolate token first," the prince said coldly. "Yes, your highness." Such was the arrogance of a top-tier dominant force. Even a half-step heavenly monarch was beneath their notice like an insignificant power. From start to finish, he never even glanced at Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang. If not for the 9 Nether Nations sovereign fearing a mishap and insisting on summoning a clan elder, this prince would have long come to destroy the 9 provinces dynasty and the Kunlun sect. As the prince's words fell, the armored man stepped out of the warship. Without even looking at Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, he raised his hand and struck a palm, sending a powerful force crashing down toward the royal city below. Boom! The palm transformed into a mighty oppressive seal. The cultivators below felt their scalps tingle and faces turn pale as they screamed in terror. "It's a Void Realm powerhouse. Why haven't the 2 sovereigns made a move?" Just as the voices arose, Qin Zhan reacted. He hadn't expected the 9 Nether Dynasty to be so aggressive, striking without warning. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "You seek death." A spear materialized in Qin Zhan's hand. Sensing that the armored man's cultivation was at the same Void Realm first level as his own, and equally formidable, he held nothing back, thrusting his spear with all his might. A hum echoed. Bang! Bang! The palm seal was instantly shattered, a deafening sound spreading throughout the royal city. The armored man's eyes narrowed, his icy gaze fixed on Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang, his expression darkening. "Who are you to dare block my way?" He dismissed Luo Wushuang entirely, only deigning to acknowledge Qin Zhan, who was at the Void Realm. "I am Qin Zhan, the sovereign of the 9 provinces dynasty." "I am Qin Zhan, the sovereign of the 9 provinces dynasty." Upon hearing this, the armored man said coldly, "I don't care who you are. Stand in my way and you seek death." As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from him, surging toward Qin Zhan. A resonant hum filled the air. This was the might of a top-tier hegemon. Anyone they dispatched was a Void Cave Realm expert. With a thunderous roar, the armored man unleashed his full presence, vanishing from his spot in an instant. He reappeared before Qin Zhan, extending a massive hand, crackling with immense power to seize him. A hum buzzed, followed by a grunt of surprise. Such speed! Qin Zhan's heart trembled, his expression shifting as he frantically channeled his inner strength into his spear, thrusting it toward the armored man. With a piercing sound, blood and shredded flesh splattered through the air, a stark and vivid sight. The spear tore through the armored man's palm, driving straight through to his shoulder, leaving a gaping hole that revealed stark white bone. The celestial energy of the heavenly king armament blazed at the wound, drawing a pained scream from him. The armored man cried out, retreating swiftly, nearly plummeting from the sky. Both were at the first layer of the Void Cave Realm, but the spear in Qin Zhan's hands was a heavenly king armament. Though damaged, it was still beyond the armored man's ability to withstand. Broken heavenly king armament. Aboard the warship, the prince glanced at the spear in Qin Zhan's hand, his expression shifting slightly. Then his gaze turned icy as he scolded the armored man. "Useless." Barely steadying himself, the armored man heard the prince's rebuke. His already pale face twisted with murderous intent as he glared at Qin Zhan. Now he could only fix a venomous stare on Qin Zhan, as if willing him dead with his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that his opponent would wield a heavenly king armament, shattering his bravado and nearly capsizing him. "This subordinate is incompetent. I beg the prince to intervene." The armored man, his voice trembling, returned to the warship with his wounded body and knelt before the prince. The prince didn't spare him a glance. Instead, he stepped out from the warship, standing in the void with a cold, piercing gaze fixed on Qin Zhan and his companion. Half-step heavenly king realm. Qin Zhan and his ally felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts quaking. "Hand over the primordial token and lead me to that Kunlun sect. Otherwise, I'll erase your 9 provinces dynasty from the Southern Wasteland domain entirely." "I don't know what you're talking about," Qin Zhan said gravely. As his words fell, the prince snorted, unleashing a terrifying aura. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. With a crash, Qin Zhan and Luo Wushuang were slammed to the ground, smashing through the grand hall below. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Luo Wushuang, too weak in cultivation to withstand even a casual strike from a half-step heavenly king, collapsed, her fate unknown. Qin Zhan's face was deathly pale as he barely held on. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, another gush of blood erupted. The Netherworld prince, seeing this, had lost all patience. "Since that's the case, I'll annihilate the 9 provinces dynasty first." With that said, He raised his hand and pressed down toward the royal city below. A colossal hand materialized in the void, radiating terrifying power that seemed to blanket 100 miles in its grasp. With a thunderous rumble, the giant hand descended with devastating force, producing a deafening crack of destruction. Cries of anguish erupted. "Someone save me!" Countless cultivators in the royal city, unable to bear the oppressive aura, screamed in agony, just as the massive hand was about to land. "Get lost, old man." Two elder figures appeared in the void behind the city, shouting. They were Luo Yuan and Kunlun, the ancestors of the Nine Provinces dynasty. Kunlun then erupted with full force, channeling all his power into a single punch aimed at the giant hand. A resounding blast echoed as the two forces collided in midair, sending shockwaves of terrifying energy across 100 miles. Seizing the momentary respite, Luo Yuan rushed to Qin and Luo Wushuang, whisking them away. Old fool, you seek death." The prince's face darkened, his eyes icy as he glared at Kunlun. Qinlan's expression was grim. He hadn't expected someone to strike at the Nine Provinces dynasty so soon, just as the Netherworld prince was about to obliterate the man before him. "Enough games. I don't have time to waste with you all." A voice resonated across the heavens, its calm words brimming with authority. Hearing this, the prince's body stiffened, his gaze filled with reverence. He bowed respectfully in the void. "Yes," as the word left his lips. A terrifying aura that crushed all will to resist spread through the realm. With a hum, an invisible giant hand appeared above, sweeping lightly toward the royal city below. Feeling the suffocating presence, Qinlan's pupils contracted sharply, his face flooding with terror. Heavenly King realm. But before he could finish, an overwhelming power enveloped the entire city, pinning everyone in place. With a thunderous roar, the countless palaces and towers of the royal city were shattered by the astonishing force. In an instant, the entire city was reduced to rubble. Collapse after collapse echoed. Countless cultivators lay amidst the ruins. Those of lower cultivation had already lost their lives. Even Kunlun and his companions couldn't escape, lying on the ground, barely breathing. Yet the assailant had merely waved a hand, as if crushing such feeble ants was beneath him. "Go take those few and find out where the Kunlun sect is." With that command, everything fell silent. The prince swept his hand, capturing Qinjan, Luo Wushuang, and the others, bringing them aboard the warship. Then the warship departed from the ruined site. Meanwhile, forces from various states and countless cultivators eager for spectacle had already arrived. Some from distant provinces lacking warships were still en route, traveling by flight at a slower pace. Upon reaching the skies above the Nine Provinces royal city, all were stunned by the sight before them. A once magnificent city now lay in ruins. Gasps filled the air. Is this the royal city of the Nine Provinces dynasty? How has it become a wasteland? What happened? Did a heavenly king realm powerhouse strike? Before the crowd could react, a cry of alarm rang out. "Look, some of them aren't dead yet." Survivors among the ruins thought bitterly, "Thanks a lot." Someone noticed living figures amidst the debris and shouted. Indeed, many still flickered with life, though all were drenched in blood, a harrowing sight to behold. It was terrifying. Countless onlookers felt their blood run cold at the devastation. What kind of force could wreak such havoc? This is the aura of celestial energy. It seems the Netherworld dynasty has sent a heavenly king. That must be it. The primordial token is in the Southern Wasteland domain. My Han family won't let them take it easily. After 10,000 years, Han Sang, your arrogance hasn't faded. Whoever gets the primordial token, let it be decided by strength. But it seems the Netherworld dynasty is heading for that Kunlun sect. The primordial token must be with them. After so long out of the world, a suspected hidden sect emerges in the Southern Wasteland. Interesting. A hidden sect. If not for the babbling of your juniors, my Lingyun Palace's youngster wouldn't have needed to wake me. I'd have seized the primordial token long ago. Let's go. Follow this aura, or the Netherworld dynasty will claim the primordial token. In the void, the divine thoughts of several ancient beings exchanged. Sensing the residual celestial energy, they deduced the Netherworld dynasty had deployed a heavenly king. This was troubling. Even they dared not underestimate the Netherworld dynasty's strength. Their thoughts were correct. Had the major powers not witnessed Chen of Kunlun claiming to be a mere guardian elder and effortlessly slaying a half-step heavenly king in Qingzhou, they wouldn't be so hesitant. This sowed deep suspicion among the powers. With their foundations slumbering, they dared not act rashly against Kunlun. Moreover, rumors spread wildly among Southern Wasteland's rogue cultivators, claiming Kunlun harbored a saint. Of course, the major powers scoffed at this. A saint was an inconceivable existence. No saint had appeared in the Southern Wasteland for tens of thousands of years, relegating it to the weakest domain on the immortal Martial continent. Thus, nothing is more fearsome than rumor. We must neither spread nor believe them. The Southern Wasteland cultivators retorted, "You lie." The Lingyun Palace in Yunzhou, a top-tier hegemon, rarely showed itself in the Southern Wasteland. unless something major occurred. Even the last primordial auction went unattended by them. The burial immortal mountain range stretched across the land like a colossal dragon lying prostrate, its entrance resembling the gaping maw of the beast supported by two ancient stone pillars that soared into the clouds, standing imposingly between heaven and earth, awe-inspiring from afar. Meanwhile, within the main hall of the Kunlun sect, Chen sat cross-legged on the sovereign's seat, his eyes shut, as divine light swirled around him. Behind him, a chaotic scene shimmered with resplendence, making him appear like an unparalleled immortal monarch seated high above the 9 heavens, gazing down upon all creation. With a sharp flash, Chen slowly opened his eyes. A divine radiance burst forth, and within his pupils seemed to revolve countless worlds before vanishing in an instant, returning to normal. The Void Insight Realm. Chen exclaimed joyfully, his face lighting up. Through this period, he had mastered the 9-fold divine abilities of the chaotic divine being method. As for the first level, the chaotic sacred method, it was a supreme immortal scripture that complemented the chaotic sacred body, allowing Chen to cultivate it directly. Then, recalling something, he murmured inwardly, "System, use the cultivation card." Chen's current cultivation was still too low. As the master of a sect, having only the Void Insight Realm was hardly acceptable. Moreover, with his chaotic sacred body, his foundation was fortified to the teeth. Why fear instability? Although the system granted him a bottleneck-free path in terms of realms as long as he obtained cultivation cards, it could grant him a grand slam directly. Yet if his own foundation were weak, even with immense cultivation, encountering those truly fearsome beings who dominated the myriad realms might lead to his downfall. Chen's vision extended beyond the immortal martial continent. He aimed to lead Kunlun to dominate all realms and become the supreme sect across the cosmos. Ding! The cultivation card has been used successfully. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Sage Realm first layer. Holy cow! Chen shouted with excitement upon hearing the voice in his mind. With a thunderous roar, an immensely powerful force surged within him, impacting his meridians. The vast spiritual energy within his Dao Palace underwent a tremendous transformation, evolving into Dharma power, and it did not stop there. Immediately after, another, even more formidable force, the power of laws, erupted from his Dao Palace. Chen hastily suppressed it to prevent the terrifying energy from leaking out. The power of laws was the hallmark of a sage. Upon entering the Sage Realm, one's lifespan extended to 50,000 years. Chen had now stepped into the ranks of true powerhouses on the immortal martial continent. Even holy lands dared not offend a sage in the slightest. As for the Heavenly King Realm, with a mere 30,000-year lifespan, even divine medicines could not save one from the limit unless they broke through to the Sage Realm. But to become a sage, one must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth, a feat as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The Sage Realm was different. Having grasped the power of heaven and earth's laws, even if one's lifespan was nearing its end, they could seal themselves in divine sources to slow the passage of time and use that as a foundation. After a moment, everything settled. Chen carefully sensed the changes within his body and was overjoyed. The Sage Realm. He raised his hand and gently sliced the void before him. With a tearing sound, a crack appeared in the space before him, revealing a pitch-black void within the hall. Is this the power of the Sage Realm? Truly formidable. A casual gesture can tear through space. Having verified the Sage Realm's might, Chen was deeply exhilarated. Now his priority was to recruit more disciples as quickly as possible. He had already devised a plan to have Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan spread the news that Kunlun was accepting disciples. After all, he believed Kunlun had gained some renown in Qingzhou. This would attract some talented disciples, though he knew that truly gifted individuals might already be snatched up by major powers. As for Lin Yun and Luo Lingxue, their acquisition was sheer luck, while Qin Ruoxian had been a great emperor in her past life. Had it not been for the system revealing her background, even the superpowers of the immortal martial continent would have failed to pique her interest in joining. But after Chen's persuasion, it was hard for her not to join Kunlun. Beishuan, come to the main hall. He called softly. With a hum, a figure in azure robes appeared in the hall. It was Chen Beixian. Beixian greets the sect master, he said respectfully, then felt a jolt inside. The sect master's power seems even more terrifying. Yes, go guide Lin Yun and Lingxue in their cultivation and check on their progress. With recruitment imminent, Lin Yun as Kunlun's senior disciple must not appear too weak, lest new disciples doubt the sect's strength. That would never do. Moreover, Chen knew that Lin Yun often slacked off, always thinking about he with Lingxue. Even a donkey wouldn't rest that much. As for Luo Lingxue, Chen was quite at ease, and even more so with Qin Ruoxian. Understood, sect master. Chen Beixian replied respectfully before exiting the hall to find Lin Yun and Lingxue. Meanwhile, outside the burial immortal mountain range aboard a war vessel, Qin Zhan and his companions, after brutal torture by the Nine Nether Dynasty, had painfully revealed Kunlun's location. Now lying on the deck, their bodies were shattered and bloodied, barely clinging to life with a final breath. I never expected the Kunlun sect to be hidden in the burial immortal mountain range. Could it truly be a hidden sect? The prince's face changed as he stared at the entrance, astonished. Beholding the two ancient sky-piercing stone pillars before him, his eyes widened. The archaic characters Kunlun were engraved upon them, evoking a sense of reverence at first glance. The prince murmured, "Your Highness, this place is a forbidden zone. Should we enter?" The previously arrogant armored man now spoke with a trembling voice. Ancient texts recorded that the burial immortal mountain range harbored some terrifying force that caused people to vanish inexplicably, instilling fear in all. Though it appeared as a secluded paradise, everyone still felt an inexplicable dread toward the range. Perhaps such was the terror of rumor. Often the more powerful one was the more they feared death. Upon hearing this, the prince fell silent for a moment, his gaze turning icy. What is there to fear? With that one present, and if this Kunlun sect truly lies within the burial immortal mountain range, it means not only is there no danger here, but there is also a great chance of encountering fortune. With a wave of his hand, the warship plunged into the burial immortal mountain range. On the square of the Kunlun sect, Chen Beixian was inspecting Lin Yun's cultivation progress, with Ling Xue and Qin Ruoxian watching from the side. Suddenly Chen Beixian furrowed his brow, his expression shifting slightly. With a hum, a warship swiftly arrived above the Kunlun sect. Instantly Lin Yun and the others' expressions changed as they gazed at the warship. This was the first time he had seen another force come to cause trouble at the Kunlun sect. As the senior disciple, Lin Yun was about to rebuke them for their insolence before the Kunlun sect, but before he could speak, with a thud, 4 bloodied and disheveled figures were thrown from the warship. As they landed, the group's eyes widened and a murderous aura erupted from them. It was Qin Zhan Lu Wushuang and the two ancestors of the Nine Provinces dynasty. "Father! Ancestor!" Qin Ruoxian and Ling Xue cried out, their eyes reddening as they rushed forward. With a few sharp whistles of breaking air, Wang Ming and the other two appeared on the square, their eyes fixed on every movement of the warship above. "Greetings, Elder Chen," Wang Ming and the others said respectfully to Chen Beixian. He nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Beixian, Lin Yun, and the others hurried forward. Seeing the four's shattered bodies, Chen Beixian immediately began to examine their injuries. Qin Ruoxian had always felt the affection Qin Zhan and Qin Lan had for her, even though she was somewhat resistant to calling Qin Zhan father. After all, as a former great emperor, she still retained a certain pride, but now she had gradually come to accept everything. At this moment, a terrifying, murderous intent erupted from her, and a wave of cold energy surged from within her, as if the very air had frozen solid. Lin Yun and Ling Xue couldn't help but shiver, and even Chen Beixian cast a thoughtful glance at Qin Ruoxian. As he continuously channeled spiritual energy into the four, Chen Beixian's gaze grew colder. The four had all their meridians ruptured, and their inner Tao palaces shattered, meaning they could only remain at the divine hidden realm for the rest of their lives. "Elder, how are the senior's injuries?" Lin Yun asked with concern, while comforting Ling Xue and Qin Ruoxian. "Wah! Elder, Ling Xue begs you please save father and the others." Ling Xu's face was streaked with tears as she pleaded. Qin Ruoxian also discerned the severity of their injuries, and the coldness in her expression deepened. The imperial will within her soul had already been stirred. Just as she was about to act, a white-clad figure appeared without a trace of aura. It was Lu Chen. Lu Chen had been cultivating the chaos divine spirit art, his divine sense immersed within, cutting off his perception of the outside world. When he finished and sensed something amiss, he hadn't expected such an event to have occurred. After glancing at Lu Wushuang and the four, his expression turned grim. As a sage, he could instantly perceive the severity of their injuries. "Sect Master." The crowd saw Lu Chen appear and were about to rise and bow, but Lu Chen said, "Enough, no need for formalities." Lu Chen waved his hand, and a divine light shot into the four's bodies. A radiance of divinity flowed through them, and their shattered forms miraculously began to heal slowly. This scene made Lin Yun and the others' eyes widen in shock. This was nothing short of a miracle. Lin Yun and Ling Xue had never witnessed such an extraordinary feat, and they were awestruck. Just what cultivation level has the sect master reached? Even Qin Ruoxian trembled inwardly. Such power was beyond even her abilities as a great emperor in her past life. Because she could clearly sense that not only were the four's injuries healing at a visible rate, but their shattered meridians and broken Tao palaces were also being restored by an inexplicable force. After a moment, the four coughed and slowly opened their eyes. Seeing Ling Xue and the others, they appeared somewhat dazed. Ling Xue, Ruoxian, Lu Wushuang, and Qin Zhan said in disbelief as they looked at their daughters. "Father, ancestor, you scared Ling Xue to death." Ling Xue sobbed. The two ancestors were also slow to react. Suddenly they looked around and saw Lu Chen. Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Sect Master." Lu Chen nodded. "No need for formalities. Who did this to you?" Upon hearing this, the joy on their faces vanished, replaced by fear. Their expressions grew grave as they said, "Sect Master, it was the Nine Nether Dynasty, a top overlord of the Eastern Heavenly Domain. A Heavenly King realm powerhouse was involved. They came for the ancient desolate token." At these words, Lin Yun and the others were also shocked. A Heavenly King realm. They hadn't expected such an existence to emerge. Even with her Imperial will, Chen Ruoxian was no match for a Heavenly King realm Grandmaster. Her remnant Imperial will could only exert a fraction of its original power. Eastern Heavenly Domain. So it was a force from another domain. This was Lu Chen's first encounter with a power beyond the Southern Wilderness domain, and it was a top overlord at that. But now Lu Chen cared little for what kind of top dynasty it was. As long as there were no sages or above, he held no fear. So what if they are a top overlord? Anyone who dares harm my Kunlun sect, no one in this world can protect the Nine Nether Dynasty. Lu Chen's expression turned cold as he spoke. Hearing this, everyone's bodies trembled and their blood boiled. The sect master was truly domineering. Just then a raucous voice came from the warship above. "Who is the sect master of the Kunlun sect? Get out here and kneel before this prince." On the warship, the Nine Nether Prince sneered as he looked down at the crowd below, his heart filled with glee. He hadn't expected the spiritual energy here to be so rich. What nonsense about a forbidden land of immortal martial arts. This was a veritable treasure trove. All lies. Rumors have deceived me. This place shall henceforth be the territory of my Nine Nether Dynasty. By now he was intoxicated by the dense spiritual energy. Gazing at the pavilions perched on the mountain peaks and the numerous peaks, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Haha, I never expected this to be such a blessed cultivation ground. Excellent." On the square, hearing the disrespectful words directed at Lu Chen from the warship, Wang Ming and the others' expressions darkened instantly. "Courting death. How dare you show disrespect to the sect master?" With a roar they released their auras, and a formidable pressure bore down on the warship. Void Transcendence Realm. Indeed, Wang Ming and the other two had reached the Void Transcendence Realm. Qin Zhan, Lu Wushuang, and Lin Yun were utterly stunned, their hearts shaken. Holy crap! Weren't these three seniors at the nascent Soul Realm? How had they reached Void Transcendence in such a short time? Even Chen Ruoxian was surprised. She could sense that their strength was solid, not achieved through external forces or pills. Kunlun. How mysterious. Lu Chen hadn't even glanced at the warship. With his current cultivation, he could discern everyone's power with a single thought. Moreover, Lu Chen had already sensed several hidden auras in the space around them. But from start to finish, he paid them no heed. If his guess was correct, they were all after the ancient desolate token. Heh, wanna play? All of you want to test Kunlun's strength, don't you? Then this seat will indulge you. And this is the perfect opportunity to let the entire Southern Wilderness domain know Kunlun's power. Wang Ming Wang, Xian Wang Lin, handle him. Don't let him die too quickly. Without even looking at the speaker on the warship, Lu Chen said calmly to Wang Ming and the others. The highest cultivator on the warship was that prince, a half-step Heavenly King realm. After this period, Chen Beixian had also reached the first level of the Heavenly King realm. As for why Chen Beixian and Wang Ming had broken through so quickly, the system's answer was that their true cultivation had been suppressed, and it would gradually recover as Lu Chen's own strength increased. At first, Lu Chen thought they had advanced through their own cultivation methods. He never expected. In the end, it was still this sect master bearing the burden. Yes, sect master. The three understood and vanished from the spot in an instant. Though faint, the words fell clearly upon every ear. With a swoosh, Wang Ming and his two companions materialized in the void, their formidable auras rolling forth and pressing down upon the heavens. Dare to act recklessly at Kunlun, then stay here today. With that, Wang Ming took a step forward in the air and reached out to grab the warship. Boom. A massive hand formed from spiritual energy descended upon the warship with immense force. Hearing this, the prince on the warship's face changed in an instant. As a half-step Heavenly King, it had been ages since anyone dared speak to him thus. What infuriated him further was that the three showed him such disdain, with only one making a move. Burning with rage, his eyes turned icy as he spoke. Three mere ants of the Void Cave realm dare show disrespect to this prince. You seek death. Boom. The mighty aura of a half-step Heavenly King erupted. With a wave of his hand, a palm seal formed from spiritual energy struck toward Wang Ming and his companions. Bang! A thunderous crash echoed as the palm seal was mercilessly shattered. The overwhelming force sent the prince flying, his body smashing through the warship until it broke apart. All aboard were caught off guard, suffering the unintended fallout. Bam! 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 2. Truly worthy of a half-step Heavenly King. He nearly killed his own men with that collision. 2. How is this possible? Prince, are you alright? The armored man, pale-faced, scrambled up from the deck and rushed to the prince's side, his voice trembling. The prince spat out another mouthful of blood, nearly fainting. His eyes, now filled with disbelief, pointed at Wang Ming as he stammered. Gone was his earlier arrogance. His face was etched with fear, and a terrifying thought crept into his mind. A hidden ancient sect. Why, you're not in the void cave realm. Don't come any closer. Heh. Hearing this, Wang Ming's eyes turned cold. You're simply too weak to show disrespect to the sect master and attack my people at Kunlun. You truly court death. No, don't kill me. Thinking Wang Ming intended to end him, he cried out in terror. Elder, save me. As his plea faded, a stern, authoritative voice echoed from nowhere. Useless wretch, can't even handle 3 ants of the void cave realm. A patch of void trembled, and an emaciated old man stepped out from a spatial rift radiating a terrifying aura. He paid no heed to anyone. What a dreadful aura. A heavenly king. Xinjian and Luo Wushuang's faces paled with terror. This was their first encounter with a heavenly king-level powerhouse. Yet looking at Lu Chen's calm and composed demeanor, their fear quickly dissipated. They believed Kunlun surely harbored a heavenly king of its own. They say the burial immortal mountain range is a forbidden land of great terror. Who would have guessed the spiritual energy here is so dense? Haha, excellent. This trip wasn't in vain. This place belongs to my 9 Nether dynasty now. Tsk. Another confident and arrogant fool appears. No, an old fool. This elder was a clan elder of the 9 Nether dynasty, a heavenly king at the 5th layer. After sensing the surroundings, a satisfied smile crossed his gaunt face as if the land was already his. He hadn't expected such a bonus beyond the primordial token lifting his spirits. Elder, save me. Seeing his elder lost and thought, the prince's heart sank. The elder snorted coldly, then turned to the crowd with a grim expression. Who is the sect master of this Kunlun sect? Hand over the primordial token obediently. I'm in a good mood today, perhaps he'll spare your lives. Whether his mood was good or not mattered little. Lu Chen's mood was far from pleasant. Hearing this, Lu Chen didn't even bother to glance at him. Heavenly kings no longer concerned him, only beings above the sage level could pose a threat. Bei Xian, kill him. It's time for all of the Southern Wasteland to know Kunlun's strength. He. At these words, the 9 Nether elder laughed, as if hearing the greatest joke. His face darkened as he sneered. Interesting. Boy, you're the sect master of Kunlun. I can't see through you, not bad tricks. But after today, your so-called Kunlun sect will vanish. He assumed Lu Chen had a technique to conceal his aura. Never in his wildest dreams would he imagine a sage stood before him, truly courting death. Enough noise. Bei Xian, kill him quickly. The old man's imagination left Lu Chen speechless. Wang Ming and his 2 companions had already returned to Lu Chen's side, gazing at the 9 Nether elder as if he were already dead. Lu Chen spoke calmly to Chen Bei Xian. It was time to show those hidden in the void watching the show Kunlun's true power. Otherwise, every stray cat and dog would think they could run wild at Kunlun. Of course, with Lu Chen's sage-level strength, a mere wave of his hand could reduce the old man to dust. But as a sect master, maintaining a certain dignity was necessary. Handling everything himself would seem beneath him. Yes, sect master. Chen Bei Xian replied respectfully, a playful glint in his eyes, as he understood Lu Chen's intent. He too sensed several auras hidden in the void. In an instant, he appeared before the 9 Nether elder. A terrifying, immense aura erupted from within him, spreading rapidly across 10,000 miles. Boom. At that moment, even cultivators in distant provinces felt the chilling, heart-pounding aura, all turning their gazes toward Qingzhou. They rushed toward Qingzhou to uncover what was happening. A smirk curling at his lips, Chen Bei Xian unleashed his boundless power without restraint. The very space groaned under the pressure, cracking with countless fissures. Boom. Feeling this boundless, fearsome aura, the 9 Nether elder's face changed drastically. Impossible. A hint of fear flickered in his eyes as his heart trembled. This is the first layer of the Heavenly King realm. Damn it. Why is his aura so terrifying? He couldn't believe it. He was at the 5th layer of the Heavenly King realm. But no one answered his question. In the void, the ancient undying of the Southern Wasteland, hidden in that space, sensed danger and quickly employed their techniques to stabilize the violent spatial fluctuations lest their own auras be exposed. Hiss. What kind of sect is this Kunlun sect? Why does it have such a powerful Heavenly King? Damn it, that man is only at the 1st layer of the Heavenly King realm. Why is his aura so terrifying? What do we do now? This Kunlun sect likely has more than one Heavenly King realm expert. I can sense that within those pavilions there seems to be an even more terrifying aura. Indeed, I feel it too. In the void, a divine sense echoed in agreement. Let's wait and see. The 9 Nether dynasty is no simple force. It's also a chance to gauge the strength of the Kunlun sect. If you've all grown too cautious. Even if this Kunlun sect has more than one heavenly king, can they truly overturn the heavens before us? A powerful divine sense mocked, and the other divine senses fell silent. Indeed, they had all stepped into the heavenly king realm 10,000 years ago, each one a being who overlooked the entire Southern Wasteland domain. Even when facing an opponent of the same realm, they would not yield. Yet now the aura of that figure in blue robes had shaken their hearts, which had remained unchanged for 10 millennia. Though he was merely at the first level of the heavenly king realm, his aura was more terrifying than those who had reached the 5th level. They simply could not comprehend. Was that blue-robed figure truly only at the first level of the heavenly king realm? These were ancient beings who had lived for over 10,000 years with immense knowledge and power. But the greater their power, the more they feared death. Hiss! Elder Chen is actually a heavenly king realm grandmaster. Lin Yun Luo Wushuang and the others were utterly stunned, especially Qin Lan, whose eyes were filled with shock. He had clearly felt Chen Baixuan's cultivation level that day, and it was definitely not the heavenly king realm. Because at that time Chen Baixian had no trace of magical power emanating from him. At this moment, they were immensely grateful for their decision to join the Kunlun sect. Now they dared not imagine how deep the Kunlun sect's foundations truly were. It turned out that what they had seen was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the void, faced with Chen Baixuan's terrifying aura and pressure, the elder of the Nine Nether dynasty now wore an expression of utmost solemnity and wariness, his previous air of superiority completely gone. Boom. The cultivation base of the 5th level heavenly king realm erupted from within him in an instant. A violent and boundless force filled the heavens and earth, causing the sky to churn with surging clouds. In a single moment, two terrifying auras deep as abysses capable of crushing the heavens and earth and shattering all space collided fiercely as both raised their hands and unleashed their power. Boom. Bang. A deafening sound like a colossal thunderclap resounded across the heavens and earth. Then the two invisible, terrifying auras exploded in the void. Rumble. The powerful shockwave from the explosion instantly radiated outward from the epicenter, sweeping away all clouds for 10,000 li in the void. At this moment, except for Lu Chun and Wang Ming, everyone present widened their eyes, their faces filled with shock, and a sense of fear surged within their hearts. Even Qin Ruoxian, now gazing at Chen Baixian in the void, revealed a hint of surprise in her eyes, involuntarily turning her gaze to the calm and composed Lu Chun. At that moment, he was even more curious about Lu Chen's strength. Because when the two terrifying auras clashed, a mere wisp of aura casually released from Lu Chun had been enough to block their overwhelming pressure. Otherwise, even they would have suffered severe injuries under those two powerful auras. The might of a heavenly king was no joke. Even their aura alone was something a void realm cultivator could not withstand. Moreover, their current cultivation levels were not even at the spirit transformation realm. Elders, save me, save us. Clearly the people of the Nine Nether dynasty were the best example. The warship had already shattered under the explosive impact of the two auras. Bang, bang, bang. Countless clouds of blood exploded in the air. In an instant, the air was filled with agonized screams, and the thick stench of blood permeated the surrounding space. Even the half-step heavenly king prince of the Nine Nether dynasty was torn apart by the explosive force, turning into a cloud of blood. Seeing this, you will pay for this. In the void, the elder of the Nine Nether dynasty, barely steadying himself, wore an expression of utter gloom. At the sight before him, boundless rage filled his eyes, and he roared in fury. He had not expected the blue-robed man to be so overwhelmingly powerful. His own aura at the 5th level of the heavenly king realm was completely suppressed in their clash. This enraged him, and he was determined to annihilate the blue-robed man. I will kill you. The roar bellowed from his mouth. Hearing this, Chen Baixian let out a cold laugh. A futile roar. With such pitiful strength, you dare to cause trouble at my Kunlun. You're courting death. What a display of arrogance. Below, Lu Chun, standing with his hands behind his back, couldn't help but want to give Chen Baixian a thumbs up. Not bad, he has my style. Our Kunlun sect demands this very aura of superiority. Hearing the other party's words that held him in no regard, the elder of the Nine Nether dynasty, who had lived for 10,000 years, had never suffered such humiliation. Damn you. You are damned. A blood-red long blade capable of seizing one's soul appeared in his withered hand, its entire body shimmering with a blood-red glow. This was his heavenly king war weapon, the soul-devouring blade. With the blade in hand, he felt he could conquer the world. At this moment, the elder's magical power surged forth, his aura growing even more formidable. The heavenly king's magical power within him converged madly into the war weapon. With boundless rage surging in his heart, he fiercely swung a terrifying slash at Chen Baixian. Die! The soul-devouring blade, empowered by magical power, transformed into a thousand-zhong great blade in the sky, carrying a terrifying blade energy that seemed capable of splitting the heavens and earth, crashing down toward Chen Baixuan's position. Boom. Crack. A sound of shattering rang out, and a thousand-zhong rift was cleaved into the space above. An endless void of blackness appeared before everyone's eyes. Such was the terror of a heavenly king grandmaster. That old relic from the Nine Nether dynasty is indeed somewhat formidable. That strike might have reached the power of a 6th-level heavenly king. On the path of cultivation, each realm is a world apart, and even a minor sub-realm is like an insurmountable chasm. But Chen Baixian was the ultimate being summoned by the system, and his true combat strength could not be measured by common sense. Not bad. It seems that Kunlun Sect fellow will die under this strike. Hey, it's time for us to make our move. In the void, several divine senses exchanged messages rapidly. What a bunch of opportunists. They had mastered the art of lying low to perfection. Little did they know they were also prey in Lu Chen's eyes. A group of juniors has arrived. They truly have no fear of death. A divine sense detected countless figures appearing in the sky, 100 li away, staring in awe at the scene unfolding in the air. Hiss! Such a terrifying aura. Those are 2 heavenly king grandmasters in battle. No wonder a fearsome aura permeated the entire Qingzhou region as soon as we arrived. It seems the rumors are true. The Kunlun sect is indeed a hidden great sect, not only possessing a heavenly king grandmaster, but also located within this burial, immortal mountain range. Damn it! What forbidden ground? What nonsense are the ancient records filled with? This place is clearly a cultivation paradise. A cultivator cursed loudly, wishing he could dig up the author of those ancient records and scatter their ashes to the winds. At that moment, someone couldn't help but shout excitedly. Holy crap! Fight! Fight! Come on, fight! This trip is worth it. Seeing 2 heavenly king grandmasters battle, I can brag about this for a lifetime. You idiot. Have you no ambition? Can't you be like me and have some dignity? I'm going to write this into my family's genealogy. Countless cultivators gazed at the scene in the void, 100 li away, their faces alight with excitement, their eyes filled with awe as they chattered incessantly. This was what it meant to enjoy watching a spectacle without fearing the consequences. In the void, as the terrifying slash was about to descend, Chen Baixuan's face showed no sign of panic. Instead, he grinned, and the aura of a supreme, arrogant master radiated from him without reservation. In the void, as the terrifying slash was about to descend, Chen Baixuan's face showed no sign of panic. Instead, he grinned, and the aura of a supreme, arrogant master radiated from him without reservation. Immediately afterward, a presence far more terrifying than that of the 9 Nether clan elder erupted from Chen Baixuan's body. At this moment, the very space trembled violently. He flipped his left hand, and a long sword emitting a dark cyan glow appeared in his grasp. Indeed, Chen Baixian was a master of the sword. Vast and mighty mana surged forth from within him. The visibly powerful mana coiled around the sword, and its radiance shone with dazzling brilliance. Chen Baixian unhurriedly raised his hand and swung. 1,000-zhong cyan sword chi roared out from the blade, tearing through the air with a sharp screech. The terrifying cyan sword chi instantly sliced through layers of space, hurtling toward the colossal blade. With a thunderous crack, the 1,000-zhong giant blade collided with the cyan sword chi. The immense power of the sword chi shattered the giant blade in an instant. In that moment, everyone stared wide-eyed at the void. The 1,000-zhong giant blade burst apart, scattering countless fragments of the heavenly king battle weapon down from the sky. No. How? How is this possible? The 9 Nether clan elder's face turned pale as he screamed. Just as he was about to muster his mana for a desperate final strike, a sense of death surged from the soles of his feet to his heart. But before he could react, the terrifying sword chi, far from dissipating, swept toward him and engulfed him entirely. How dare you? No. Spare me. The ancestor will never forgive your Kunlun sect. Agonizing screams echoed from within the massive sword chi, sending chills down everyone's spines. Soon the screams ceased abruptly, and the colossal sword chi faded into the air. In the sky, there was no trace of the 9 Nether clan elder. He had clearly been annihilated by the sword chi. 2 massive fissures in the void were slowly being mended by some mysterious force of heaven and earth. All who witnessed the 1,000-zhong spatial tears couldn't help but gasp in awe. After a moment, the void returned to calm as if nothing had happened. How terrifying! Had a heavenly king realm powerhouse truly fallen just like that? In the square. This is our Kunlun elder. So powerful. Lin Yun and Ling Shui stared wide-eyed at the sky, their faces alight with excitement. At this moment, the cultivators from the Southern Wasteland domain, 100 li away, were stunned into stillness. It took them a long time to come to their senses. Some gazing at the cyan-robed figure in the distant sky suddenly changed expression and stammered. It's him, it's him, it's him. The crowd was speechless. What the hell? Who is him? Speak clearly, damn it. You scared me half to death. Soon someone seemed to understand, and with a changed expression quickly said, You mean? Before he could finish he was interrupted. No mistake. That cyan-robed figure is the Kunlun Sect's guardian elder. What? A heavenly king realm powerhouse is really just a guardian elder. Everyone present was utterly shocked. They took a deep, harsh breath to calm the terror and trembling in their hearts. Had I not seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. What kind of sect could be so extravagant as to use a heavenly king realm powerhouse as a guardian elder? But at this moment one thing was clear to all. After today the name Kunlun would shake the entire Southern Wasteland domain. Meanwhile, far away in the eastern heaven domain, Yojo, the Nine Nether dynasty. Deep within the ancestral land of the Nine Nether dynasty, an aged figure sat cross-legged on a cushion. Suddenly his eyes snapped open, and a piercing, soul-stirring divine light shot forth from his ancient gaze. He then looked toward the center of the ancient hall, where 5 sources of life light once shone. Now only 4 were alight, meaning the owner of the extinguished light had fallen. His expression abruptly shifted. An abyssal, terrifying aura emanated from his aged form as he roared. Who dares? Who killed Yuming? Yuming was the Nine Nether clan elder who had perished at Chen Baixuan's hands. With those words, the aged figure vanished from the spot. In an instant, he appeared above the Nine Nether King city. An immensely terrifying aura rolled off him. Glancing down at the royal palace below, his face darkened, and he coldly barked, The current ruler of the dynasty, get the hell out here. A middle-aged man in a royal robe rushed out from a hall and flew before the elder. Upon seeing the elder, his face changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, Third clan elder. He then bowed respectfully, his heart racing with alarm at what could have awakened the third clan elder from his slumber. Your subject Yuli, current ruler of the dynasty, greets the third clan elder. The third clan elder looked at Yuli with a dark expression. The fifth elder has fallen. Tell me what happened. Where did the fifth elder go? The moment the words left his mouth, Yuli's mind went blank. His legs turned to jelly, and he nearly fell from the sky. His voice trembling with disbelief, he said, The fifth elder has fallen. No. How? How is that possible? The fifth elder was a heavenly king. How could the Kunlun sect? Speak. What Kunlun sect? The third clan elder snapped. Yuli shuddered, his mind clearing, and he hurriedly recounted everything about Kunlun and the primordial token. A so-called hidden sect. Kunlun sect. They dare to kill the fifth elder. I will erase the Kunlun sect from this world. The third clan elder's face was icy as he prepared to set off for the Southern Wasteland domain. Third clan elder. This matter requires careful consideration. Seeing the third clan elder about to tear through space, Yuli's face paled, and he quickly tried to dissuade him. Hearing this, the third clan elder's eyes narrowed, his piercing gaze fixed on Yuli. For you teaching me what to do. Yuli's heart skipped a beat. Sweat broke out on his forehead as he stammered. Yuli. Would never dare. It's just, I feel that Kunlun sect is extremely formidable. Even the fifth elder, a heavenly king at the 5th level, fell to them. I fear that Kunlun sect might have a cultivator above the 5th level of the heavenly king realm. Yuli glanced cautiously at the third clan elder. Hearing this, the third clan elder, who had been burning with murderous intent, paused to look at Yuli, then calmed down and fell into thought. What Yuli said made sense. The fifth elder could even contend with a 6th level heavenly king. It seemed that the one who killed him was at least at the 7th level. He himself was a 7th level heavenly king. If Kunlun sect was truly a hidden sect, there might be more than one heavenly king. Even if he went, he might not gain any advantage. It seemed he would have to wait for the great elder to awaken to avenge the fifth elder. Damn Kunlun sect. Soon I will extract the souls of everyone in that sect and burn them day and night. After careful deliberation to avoid any mishaps, the third clan elder chose to temporarily suppress his overwhelming bloodlust and abandon the idea of going to the Southern Wasteland domain. Instead, he would wait for the other hidden powers of the Nine Nether dynasty to awaken before heading to the Southern Wasteland domain to annihilate the Kunlun sect. Instead, he would wait for the other hidden powers of the Nine Nether dynasty to awaken before heading to the Southern Wasteland domain to annihilate the Kunlun sect. Instead, he would wait for the other hidden powers of the Nine Nether dynasty to awaken before heading to the Southern Wasteland domain to annihilate the Kunlun sect. Instead, he would wait for the other hidden powers of the Nine Nether dynasty to awaken before heading to the Southern Wasteland domain to annihilate the Kunlun sect. At that moment, within the void, the ancient immortals concealed in this space exchanged terrified communications through their divine senses. Damn it! How could that man be so powerful? What should we do? Strike now, or? A divine sense hesitated before inquiring. This person's strength might rival a heavenly king at the 7th layer. Indeed, where did this Kunlun come from? Such a sect shouldn't be unknown in the Southern Wasteland. Several divine senses communicated among themselves. Could it truly be a reclusive, ancient sect? So what? With 8 heavenly kings here, and him fresh from a fierce battle, his internal energy must be nearly depleted. I alone could annihilate him. A divine sense spoke disdainfully. This divine sense gravely underestimated the imposing Chen. Even if another heavenly king lurks in hiding, they are no match for us. Moreover, Kunlun absolutely cannot have 3 heavenly kings. As for that young man in white robes called the Sect Master, I sense no aura from him. He likely possesses special techniques, but his cultivation can't possibly reach the heavenly king realm. A divine sense swiftly analyzed. Indeed, if Kunlun were truly a reclusive ancient sect, such special methods would be normal. And he was a heavenly king at the 6th layer. Upon hearing this, the other divine senses fell silent for a moment before seemingly reaching a consensus. Attack. At that moment, Chen on the square seemed to sense something. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips and a hint of amusement flickered in his eyes. Have finally decided to show yourselves? Chen's goal was now achieved. He believed that after today the entire Southern Wasteland would tremble at the name of Kunlun. And indeed it would. The death of a heavenly king at Kunlun's hands was enough to shake the whole Southern Wasteland. Lin Yun and Ling Shui upon hearing this were puzzled and about to speak. The void suddenly trembled violently. Everyone present saw 8 ancient figures simultaneously appear at different positions in the void, each radiating a rolling pressure that filled the heavens and earth, causing rumbling echoes across the realm. 8 heavenly kings now fully manifested above Kunlun. Rumble. Gulp. That hats. 8 heavenly kings. At this moment, Lin Yun and the others below, including everyone in the sky 100 miles away, gasped, sharply swallowed hard, their faces filled with terror and their voices trembling uncontrollably. 8 heavenly kings appearing together, a spectacle unseen in the Southern Wasteland for over 10,000 years. This was a shock to the world. It's over. That Kunlun will surely be erased from the Southern Wasteland. Indeed. TSK, Kunlun is courting death. Why didn't they just hand over the desolate ancient token peacefully? They had to oppose these top overlords. As soon as a cultivator spoke, others retorted. What do you know? If you ask me, these top overlords are the shameless ones. The desolate ancient token was first obtained by Kunlun. Those faction leaders dared not strike themselves, so they invited their ancestors to besiege Kunlun. Shill, are you looking for death? Those nearby quickly covered his mouth, fearing someone might hear and implicate them. Now this is going to be interesting. Even the Jun family of the Wasteland Prefecture couldn't withstand 8 heavenly kings. The Jun family of the Wasteland Prefecture was the foremost among the 10 top overlord powers. Its foundation was immensely powerful. If any single overlord power faced the Jun family alone, none could rival it, for its strength far surpassed the other 9. Of course, if all 9 overlord powers attacked together, that would be another story, and the outcome would only be known through actual combat. At this moment, everyone here believed Kunlun's destruction was inevitable and unchangeable. In their minds, no power could stand against 8 heavenly kings. Now Lin Yun and the others were also trembling with shock, having never witnessed such a scene. Qin Ruoxin's expression remained mostly unchanged as she cast her beautiful eyes toward an ancient solitary pavilion on a peak of Kunlun. These 8 heavenly kings were the ancestors of 8 of the 10 top overlord powers in the Southern Wasteland. Simultaneously, they fixed their gazes on Chen Beixian and instantly sensed the vast, formidable blood energy within him. Their hearts trembled and they exclaimed inwardly, "Hiss! Such abundant blood energy." At that moment, the 8 ancient figures were all startled. They had already been astonished by the man before them who at the 1st layer of Heavenly King defied the odds to slay a 5th layer Heavenly King from the Nether clan. Little did they expect him to be a young Heavenly King with surging blood energy. Which Heavenly King hadn't toiled for nearly 10,000 years to reach this realm? Moreover, Heavenly Kings in the Southern Wasteland could be counted on 2 hands. Earlier, while hidden in the void, they dared not use their divine senses to probe Chen Beixian, assuming he was also an ancient being who had lived for millennia. They thought he merely used special means to conceal his appearance. But now, personally sensing the tidal wave of blood energy within him, their pupils constricted and a storm raged in their hearts. Now they could confirm that Kunlun's origins were far more extraordinary than they had imagined. But a drawn bow cannot be turned back. Retreating now was absolutely impossible. The desolate ancient secret realm was about to emerge, and the desolate ancient token was too crucial to them. If they could enter the secret realm and obtain a heaven-defying opportunity, their factions might produce a being beyond the Heavenly King realm. No one could resist such a temptation. At this moment, the 8 heavenly kings in the void harbored ulterior motives, each calculating their own schemes. At that moment, the 8 heavenly kings remained motionless in the void, staring at Chen Beixian with wary eyes. Truly, they were ancient beings who had lived for millennia, each a seasoned schemer. They exchanged glances as if saying, "Why don't you go first? Didn't you claim you could destroy him alone?" The previous heavenly king, am still assessing. Good heavens, shameless to the core. Now none could determine the strength of Kunlun's other heavenly king. Clearly none wanted to be the first to act, waiting for someone else to make a move. Seeing this, everyone in the sky 100 miles away was stunned. What the hell? Playing the silent game here. Are you fighting or not? What are you waiting for? Get on with it. The 8 heavenly kings. At this moment, facing the oppressive might of 8 heavenly kings, Chen Baixian's expression remained unchanged. He merely cast a casual glance at them. Seeing this, esteemed Taoist, may I ask what position you hold in the Kunlun sect? An elder in gray robes spoke first, his gaze wary as he addressed Chen Baixian, breaking the prolonged silence. This heaven-tier elder was the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, one of the 10 supreme overlords. Having witnessed Chen Baixian's formidable power and bearing no mortal enmity with Kunlun, they naturally refrained from rashly provoking the sect. Though the ancient desolate token was of paramount importance, none wished to antagonize a force that boasted a heaven-tier powerhouse. Despite their current alliance, should conflict erupt among them, none would extend a helping hand to another. After all, with one less contender, the chance of securing the ancient desolate token increased. Hearing this, Chen Baixian's imposing aura did not wane, instead a faint smile curled at his lips as he spoke calmly. I am Chen Baixian, the guardian elder of Kunlun. At these words, the 8 heaven-tier powerhouses shuddered, their hearts filled with astonishment. Impossible. A heaven-tier cultivator is merely a guardian elder. Though they had steeled themselves for Kunlun's extraordinary nature, they could have accepted it had he claimed to be an elder. But his revelation plunged them into a dilemma. They did not doubt his words, for a heaven-tier powerhouse would not stoop to such bravado. Then with a cold glare, Chen Baixian continued. You have lurked above Kunlun for so long. Do you not owe us an explanation? Fellow Taoist, we harbor no ill will toward Kunlun. We come solely for the ancient desolate token, the Dragon Clan patriarch stated bluntly. The other heaven-tier elders echoed his sentiment. It seemed the 8 heaven-tier powerhouses intended to negotiate for the token through other means. Indeed, we are the patriarchs of the 10 supreme overlord factions in the Southern Wasteland domain. Hearing that Kunlun, a reclusive grand sect, has recently emerged, we came to pay our respects. Pay respects? I doubt it. Chen Baixian sneered. The ancient desolate token is indeed in Kunlun's possession. What do you intend to strike against us? With that, he cast a reverent glance at Lu Chen. Seeing no change in Lu Chen's expression, he unleashed his terrifying aura, pressing it upon the 8 adversaries. Far from appearing exhausted from battle, Chen Baixian's aura remained overwhelmingly formidable. The 8 powerhouses inwardly cursed. Their furious gazes converged on the Lingyun Palace patriarch. Had he not claimed the opponent's magical power was nearly depleted? Why was his aura still so terrifying? The Lingyun Palace patriarch, equally bewildered, stared warily at Chen Baixian. Fellow Taoist, do not misunderstand. We have no intention of attacking Kunlun. We wish to propose a trade. The Dragon Clan patriarch hastily interjected, fearing Chen Baixian would initiate battle. He sensed a profound threat in the latter's aura and dared not engage. Indeed. Let us discuss this amicably. This trade will undoubtedly benefit your sect. The other heaven-tier patriarchs chimed in, including the Lingyun Palace patriarch. He dared not face Chen Baixian alone. The opponent's strength posed a palpable danger. A trade? Chen Baixian paused, momentarily disappointed. He had been eager to unleash his might and display his dominance. However, since they had proposed a negotiation, he refrained from immediate action. Yet Kunlun was no place to come and go freely. I shall ask the sect master how to deal with them. Chen Baixian mused, turning his gaze toward Lu Chen on the plaza. He too was curious about what they had to say. Not everyone was worthy of trading with Kunlun. Lu Chen, having overheard their words, spoke calmly. Is this how you wish to conduct a trade with Kunlun? Though his voice was soft, it reached every ear. The 8 heaven-tier powerhouses fixed their gazes upon him. Was this the young sect master of Kunlun? How dare a junior speak to them so? They who ruled over an entire domain were not to be disrespected by a mere youth. Though they feared Chen Baixian and the other terrifying presence in Kunlun, that did not permit the white-robed youth called the sect master to show them such insolence. In the Southern Wasteland domain, most sect leaders were juniors, but true authority lay with the hidden powers, the heaven-tier patriarchs who decided the course of major events. They prepared to rebuke the youth, to teach him that heaven-tier powerhouses were not to be insulted. But before they could speak, a voice of supreme celestial authority resonated across the heavens and earth. You stand too high. I dislike it. All of you come down. The divine decree fell softly, yet carried the weight of a god's command. In an instant, Lin Yun and the others gazed at Lu Chen in awe. The Sect master had acted. Even the countless cultivators in the skies 100 li away were shaken by the godlike voice. Then, to the horror of all, an incredibly terrifying aura materialized above Kunlun. What power was this? Who was acting? It seemed the very heavens could not withstand the voice's supreme resonance. An irresistible supreme force descended upon the 8 heaven-tier powerhouses in the void. In an instant, the 8 heaven-tier powerhouses' expressions twisted in terror. They tried to mobilize their magical power only to find it sealed by an inexplicable supreme force. Fear consumed them. No. What? What power is this? Why can't I move my magic? As their horrified pupils contracted, a colossal hand descended from the heavens, grasping at them. Before they could react, they were enveloped. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves before a white-robed youth who regarded them with a smile. You, the Sect master of Kunlun. Realization dawned, and terror seized them. Trembling, they understood that this young Sect master was the one who had acted. Now tell me, what trade brings you to Kunlun? Lu Chen, clad in white, clasped his hands behind his back and asked calmly, his aura as unremarkable as an ordinary man's. But to the 8, he was a terrifyingly formidable powerhouse. What kind of sect was Kunlun? What was his cultivation level? Could he be beyond the heaven tier? A saint? Impossible. How could there be such a young saint in the world? Impossible. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. The 8 heaven tier powerhouses, utterly terrified, felt their scalps tingle and cold sweat pour forth. An overwhelming fear enveloped them, and they trembled uncontrollably. A sharp gasp. It is the sect leader who has made a move. 8 heavenly kings were subdued just like that. How terrifying. What cultivation level does the sect leader truly possess? Could it be a realm beyond the heavenly king? Lin Yunling, Shui Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan widened their eyes in utter shock, staring in disbelief at the 8 trembling heavenly kings before them. Their hearts quaked as they speculated on Lu Chen's cultivation level. Because they had never witnessed Lu Chen in combat before, they had previously guessed his cultivation might be above the nascent soul realm. After all, Lu Chen appeared far too youthful. They would not believe Lu Chen to be an ancient being of over 10,000 years. His body bore not a single trace of the decay of ages. It was inconceivable that he was an elder reborn in a youthful form. At this moment, their reverence for Lu Chen knew no bounds. Overwhelmed with excitement, they deemed themselves fortunate to be part of Kunlun. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian cast a glance at Lu Chen, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. This was her first time seeing him in action, and even she could not remain composed. From then on, she looked upon Lu Chen with awe. In that instant, her reverence for Lu Chen and the enigma of Kunlun deepened. Kunlun exuded mystery and power at every turn. 100 li away, countless cultivators of the Southern Wasteland domain seemed frozen in place by an unseen force, staring dumbfounded in Kunlun's direction. After a moment, a sharp gasp broke the silence. Well, what was that power just now? Why did I not even dare to conceive of resistance in the presence of that aura? WWE felt the same. That divine voice and that aura were too terrifying. All who recalled that godlike presence could not help but inhale sharply. They could not fathom what kind of fearsome entity wielded such power. Even a heavenly king paled in comparison. While what level of terrifying expert struck out? A sharp intake of breath. Someone seemed to guess the truth and exclaimed, Kunlun. Hearing this, all faces turned pale with horror. Their eyes trembled as they gazed toward Kunlun, their hearts pounding violently. Most esteemed senior WWE, meant no offense to your sect. In the path of cultivation, mastery commands respect. Though Lu Chen appeared exceedingly young, they dared not imagine if he was an ancient immortal of tens of thousands of years walking the world in youthful guise. The 8 heavenly kings, already terrified out of their wits, spoke with trembling voices. A sage stood before them. The Southern Wasteland domain had not seen a sage in tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could they mere heavenly kings dominate an entire domain? Oh, no offense intended. Chen said calmly, with no intention to kill them, but rather to hear what transaction they spoke of. Yais, please, senior, spare us. Now the 8 dared not even mention a transaction with Kunlun. What a joke. Who would dare act presumptuously before a sage? Who would dare negotiate a deal with a sage? Did you not say you wished to make a transaction with my Kunlun? Chen glanced at them and continued, speak. If it piques my interest, I might spare your lives. Hearing this, the 8 heavenly kings turned pale with fright. They exchanged fearful glances, utterly unable to voice the transaction they had proposed. Speak, Chen said coldly, his patience wearing thin. Yais, Senior WWE shall speak now. The 8 trembled violently, then spoke in quavering voices. Senior, we wish to allow the juniors of our families to enter the primordial secret realm alongside your sect's disciples when it emerges. Hearing this, Chen remained silent, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the Dragon Clan ancestor, as if understanding something. A sharp sound cut through the air. Meeting Chen's cold stare, the Dragon Clan ancestor's face, already pale with fear, turned even whiter. Cold sweat poured from his body, and a chill ran down his spine. The other 7 were also terror-stricken by Chen's invisible pressure, their faces ashen. The Dragon Clan ancestor realized the impropriety of his words and quickly added, Senior, WWE meant to offer cultivation resources in exchange with your sect. The old man had lost all shame. Cultivation resources. Were they sincere? The number of spots to enter the primordial secret realm was limited. 1 primordial token allowed only 100 people entry. Moreover, the secret realm restricted entry by age. Only those under 100 years old could enter. 100 years was but a fraction of a cultivator's lifespan. The forces behind the 8 heavenly kings had countless young disciples, yet they thought to exchange mere resources for entry spots. What a fantasy. Thus the 8 heavenly kings likely never intended to negotiate with Kunlun in good faith. What audacity. If Chen had not revealed his true power, these 8 would have used their might to force Kunlun into yielding spots. Cultivation resources indeed. Did Kunlun lack them? Remember, Chen possessed a system, though it would not grant resources freely. For now, the issue was to strengthen Kunlun first. A heavy sigh escaped the 8 as the Dragon Clan ancestor finally stammered out their purpose. Too terrifying. Chen merely stood there, exuding no aura, yet they felt an overwhelming pressure. It turned out that after witnessing Kunlun's mystery and Chen Baixuan's might, the 8 had communicated in secret, planning to trade for the primordial token. When the primordial secret realm emerged, they wanted their young disciples to enter alongside Kunlun's people. After all, if they could gain early access to the secret realm without offending a sect of unknown depth, they would naturally choose the latter. Their plan was sound. Any other force might have succumbed to pressure from 8 heavenly kings. But they faced Kunlun. Kunlun was a mysterious entity they could never fathom. Cultivation resources? Do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Chen snorted coldly. Did they really think to deceive him? If not for witnessing his terrifying strength, these old fools would never have mentioned resources. His words sent the 8 heavenly kings into relentless trembling. They dared not utter a word to provoke Chen further. Then Chen's next words thoroughly terrified them, nearly causing them to collapse to their knees. Let alone a mere top-tier hegemon force like you, even a holy land has no standing to negotiate terms before my Kunlun. Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the 8 heavenly kings who once overlooked the Southern Wasteland domain were utterly shattered, their minds struck, as if by lightning, their faces pale with terror, as an overwhelming dread surged from the soles of their feet straight into their hearts. What had they heard? No standing. Even a holy land had no standing. The 8 heavenly kings trembled with renewed shock. This young sect master actually held even the holy lands in contempt. Kunlun. What kind of sect was this? At that moment, the faces of the 8 were filled with boundless awe and terror. They should never have come here. In an instant, Chen, weary of wasting words, was about to deal with them. Just then a spatial portal suddenly appeared in the void, and everyone sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura emanating from the pitch-black gateway. From the portal emerged 4 figures: an old man in plain robes, a beautiful woman in palace attire, followed by a middle-aged man, and a stunningly beautiful young woman. The 5th ancestor of the Jun clan. The former palace master of the Yao Qi Palace. The 8 heavenly kings below gasped upon seeing the old man and the palace-clad woman. Then schadenfreude filled their hearts. Go on attack. If we suffer, so shall you. Chen Baixuan glanced at the 2 powerful figures above, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. 2 heavenly kings at the 8th layer. This is my moment to shine. Not even the sect master can stop me. 50 miles away, countless cultivators lingered in the sky, watching Kunlun. Gasp! Look! Whoa! Another one coming to die. No, another powerhouse has arrived. A cultivator shouted in excitement, even conjuring a chair from somewhere to recline and watch the scene above Kunlun with relish. Brother, that's impressive, someone remarked. Who are those four? So reckless. The four above Kunlun. Gasp! Fat Hat seems to be the Jun clan's patriarch and the Yao Qi Palace's palace master Lin Shi. What? That's my goddess. Many cultivators, upon seeing that ethereal figure, couldn't resist starting a commotion. Whoa. Brother, calm down. The Yao Qi Palace, a top-tier hegemon force second only to the Jun clan, was led by Lin Shi, whose breathtaking beauty and mastery of the Void Insight realm made her the goddess of all solitary cultivators in the Southern Wasteland domain. No wonder so many were stirred. At that moment, Chen glanced at them, then averted his gaze, his expression turning cold. Truly anyone dared to act arrogantly at Kunlun. Jun clan's Jun Zhantian. Yao Qi Palace's Lin Yu. We have come to pay respects to Kunlun. Jun Zhantian, the fifth ancestor of the Jun clan, and Lin Yu, the former Yao Qi Palace master, stood in the void addressing the crowd calmly. Then their pupils suddenly contracted, their faces shifting dramatically. Impossible. What did they see? Below, the 8 heavenly kings gazed in terror at the young man in white before them. The Jun clan patriarch and Lin Shi behind them were equally stunned. Jun Zhantian and Lin Yu knew these were the ancestors of the other 8 major forces, but what shocked them was what entity at Kunlun could inspire such fear in 8 heavenly kings. They had scanned everyone present aside from the young man in white, whom they couldn't see through. The rest were insignificant. And what could make 8 heavenly king ancestors so terrified? Even a 9th-layer heavenly king couldn't achieve such fear. Gasp! Could it be? A terrifying thought crossed their minds, but they quickly dismissed it, unwilling to believe Kunlun harbored beings beyond the heavenly king realm. Yet for the 8 to be in such a state, Kunlun must be profoundly extraordinary. Exchanging glances, Lin Yu spoke. We come without malice toward Kunlun. Which one is the sect master? May we have a word? The 5th ancestor of the Jun clan had visited the Yao Qi Palace to discuss certain matters, hence their delayed arrival. Neither force seemed overly interested in the ancient desolate token. Thus they were in no rush to reach Kunlun, only to witness this scene upon arrival. Hearing this, Chen thought courting death. His eyes narrowed, already impatient. Did everyone think Kunlun was open to all? He said to Chen Beishuan. Beishuan, it's yours. Yes, sect master. Just as Chen Beishuan was about to strike with excitement, a melodious voice came from an isolated peak pavilion. Elder Chen, you just acted. Oh, let me take this turn. Elder Chen. Hearing this, Chen Baixuan's excitement only grew, his expression somewhat. As her voice faded, Chen smiled, slightly eager to see Qing's prowess. After summoning her, she had already been at the Heavenly King realm. Now that he had broken through to the Saint realm, he wondered if her cultivation had also reached the Saint level. Elder Qing was none other than Yu Qing. Beishuan, let Qing handle it. Chen said. Yes, sect master. Chen Beishuan replied excitedly, though his enthusiasm was puzzling. Chen Beishuan, Wang Ming, and the others had already been introduced to Qing by Chen, so they knew one another. However, Lin Yun and the others were unaware of Qing's existence. They were now in awe, their hearts pounding. Gasp! Elder Qing. Is this another powerful entity awakening in our Kunlun? Their faces lit up with excitement and awe. Such is the depth of Kunlun. Even Qin Ruoxin's eyes flickered with surprise. Hearing this, the Jun clan ancestor and Lin Yu above turned grim, their gazes cold. Though they wished not to offend Kunlun, they did not fear it. Kunlun was truly ungrateful. How dare they ignore them? Boom. Their 8th-layer heavenly king aura exploded forth, undeterred by the fate of the 8 heavenly kings. The Jun clan, with its heritage spanning hundreds of millennia, held unknown true foundations, while the Yao Qi Palace was rumored to be backed by a holy land. Thus, these 2 top-tier hegemons far surpassed the other 8. Moreover, both forces with their ancient legacies knew more about the world's hidden truths than others. They were aware that in the northern and western regions, 2 ancient clans from the primordial era had emerged, and rumors from the central region spoke of countless ancient inheritances reviving after hundreds of millennia of slumber. This was a golden age, perhaps the great emperor would reappear. Hence their caution toward Kunlun stemmed from this. Even knowing the ancient desolate token was in Kunlun's hands, they refrained from rash action. This was a golden age, perhaps the great emperor would reappear. Hence their caution toward Kunlun stemmed from this. Even knowing the ancient desolate token was in Kunlun's hands, they refrained from rash action. In the void, seeing that Chen and his group completely disregarded them, Jun Wuwei, the patriarch of the Jun family, standing behind the 5th ancestor, immediately spoke in anger. How dare you? You from Kunlun show such disrespect to the ancestor. Lin Shi, the palace master of Yaoqi, furrowed her beautiful brows, her countenance turning cold. Yet she remained silent, merely gazing at the crowd with an icy, frosty stare. As soon as the words fell, a terrifying aura erupted from a pavilion atop a mountain peak. A graceful young woman in a green dress instantly appeared in the void. She was slender, with a cool brow, a delicate face, and a fragile, gentle aura like a girl next door. The fifth ancestor of the Jun family, and Lin Yue, upon seeing the elegantly featured woman in green, who had suddenly appeared, trembled violently, their pupils contracting sharply. The woman in green did not even glance at them, as if they were unworthy of her notice. Instead, she addressed Lu Chen with respect. Qing pays respects to the sect master. Indeed, this was Yu Qing appearing before Lin Yun and the others for the first time. Sage Realm. Lu Chen looked at Qing and smiled, nodding slightly. As expected, her cultivation had also reached the Sage Realm. This system, it was practically draining him dry. In the end, he bore all the burdens alone. Lu Chen cursed the system thoroughly in his heart. So this is our Kunlun's Elder Qing. Her aura is terrifying, even more fearsome than Elder Chen's, who is at the Heavenly King realm. Could Elder Qing's cultivation be above the Heavenly King realm? Lin Yun and Ling Xue were too shocked to speak, but their hearts raced with excitement. Qing turned her gaze to the four members of the Jun family's fifth ancestor, her eyes cold. You dare disrespect the sect master and Kunlun. Stay here today. Facing the gaze of the woman in the green dress, the fifth ancestor of the Jun family, and Lin Yu's hearts trembled with shock, a look of terror flashing in their eyes. SSH. But before they could recover from their fear, Qing raised a delicate jade-like finger and gently pointed in their direction. In an instant, it transformed into a radiant green beam, flying toward them. With that single point, it turned into divine light, causing heaven and earth to tremble, as if the force of that casual finger could pierce through the void itself. Not good. Damn it, how dare you attack us? Indeed, the true foundations of the Jun family and Yaoqi were far from what the world had seen. Even facing Qing, a Sage Realm cultivator, they still dared to speak arrogantly. This old fellow was truly riding a bull to heaven, overweeningly proud. Feeling the terrifying aura enveloping them, the four's faces turned ashen. The fifth ancestor of the Jun family roared, and in that instant, an ancient jade talisman appeared in his hand, which he quickly crushed. Then from the sky above, an immensely ancient and authoritative voice resounded, echoing across the heavens and earth. Only the voice was heard, not the speaker. Then a terrifying force appeared and instantly dispelled Qing's green beam. Qing furrowed her brow, looking up at the sky, her expression shifting slightly. A sage. The majestic voice made everyone tremble, and they all looked toward the sky. On the square, Lu Chen sensed the aura in the heavens, his expression also changing. A sage. The Jun family actually had a sage. This was the first time Lu Chen had encountered a force with a Sage Realm cultivator. It seemed the Jun family was not as simple as he had imagined. But so what if they had a sage? Kunlun was no longer afraid of forces with sages. Only those above the Sage Realm could pressure him now. Lu Chen thought to himself. Hearing the authoritative voice, the fifth ancestor of the Jun family's ashen face relaxed slightly, the fear in his eyes replaced by profound reverence as he looked toward the sky. Jun Wuhui nearly knelt at the sound of the voice, his heart shaking with awe. It's my Jun family's. Lin Yu of Yaoqi looked at the sky as if she understood something, her face filled with shock. Qing snorted coldly, then raised her hand and struck a terrifying palm strike toward the sky. Laws surged forth, shaking heaven and earth with a rumbling roar. Courting death, little one. The aged voice rang out again from the sky, tinged with anger. A colossal ancient hand reached down from the heavens, grasping toward Qing with terrifying might. A deafening sound echoed across the world as the two forces collided and exploded, countless laws surging to fill the surrounding space. Little one, you have some skill. I will remember you. The voice from the sky snorted, clearly unwilling to continue the battle with Qing. With those words, a spatial portal appeared in the sky, from which countless chaotic void currents surged. A large hand reached out, swiftly grabbing the four members of the Jun family, pulling them into the portal and vanishing from the void. Trying to flee, Qing's delicate face turned cold as she prepared to tear through the endless space to pursue their trail. Just then, Lu Chen's calm voice rang out. Qing, no need to bother with them. Seeing this, Lu Chen realized that the Jun family and Yaoqi were definitely not as simple as he had thought. If a full-scale war broke out now, it might awaken some truly ancient, undying beings. However, he was not worried about an immediate attack on Kunlun, as they now knew it had a Sage Realm cultivator. As you command, Sect Master, Qing replied respectfully, then came to Lu Chen's side. Seeing this, Lin Yun and the others hurried forward and bowed. Greetings, Elder. Qing smiled at them and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Lu Chen also smiled and introduced her. Haha, I forgot to mention. This is our Kunlun's Elder Qing, who has only recently awakened. These words struck Lin Yun and the others like a thunderbolt. Just awakened, and already this powerful. What realm is Elder Qing in? Lin Yun and the others speculated, but dared not ask. Though Lin Yun and the others didn't know Qin Ruoxian despite her low cultivation could discern Aking's realm with her keen insight. Sage. This made her heart tremble. She hadn't expected Kunlun to have a sage. Sect master, should we kill these 8, or? Chen Beixian said, looking at the 8 trembling Heavenly King realm cultivators. Sage. This made her heart tremble. She hadn't expected Kunlun to have a sage. Sect master, should we kill these 8, or? Chen Beixian said, looking at the 8 trembling Heavenly King realm cultivators. Sage. This made her heart tremble. She hadn't expected Kunlun to have a sage. Sect master, should we kill these 8, or? Chen Beixian said, looking at the 8 trembling Heavenly King realm cultivators. No sooner had the words fallen than the 8 heavenly monarchs, their faces ashen with terror, began to plead desperately, no. Please, senior, spare us. We harbor no ill intentions toward Kunlun. Their livers and gallbladders had seemingly ruptured from sheer fright as they groveled before Lu Chun. Never had they imagined Kunlun to be so terrifying. Not only was the young sect master before them immensely powerful, but there was also a saint in their midst. They dared to offend even the Jun clan and the Jade Pool Palace, and had stirred the very foundations of the Jun clan. Naturally, they could not discern Lu Chen's true cultivation level and merely speculated that he might be a saint. But when the woman in the green dress appeared, revealing herself to be a saint who treated Lu Chun with such deference and reverence, the 8 of them were chilled to the bone by Kunlun's dreadfulness. At this moment, their hearts were filled with nothing but regret. They wished they could crush the ancestor of the Lingyun Palace to death. Had he not incessantly urged them to reveal themselves, they would never have fallen into this predicament. Alas, they were unaware that in Lu Chen's eyes the 8 of them had already become stepping stones for Kunlun's rising renown. There's no need to kill them. Just teach them a lesson and make them leave something behind. My Kunlun is not a place anyone can come as they please. Lu Chen glanced at the 8 deathly-pale heavenly monarchs, pondered for a moment, and then said flatly. After witnessing the Jun clan saint in action, he gained a deeper understanding of the foundations of these top-tier hegemonies. They were far more formidable than he had imagined. He had believed Kunlun's strength to be considerable, but he had still underestimated the depth of these ancient powers. Lu Chun sighed, inwardly thinking to himself, it seems I must hasten Kunlun's growth. The sect still has far too few disciples. Indeed, Kunlun currently had only 3 disciples, and the system had not yet issued any tasks. Lu Chen was unable to obtain summoning cards or other rewards to bolster their strength. However, Lu Chun had already formulated a plan. He intended to spread the news that Kunlun was recruiting disciples. Lu Chun was also confident that after this incident, Kunlun's reputation would resound throughout the Southern Wasteland domain, which would greatly benefit their recruitment efforts. Upon hearing this, the 8 heavenly monarchs thought their ears were deceiving them. Then, with faces flushed with excitement, they stammered their gratitude. Thank you, senior. Thank you for sparing us. The 8 heavenly monarchs, overjoyed, as if reborn, took a deep breath to calm their inner turmoil and trembling. They had believed they would meet their end here today, an experience that nearly frightened them to death. If the cultivators of the Southern Wasteland domain were to witness this scene, they would be utterly astounded. Was this truly the might of heavenly monarchs? So utterly abject. This matter is concluded. Beishuan, they are yours to handle. Linyan, the rest of you come to the main hall. I have matters to discuss with you. With these words, Lu Chun vanished from the spot. Yes, Sectmaster. Yes, Sectmaster. Chen Beixian and Lin Yun replied with reverence. At that moment, 100 li away in the void, the numerous cultivators of the Southern Wasteland domain stood frozen in shock, their faces etched with terror, unable to snap out of their daze. Was that hat? A saint. In action just now. SSO terrifying. Impossible. Saints have not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years. Many cultivators found it impossible to believe a saint had manifested, as this was the first time they had even witnessed a heavenly monarch in action, let alone a saint. To them, this was something they would never accept, even at the cost of their lives. Hiss. Thai's Kunlun is undoubtedly a hidden ancient great sect. Faithy even dared to strike against the Jun clan and the Jade Pool Palace. At that moment, everyone was convinced that Kunlun was a hidden ancient sect with terrifying foundations, and they spoke of it with awe. Quickly leave this place. This is Kunlun's territory. If we are discovered, they might keep us all here. Hearing this, everyone snapped back to reality. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they swiftly departed from the burial immortal mountain range, fearing that Kunlun might attack them at any moment. Had Lu Chen witnessed this scene, he would have been unable to suppress a laugh. This was precisely the effect he desired. Otherwise, he would not have wasted so much time on those 8 heavenly monarchs. His goal was to use the words of these cultivators to spread what they had seen along with Kunlun's name and might throughout the entire Southern Wasteland domain. This would prove immensely beneficial for Kunlun's upcoming disciple recruitment. And indeed it came to pass. Before long, the name Kunlun had become a thunderous sensation across the entire Southern Wasteland domain. 2 days later, the heavenly monarch ancestors of the 8 top-tier powers departed from Qingzhou and returned to their respective sects. The members of each major power rejoiced at the sight of their returning ancestor, believing they had brought back the primordial token. Everyone inwardly cheered the ancestor is invincible. However, when they saw their ancestors' eyes filled with terror, as if they had encountered some great horror, their joy turned to disbelief. None could believe what they were seeing. Their ancestor was a heavenly monarch. How could this be? What in this world could possibly instill such fear in an ancestor? In the eyes of the members of these major powers, their heavenly monarch ancestor was a being who could overlook an entire domain. Just as the leaders of these powers were about to question their ancestors, each ancestor spoke only a single sentence to their respective sect master. Kunlun holds a great terror. With that, each ancestor entered seclusion, refusing to speak a single word about their journey to Kunlun in Qingzhou. Subsequently, countless cultivators across the various prefectures of the Southern Wasteland domain erupted in fervor. Several shocking pieces of news emerged from the 8 top-tier hegemonies. The exact wording of the message: no member of the clan sect shall under any circumstances offend the Kunlun sect of Qingzhou. Any encounter with a Kunlun disciple must be met with deference and non-aggression. Violators will be expelled from the clan sect and must bear all consequences themselves. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The moment these announcements were made, they caused an immediate uproar, leaving countless powers and cultivators shaken and awestruck. Many were baffled as to what earth-shattering event could have transpired to compel the 8 top-tier powers aside from the Jun clan and the Jade Pool Palace to issue such proclamations. On that day, the name Kunlun shook every major and minor power and every single cultivator throughout the entire Southern Wasteland domain. At that moment, countless people were filled with conjecture and astonishment regarding Kunlun, for those powers and cultivators who had not journeyed to Qingzhou had no idea what had actually transpired. But they understood one thing: even the top-tier hegemonies dared not offend Kunlun. To them, this was sufficient proof of Kunlun's overwhelming power. Before long, countless major and minor powers across the Southern Wasteland domain issued their own announcements, echoing the exact same wording as the 8 top-tier powers. They commanded everyone within their respective families or sects to never under any circumstances offend Kunlun of Qingzhou. In the burial, immortal mountain range, Kunlun. Within the main hall of the sect, Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, Luo Wushuang, and Qin Zhan were all present. The crowd gazed with reverence at Lu Chen, who sat upon the sovereign seat. Even Qin Ruoxian's eyes held a deeper sense of awe towards him. In facing Lu Chen, she no longer bore the cold pride and nobility of an emperor. Now she was but an ordinary disciple of Kunlun. Indeed, remarkably ordinary. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes, then glanced at the assembly and spoke calmly. It has been some time since Kunlun emerged into the world. It is time to recruit more disciples. Luo Wushuang, Qin Zhan, you too shall spread the news that Kunlun is opening its doors to new disciples. Upon hearing this, the two below were overwhelmed with excitement. They promptly replied with reverence. Kunlun recruiting disciples. This was a monumental event for them. Their respective descendants might also have a chance to become Kunlun disciples. Even as outer disciples, it would be a tremendous fortune for their juniors. Although their own daughters were already Kunlun disciples, they still wished for their other descendants to join the sect as well. Yes, sect master, the two replied respectfully. Then, as if recalling something, Luo Wushuang asked, Sect master, when shall the recruitment begin? Lu Chen said, it will officially commence in 3 days. Kunlun does not discriminate by talent or cultivation level. Only those whose character and heart pass the trials may become our disciples. Lu Chen naturally wished to recruit more talented disciples, but he valued character and heart above all. Only such individuals would be devoted and responsible to the sect. Of course, he was assured of the character and heart of Lin Yun, Luo Lingxue, and Qin Ruoxian. After all, Lu Chen was a man with a system. Hearing this, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan were ecstatic. They had not expected the sect master to disregard talent and cultivation, only testing character and heart. This greatly increased their descendants' chances of becoming Kunlun disciples. The 9 states' royal city had been destroyed, and a new one was under reconstruction. However, their descendants and families had not been within the 9 states dynasty on that day. Instead, they were in the former royal city of the Great Qin dynasty. Yes, sect master. We shall depart immediately to spread the news across the various provinces. Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan replied respectfully, then swiftly left Kunlun for the provinces. After they departed, Lin Yun, who had resolved to undergo training, addressed Lu Chen with reverence. Sect master, I wish to venture out for training to quickly elevate my cultivation and strength. His expression was resolute, as if he would confront Lu Chen if denied permission. Now that Kunlun was recruiting disciples, the sect would grow in numbers. If he as the senior disciple remained weak, it might cast doubt on Kunlun in the eyes of others. Lin Yun did not wish to disappoint Lu Chen for everything he had came from him. He yearned to become powerful in cultivation and strength. The next time someone dared to show disrespect to Lu Chen, he would have the power to annihilate them without needing the elders to intervene. This was the driving force behind Lin Yun's determination to grow stronger. Oh, training. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Lu Chen's eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Yun to be so perceptive. In truth, Lu Chen had long wished for Lin Yun to venture out. After all, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse could never truly flourish before the world. Lin Yun possessed the combat saint physique, which demanded constant battle. The more he fought, the deeper his understanding of the physique would become. Indeed, in the future, Lin Yun would extinguish saints with a single hand, suppress divine kings, and shatter emperors with a sacred fist. Well done, Lin Yun. I did not misjudge you. Go. Lu Chen said with a gentle smile, leaving Lin Yun to decide where to train. True training meant facing dangers alone, defying death, contending with heaven and earth for fortune, and constantly elevating one's heart and strength. Lu Chen then added, Lin Yun, for this training, I will not assign anyone from the sect to accompany or protect you. You must handle all perils yourself. Hearing this, Luo Lingsu's expression shifted, but she quickly regained composure, understanding that Lu Chen was right. True strength begins from the humblest origins. Qin Ruoxian also cast a thoughtful glance at Lin Yun. However, Lin Yun's face remained unchanged, though a gleam of longing for power flickered in his eyes. Thank you, Sect Master, Lin Yun said respectfully. Lu Chen then said, Lin Yun, before you depart, visit Elder Peak. Elder Qing will give you something. Upon hearing this, Lin Yun replied with reverence, Yes, Sect Master, without asking what it was. Time passed swiftly. 2 days later, another earth-shattering news spread across the provinces of the Southern Wilderness domain, stirring countless cultivators into excitement. The province of Tian, closest to Qing province, was the first to receive the tidings. Within Tian province, a cultivator said to his companion, Brother, have you heard? Kunlun is recruiting disciples. Upon hearing this, the companion leaped up in shock, exclaiming, What? Is it the Kunlun from Qing province? Why are you so worked up? You scared me to death. The first cultivator cursed, then continued, Indeed, besides Kunlun in Qing province, who in the Southern Wilderness domain dares to call themselves Kunlun? Haven't you seen that even the top powers dare not offend them? Hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. The cultivator added, And I heard that Kunlun's recruitment disregards talent, and cultivation testing only character and heart. These words stirred 1,000 waves, filling everyone with excitement and awe. They were all rogue cultivators with mediocre talent and cultivation, which made them overjoyed at the news. This meant they might have a chance to become Kunlun disciples. Kunlun disciples. The mere thought sent shivers of excitement through them. In their eyes, Kunlun had already surpassed the 10 supreme powers of the Southern Wilderness domain. After all, those top powers had never dared to act against the Jun family as Kunlun had. This led them to speculate that Kunlun's strength had reached a terrifying level. That Kunlun harbored a saint. For this reason, becoming a Kunlun disciple was like ascending to heaven for these rogue cultivators. Yet some remained skeptical. A voice of doubt arose, Brother, don't deceive us. Kunlun is said to be mightier than the supreme powers. How could they recruit disciples without talent? Exactly. How could a sect like Kunlun disregard talent in recruitment? Many echoed in agreement. How could a sect like Kunlun disregard talent in recruitment? Many echoed in agreement. Numerous cultivators refused to believe it, for how could a sect of such immense power accept disciples without regard for talent? How could that be possible? Although most people still harbored doubts about Kunlun's true strength. Yet the fact that it had earned the fear and deference of countless forces across the Southern Wilderness domain was enough to prove that Kunlun possessed the might of a supreme overlord. Even if one were to overlook cultivation level, it might be acceptable. After all, as long as one possessed unparalleled talent, cultivation could be set aside. But Kunlun disregarded both aspects entirely. This was difficult for anyone to accept. In the immortal martial continent, no sect would ever take in a disciple devoid of talent. Wouldn't that only drag down the sect's own strength? Upon hearing this, that cultivator continued earnestly, Hey, you wouldn't know this. Kunlun is a reclusive, ancient sect. Its foundation is incredibly profound. They simply don't care how high your talent is. These words caused everyone present to draw in a sharp breath. The rumors were true after all. Kunlun truly was a reclusive, ancient sect. Wonderful. That meant they too had a chance to become disciples of Kunlun. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement, their hearts surging with fervor, all deeply moved in that moment. To them, even becoming an outer disciple of Kunlun would allow them to swagger across the Southern Wilderness domain. No, that was thinking too small. Even being a menial disciple would bring glory to their ancestors. Then, brothers'll take my leave first. With those words, all the young cultivators, without sect affiliations, rushed swiftly toward Qingzhou. Damn it. You have no sense of honor. Wait for me, you bastards. That cultivator stood dumbfounded, staring at the retreating figures, then burst into curses, wishing he could sprout another leg as he frantically gave chase. Meanwhile, in every major province the same scene was unfolding. Countless cultivators without sect ties, upon hearing the news, were racing desperately toward Kunlun in Qingzhou. In a short span, the skies over the entire southern wilderness domain were filled with countless cultivators streaking past. The spectacle was vast and magnificent, one might have thought some celestial treasure had emerged. People from countless large and small forces gazed at the sight, sighing in amazement. Such is the immense influence of Kunlun. Indeed, a mere recruitment drive draws people from across the entire southern wilderness domain. No wonder the clan head sect master warned us not to offend anyone from Kunlun. Yes, from now on, if we encounter anyone from Kunlun, we'd better steer clear. They could scarcely believe that this suddenly emerged Kunlun had reshaped the landscape of the southern wilderness domain in less than a month. At this time, in the Jun clan of Huangzhou and the Yaoqi Palace, within a grand hall of the Jun clan, the fifth patriarch sat in the seat of honor, his abyss-like eyes filled with gravity and wariness. Fifth patriarch, are you saying that our clan's elders suspect Kunlun is like those ancient forces that have recently awakened, a reclusive ancient sect? Jun Wuhui exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. He had just learned of this from the fifth patriarch, and it had truly shaken him. An ancient sect. As far as he knew, every reclusive ancient sect had been passed down for hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. Even his Jun clan would have to avoid their edge, never daring to oppose them. Though he had previously doubted Kunlun's status as a reclusive ancient sect, now he had no choice but to believe. These words came from his own clan's true foundations. At this thought, Jun Wuhui's heart trembled violently. Although the Jun clan itself was a major power with a heritage of over 100,000 years and a profound foundation, boasting more than one existence at the Heavenly King realm or above. From the being who made a move at Kunlun that day, it was clear that the Jun clan's true depth far exceeded what the southern wilderness domain perceived. In this regard, apart from the Yaoqi Palace, all the top powers in the southern wilderness domain likely still believed the Jun clan only possessed a Heavenly King. They would never imagine that the Jun clan had existences above the Heavenly King realm. Nevertheless, compared to those ancient forces whose heritage spanned at least hundreds of thousands of years, the two were not on the same level. However, it must be said that the Jun clan's foundation was indeed formidable. Upon hearing this, we must not come into conflict with Kunlun in the near future. I never expected Kunlun to have a sage. The fifth patriarch of the Jun clan spoke gravely to Jun Wuhui below. Then his expression softened slightly, as if recalling something, and he continued. The primordial secret realm will emerge in a month. I have learned from the Yaoqi Palace that this time the primordial secret realm will be different from before. Hearing this, Jun Wuhui was startled. Different? Did the primordial secret realm hold some secret? Fifth patriarch, what do you mean? The fifth patriarch replied, I am not entirely sure what the difference is. The news came from the existence behind the Yaoqi Palace. So it was from the being behind the Yaoqi Palace. Jun Wuhui wisely refrained from pressing further. Such a level of power was beyond what the Jun clan could discuss. Meanwhile, in the Yaoqi Palace, the current palace master Lin Zai's face was frosty, deeply angered by Kunlun's actions against them that day. She said to the previous palace master Lin Yue, Master Kunlun is truly audacious. Not only do they disrespect our Yaoqi Palace, but they even dared to attack you. I implore you to summon our Yaoqi sage to teach Kunlun a lesson. If not for the fifth patriarch of the Jun clan summoning one of their clan's foundations to take them away that day, she was certain her master would have awakened the Yaoqi Palace's foundation to punish Kunlun. Indeed, although the Yaoqi Palace ranked behind the Jun clan among the top powers of the southern wilderness domain, its foundation was equally formidable, not to mention its terrifying background. That background was a holy land, a true superpower of the southern wilderness domain. This was why Lin Shi, despite knowing Kunlun had a sage, still held Kunlun in contempt. This alone showed that both the Yaoqi Palace's own foundation and its background were immensely powerful. Upon hearing this, the palace Arabed beauty Lin Yue, Lin Zai's master, and the previous palace master also wore a grim expression. The primordial secret realm will emerge in a month. This matter is of greater importance. Let Kunlun live a while longer. Lin Yu said coldly. Kunlun's audacity in attacking her was a death sentence, and she also wished to annihilate Kunlun. But with the primordial secret realm about to appear, more important matters could not be delayed over Kunlun. Indeed, not only the southern wilderness domain, but also major forces from other domains were preparing for the primordial secret realm. For the secrets within the primordial secret realm were destined to fully emerge in this era. For the secrets within the primordial secret realm were destined to fully emerge in this era. In the southern wilderness domain, within the city of Tiansong in Tsangzhou, a tavern stood. A young man exuding an air of nobility with a stern countenance, seemingly only 20 years old, and clad in brocade robes, sat at a table, savoring fine wine, a faint smile occasionally curling at the corners of his lips. He was listening with keen interest to the discussions among the cultivators in the tavern. If any cultivator from the northern heaven domain were to see this noble young man here, they would surely be astonished. Clearly, this noble young man's origins were far from ordinary. Yet why he had appeared in the southern wilderness domain remained a mystery. Brothers, listen to me. That day I saw with my own eyes 8 mighty figures at the heavenly king realm, utterly powerless before that Kunlun captured in the void by Kunlun's experts. Hiss. Even now, recalling how that terrifying existence from Kunlun merely spoke a single word, and the 8 heavenly kings were seized from the void into Kunlun, sends chills down my spine. Truly horrifying. A cultivator with a large blade at his waist spoke gravely to the stunned crowd before him. This cultivator was the very one who had witnessed the battle between Kunlun, the 8 major powers, the Jun family, and the Jade Pool Palace that day. Hiss. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in shock, and they couldn't help but gasp. Brother, what? What happened afterward? Their faces were filled with awe, eager to know what transpired next, urging him on. Though tales of Kunlun had been circulating throughout the southern wilderness domain, hearing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Ahem. Ahem. The blade-wielding cultivator cleared his throat with a heavy cough. One of the crowd, quick to understand, fetched wine from the table and poured it for him, reminding, Come, brother, have a drink to wet your throat. At the sight of the fine wine, the blade-wielder's eyes lit up. He took the cup and downed it in one gulp. What a delight. So he was a drunkard. Yet this was no ordinary wine. It was a spiritual brew that could enhance one's blood and chi, not something just anyone could afford. Hiss. Later things became even more terrifying. The Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace also arrived. At these words, the crowd exclaimed in shock. What? The Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace? Hiss. You don't mean to say Kunlun even dealt with the Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace? The crowd seemed to grasp the implication, their hearts shaken. No news had emerged from the Jun family or the Jade Pool Palace, and no one dared to use those 2 supreme powers as a topic. Nor had the ancestors of the 8 major powers spoken of how the Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace had suffered losses at Kunlun's hands. Thus the people of the southern wilderness domain believed the Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace had never taken Kunlun seriously. Yet who would have thought that this blade-wielding cultivator would reveal the truth? Indeed, after a few drinks, he acted as if he ruled the southern wilderness. At that moment, the young man in brocade robes, upon hearing the words Jade Pool Palace, showed a flicker of surprise and murmured, Kunlun. What kind of power is this to be so renowned in this southern land? Quite intriguing. Then the blade-wielding cultivator continued. That's right. Later the Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace appeared, but another terrifying existence from Kunlun intervened. These words plunged the crowd into deeper shock and awe. Hiss. What kind of sect is this Kunlun? That existence seemed to be a young woman, but her aura was terrifying to the extreme. Possibly an existence beyond the heavenly king realm. At this point, the blade-wielding cultivator swallowed hard and spoke with a trembling voice. Whoa, beyond the heavenly king realm. Doesn't that mean? The crowd was utterly stunned, speechless with terror. Oh, quite interesting. Could Kunlun harbor a saint? The young man in brocade robes mused to himself. Before the crowd could recover, he continued. Later, that existence from Kunlun made a move seemingly intent on detaining the people from the Jun family and the Jade Pool Palace, but someone else intervened and took them away. The blade-wielding cultivator finished speaking, took a deep breath, and shook his head as if the wine had sobered him. Seeing the shocked expressions before him, his face changed in realization. He rose hastily and fled the tavern, not daring to linger. Hiss. In the tavern, the crowd also snapped back to reality, drawing deep breaths. Then someone suddenly exclaimed, Damn, Kunlun. The crowd looked bewildered, thinking the man had been overwhelmed by the tale of Kunlun. Such a strong after effect. Damn, I almost forgot Kunlun is officially starting its disciple recruitment tomorrow. Ignoring everyone's reactions, the cultivator uttered these words and dashed out of the tavern, heading toward Qingzhou. Kunlun recruiting disciples. Damn it, that cursed storyteller. He tricked me. Kunlun, here I come. With these words, everyone present silently cursed the blade-wielding cultivator's ancestors for 18 generations. Then they quickly left the tavern, employing their best escape techniques to rush toward Kunlun. In the blink of an eye, the once lively tavern fell into an eerie silence. Only the young man in brocade robes remained bewildered, having no idea what had just happened. He had only caught something about Kunlun recruiting disciples. What the hell? What's going on? What kind of sect is this Kunlun? The young man was also slightly startled. This was not the first time he had heard the name Kunlun. Ever since he entered the Southern Wilderness domain, the word Kunlun had been on everyone's lips, though he had paid it little mind. But after hearing what those people said, his curiosity about Kunlun grew. Kunlun, is it? I'd like to see what kind of sect this is. Then the young man also left the tavern, inquired about the direction everyone had taken, and vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Heaven domain, within the Nine Nether dynasty, deep in the ancestral land of Nine Nether. In an ancient hall, the third elder of the Nine Nether dynasty seemed to sense something. He abruptly opened his eyes, gazing deep into the hall with profound reverence. From the depths of the hall, an immensely terrifying aura emanated. He quickly rose from his meditative posture, bowed deeply toward the hall, and spoke with utmost respect, his heart filled with shock that the being who had slumbered for tens of thousands of years had awakened. Ancestor, you have awakened. At these words, a voice ancient as an abyss and majestic came from the depths. 30,000 years have passed. How fares the Nine Nether dynasty? Hearing this, the third elder of Nine Nether trembled, then replied respectfully, Ancestor, all is well, it's just. Speak, what is it? The ancient majestic voice echoed again from the depths of the hall. The ancient majestic voice echoed again from the depths of the hall. The ancient majestic voice echoed again from the depths of the hall. The ancient majestic voice echoed again from the depths of the hall. Reporting to the ancestor, Yuming has fallen. The elder of the Nether Abyss clan faced the voice from the depths, his entire body tensing involuntarily, not daring to breathe heavily. One must know that this third elder of the Nether Abyss clan was a being at the seventh heaven of the Heavenly King realm, yet even so he dared not breathe heavily before the master of that aged voice from the depths. Clearly this was the terrifying foundation of the Nether Abyss dynasty, a fearsome existence whom the third elder of the Nether Abyss clan called Ancestor. As the words fell, boom, an immensely terrifying aura was released from the depths of the great hall, instantly turning the third elder of the Nether Abyss clan pale-faced and trembling all over. What happened? Who dares to kill my people? Seeking death. The master of the voice from the depths was clearly enraged, a terrifying aura filling the great hall. Reporting to the ancestor, it is. The third elder of the Nether Abyss clan, pale-faced, quickly recounted the entire incident. Kunlun. Seeking death. It seems I have slept too long. The world has forgotten the might of the Nether Abyss. A cold snort came from the depths. I didn't expect the primordial secret realm to be emerging as well. Let that Kunlun live a little longer. Your ancestor must go meet those old fellows. Clearly the master of this voice held Kunlun in utter contempt. Yes, ancestor. The third elder of the Nether Abyss clan replied respectfully, his heart surging with excitement, while inwardly gasping in shock. Hiss. The ancestor was actually going to meet those few. He naturally knew who the ancestor referred to as those old fellows. They were the true foundations of the top hegemonic powers in the Eastern Heaven domain. Could it be that those existences had all awakened? The master of the aged voice from the depths of the Great Hall was precisely the ancestor of the Nether Abyss dynasty, a sage-level existence. Clearly the strength of the Eastern Heaven domain far surpassed that of the Southern Desolate domain, at least in terms of the foundations of hegemonic powers. From the words of this Nether Abyss ancestor, one could discern that not only did the Nether Abyss dynasty possess a sage, but other hegemonic powers also seemed to have sages. In comparison, the foundations of the hegemonic powers in the Southern Desolate domain were not as formidable as those in the Eastern Heaven domain. Moreover, the overall strength of the Southern Desolate domain was indeed the lowest among the other domains. This was because it was rumored that the Southern Desolate domain had only one superpower that had truly been inherited for 1,000,000 years, whereas other domains had more than just one such power. Meanwhile, Southern Desolate domain, Qingzhou, at the entrance of the burial immortal mountain range, a forbidden land that once inspired fear and deterred entry, countless cultivators had now gathered. Everyone stared wide-eyed, their expressions shocked, as they beheld two ancient towering stone pillars before them. The pillars were engraved with the two characters Kunlun, exuding an ancient aura, leaving all speechless with astonishment. Hiss. H. How is this possible? Th. This Kunlun is actually within the Forbidden Land. The crowd was filled with disbelief. They had initially thought Kunlun was somewhere in Qingzhou, but when led here by cultivators who had previously entered the burial immortal mountain range, they were utterly horrified. As expected, Kunlun is a reclusive grand sect. A cultivator exclaimed, his face flushing with excitement as he quickly rushed inward. Seeing this, countless others quickly reacted and also entered rapidly, heading toward Kunlun. Since most people had already entered earlier and now connecting it with the mystery of Kunlun, countless individuals realized that Kunlun was undoubtedly a reclusive grand sect. If cultivators from other domains witnessed this scene, they would surely think these people had lost their minds, daring to venture into the burial immortal mountain range. truly unafraid of death. Not far away, a young man gazed at the scene before him, a look of shock also appearing on his face as he murmured, "This Kunlun is actually within a forbidden land. Could it really be as those people say that Kunlun is a reclusive grand sect?" This young man was none other than the brocade-clad youth who had previously appeared in the tavern of Tiansong City. Subsequently, just as the young man was about to follow the crowd, inside a voice sounded in his ear. "Your Highness, please wait. This old servant senses the presence of a sage within the burial immortal mountain range." A sage. Hearing this, the young man who was about to enter the mountain range halted his steps, his expression slightly startled. "Elder Mu, do you think Kunlun is a reclusive grand sect?" The voice called Elder Mu replied, Your Highness need not worry. Even if Kunlun is a reclusive sect, it is at most a power with a heritage of over 100,000 years. Given Your Highness' status, even the sect master of Kunlun would have to treat you with utmost respect. Elder Mu, this is the forbidden burial immortal mountain range. How could an ordinary reclusive sect appear here? The young man said slowly. Hearing this, Elder Mu's voice came again. Your Highness is correct. However, this old servant has already used his divine sense to probe the interior. There is indeed a sect within. Your Highness knows what this means. The young man seemed not to understand Elder Mu's meaning. Elder Mu, you mean? Your Highness, as the great era descends, the immortal martial continent will witness various strange phenomena. For instance, the burial immortal mountain range no longer possesses that. From tens of thousands of years ago. Elder Mu's voice seemed to change as he spoke, trailing off. But the young man could clearly sense from his tone of fear of something or the unknown. His expression shifted slightly, finding it hard to imagine what could instill fear in a protector with sage-level cultivation. Elder Mu, did you come to the burial immortal mountain range tens of thousands of years ago? The young man asked, eager to know what could frighten even a sage. Your Highness guessed correctly. 30,000 years ago, this old servant accompanied that one here. The scene was the same then. For tens of thousands, or even millions of years, the burial immortal mountain range has always appeared like a paradise. But the truly terrifying thing is the unknown power within. That existence merely attempted to probe with divine sense, and narrowly escaped falling here. That one. The young man couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon hearing this, his expression immensely shocked. He naturally knew who Elder Mu referred to. It was the of his Imperial Dawn dynasty. At this moment, the young man seemed to understand. No wonder a sect now existed in the burial immortal mountain range, and countless people were risking their lives to enter. The great era was truly descending. First, the primordial secret realm was about to emerge, followed by countless reclusive grand sects and ancient clans appearing one after another. All of this signified that heaven and earth had undergone tremendous changes. No wonder Father Emperor said that in this era an emperor would reappear in the world and sent me out to train and seek my own fortune. The great era descends. All grand sects and great clans will emerge. Truly an era that stirs one's blood. Of course, on the immortal martial continent, there were many reclusive sects. However, only those ancient powers or sects with a million-year heritage known as primordial forces could truly be called grand sects or ancient great clans. Generally, powers with a heritage of over 100,000 years or several 100,000 years could only be called reclusive sects. Though called reclusive sects in the eyes of the truly great powers of the current age, these reclusive forces, with only 100,000 or several 100,000 years of foundation, were merely third-rate powers. Take the Jun family, for example. It was also a hegemonic power with a heritage of over 100,000 years, yet the Jun family did not go into seclusion because sects and families that needed to seclude themselves did so to better accumulate their foundational strength. But whenever a secret realm emerged or an extraordinary opportunity appeared on the immortal martial continent, these reclusive forces would emerge to seize the chance. Just as the primordial secret realm was about to emerge, now those reclusive sects, grand sects, and great clans would likely all appear. This was also why the fifth ancestor of the Jun family had said that in recent times reclusive sects had already emerged in other domains. The young man nodded. Indeed, it was so, because his identity was extremely terrifying. This young man was none other than the second prince of the superpower Imperial Dawn dynasty in the northern heaven domain Ling Mu. At just 20 years of age, he had already broken through to the Void Cave realm. His talent was monstrous and peerless, and he was hailed by the dynasty's ancestor as a prodigy destined to become an emperor in this era. The person he called Elder Mu was his protector on this journey, a being at the ninth heaven of the sage realm. This was also why Elder Mu could sense the presence of a sage within the burial immortal mountain range. The person he called Elder Mu was his protector on this journey, a being at the ninth heaven of the sage realm. This was also why Elder Mu could sense the presence of a sage within the burial immortal mountain range. Meanwhile, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, an ancient stone staircase of celestial proportions stretched before the countless cultivators, its end seemingly lost to the horizon. Every cultivator who had entered the burial immortal mountain range now stood frozen in awe, too daunted to set foot on the staircase, their faces etched with astonishment. What should we do? Should we ascend? A cultivator addressed the crowd, but without any Kunlun disciples appearing, none dared to step onto the staircase. What's going on? Wasn't there supposed to be a disciple recruitment? Why hasn't anyone from Kunlun shown up? Could they be mocking us? Someone then voiced their doubt. Damn it, I knew it. How could Kunlun just casually recruit disciples? Which bastard tricked me? Shoo, are you looking for death? This is Kunlun. Hearing this, the cultivator realized his slip, quickly shut his mouth, and glanced around. Phew. Fortunately, no one from Kunlun had appeared, just as everyone was at a loss. A figure materialized above the crowd without warning. It was Wang Ming, Wang Xian, and Wang Lin, the three in charge of this recruitment, followed by Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan. Someone spotted Wang Ming and the others above and exclaimed, "Look, Kunlun's people are here." Wang Ming nodded with satisfaction at the sea of cultivators below, pleased that he could fulfill the sect master's task. Everyone, Kunlun's disciple recruitment officially begins now. Wang Ming's voice was calm, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the multitude below. Becoming a disciple of Kunlun was no simple feat. Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted in excitement. They had not come in vain. Countless individuals were already envisioning their glorious moment as Kunlun disciples, their hearts shouting in silent triumph. I will become Kunlun's senior disciple. Linyan, are you forgetting about me? For countless cultivators, this was a chance to leap over the dragon's gate, and how could they not be stirred? Moreover, everyone knew that Kunlun was revered as a hidden great sect in the southern wilderness. It undoubtedly housed numerous techniques and divine abilities which excited them even more than joining a hegemonic power. Senior, may I ask if you are an elder of Kunlun? A cultivator could not help but ask Wang Ming, eager to know if Kunlun was as formidable as the legends claimed. At these words, countless people perked up, their faces flushed with excitement as they looked at Wang Ming. They too had heard rumors of Kunlun's several powerful guardians. Initially, everyone had been incredulous at such tales. Now someone bold enough to voice their thoughts made them even more fervent. Hearing this, Wang Ming smiled. He understood the cultivator's intent and paid it no mind. Instantly, his cultivation base at the void realm emanated from him, an overwhelming aura flooding the scene. Everyone was struck dumb, their spirits shaken. A gasp. Void realm. So this was a hidden great sect. Even a single member possessed the formidable cultivation of the void realm. To those present, a void realm powerhouse was an exalted existence. In their minds, such a figure could establish a hegemonic power. Yet here, even a random person from Kunlun possessed such might. The crowd's gaze shifted to Wang Lin and Wang Xian beside Wang Ming, an idea forming in their minds. Three void realm experts, truly worthy of a hidden great sect. Just as they thought Wang Ming's void realm cultivation was astonishing enough, his next words left them even more astounded and shaken. I am not an elder of Kunlun. I am a guardian of Kunlun. And so are these two beside me. Wang Ming observed their reactions calmly. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Three void realm experts, and they were merely guardians. In that moment, no one dared to doubt that Kunlun was a hidden great sect. Ask yourself which power in the southern wilderness possessed such profound resources as to have a void realm expert as a guardian. Not even the top 10 hegemonic powers were so extravagant. Enough questions. The disciple assessment begins now. Wang Ming addressed the crowd, and his words stunned everyone. They looked around. The place was nothing but a vast, empty space. An assessment? Right here. Shouldn't it be inside the sect? Could the assessment methods of a hidden great sect be so casual? Everyone was perplexed, a vague sense of dread creeping into their hearts. Before you lies the staircase. It is your first trial. Those who can ascend it to reach Kunlun's immortal mountain may proceed to the second trial. Soon Wang Ming's words confirmed their worst fears. As his voice faded, a collective gasp arose. Everyone's expression shifted. They looked up at the ancient stone staircase, their hearts trembling. Though it appeared ordinary, all could sense a mysterious power within it. Indeed, becoming a disciple of a hidden great sect was no simple matter. They were not even worthy of glimpsing what lay atop Kunlun. At that moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had not rashly stepped onto the staircase earlier. Otherwise, they might have already been eliminated. Bitter smiles spread across the crowd. Within the main hall of Kunlun, Chen, using his divine sense, observed the vast congregation of cultivators gathered at the mountain's base, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. He had not anticipated that Kunlun's first recruitment of disciples would attract such a multitude, far exceeding his expectations. At present, nearly 1 million cultivators had assembled at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Though 1,000,000 seemed immense, this number represented less than a tenth of a minor kingdom's population within the entire Southern Wilderness domain. Evidently, while Kunlun's reputation had shaken the Southern Wilderness domain, few truly believed it was a reclusive grand sect. Otherwise, why would merely 1,000,000 cultivators have arrived? When the top-tier hegemon sects of the Southern Wilderness domain held disciple recruitments, millions would vie for the opportunity. System, what is the purpose of that stone staircase? Chen inquired inwardly. Yesterday, when he had asked the system for treasures to test a cultivator's heart and character, it had directed him to use the mountain stone staircase as the first trial. As for its specific function, the system had not yet explained, merely stating that cultivators who could ascend the staircase to Kunlun would have passed the test of heart and character. Chen valued this greatly, so he had assigned Wang Ming and the others to oversee the matter. Host, the staircase is called the heart-penetrating heavenly stair. Any cultivator who sets foot upon it, if harboring evil intentions, a corrupt nature, or a flawed character, or has committed deeds intolerable to the heavenly Tao, will be detected and expelled by the stair. So it was called the heart-penetrating heavenly stair. After the system's explanation, Chen understood its purpose and was quite satisfied, thinking the system had finally done something worthwhile. With no system tasks to complete, Chen could not obtain system rewards or summoning cards, and had long since cursed the system in his heart. I hope that among those who ascend Kunlun this time there will be a disciple who can trigger a system reward. Recruiting ordinary disciples would yield no rewards from the system. However, Chen was quite looking forward to seeing if the system would offer other rewards once Kunlun developed further. For now, he could only search among these people. Perhaps one or two might trigger a system reward. Meanwhile, at the mountain's base, after Wang Ming's explanation, everyone present was brimming with excitement, eagerly rubbing their hands and readying themselves. They awaited only Wang Ming's signal. To most, this stone staircase seemed trivial, assumed to be merely a test of cultivation level. Despite Kunlun's proclamation that it disregarded cultivation and talent, few truly believed it. Although countless cultivators had come, many were merely testing their luck. Most of those present believed their own cultivation to be respectable and thus paid the staircase little heed. All right, let us begin. Seeing the crowd's reaction, Wang Ming smiled and spoke. As his words fell, those at the front exchanged excited glances and then stepped onto the heart-penetrating heavenly stair. The ancient staircase stretched beyond sight, seeming to pierce the very heavens. Those who had stepped onto the stair began to ascend slowly and cautiously. After climbing nearly 100 steps, they noticed no change in the stair beneath them. Their hearts surged with excitement, and they quickened their pace. All wished to pass this trial as swiftly as possible. Those who had not yet stepped onto the stair observed this scene, exchanged glances, and then also set foot upon it. But if nothing unexpected happened, then, as expected, the unexpected was about to occur. Indeed, the staircase beneath their feet suddenly emitted beams of light. In an instant, the ancient stair radiated brilliance, and an aura redolent of the passage of time permeated the entire structure. This temporal radiance enveloped all the cultivators on the stair. Their expressions shifted drastically, eyes wide with disbelief. What power is this? Why does it feel as if my entire being is laid bare? No secret remains. Everyone was greatly alarmed, their hearts filled with shock. But they quickly realized this must be Kunlun's method of testing them. What aspect it tested they could not know, though a few still believed it was assessing their cultivation and talent. Feeling that this mysterious aura caused them no harm, everyone relaxed and continued their ascent. Behind, Wang Ming and his two companions Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan watched the scene with expressions of awe. They exchanged a glance, then turned their gaze to the several young cultivators who had already climbed hundreds of steps, their faces tense. These were the juniors of their respective lineages, now striving desperately up the stair. Neither had expected a full 1,000,000 cultivators to arrive, which truly startled them. With Chen's permission, Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan had also sent some of their more talented juniors to undergo the trials, hoping they might become Kunlun disciples. Even if they could only become outer disciples in the future, their lineages might produce top-tier experts. Just as everyone assumed they would safely traverse the stairs, suddenly the steps beneath them emitted another wave of light. Though different from before, no one paid it much heed and continued upward. At that moment, countless thuds rang out as numerous figures were flung from the stair. The heart-penetrating heavenly stair was expelling those of vile heart and character. Why? The fallen cultivators, their faces twisted with displeasure, cried out, unable to comprehend why they had been rejected. Wang Ming and his two companions looked coldly at those expelled below, snorting in disdain. Chen had already transmitted to them the function of the heart-penetrating heavenly stair. Thus Wang Ming and the others knew these people were of evil heart and character. Such individuals were unworthy of becoming Kunlun disciples, unworthy even of a single glance at Kunlun. Under normal circumstances, Wang Ming and the others would have annihilated them long ago. This was why Chen placed such emphasis on these two aspects. If such evil-hearted individuals were to become Kunlun disciples, they would surely betray the sect when it faced a great enemy. In comparison, Chen valued those with excellent heart and character far more than those with high talent, but no loyalty to the sect. At that moment, not far away, Ling Mu did not rush to ascend the stair. Instead, his expression shifted slightly as he observed the changes on the stair. Elder Mu, can you discern the origin of this staircase? Ling Mu stared at the stair, muttering to himself. Ling Mu faintly sensed that his opportunity lay within the Kunlun before him. Not long after, the voice of old Mu echoed in his ears. Your Highness, this old servant cannot discern the origin of this heavenly stairway either. However, it must be some heritage left behind by Kunlun. Your Highness, this old servant believes that such a small force with a heritage of merely 100,000 years is not worth your time here. Ling Mu's guardian, old Mu, seemed reluctant for his prince to linger in what he deemed an insignificant territory. Although Kunlun appeared within the burial immortal mountain range, he did not consider it an ancient great sect, but rather a minor force that had established its sect headquarters there. Though he was unaware of when the mysterious power of the burial immortal mountain range had vanished tens of thousands or even millions of years ago, he insisted that Kunlun had founded its sect there only after discovering the changes within the range. Thus, they created an aura of mystery for their sect, much like many other pretentious forces on the Shinwu continent, which were utterly insignificant. Hearing this, Ling Mu paid no further heed to the heavenly stairway. He knew old Mu was right, yet he did not leave. Instead, he wished to ascend the stairway and enter Kunlun to see for himself. Old Mu, I wish to see what heritage Kunlun possesses that draws the entire Southern Wasteland domain here with such fervor. Ling Mu said with a light smile. Moments later, old Mu's voice echoed again. Your Highness shall decide everything. With this old servant by your side, rest assured. No force in the Southern Wasteland domain dares to show disrespect to your Highness wherever you go or whatever you do. Such was the confidence and might of a dynasty. Who could have imagined that a saint was merely the guardian of this young man? This revealed the terrifying depth of the Lingxiao dynasty's heritage, making even the supreme overlord forces seem like mere small sects in comparison. After a while, the scene on the heavenly stairway had changed. Apart from those cultivators who had been rejected and cast down, fewer than 2,000 remained on the heart-penetrating stairway. All of them wore expressions of excitement as they strained to climb upward, yet it seemed they could never reach the end, trudging on with heads bowed. Some, seeing they had not been cast out, believed they could enter Kunlun by traversing the entire stairway. Thus, many prepared to circulate their inner spiritual energy to soar upward. But they underestimated this ancient stairway. After attempting, they found themselves utterly unable to mobilize their spiritual energy. Bitter smiles spread across their faces, yet none wished to abandon such a golden opportunity. Not only was their spiritual energy rendered useless, but even the physical strength corresponding to their cultivation realm was inaccessible. The higher they climbed, the more they felt their physical strength drain. At this moment, they were mere mortals relying solely on their willpower to struggle upward. Not bad. So many have persevered. The sect master will surely be pleased. Wang Ming and his two companions looked at the crowd on the stairway, nodding with a smile. Indeed, as Wang Ming and the others had said, Chen did not prioritize quantity in this disciple recruitment. He valued the cultivator's willpower, potential, heart, and character above all. In the main hall, Chen's eyes shimmered with divine light. Activating the chaos divine eye, he gazed at the cultivators on the heavenly stairway outside the mountain gate, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. I hope these people can persevere to the end. Otherwise, Kunlun will struggle to recruit disciples in the Southern Wasteland domain. Chen held little hope for those who might doubt Kunlun's strength. Even if another recruitment drive were held, he would not conduct it in the Southern Wasteland domain. The Chaos Divine Eye is truly formidable, seeing through all things at a glance. It was indeed worthy of being a system product. The Chaos Divine Eye was a divine pupil Chen had awakened after cultivating the Chaos Divine Spirit method, and this was his first time using it. He simply wanted to test if the Divine Eye was as powerful as the system claimed. The Chaos Divine Eye would grow even more terrifying as Chen's cultivation advanced. According to the system, once Chen's cultivation truly became formidable, a single glance from his divine eye could shatter a major world, and a single gaze could slay immortals. One glance and worlds are annihilated, one gaze and immortals fall. When the divine eye reaches its zenith, even time and space can be reversed. Chen uttered softly, sensing two immensely powerful auras within the burial immortal mountain range. They could not hide from the Chaos Divine Eye. Surprisingly, even with his current cultivation, Chen had failed to detect their presence. Two saints, and both at the ninth heaven of the saint realm. No wonder even I didn't notice them. They've hidden themselves well. Chen's expression turned icy. If these two saints sought trouble for Kunlun, he would make them pay a severe price, even if they possessed the formidable cultivation of the ninth heaven of the Saint Realm. Lu Chun was currently at the first heaven of the Saint Realm, and Qing was also at the first heaven of the Saint Realm. But Lu Chun now wielded the Chaos Divine Spirit method, which contained 8 powerful divine abilities as trump cards, making him unafraid even of a ninth heaven saint. Moreover, Qing's combat prowess could not be measured by cultivation alone. If they dare disrupt Kunlun's disciple recruitment regardless of their origins, I will make them pay a severe price. Lu Chen's face was as cold as frost, his gaze utterly icy. Though he sensed no hostility from the two, or as their concealment on Kunlun's territory was undoubtedly a provocation. Seeing this, Lu Chen chose not to act against the two saints, for now curious to see which force intended to strike at Kunlun. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, the many cultivators who had failed to become Kunlun disciples had not yet departed. All gazed with envy at those remaining on the heavenly stairway, sighing inwardly. They could not fathom why this stairway had rejected them. Among them were some with relatively high cultivation, including young cultivators at the Dao Palace realm, and countless others below the Divine Treasury realm. Countless faces twisted with displeasure and frustration. Believing Kunlun had toyed with them, many silently cursed the sect. What the hell is this so-called hidden ancient sect Kunlun? They said cultivation didn't matter. I traveled thousands of miles for nothing and didn't even get to see what Kunlun looks like. A young cultivator at the Dao Palace realm in his 20s harbored deep resentment toward Kunlun, believing they had mocked him. Of course, even with 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare voice this in front of Wang Ming and his companions. He was not alone in his hatred. Most cultivators present were cursing Kunlun in their hearts. Tsk. Such was the behavior of those with poor heart and character. When they failed to obtain the results they desired, they would harbor evil thoughts. This was the most terrifying thing. If such cultivators entered the sect, they would be nothing but backstabbers. Given a small benefit from another force, they would surely betray the sect for profit. Better to go plague other forces. Coming to Kunlun would only earn you a slap to death. By now everyone had set foot on the heavenly stairway. Those who hadn't were the ones rejected and eliminated. However, 2 people present had not yet ascended the stairway. They observed from a distance, as if the stairway before them was nothing more than an ordinary stone path. One was Ling Mu, who had traveled from the Northern Heaven domain to the Southern Wasteland domain for training. The other was a young woman in a purple long dress with a peerlessly beautiful face, a graceful figure, and an ethereal aura. She appeared to be only 20 years old. She too stood at a distance from the crowd watching. Despite her stunning beauty, no one present seemed to notice her, as if she stood right before them, yet remained invisible. Clearly either this young woman possessed formidable cultivation herself, or a powerful figure was concealing her aura, making her undetectable. Even Wang Ming and his companions failed to notice her. Evidently the origin of this young woman in the purple dress was far from simple. Seeing this, Ling Mu was about to step onto the heavenly stairway ahead when Wood Elder's surprised voice echoed in his ears. The Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty has come to join the festivities as well. The Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty. Ling Mu's expression shifted upon hearing this. What were they doing here? Now that the Xianwu continent was undergoing great upheaval, successors from many major powers would soon emerge across various domains, seeking opportunities and tempering themselves. He was one of them. Ling Mu was aware of this, but he hadn't expected the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty to also come to the Southern Wasteland domain. The Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty and the Lingxiao Imperial Dynasty were both among the 5 supreme powers of the Northern Heaven domain, each possessing a foundation of terrifying profundity. Your Highness, look in that direction. Following Wood Elder's guidance, Ling Mu turned his gaze and was momentarily startled. It's her, Zi Yunyan. In the distance, the young woman in a purple dress seemed to sense that someone had noticed her. Her beautiful eyes shifted, colliding with Ling Mu's gaze, causing her expression to change. The second prince of the Lingxiao Imperial Dynasty, Ling Mu. The young woman in purple was none other than the Grand Princess of the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty, Zi Yunyan. At just 20 years old, she had already reached the Void Cave realm, ranking alongside Ling Mu among the 10 prodigies of the Northern Heaven domain. Rumors even held that she possessed a special physique, causing the major powers of the Northern Heaven domain to regard her with caution. In an instant, both averted their gazes, paying each other no heed. Though those from such great powers recognized one another, they seldom crossed paths, let alone exchanged greetings. This was a normal occurrence. The Lingxiao and Purple Moon Imperial Dynasties, while not hostile, were far from friendly. Ling Mu then ceased to pay Zi Yunyan any further attention, his figure vanishing from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he appeared at the foot of the heavenly stairway. With a calm expression, he stepped forward, ascending the heart-penetrating stairway. A gasp rose from the crowd as everyone noticed the sudden appearance of Ling Mu, their expressions shifting. Look, someone else has stepped onto the stairway. Murmurs spread among the onlookers below. Who is he? Why does his aura feel so formidable? Hiss. Not only that. Why does his bearing seem so noble? Could this be someone from a major power here to cause trouble? Many faces lit up with excitement, secretly hoping the young man before them was an agent of some great force sent to sabotage Kunlun's recruitment. Hiss. It seems likely. But why haven't I seen him in the Southern Wasteland domain? Exactly. None of the famous prodigies here match his description. The crowd speculated wildly about the identity of the young man who had suddenly appeared on the stairway. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his two companions also noticed Ling Mu. A single glance revealed his cultivation level, causing their expressions to shift. A void cave realm cultivator, so young. It was the first time Wang Ming and his companions had seen someone so youthful with such cultivation. This led them to question the young man's identity. Someone of his age with such power was no ordinary cultivator. Exchanging glances, the three did not obstruct him. They knew Lu Chen was watching over the proceedings, and since he had given no signal, there was no cause for concern. In the distance, Zi Yunyan saw Ling Mu ascend the stairway, a flicker of surprise in her luminous eyes. Interesting. So the most talented second prince of the Lingxiao imperial dynasty would deign to participate in a minor power's disciple recruitment. Very well, I'm curious to see what about Kunlun could attract your attention, Ling Mu. With that, Zi Yunyan grew intrigued and seemed inclined to ascend the stairway and undergo Kunlun's recruitment test herself. Like Ling Mu, Zi Yunyan had just entered the Southern Wasteland domain when she heard tales of Kunlun's strength and power everywhere, prompting her to see what kind of sect it truly was. However, upon learning in Qingzhou that Kunlun was located in the Forbidden Burial Immortal Mountain Range, she was startled. Yet her guardian later offered the same explanation as Ling Mu's. Just then an elderly woman's voice rang out. Her guardian, a saint at the ninth heaven realm. Princess, you cannot. With your status, how could you become a disciple in such a minor sect? Her guardian seemed to have discerned Zi Yunyan's intentions. Elder Lan, do not worry. I merely wish to see what kind of sect Kunlun is. Zi Yunyan chuckled lightly, unconcerned. She had no real intention of becoming a Kunlun disciple. Even if Kunlun wished to keep me as a disciple, it would depend on whether their sect master has the audacity. Indeed, given Zi Yunyan's status, even the Tianxian sacred ground, a superpower of the Southern Wasteland domain, would not dare show her any disrespect. Among the 5 supreme powers of the Northern Heaven domain, the Purple Moon Imperial Dynasty ranked third in strength, while the Lingxiao Imperial Dynasty was last. On the Xianwu continent, all major powers were aware of each other's might. Thus, wherever members of these superpowers traveled, no one dared to slight them. Princess, even so, if the Imperial Lord learns of this, I fear I will be held accountable. Elder Lan's voice came again, disapproving of the princess' actions. Elder Lan, rest assured. If my father blames anyone, I will explain everything to him. Very well, then it is as the princess decides. If Kunlun dares to show you any disrespect, I will annihilate them. After a moment, Elder Lan's voice returned. Annihilate Kunlun. Hopefully she wouldn't be frightened by Kunlun's true power. Of course, Zi Yunyan's guardian had also sensed a saint within Kunlun, which was why she refrained from entering forcefully. A saint with a formidable aura. Even Elder Lan was reluctant to engage, though not out of fear. But if Kunlun dared to disrespect Zi Yunyan, Elder Lan would not hesitate to strike. Zi Yunyan smiled helplessly and nodded. She knew Elder Lan's firmness. Anyone who showed her the slightest disrespect would pay dearly. In an instant, Zi Yunyan appeared at the foot of the stairway, gazing at Ling Mu, who had already ascended 1,000 steps, and smiled softly. Ling Mu, today let me see if your strength is as formidable as the rumors claim. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were both among the 10 young prodigies of the Northern Heaven domain, yet they had never crossed swords. Though Zi Yunyan was rumored to possess a special physique in the eyes of all in the Northern Heaven domain, Ling Mu's strength was considered greater. Thus, she sought to use Kunlun's simple disciple test as a means to engage in a light contest with Ling Mu. Without hesitation, Zi Yunyan stepped onto the stairway and swiftly began to pursue Ling Mu's figure. As Zi Yunyan stepped onto the heavenly stairway, everyone present noticed her appearance. Holy shit! Look, someone else has ascended. Instantly, the crowd exclaimed in surprise, none knowing when the purple-robed woman had set foot on the stairs. In moments, she had already climbed 100 steps in their eyes. Holy shit! When did that woman in purple appear? Stop with the holy shit! Someone snapped, annoyed that it distracted from the beauty of the purple figure. Whoa, so beautiful. Who is this immortal? The Southern Wilderness has no one like her. Damn it, have you no ambition? How can we cultivators let our Tao hearts be swayed by a mere woman? A cultivator spoke with feigned indignation. The crowd paused, but before they could react, he continued. You're too young to handle her. Let me take this on. Then, ignoring the others' stares, he pulled out a telescope-like spiritual artifact and began observing her through it. The crowd was speechless. They then fixed their gazes on the purple figure, beholding a face of breathtaking beauty, her form elegantly outlined by her purple dress, evoking lecherous expressions in many. Meanwhile, Wang Ming and his two companions also spotted the woman in purple, their expressions shifting. Another young void refining cultivator. Wang Ming seemed to discern something, his eyes turning cold as he watched the purple-robed woman now on the same step as Ling Mu. Interesting. Using Kunlun's testing stairway to measure strength, are they? No matter which faction you belong to, once you pass Kunlun's stairway and enter Kunlun, it won't be easy to back out. Of the nearly 2,000 cultivators originally on the stairway, half had already reached the summit. At the top, Chen Ruoxian and Luo Lingxue were managing those who had ascended, directing them to wait aside. Whoa, is this a celestial realm? So magnificent. So, this is Kunlun. Wait, the spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. Kunlun did not deceive us, truly a reclusive grand sect. Those who had ascended the heavenly stairway to Kunlun's heavenly gate peak were stunned, their eyes wide with awe at the floating peaks before them, each crowned with ancient pavilions and halls forming a self-contained world, ethereal as a fairyland amidst the clouds. They were deeply shaken. What kind of power could forge such a formidable sect? No wonder they had seen no trace of Kunlun from the mountain base. Only those recognized by Kunlun could behold its true form. 72 peaks encircled an even more majestic main peak like stars around the moon, inspiring awe at a single glance. Kunlun had not always looked this way. Though it had independent peaks, they were limited to the main peak, Disciple Peak, Elder Peak, and the Heavenly Book Peak housing the Scripture Hall. If it had appeared like this before, even the Heaven Kings of the Eight Top Powers, the June family, and the ancestors of the Jade Pool Palace would have dared not harbor thoughts of opposing Kunlun. Even a visitor from the Holy Land would gasp in astonishment. What kind of being could forge such a sect? This was because the system had unveiled all the peaks to help Kunlun recruit more disciples and develop faster. System host, I've pulled out all the stops. If you still don't step up, it's on you. Luchan, have you no shame? If you have the guts, give me a summon card for every disciple I recruit. System, you're so noble, so impressive. Junior brothers and sisters, please wait over there. Once everyone has ascended, the second test will begin. Luo Lingxue and Chen Ruoxian stepped forward, smiling at the crowd's reaction. Their melodious voices rang in everyone's ears. The crowd looked up and gasped. So beautiful. Are these two immortals also disciples of Kunlun? Their eyes held only admiration for the two women's peerless beauty, not a trace of lust. Those who had passed the stairway, unlike those rejected, harbored no wicked thoughts. We cultivators must not let women sway our steadfast Tao hearts. Linyan, I strongly suspect you're talking about me. Junior brother, junior sister. Does this mean we're already disciples of Kunlun? Hearing this, the crowd froze, exchanging glances, wondering if they had misheard. Were they already Kunlun disciples? After a moment, they snapped back to reality. Seeing Luo Lingxu's serious expression, their faces lit up with excitement as they replied nervously. Yes, SE. Senior sister, senior brother. Indeed, Kunlun cared not for talent or cultivation level. In that instant, Kunlun's image soared in their hearts. Soon all but Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan had ascended the stairway. Upon seeing the fairy tale scene before them, they were utterly awestruck, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Their efforts had not been in vain. Kunlun was truly a reclusive grand sect. Meanwhile, on the stairway, Ling Mu's eyes held a hint of amusement as he watched the fine beads of sweat on Zi Yunyan's forehead, teasing her, though inwardly he was deeply astonished. Princess Zi, why leave the comfort of the Purple Moon dynasty for the sparse, spiritual energy of the southern wilderness? Kunlun was as extraordinary as he had imagined, confirming his belief that his opportunity might lie within. Hearing this, Ling Mu, stop provoking me, or you'll regret it. Zi Yunyan's face darkened, her voice icy, while inwardly she was shocked. Kunlun is no simple place to possess such a divine artifact. She had never imagined that this seemingly ordinary stairway could strip cultivators of their cultivation and physical strength, reducing them to ordinary humans. The first 1,000 steps of the heart-piercing stairway tested one's character and nature. Beyond that, it stripped away cultivation and physical power, leaving one as a mere mortal. That was why Zi Yunyan had ascended to the 1,000th step in mere moments. Though fast, nothing could be hidden from the heart-piercing stairway. This was what both Zi Yunyan and Ling Mu found terrifying. They could clearly feel a mysterious force seeing through them, leaving no secrets. Hearing this, Ling Mu almost laughed, then continued to provoke. Princess Zi, we've both lost our power. If you don't want to fall, come and hit me. You? Ling Mu. Zi Yunyan gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with anger. She knew he was trying to humiliate her. Ling Mu, you're all bark and no bite. I won't bother with you. Zi Yunyan ignored Ling Mu, took a deep breath, and continued climbing upward, now even more curious to see what kind of sect Kunlun truly was. Seeing this, a faint smile crept across Ling Mu's face. He refrained from provoking Zi Yunyan further and followed her up. Before long, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan stepped onto the final stair. As they ascended, a breathtaking scene unfolded before their eyes, a vista reminiscent of a celestial paradise. 72 floating peaks stood suspended in the void, accompanied by a sea of clouds. Both were stunned, their pupils constricting sharply. They exchanged glances, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes, their hearts jolting in unison. Such dense spiritual energy. Suddenly, as if sensing something, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they exclaimed in shock, their hearts filled with profound awe. How could this be? The spiritual energy here was several times richer than that of the northern heavenly domain. After calming themselves, a question arose in their minds. Could it truly be, as they suspected, that Kunlun had discovered the changes in the burial immortal mountain range, and then claimed this place for itself? This thought was quickly dismissed by Ling Mu, though Zi Yunyan had also considered it. Just the 72 floating peaks alone were beyond the capability of an ordinary force to create. With such abundant spiritual energy, if I cultivate here, I could break through to the heavenly king realm in the shortest time possible. Zi Yunyan's face lit up with excitement. She hadn't expected this journey to the Southern Wasteland domain to yield such a treasure. What? Is the great princess Zi planning to become a disciple of Kunlun? Ling Mu teased, seeing through her thoughts. He doubted she would actually become a Kunlun disciple. The eldest princess of the Purple Moon dynasty in the northern heavenly domain becoming a disciple of a minor sect in the Southern Wasteland domain. What would the people of the northern heavenly domain think? As for his own Lingxiao dynasty, it was on the brink of facing a great enemy. As long as he could grow stronger, he cared little for others' opinions. Now that he had encountered a place with such dense spiritual energy, he was willing to become a Kunlun disciple, even if it meant lowering his status. Of course, he wouldn't use his identity to demand Kunlun cede this place. He had a feeling that Kunlun was far from ordinary, not as Elder Mu had described. He had no desire to bring another powerful and unknown sect upon the Lingxiao dynasty. With this in mind, Ling Mu decided it was best not to reveal his identity to Kunlun. As for Zi Yunyan, he trusted she wouldn't be foolish enough to do so either. And indeed, Zi Yunyan had no intention of exposing her identity. Ling Mu, you'd better not reveal our identities. Kunlun seems far from simple. Her view of Kunlun had shifted, now tinged with caution. With their special identities, if the people of Kunlun found out, it could invite unnecessary trouble. Of course I know. Rest assured, great Princess Zi. Ling Mu looked at her, also realizing that Kunlun was far more complex than he had imagined. Oh, more people. At that moment, Luo Lingxue, seeing more arrivals, brightened with joy and hurried forward to greet them. These were her future junior brothers and sisters, and as their senior sister, she felt obliged to welcome the new disciples. Indeed, a total of 1,600 people had now ascended Kunlun. From the moment they passed the heavenly staircase test and reached the summit, they were already Kunlun disciples. Unfortunately, a small number had failed to persevere and fallen off. As for the subsequent 2 tests, Chen had designed them solely to assess the disciples' state of mind and enlightenment. You two please head over there. From now on, you are disciples of Kunlun. Luo Lingxue smiled at them, inwardly marveling at Zi Yunyan's stunning beauty. Wow, this junior sister is so beautiful. But she's still not as lovely as Ruoxian. Ruoxian's aura is simply too ethereal. Luo Lingxue made a silent comparison, but ultimately felt that Qin Ruoxian's celestial temperament and unparalleled beauty were truly unmatched. Yet each of the 3 women possessed a unique charm. Qin Ruoxian was like an otherworldly fairy, pure and untainted. Luo Lingxue resembled a playful and endearing girl next door, and Zi Yunyan was a cool, aloof queen keeping others at a distance. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were taken aback by her words. What was happening? Did they just become Kunlun disciples? Were sects in the Southern Wasteland domain always this casual about accepting disciples? Are we really disciples of Kunlun now? Ling Mu asked Luo Lingxue incredulously, while subtly sensing her cultivation level, which left him somewhat disappointed. The Dao Palace realm. Could this woman be Kunlun's senior sister? Logically, a Kunlun disciple shouldn't have such a low cultivation base. A force with a saint-level expert, even in this spiritually sparse Southern Wasteland domain, should be formidable. Yet the disciple's cultivation was so low, it was truly baffling. Ling Mu mused inwardly. Low cultivation. If he knew that Luo Lingxue had broken through from the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm to the Dao Palace realm in less than a month, what would he think? He would probably never believe it. Indeed, Luo Lingxue had already reached the Dao Palace realm, but she hadn't bothered to assess their cultivation levels. Even if she tried, she wouldn't have been able to perceive it, as both Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were at the Void Realm. As for Zi Yunyan, she decided not to overthink it. Since Kunlun had accepted her as a disciple, she would adapt to this identity and cultivate here. If Kunlun ever faced trouble in the future, she would lend a hand once. Zi Yunyan glanced at Luo Lingxue, also feeling a twinge of disappointment at her low cultivation. Yes, junior brother and sister, don't just stand there. There are 2 more tests ahead that will determine whether you become outer or inner disciples. All right. Ling Mu replied, momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, I'm the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty. Could I end up as just an outer disciple of Kunlun? That would be utterly embarrassing. Zi Yunyan, however, paid it little mind, merely nodding silently. Luo Lingxue smiled softly, unconcerned, and led them toward the sect's plaza. Great Princess Zi, I look forward to you calling me senior brother. Ling Mu teased, chuckling inwardly as he wondered what method Kunlun would use to test them. If you don't speak, no one will think you're dead. Stop calling me princess. At this, Zi Yunyan's face flushed with anger. If not for her desire to keep her identity hidden, she would have taught Ling Mu a harsh lesson right then. Ah, of course, Great Princess Zi. Ling Mu replied with a feigned seriousness. Ling Mu, if you call me princess again, don't blame me for taking action. Zi Yunyan's eyes turned cold as she issued the threat. Understood, Great Princess Zi, Ling Mu said, unafraid of her making a move. True to form, Zi Yunyan was utterly at Ling Mu's mercy. She had no desire to fight him here, not out of fear, but simply because she didn't want to. Zi Yunyan merely shot him a fierce glare and said nothing more. Seeing this, Ling Mu chuckled inwardly, suddenly finding that Zi Yunyan wasn't as cold and aloof as the people of the northern heavenly domain claimed. She was actually quite amusing. Even Zi Yunyan herself didn't know why, but facing Ling Mu's provocation stirred a peculiar feeling within her. It wasn't genuine anger. If anyone else dared speak to her like that, she would have annihilated them regardless of the place or circumstances. Zi Yunyan quickly shook off her wandering thoughts and calmed herself. She feared she might actually slap Ling Mu if she didn't. As Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan arrived at the Sect square, the others cast a glance at them, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. For the aura and presence radiating from the pair exuded an overwhelming sense of power. It was as if they were nothing like the ordinary rogue cultivators present. At that moment, Chen Ruoxian also noticed them. Her beautiful eyes swept over the 2, a sharp glint flashing within them. Void Passage Realm. To possess such cultivation at so young an age, their origins must be far from simple. Have they come to Kunlun seeking fortune? As a former great emperor in her past life, she possessed the requisite insight and vision to discern much at a single glance. With Chen Ruoxian overseeing matters here, Lu Chen felt entirely at ease. He had no need to closely monitor the situation unless a disciple appeared who could trigger the system's rewards. Only then would he make an appearance. Chen Ruoxian had now fully embraced her identity as a Kunlun disciple, holding the sect in awe and feeling even greater reverence for the enigmatic Lu Chen. She was no longer the empress of the upper realm. She was merely an ordinary disciple of Kunlun. As a disciple of Kunlun, if anyone harbored ill intentions toward the sect, she would make them pay a severe price. Yet recalling that Lu Chen had not prevented the 2 from ascending Kunlun, she surmised that he was aware of their presence. Thus she refrained from paying them excessive attention. Truth be told, Lu Chen was unaware of the pair. At that moment, he was cultivating in the main hall. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, who had just arrived at the square, suddenly felt a piercing gaze fixed upon them, causing their expressions to shift subtly. The gaze sent a shiver down both their spines. Following the sensation, they turned to see a woman of ethereal grace seated cross-legged beside a massive stone stele. It was Chen Ruoxian. Both inwardly gasped. How can there be such a celestial being in this world? And she is a disciple of Kunlun. They exchanged a glance, their expressions filled with awe. As a prince of the Lingxiao imperial dynasty, Ling Mu had never encountered anyone with such an aura. Chen Ruoxian resembled an empress sitting cross-legged atop the clouds, gazing down upon all. Even Zi Yunyan, who had always been supremely confident in her own peerless beauty, could not help but feel astonishment and reverence upon witnessing the divine empress-like aura that Chen Ruoxian exuded. Kunlun. To possess a disciple like this, it cannot be a mere reclusive sect. Both were now even more convinced of Kunlun's extraordinary nature. Next came the 2nd and 3rd trials, testing the disciples' mental fortitude through an illusionary realm and assessing their comprehension with the celestial stele. The 9 abyssal yellow spring illusion consisted of 18 layers. Those who passed 3 layers or more would become inner disciples. Those who passed fewer than 3 would be outer disciples. The name alone evoked the 18 levels of hell from Lu Chen's time on Blue Star. Indeed, it was that very 18-layered hell, a place that terrified even the gods of Blue Star's mythological era. Let alone using it to test disciples, even a great emperor would find it impossible to pass the 10th layer. The system had told Lu Chen that any cultivator entering the 9 abyssal yellow spring illusion would encounter the hellish beings corresponding to the layer they were in. This was the system's tool for Lu Chen's future disciple recruitment, along with the celestial stele for testing comprehension. The celestial steel was always available for disciples to test their own improvement in comprehension. Now it was used to better distinguish which of the first batch of disciples had weaker comprehension and which had stronger. However, unlike the illusion trial, this test would not differentiate between inner and outer disciples. With the system, Chen could eventually exchange for treasures to enhance comprehension from the system shop as the sect grew and earned more rewards. By then, even the poorest comprehension could be multiplied instantly. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, I am Luo Lingxue, your second senior sister. This is your third senior sister, Chen Ruoxian. Luo Lingxue walked over to Chen Ruoxian's side and addressed the crowd. At her words, the crowd's faces flushed with excitement. To have two such exquisite senior sisters was a great honor for both junior brothers and sisters. Greetings, second senior sister and third senior sister. All the disciples promptly and respectfully cupped their hands in salute. Seeing this, Ling Mu also cupped his hands and called out, showing no reluctance. If someone's threatening you, just blink. Ling Mu, no, absolutely not. I'm doing this willingly. Zi Yunyin's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. She could hardly believe that the prince of the Lingxiao imperial dynasty in the northern sky domain would be so spineless as to call her senior sister already. Dignity. What use is dignity? I need strength to protect my clan. Ling Mu, you. What? She's our future senior sister. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and greet her. Ling Mu said, nonchalantly ignoring Zi Yunyin's stunned expression while thinking to himself. So there's a senior brother too. I wonder how strong that senior brother is. I'd love to spar with him. Ling Mu had already naturally embraced his identity as a Kunlun disciple. Ling Mu, don't tell me what to do. I won't call her that. You can do it yourself if you want. Zi Yunyan had her pride. Although Chen Ruoxian had left a deep impression on her as the great princess of the Purple Moon imperial dynasty, she could not bring herself to address a sect disciple as senior sister. Moreover, she had only become a Kunlun disciple to cultivate here. Fully embracing her identity as a Kunlun disciple was something she found hard to accept. You said it yourself? If you leave in the future, do so alone. Don't reveal my identity and don't tell anyone about Kunlun. Ling Mu spoke seriously to the reluctant Zi Yunyan. He knew the might of the Purple Moon imperial dynasty far surpassing the Lingxiao imperial dynasty. If Zi Yunyan left and inadvertently revealed Kunlun's secrets, the dynasty would dispatch experts to seize the place. That was not what he wanted. He harbored no ill will toward Kunlun, and he sensed that Zi Yunyan felt the same. He also knew she was not a cold-hearted bully. She had not notified the Purple Moon imperial dynasty of the rich spiritual energy here, otherwise this place would already be under their control. Kunlun might have been destroyed. Though he felt Kunlun was extraordinary, it was still only a force within the Southern Wasteland domain. Compared to a terrifying power like the Purple Moon imperial dynasty, it was like a small bird seeing a giant, utterly incomparable. Seeing this, Luo Lingxue and Chen Ruoxian smiled their smiles enchanting. Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need for formalities. From now on, we are all fellow disciples and should look out for one another. Junior brothers and sisters, there's no need for formalities. From now on, we are all fellow disciples and should look out for one another. The faces of the crowd were filled with excitement. From now on, having Kunlun as their backing meant they would no longer be oppressed by those with influential backgrounds. Such was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Without a background or a powerful faction to rely on when encountering cultivators from sects or formidable families, one couldn't even muster the will to resist. Even if one's cultivation was formidable, they were ultimately alone. All right, fellow junior brothers and sisters, the second trial is about to begin. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusionary realm. You will enter an illusion to test your mental fortitude. Luo Lingxue smiled slightly at the excited expressions of the crowd, yet inwardly, she felt a pang of concern for these new disciples. She and Ruoxian had already entered it. Thus they knew the terror of the illusion. Though called an illusion, it felt as real as reality. Every creature she encountered within made her soul tremble and her heart quake with fear, and she had only managed to pass through 5 layers. Chen Ruoxian was no different. Even though she had once been an emperor among the creatures she had seen in her life, none were as terrifying as those within the illusion. Their mere auras made her spirit shudder. These were horrors she had never witnessed before. Even now, recalling them brought a flicker of fear to her eyes. Chen Ruoxian had only barely managed to pass 6 layers. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusionary realm. The name alone sent chills down everyone's spines. Their expressions changed drastically. They had heard of illusionary realms, but had never truly experienced one. They never imagined that Kunlun possessed such a thing. This was beyond anyone's expectations, and it was only being used to test their mental state. The 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusionary realm. Lingmu, have you ever heard of such an illusion? Zi Yunyan asked, her expression shocked. She hadn't expected Kunlun to have an illusionary realm. Of course, with the foundation of her Purple Moon dynasty, they too possessed treasures capable of creating illusions. But only some superpowers possessed such illusionary realms. Ordinary hidden sects lacked such depth. Kunlun was too mysterious. Moreover, illusionary realms were typically used for training disciples of major powers and were not opened casually. Was Kunlun's generosity truly this immense? No, but it must be part of Kunlun's inherited foundation. Ling Mu's face was also filled with astonishment. It was not unusual for a seemingly unremarkable sect to possess such rare assets. This was definitely not the kind of foundation a power passed down for merely 100,000 years would have. Ling Mu's heart raced with excitement. He had made the right choice coming here. There was definitely an opportunity for him. Senior sisters, is there anything we should be careful about inside? The crowd was still somewhat anxious and asked, hoping to clarify matters. What if they got trapped in the illusion and couldn't get out? Hearing this, Qin Ruoxian nodded to Luo Lingxue in acknowledgement. Don't worry, everyone. Entering the illusion is not dangerous. It has 18 layers. Those who pass more than 3 layers will become inner disciples, while those who pass 3 or fewer will be outer disciples. Luo Lingxue addressed the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved, and their faces lit up with excitement. Passing 3 layers meant becoming an inner disciple. This was a rare opportunity for them. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were also taken aback, their expressions shifting slightly. An 18-layer illusion and passing 3 layers made one an inner disciple. Was it that simple? How demeaning. They were 2 of the 10 prodigies of the Northern Sky domain, not ordinary cultivators. Now, junior brothers and sisters, please sit in meditation. The illusion trial officially begins. As the words fell, everyone quickly sat down and waited quietly. After a moment, a divine light enveloped everyone, and they vanished from where they stood. No one knew where they had gone. Watching the vanished crowd, Luo Lingxue spoke to Qin Ruoxian with lingering fear. Ruoxian, how many do you think will pass 3 layers? Qin Ruoxian recalled the creatures within the 9 nether yellow springs and couldn't help but shiver as she replied. Very few should be able to pass the 3-layer trial. That place doesn't seem like an illusion to me. It might very well be something from Kunlun's past. She trailed off without finishing. Ruoxian, you mean that place is from Kunlun? Luo Lingxue caught the implication in Qin Ruoxian's words, her face pale, with shock, her voice trembling. Very likely. That is no illusion, it resembles an unknown world. Qin Ruoxian could sense that the realm within the 9 nether yellow springs illusion seemed to harbor numerous terrifying entities. And they were not mere fabrications. The creatures within seemed to possess their own consciousness. Things or beings in an illusion could not have consciousness, as they were all conjured. A world. Luo Lingxue exclaimed in shock. The impact of these words was overwhelming, far beyond anything she had encountered before. A world. How could that be possible? If anyone else had said this, she would never have believed it. But coming from Qin Ruoxian, she involuntarily trusted her words. Why, she didn't know herself. Perhaps it was because Qin Ruoxian's experience surpassed her own. Meanwhile, within the 9 nether yellow springs illusionary realm, the group appeared in a desolate desert. There was nothing but sand and wind stretching endlessly before them. Standing in the vast desert, the crowd was speechless with shock. This was an illusion. How could it be so real? Countless gusts of sand blew toward them, forcing everyone to shield their eyes, their hearts filled with terror. Wasn't it supposed to have 18 layers? What's going on? There's nothing here, someone finally stammered. The others snapped out of their daze, nodding in agreement as they stared blankly ahead, utterly uncertain of what to do next. Behind the crowd, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan felt the environment around them, and their expressions drastically changed. This is an illusion, Zi Yunyan said in disbelief. She could clearly sense that everything here was real, not an illusion at all. It felt more like a world. This couldn't be a small world, could it? Ling Mu released his divine sense to probe the surroundings and spoke with a tremor in his voice. A small world. Even a holy land might not necessarily possess one, let alone a hidden sect in the Southern Wasteland domain. A small world. Zi Yunyan was startled. Impossible. What kind of sect was Kunlun? Princess Zi, I feel like we've hit the jackpot. Kunlun is definitely more mysterious than we imagined. Ling Mu's expression was now one of great excitement. Upon hearing this, Yin looked at Ling Mu with a serious expression and said, Ling Mu, remember this, from now on we are disciples of Kunlun. I am no longer the great princess of the Purple Moon. She seemed to have completely forgotten her earlier refusal to become a Kunlun disciple. Ling Mu was speechless upon hearing this. I say great princess of the Purple Moon. From the moment I stepped onto the heavenly ladder, I already considered myself a disciple of Kunlun. I've been waiting for you to call me senior brother. A playful smile crept onto Ling Mu's face as he teased Yin, secretly amused at the thought of how the other young prodigies of the Northern Heaven domain would react if they knew the great princess of the Purple Moon dynasty had to address him as senior brother. What a delightful prospect. Umph. If anyone's calling anyone senior sister, it should be you calling me that. Want me to call you senior brother? Only if you can defeat me. Although the people of the Northern Heaven Domain believed Ling Mu's strength surpassed hers, Ziyun Yin herself refused to accept their judgment. Who was she? Possessing a special constitution, she was hailed by the ancestor of the Purple Moon dynasty as the future youngest goddess king. She had suppressed numerous peers in the Northern Heaven Domain and ranked third on the top 10 prodigies list. Because the people of the Northern Heaven Domain had placed her behind Ling Mu, it led to the belief that Ling Mu was stronger than her, a claim she found hard to accept. Although she and Ling Mu had never crossed swords, Ling Mu had fought against the top-ranked prodigy from the Imperial clan. The fact that their battle ended in a draw was enough to demonstrate Ling Mu's formidable power. That top-ranked prodigy was the Imperial son of the Imperial clan. His might was something everyone in the Northern Heaven Domain looked up to. That Ling Mu could fight him to a standstill showed just how powerful Ling Mu truly was. Just then, as everyone was at a loss, a sudden gale stirred in the distance. Countless grains of sand were swept up by the whirlwind, drawing everyone's gaze. What's happening? What's going on? Is the trial about to begin? The crowd grew excited, eager to start the trial and leave this place. This place gave them an overwhelming sense of dread, sending chills down their spines. Moments later, the wind and sand subsided, revealing an ancient city gate exuding an aura of profound antiquity. Everyone's expression changed as they exclaimed, "Look, it's a city gate. Fellow disciples, this junior brother will take the lead." Seeing this, a disciple dashed swiftly toward the gate, unafraid of any terrors that might lurk within. This disciple believed the sect would never let them come to harm. It was merely a trial, and he was eager to complete the sect's test. "Holy crap! Wait for me, junior brother." Another disciple quickly followed. The others then realized what was happening and understood their intentions. "Oh, I see. So you want us to call you senior brother later?" The rest quickly dashed toward the gate, afraid of falling behind, all hoping to become senior brothers. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin stared at the ancient gate with exchanged a glance, and then swiftly followed. Moments later, everyone stood beneath the gate, gazing in astonishment at the ancient structure frozen in place. Indeed, a city gate. Just a gate, nothing else. A solitary massive gate stood tall amidst the desert sands. Above the gate, three ancient characters emanated a primeval aura. A single glance at them seemed capable of draining the life from any living being. Yellow Springs Pass. Thighs. Is this the first trial? Why do I feel that if I pass through this gate, my life will be lost? A disciple stammered in fear. The others nodded in agreement, their faces pale with terror. Everyone felt the same. A single look at those three ancient characters made them feel their life force ebbing away. It was terrifying. If not for the sect's assurance that this was a trial, they would have fled immediately, vowing never to return. Even the first trial was this horrifying. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin, sensing this dreadful aura, also paled, a flicker of fear appearing in their eyes. What kind of sect is Kunlun? Ziyun Yan's voice trembled slightly. Even she, the great princess of the Purple Moon dynasty, could no longer remain composed. The Purple Moon dynasty boasted an immensely powerful foundation, and nothing had ever inspired such fear in her before. Kunlun is too mysterious. I wonder what kind of figure the Kunlun sect master is. Ling Mu's face showed anticipation. Compared to the horrors here, he was more curious about the kind of powerhouse who founded Kunlun. Perhaps this time the calamity facing my Lingxiao dynasty can be safely overcome. Ling Mu thought to himself. Let's go enter. He said to Ziyun Yin, eager to discover what other terrors lay ahead. Upon hearing this, Ziyun Yin nodded. Both knew there was no real danger, so there was nothing to fear. They stepped up to the gate, took a look in. Then, as if struck by a thought, Ling Mu turned to the crowd and said, "Everyone, don't just stand here. We should pass through the gate to see what lies beyond. Though it looks terrifying, the sect will never put us in danger. Rest assured," Ling Mu added, now acting like a senior brother of Kunlun, looking out for his fellow disciples. "This senior brother is right. Let's go, let's enter." The crowd followed Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin through the gate. As they passed through the gate and vanished, the 9 Abyss Yellow Springs trial officially began. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun main hall, a light screen appeared before Lu Chen, displaying the scene of disciples testing their mental state in the 9 Nether Huangquan illusion. Watching the disciples pass through the gate inscribed with Huangquan Pass, Lu Chen revealed a slight smile. As expected of the system, it actually conjured up the underworld. I wonder if one day we can summon the powerful beings from there. Actually, Lu Chen knew this was the 9 Nether Huangquan world, not an illusion, but the powerful beings inside could not come out. Unless Kunlun's strength grew significantly, it would be impossible to summon beings of that caliber from the underworld. These 2 disciples are actually at the Dongshu realm. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he looked at the 2 leading disciples in the light screen, his expression slightly astonished. Lu Chen's eyes glimmered, his authoritative gaze seemingly penetrating the light screen, seriously assessing the two individuals. One exuding an extraordinary aura, the other possessing breathtaking beauty. Interesting to have reached the Dongshu realm at such a young age, it seems related to those two saints accompanying them. Lu Chen was eager to uncover their identities, curious about what force could command the protection of saints. Of course, if these two genuinely wished to become disciples of Kunlun, Lu Chen wouldn't overly concern himself with the two saints behind them. At the same time, in the Nine Nether Huangquan illusion, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, walking within Huangquan Pass, suddenly felt a violent tremor in their hearts, unable to resist a shiver as they both instinctively looked up at the sky of the illusion. Just moments ago, they felt as if a terrifying gaze akin to that of a supreme deity was watching over them from above. The two were startled in their hearts. What a terrifying gaze! Could it be that someone from Kunlun has discovered something? Although they had never harbored ill will towards Kunlun, their unique identities were supported by a dynasty. If things went awry, Kunlun's people might mistakenly think they were causing trouble. If it were previously, they wouldn't have worried so much, but now, having witnessed Kunlun's mystery, they didn't want to offend a powerful and unknown sect that could be their formidable enemy due to their respective dynasties. Although both had immense confidence in the strength and foundation of their dynasties, even against the sanctuary of Nanhuang, they were not afraid. However, now that Kunlun possessed a pocket world, they couldn't help but take it seriously. Ling Mu, do you think Kunlun has discovered our identities? What Kunlun people? Those are the strong ones from our sect. Zi Yunyan said, a bit alarmed, feeling a wave of anxiety. Ling Mu said, seriously looking at Zi Yunyan with a sense of helplessness. Zi Yunyan is soft in every way yet so stubborn. Clearly seeing Kunlun's mystery, she still wants to stay in Kunlun to cultivate. Yet she refuses to admit it, being quite obstinate. Upon hearing this, Zi Yunyan was left speechless as she found it impossible to be as shameless as Ling Mu. Has this become your own sect? What about your pride as the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty? Zi Yunyan glared at Ling Mu unimpressed. Yes, you're right. All right, remember, we are now disciples of Kunlun and must not speak ill of the sect's predecessors. Ling Mu spoke to Zi Yunyan in a tone reminiscent of a senior brother, then turned to the others behind them. Brothers and sisters, I shall lead the way into the portal for everyone. Ling Mu approached a portal leading who knows where, and then stepped in. Seeing this, Zi Yunyan also chose a portal and disappeared before everyone's eyes. This brother is righteous. We wish our brother and that sister success in passing through the trials. The crowd called out as they watched the two vanish. Then, looking at the numerous portals that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, they didn't hesitate and began to step into them one after another. At the same time, in a certain area of the South Wilderness region, here mountains stood tall with abundant spiritual energy, countless magnificent palaces perched atop various peaks. From the sky, the sight would undoubtedly be breathtaking, as grand ancient halls were linked together by spiritual energy steps formed from wisps of spiritual energy. This place did not belong to any one state. It seemed to exist independently within the vast South Wilderness region, yet it was almost invisible. Clearly, a powerful formation concealed this area. It prevented cultivators from the South Wilderness region from entering unless those inside voluntarily removed the formation. This was precisely where the Tianxian Holy Land, a superpower of the South Wilderness region, was located. As one of the two great holy lands of the South Wilderness region, Tianxian Holy Land's foundation was second only to Taichu Holy Land. Atop the main peak within a grand ancient hall, a middle-aged man with a domineering appearance, his eyes slightly closed, emanating an incredibly terrifying aura, sat on the main seat. He was Chen Kunlun, the master of the vast Tianxian Holy Land, possessing terrifying cultivation at the saint level. Report to the Holy Master. The Saint's son and the others have already set out. Below, an elder with powerful cultivation at the Tianhuang realm respectfully reported to the Tianxian Holy Master sitting in the main seat. Good. Now that the great era is approaching, the greatest opportunity will soon emerge in the ancient secret realm. Our Tianxian Holy Land will undoubtedly become one of the strongest forces in the immortal martial continent this generation. Chen Kunlun opened his eyes, a captivating light suddenly bursting forth from his gaze, as if a single glance could slay a Tianhuang realm expert. Saint Sun Qin Wudao, the most talented individual in the history of Tianxian Holy Land, had entered the Tianhuang realm at only 27 years old. Chen Kunlun had absolute confidence that Qin Wudao would obtain the greatest opportunity in the ancient secret realm. After all, only the younger generation could enter the ancient secret realm. The older generation couldn't interfere, or else it would be a free-for-all for numerous ancient beings to seize opportunities. The greatest opportunity in the ancient secret realm was a secret known to all superpowers in the immortal martial continent. Thus, all superpowers in the immortal martial continent had sent their most powerful young experts out to train, hoping to enhance their cultivation and strength in the shortest time possible. In a month they would face their true battles and countless young prodigies would fall. Under the Holy Master's leadership, our Tianxian Holy Land will stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Upon hearing this, the elder below's expression turned excited as he shouted loudly, quickly showering compliments. Although Saint Sun Qin Wudao was exceptionally talented, he had yet to truly grow. Tianxian Holy Land was still under Xian Kanglin's command. He knew well whom to flatter. After all, they were ancient beings who had lived for over 10,000 years. If they couldn't even see this point, it would truly be a wasted life. Haha, well said, Elder Gu. Our Tianxian Holy Land will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the continent. Xian Kanglin in fact enjoyed this exchange, not only not feeling repulsed, but vigorously engaging in mutual flattery. Elder Gu, has anything of note occurred recently in the Southern Wasteland domain? At this moment Xian Kanglin seemed to recall something, fixing his gaze upon Elder Gu as he spoke slowly. Ordinarily Xian Kanglin would never concern himself with events in the Southern Wasteland domain. As the sovereign of the Tianxian Sacred Ground, as superpower, there was little that warranted his attention save for the Taichu Sacred Ground. But now things were different. The Great Era had descended. The ancient clans, primeval aristocratic families, and even the imperial Dao lineages of the immortal martial continent had all emerged one after another. His Tianxian Sacred Ground's holy son was currently training in the Southern Wasteland domain, and it was inevitable that he might encounter some formidable younger talents. At such a time, he feared his holy son might inadvertently slay someone. Such an act could provoke unnecessary complications. After all, he had absolute faith in the strength of his holy son Qin Wudao, believing that none among the younger generation could rival him. He was of course aware that although the Southern Wasteland domain harbored no hidden clans or major sects, people from the superpowers of other domains might still venture there. While the Tianxian Sacred Ground feared no one, these were extraordinary times. Everything must wait until the opportunities within the primeval mystic realm emerged. Once the holy son Qin Wudao secured those opportunities, the Tianxian Sacred Ground would have no need to fear any force. Hearing this, Elder Gu below was taken aback, puzzled as to when the lofty Sacred Lord had begun to take an interest in the affairs of the Southern Wasteland domain. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Gu seemed to recall a recent much-discussed event in the Southern Wasteland domain. He then addressed Xian Kanglin with reverence. Reporting to the Sacred Lord, a few things have indeed occurred in the Southern Wasteland domain recently. Oh, what things? Speak. Xian Kanglin's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected there to actually be something happening. He knew that any matter significant enough for an elder of the Sacred Ground to remember was far from simple. Yes, Sacred Lord. Recently in Qingzhou of the Southern Wasteland domain, a sect named Kunlun has appeared. Rumors say there might be a saint within the sect. Upon hearing this, Xian Kanglin was momentarily stunned. Kunlun? What kind of force was that? A force with a saint? Quite intriguing. Among the forces he knew, only the Jun clan possessed a saint. The others at best had only heavenly kings. As the master of a sacred ground, he was fully aware of the foundations of all powers in the Southern Wasteland domain. Of course, a mere force with a saint could be obliterated by the Tianxian Sacred Ground with a snap of its fingers. Elder Gu, there is no need to pay much attention to a force that only has a saint. Xian Kanglin cast a dismissive glance at Elder Gu, remarking, he had thought it was something significant, something worthy for an elder of the Sacred Ground to remember, and it turned out to be just a mere saint-level force. Caught under Xian Kanglin's gaze, Elder Gu's expression changed instantly. He realized his words had brought shame upon the Tianxian Sacred Ground. When had the Tianxian Sacred Ground ever needed to concern itself with a small force that only had a saint? And he, an elder of the Sacred Ground, was bothering with such trivial matters. It was a complete disgrace to the Tianxian Sacred Ground. As if recalling something else, Elder Gu quickly spoke, hoping his next words would satisfy the Sacred Lord. Sacred Lord, Kunlun is rumored to be a hidden great sect. A hidden great sect. Not saying it would have been better, uttering it only darkened Xian Kanglin's expression further. Hearing this, Xian Kanglin's face flushed with rage. A terrifying aura erupted from him as he felt Elder Gu was speaking nonsense. An elder of a sacred ground believing in outside rumors. Truly a disgrace to the Tianxian Sacred Ground. Elder Gu, I see you are regressing in your role as an elder of this sacred ground. If there were a hidden great sect in the Southern Wasteland domain, would I, the Sacred Lord, not know of it? Xian Kanglin's voice was cold, his expression grim. What hidden great sect? Utter nonsense. The Tianxian Sacred Ground had stood in the Southern Wasteland domain for nearly 1,000,000 years. What force could possibly conceal itself from its watchful eyes? It was simply impossible. Seeing Xian Kanglin's fury, Elder Gu was so intimidated by the terrifying aura that his legs went weak, nearly causing him to stumble. Elder Gu, his face pale, quickly said, Please calm your anger, Sacred Lord. This subordinate has been overly suspicious. Yet inwardly he smiled bitterly. Sacred Lord, was it not you who asked me to speak? Did I want to remember that Kunlun or something? You insisted on hearing it. Elder Gu had never paid much attention to Kunlun in the first place. It was Chen who wanted to know what was happening, but recently, in the Southern Wasteland domain, only Kunlun's affairs were widely discussed across the prefectures. Nothing else had occurred. Seeing this, Chen did not further reprimand Elder Gu. He said calmly, "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may take your leave. As for the Holy Son's journey, you must ensure his safety." "Yes, rest assured, Sacred Lord. This time 5 saint-level elders have voluntarily accompanied the Holy Son. Wherever the Holy Son goes, no one will dare to show him disrespect." Speaking thus, Elder Gus' expression shifted slightly. The Holy Son's talent was truly terrifying. A mere training trip was enough to make numerous saint-level elders willingly follow him. That's good. Xian Kanglin, of course, knew the purpose of those elders. The talent displayed by the Holy Son Qin Wudao destined him to be the next master of the Tianxian sacred ground. Following him now would greatly elevate the status of those elders in the future. As for himself, stepping down in the future would also allow him to become a foundation of the Tianxian sacred ground, a path every successive sacred lord had to walk. He also hoped that Qin Wudao would one day lead the Tianxian sacred ground to greater heights, making it stand at the pinnacle of the continent. "Sacred Lord, I shall take my leave then." Go ahead. After Elder Gu departed, Xian Kanglin's gaze, deep as an abyss, seemed to pierce through layers of space, fixing upon a certain place within the sacred ground, as he murmured, "The great era is about to dawn. The true foundation of my Tianxian sacred ground shall finally emerge. The ancestor said that the passage to the upper realm will reopen and the landscape of the immortal martial continent will change. Even that supreme existence of my Tianxian sacred ground may once again grace this world." Speaking of that being, a profound reverence flickered deep within Xian Kanglin's pupils. It was a supreme existence so terrifying that it could casually annihilate a sacred ground, an ancient clan, or even a primeval aristocratic family. When Xian Kanglin first heard the Tianxian ancestor speak of the sacred ground's true foundation, he was utterly astounded. The upper realm. It was a place he dared not even imagine. He never thought that as the sacred lord of the Tianxian sacred ground, if not for the Tianxian ancestor revealing this to him, he would never have believed that the sacred ground was connected to someone from the upper realm. As one of the superpowers on the immortal martial continent, the Tianxian sacred ground was naturally privy to certain hidden secrets of the world. For instance, the passage to the upper realm he spoke of would soon reopen. Aside from the rulers and foundations of the major superpowers, no one knew what this portended. Clearly, in the distant ages past, the immortal martial continent likely possessed a passage connecting to the upper realm, perhaps 10 million years ago, a million years ago, or even several 100,000 years ago. Yet in all the ancient texts of the immortal martial continent, there was not a single record of the term upper realm, as if it had been deliberately erased. This had led the people of the present immortal martial continent to be completely unaware of the existence of such a realm. Meanwhile, on the other side, a divine light suddenly enveloped Kunlun Square, and figures began to appear one after another, the disciples who had been tested in the netherworld illusionary realm. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian saw this, and a smile graced their exquisite faces. They're out. Was it finally over? How many disciples had managed to pass 3 layers, or more? Both women turned their gaze to a massive stone stele in the square, which recorded the layers each disciple had conquered. Earlier, the two had already registered all the disciples. Now they only had to wait for the stele to display the results. This stele was also a heavenly stele used to test the disciples' comprehension. The faces of the disciples were pale with shock, as if they had encountered something terrifying. "Phew, is it over?" After glancing around, the disciples relaxed, took a deep breath, and took a long time to recover. It was too terrifying. No one knew what they had encountered. Why had it made everyone wear such fearful expressions? Clearly the things within the netherworld illusionary realm had chilled them to the bone. Even Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, with their formidable Dongshu realm cultivation, bore a trace of shock on their faces. They could hardly believe that living beings existed within that realm. What kind of fearsome sect was this? It actually possessed a small world that could sustain life. Both were from superpowers and naturally knew something about such realms. Their hearts were pounding with alarm. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Ruoxian looked, the information is coming out. Luo Lingxiu and noticed a light glowing on the heavenly stele and spoke with excitement. The crowd was stunned, puzzled. What was coming out? Aren't we already out? A senior sister, what is coming out? A disciple asked. Junior brothers and sisters, it's the information on how many layers you passed in the illusionary realm. That heavenly stele holds all your information. Soon you'll know whether you are an outer or inner disciple. Luo Lingxiu smiled, pointing to the stele before them. Hearing this, everyone understood. No wonder. Excitement surged through them. They had been unaware of which layer they were in or which they had passed. They never expected that the results could only be seen on the heavenly steel. This was also a test of the disciples' mental fortitude, ensuring that those in the illusionary realm were not influenced by external factors. Within, they could only press forward until they failed a trial and were transported out. The light faded, and the disciples' information appeared. 500 had passed 3 layers. 1,098 had passed 2 layers. 2 had passed 5 layers. Ruoxian 2 disciples actually passed 5 layers. Luo Lingxue exclaimed excitedly to Qin Ruoxian. This was truly wonderful. She herself had passed 5 layers and knew exactly what it meant. Qin Ruoxian nodded, a glint flashing in her beautiful eyes as she looked at Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. She knew it had to be them. No one else could have passed 5 layers. The crowd eagerly searched for their own results on the massive heavenly steel. Everyone was thrilled, for whether they became outer or inner disciples, being a Kunlun disciple was enough. Naturally, those who earned inner disciple status were even more ecstatic. Many among them knew each other, and they joyfully called out to companions, addressing them as senior or junior brothers. When they saw that 2 had passed 5 layers, the crowd was stunned, frozen in place. They couldn't believe anyone had conquered 5 layers of such a terrifying illusionary realm. Everyone was filled with admiration for the 2. These 2 senior brothers or sisters are truly formidable. If they knew Qin Ruoxian had passed 6 layers, what expressions would they make? Ling Mu looked at the information on the heavenly steel and smiled wryly. Did they know how he had passed those 5 layers? It had been a nerve-wracking ordeal. If he hadn't come from a superpower and possessed greater insight and mental fortitude than ordinary cultivators, he might not have withstood the trials. Zi Yunyan felt the same, smiling bitterly. She had greatly underestimated everything in the illusionary realm. She had thought her peerless talent and mental state could see her through all trials. But when she encountered the terrifying beings and sights within, she couldn't help but feel fear. Next came the test of comprehension. This stage was meant to let disciples understand their own aptitude. This would better stimulate the disciples' potential. If they knew where they were lacking in cultivation, they could better address those weaknesses. Of course, comprehension was not something that could be easily improved. Without items that enhanced comprehension, cultivators could never remedy it on their own. Others might not have such items, but Kunlun did. Lu Chun had his system. However, for now, Lu Chun could not produce them. Junior brothers and sisters, now please line up and place your palm on this heavenly steel. It will assess your comprehension and any flaws in your cultivation. As the words fell, everyone's face lit up with excitement. They hadn't expected the sect to possess such a divine artifact. Could it solve their cultivation difficulties? Immediately, the disciples quickly formed a line and approached the heavenly steel one by one to have their comprehension and cultivation flaws assessed. At the back of the line, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were also startled, disbelief in their eyes. Kunlun had shocked them time and again. First, the netherworld illusionary realm, which was in truth a small world. Then this divine artifact that could detect a cultivator's difficulties. The impact on their minds grew stronger with each revelation. Princess Zi, you wouldn't happen to have any cultivation problems, would you? Ling Mu looked thoughtfully at Zi Yunyan, who appeared somewhat tense and couldn't help but chuckle. Zi Yunyan was hailed as the future youngest female divine king of the Northern Sky Domain. If she had any cultivation issues, that would be quite interesting. The future youngest female divine king. This was known throughout the Northern Sky Domain. So even though Ling Mu ranked above Zi Yunyan on the genius list, everyone knew that Zi Yunyan's constitution had yet to fully mature. Once it did, her future strength would be terrifying. Hearing Ling Mu's words, Zi Yunyan's expression darkened slightly. She shot him a sharp look, but said nothing. Inwardly, she thought, I hope Kunlun doesn't discover my constitution, or it will cause trouble. Zi Yunyan feared that the heavenly steel might detect her constitution and thus reveal her identity. Had she not entered the netherworld illusionary realm, she believed no one in Kunlun could see through her constitution. But the more she discovered Kunlun's mysteries, the more uneasy she became. She still wished to cultivate within Kunlun, but she also didn't want her identity as the princess of the Ziyue imperial dynasty to cause unnecessary trouble with the sect. At that moment, Wang Ming and the others were also waiting and watching from the side. Behind them, Luo Wu and Qin Zhan were visibly excited, for their respective juniors had not only passed the heavenly staircase test, but also conquered 2 levels within the illusionary realm, thus becoming outer disciples of Kunlun. Even being an outer disciple of Kunlun was enough to fill them with immense pride. Both believed that Kunlun would undoubtedly become the paramount power in the Southern Wasteland domain. As the preceding disciples finished their tests one by one, it soon came to Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. However, they seemed oblivious to the ecstatic and exhilarated expressions on the faces of those who had already completed the test. They were even more thrilled than finding a spouse. Gazing at the ancient steel radiating an aura of antiquity, Zi Yunyan gritted her teeth and placed her hand upon it. A flash of light burst forth, and then a divine radiance suddenly surged into Zi Yunyan's mind. Instantly, Zi Yunyin's expression shifted, but before she could react, a surge of information materialized in her mind, revealing the flaws and obstacles in her cultivation, as well as the issues with her constitution. Hiss! How could this be? After absorbing the information that flooded her mind, a trace of panic flickered in Zi Yunyin's eyes, and her heart trembled with shock. This heavenly steel had actually detected even her physique. Zi Yunyin was completely unnerved. Ling Mu, noticing her distress from behind, refrained from asking. A hint of unease crept across his face as he silently prayed. "Oh, great Princess Zi, if the people of Kunlun discover your identity later, please don't expose me." Ling Mu had no desire to be suspected of ulterior motives because of his background. He simply wished to cultivate quietly in Kunlun for a time. Zi Yunyin glanced at the heavenly steel, and seeing no change, felt somewhat relieved, thinking to herself. Phew, good. It seems this steel only transmits information into the tester's mind. I never imagined Kunlun possessed such a miraculous treasure. Subsequently, Zi Yunyin walked aside nonchalantly, as if nothing had occurred. Though she concealed it masterfully, Qin Ruoxian detected a hint of anomaly. Qin Ruoxian's beautiful eyes shifted, casting a faint glance at Zi Yunyin without uttering a word. Meeting Qin Ruoxian's gaze, Zi Yunyin felt a slight start. This third senior sister of Kunlun seems extraordinary. Though she is also at the Void Insight realm, her gaze feels as if it can see through me. I never expected her to be only the third senior sister. At the same time, a question arose in her mind. Could it be that the second senior sister has concealed her cultivation? How can someone at the Dao Palace realm be the second senior sister of Kunlun? Of course, she could not foresee that later she would come to know Luo Lingxu's terrifying talent. With the aid of the supreme willow deity, Art Luo Lingxue would one day fully unveil her peerless and captivating grace. Glancing at Ling Mu, Zi Yunyin was curious to see his reaction. How dare he laugh at her earlier? As expected, when Ling Mu placed his palm on the heavenly steely, his face mirrored the same shock. His eyes were filled with disbelief. It was not his fault for being unaccustomed to such wonders, for every disciple reacted similarly. After a moment, all had completed the test and learned of their own conditions from the steel. It was believed that soon the cultivation levels of all disciples would undergo a great transformation. Simultaneously, at this moment, the awe and reverence for Kunlun in the hearts of the disciples had reached an unprecedented level. None had anticipated that not only could they become disciples of Kunlun, but upon just entering the sect had already resolved their cultivation issues. This was something no sect in the Southern Wasteland domain, or even the entire immortal martial continent, could achieve. Those great sects only valued talented disciples, while outer disciples like them were never given such attention. But now in Kunlun they enjoyed such treatment. No regrets for a lifetime in Kunlun. The disciples silently vowed to be eternally loyal to the sect. Even Lu Chun had not anticipated that such a small gesture would inspire such profound loyalty among these newly inducted disciples. This was precisely the outcome Lu Chun desired. At that moment in the main hall, Lu Chun was observing everyone's situation, though he naturally refrained from revealing himself. The dignity of the sect master must be maintained, and matters of recruiting disciples could be left to Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian, and Wang Ming. Moreover, with Qin Ruoxian's discerning eye, he felt at ease. Seeing that Kunlun was no longer a scattered handful of people, a smile crept across Lu Chen's face. Not bad, over 1,000 disciples. Though it's not even 1% of the numbers of those major powers, I believe Kunlun's disciples will only grow in number. Then Lu Chun retrieved the information from the heavenly steel through the system. After a glance, his expression shifted slightly. Oh, 2 disciples passed 5 levels. Not bad. Immediately after, divine light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he scanned the crowd in the square, finally fixing his gaze on Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin. So it's these 2 little ones. Earlier, Lu Chun had noticed the cultivation levels of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin, both at the Void Insight realm at such a young age, but he had not given them much thought. Because in the 9 Abyssal Yellow Springs illusionary realm, what was tested was the state of mind, not the strength of cultivation to pass more levels. Strange. Logically, these 2 passed 5 levels, which should make them geniuses. Why hasn't the system reacted? At that moment, as if a thought struck him, his expression turned cold. Just as Lu Chun was about to demand an explanation from the system, a voice that thrilled him echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for recruiting 2 genius disciples. You have received 2 intermediate summoning cards and 2 random draw opportunities. In recognition of the host's successful recruitment of numerous disciples, the host is awarded an immortal grade sect protection array. Note all sect areas have been fully developed. Ding! As a bonus, the system grants the host 100,000 sets of disciple uniforms now stored in the system space. After reviewing the rewards, Lu Chun was momentarily stunned. Coming to his senses, he was filled with immense excitement. Holy crap! Here it comes, here it comes. Finally, the system shows some conscience. 2 intermediate summoning cards. 2 random draws. Indeed, those two are truly geniuses. Excellent. Lu Chen's face lit up with excitement. Summoning cards had finally appeared, and though they were only intermediate, there were two draw opportunities. He was confident he could draw a great Emperor-level powerhouse. Damn it. And 100,000 sets of disciple uniforms. He had been worrying about that very issue, and the system's rewards came just in time. System used both summoning cards. Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly. What Kunlun lacked now were powerful experts, and he had a premonition that major events would soon unfold in the Southern Wasteland domain. Give me 10 great saints. Ding. Summoning cards used successfully. Congratulations, host, for summoning 5 great saints at the 7th heaven and 5 great saints at the 9th heaven. Would you like to view their information? Holy crap. 10 great saints. 5 at the 7th heaven. 5 at the 9th heaven. Hearing the system's voice, Lu Chen was so thrilled, he almost leaped from his seat. The system had finally shown its benevolence. In the past, one card would at most summon a single powerhouse. Now one card summoned 5. This was beyond his wildest dreams. Trembling with excitement, Lu Chen quickly said view. Based on his understanding of the system, any character prompted for viewing was certainly no ordinary powerhouse. Moreover, the experts summoned by the system are invincible within their respective cultivation realms. Perhaps 5 sovereign saints at the 9th heaven level could even challenge a divine king. How thrilling this is. Ding. The sovereign saints at the 7th heaven level are Shimin Shueishue Yi Guqing Xie Xiaofeng, Yin Shisan, and Yin Nantian. Note all system-summoned figures possess their own cultivation arts, sacred weapons, and divine abilities. Their cultivation levels will also advance in tandem with the host's own breakthroughs. What the? Staring at the figures' profiles flashing within his mind, Lu Chen was utterly stunned. These were all peerless masters from that world. Especially Yin Nanshan, whose strength was extraordinary, having comprehended the Zen path of enlightenment and mastered the marrying robe divine art. The latter stood as his most formidable technique among 3 supreme divine arts. He was also hailed as the supreme sword god under heaven. Next came Shimin Shueishue Yi Guqing Xie Xiaofeng and Yin Shisan, the 4 unparalleled sword cultivators. Each had transcended the realm of swordless mastery, while Shimin Shueishue had reached the ultimate state where grass, wood, bamboo, or stone could all become his sword. With the Qing now present, Kunlun already hosted 6 sword cultivators, and Lu Chen eagerly anticipated who the remaining 5 sovereign saints at the 9th heaven level might be. System, hurry, display the profiles of the other 5 sovereign saints. Almost instantly, the system's voice resonated once more within his mind. Ding. The sovereign saints at the 9th heaven level are Sword Saint Gai Nye, Sword Demon Dugu Qiubai, Sword God Li Chuangong Peach Blossom, Sword God Deng Tie, and Shirpatian. What the? At the sight of these 5 legends, Lu Chen could not suppress an inward gasp. Sword Saint Gai Nye wielded the profound Yuan Hong blade. His hundredly sword intent alone rendered him unmatched. Sword Demon Dugu Qiubai had forged the legendary solitary sword art, a technique unrivaled across the martial world, inspiring awe and reverence in countless disciples. As for Sword God Li Chungang, needless to say, with his wooden horse and cow sword, he shattered 2,006 layers of divine armor in a single breath. His twin sleeves azure serpent technique left the entire world breathless. Later, he cleaved open the celestial gate itself, truly the preeminent sword god of the Tao. Peach Blossom Sword God Deng Tie, a peer of Li Chungang from the same realm, possessed such transcendent sword art that it astonished all under heaven. Holding but a single peach branch, he stood at the threshold of the celestial gate and felled 81 celestial immortals, then softly declared, "Who among the heavenly immortals dares descend to this mortal world?" Indeed, the Peach Blossom Sword God ranked second only to Sword God Li Chungang, the supreme sovereign of the sword path. What the? Brother Go Shirpatian. At the name, Lu Chen's heart surged with exhilaration. This man was famed as the ultimate cheat. Having cultivated the supreme mystery scripture, Shirpatian stood as an invincible force within the martial world. So formidable, he nearly transcended the very boundaries of that realm's martial arts. To call his path martial cultivation would be a misnomer. It was closer to immortality cultivation. Were Brother Go placed into Li Chungang and Deng Tie's world, his terrifying prowess would surely earn him a place among the 10 greatest masters under heaven. Truly, each one surpassed the last. Ding. Does the host wish to materialize them immediately? Materialized now. Lu Chen exclaimed without hesitation. 10 sovereign saints. Kunlun now need no longer hesitate before even a sacred sect. Ding. Materialization successful. 10 sovereign saints are en route to the host. After completing the summoning, Lu Chen noted he still retained 2 lottery chances. Choosing to hold them in reserve as hidden trump cards for the lottery could yield not only cultivators, but also divine artifacts. Moments later, Lu Chen's expression brightened. He sensed 10 overwhelming auras converging upon Kunlun. They had arrived. Naturally, no one else could perceive them. In the blink of an eye, 10 towering figures materialized within the main hall, radiating immense, indomitable auras, the 10 sovereign saints summoned by Lu Chen. At the sight, Lu Chen swiftly waved his hand, sealing the entire hall, ensuring none of those mighty auras leaked outward. He was not yet ready to reveal all his hidden strengths. Though Kunlun now commanded 10 sovereign saints, enough to face even a sacred sect without fear, Lu Chen knew such sects were never so easily overcome. Then the 10 sovereign saints turned in unison toward Lu Chen, seated upon the central dais, bowing deeply with profound respect. "Greetings, Sect Master." Within their eyes flickered deep awe. The Sect Master's power is terrifying. As sovereign saints themselves, they could not even discern his cultivation level. How unfathomable, then, must his true strength be? No wonder they had been summoned here. Gazing upon their familiar visages, Lu Chen felt a quiet thrill. Their appearances matched precisely his memories. Haha. Esteemed elders, please do not stand on ceremony. Kunlun's honor lies in your presence. And indeed, these 10 were paragons among paragons. For them to join Kunlun was truly its greatest distinction. Hearing these words, the 10 were profoundly moved, never imagining the sect master held them in such high esteem. Overwhelmed with gratitude, they bowed again in unison. "You flatter me. Serving Kunlun and the sect master is our highest honor." Lu Chen laughed warmly, gently raising his hand. Involuntarily, the 10 straightened upright, restored to their natural stances. "Haha, please rise at once." "Yes, Sect Master." Their voices resonated with deference while their eyes flickered toward one another, tinged with unmistakable martial fervor. Their gazes gleamed with eager anticipation. They longed to test their blades against fellow masters. As for Shimin Shueishua, Yi Guqing, and Xie Xiaofeng, they were already old acquaintances. A reunion naturally stirred thoughts of renewed rivalry. Gathered once more, they yearned to settle old scores, not out of animosity, but because they were warriors who thrived on battle, growing stronger with every clash. Watching the fierce battle lust ignite upon the faces of Shimin Shueishua, Yi Guqing, and Xie Xiaofeng, Lu Chen smiled faintly, saying nothing, for he knew such contests among Kunlun's own were inevitable. He harbored no concern they would harm one another. These were kindred spirits who revered mutual excellence. Gathering thus, exchange and sparring were inevitable. At that moment, Lu Chen glanced toward sword god Li Chungang, and seeing both arms intact, his heart leapt with delight. The system had indeed restored the sword god's severed limbs. At last the system showed a glimmer of conscience. Lu Chen could hardly wait to witness the sword god's legendary bearing. Under Lu Chen's introductions, the 10 quickly exchanged names and learned of each other's Dao paths, whereupon fierce combat intent blazed anew across their faces. Especially the 9 sword cultivators, Li Chuangang Deng, Ta Shimin Shueishua, Yi Guqing Dugu Qiubai, Xie Xiaofeng, Gai Nie Yin Shisan, and Yin Nantian, whose gazes locked, igniting potent sword intent. In that instant, the entire hall brimmed with overwhelming sword intent emanating from all 9, a palpable storm of cutting will and celestial sharpness. Had Lu Chen not previously sealed the hall, even a single thread of that sword intent would have carved a 10th Sanshang chasm across the outer heavens. Had Lu Chen not previously sealed the hall, even a single thread of that sword intent would have carved a 10th Sanshang chasm across the outer heavens. Had Lu Chen not previously sealed the hall, even a single thread of that sword intent would have carved a 10th Sanshang chasm across the outer heavens. At the main seat, Lu Chen's expression subtly changed as he gazed at the 10 individuals emanating a powerful sword intent, especially the overwhelming aura from Li Chuangan, reminiscent of a sword splitting the heavens. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly deserving of the title of the #1 swordsman in the world. The sound of swords humming resonated throughout the grand hall, and the sword intent surged, revealing the presence of a true sword master, with even a mere trace of their aura transforming into terrifying sword intent. If it weren't for Lu Chen's presence, the 9 would have likely already engaged in a spar with the opponent's sword technique. Observing this scene, Lu Chen smiled lightly and spoke, not blaming the 9 for their actions, but rather understanding their eagerness. After all, true masters of the sword are few and far between, and they are among the pinnacle of sword wielders. It is only natural for anyone to desire to witness such prowess. All right, esteemed elders, I understand your feelings, but it is rare to encounter a worthy opponent, but there will be plenty of time in the future, so there is no need to rush. With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and an inexplicable force instantly made the terrifying sword intent in the hall vanish. Upon seeing this, the 9 quickly reacted, their expressions changing as they realized their actions. They had almost clashed before the sect master. Even Shirpatian hurriedly bowed respectfully to Lu Chen. "Please punish us for our reckless behavior, sect master." Lu Chen smiled and addressed the 10. "Haha, no worries, esteemed elders. We at Kunlun have 2 more sword masters. In the future you will have plenty of opponents, so there is no fear of lacking opportunities for sparring. Upon hearing this, excitement lit up the faces of the 9. Swordsmanship is something very few can cultivate to their level. Sherpatian also looked somewhat excited. Although he did not practice swordsmanship, he too wished to spar with the 9 elders before him. Such strong masters are rare to encounter. Yes, Sect Master. The 10 visibly excited replied respectfully. All right, esteemed elders, you may go to Elder Peak and choose a pavilion to serve as your training ground. That is where the elders of Kunlun reside. Continuing, as if recalling something, he added, I believe that Kunlun will soon encounter worthy opponents, and at that time esteemed elders will be able to engage in great battles. Hearing this, the 10 were filled with excitement. It would be impossible for them to remain quietly cultivating. Yes, Sect Master, we shall take our leave now. Chen nodded. Immediately the 10 vanished from their spot, as if they had never existed. Elder Peak is where all inner sect elders of Kunlun reside. Although Chen Beixian was the head elder of the sect's guardians, he also resided at Elder Peak, for the position of head guardian is not something just anyone can hold. However, outer sect elders cannot reside at Elder Peak. Chen intends to recruit some powerful cultivators from the immortal martial continent as outer sect elders, and similarly individuals of decent strength from Kunlun's affiliated forces can also hold the position of outer sect elder. For instance, Qin Zhan Luo Wushuang Qin Lan and Luo Yuan. Once the 10 departed, Lu Chen's gaze flickered as he looked towards the disciples outside the Kunlun square. In the square, all the disciples had completed their tests and were now being arranged to choose their residences at Disciples' Peak. Disciples' Peak is of course divided into outer and inner sect disciples. Among them there is also a true disciple peak, which is where those who can be accepted as disciples by Kunlun's elders reside. As of now, no disciple has yet been able to reside at the true disciple peak. Even Lin Yan Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian only stay at the outer disciples' peak. In the beginning, the sect was not fully established and many mountains had restrictions. Now that the sect's residence has been successfully established with more disciples, of course there needs to be a distinction. Without rules there can be no order. All present wore expressions of great excitement. Looking at the surrounding scenery that resembled an immortal realm, they finally had a sect to rely on. No longer would they be bullied by those cultivators with powerful backgrounds. At this moment, everyone wanted to shout, I am a disciple of Kunlun, who dares to touch me? This is the confidence that Kunlun has given them. Just then Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian were about to lead all the disciples to Disciples' Peak. A voice filled with divine authority resonated throughout Kunlun. Lingxue Ruoxian, bring the 2 disciples Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan to the main hall. The calm voice, as if following the laws of nature, instantly evoked a deep sense of reverence in those who heard it. Yes, Sect Master. Upon hearing this, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian respectfully addressed the main peak, while Wang Ming along with Luo Wushuang and Qin Zhan hurriedly bowed in respect. As soon as the words fell, the disciples' legs slightly bent as if about to kneel, and then their faces were instantly filled with shock, their hearts racing. This voice belongs to the sect master of Kunlun. The impact of this voice was immense. Just hearing it made them instinctively feel like worshipping. Fortunately, an invisible power gently lifted everyone. At this moment the disciples were filled with astonishment. The sect master's cultivation was too terrifying. At this moment they did not notice that the expressions of 2 individuals were somewhat off. As they heard this, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were already frozen in place, their eyes reflecting a hint of horror, a mix of disbelief, and a touch of panic. Both of them exclaimed inwardly, This is bad. It is the sect master of Kunlun. Did the sect master discover something? The 2 exchanged glances, seeing a tremor in each other's eyes. Just moments ago they had also heard the solemn voice like the other disciples, and felt an uncontrollable urge to kneel. Yet they would never feel this way even in front of their own ancestor. What sort of cultivation does their ancestor possess? That is a being capable of erasing saints and great saints with just a word. Imagine even their ancestor couldn't evoke such feelings in them. How could this not cause their hearts to tremble? What level of cultivation does the sect master of Kunlun possess? How could it be so terrifying? At this moment, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian stepped forward, noticing that the expressions of the 2 seemed somewhat off. Qin Ruoxian already had an answer in mind, but Luo Lingxue, unaware, thought they were just overly excited and smiled as she said, Junior brother, junior sister, congratulations. You must have passed the 5th level of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs illusion, which has attracted the attention of the sect master. Come on, let's go meet the sect master now. She was aware that the 2 had passed the 5th level of the 9 Nether Yellow Springs, so she assumed that Lu Chen wished to meet these 2 outstanding disciples. All right, senior sisters. Ling Mu hurriedly replied, hoping that what Luo Lingxue said was indeed true. Zi Yunyan also nodded, her face showing a hint of panic. The air of an unrivaled genius from Baitian domain was nowhere to be found. Even with the support of the Zhou dynasty, a sense of unease quietly emerged in her heart. This was her intuition. Then the remaining disciples were led by Wang Ming and others to the disciple peak for accommodation and to learn the rules of Kunlun. A lack of rules leads to chaos. This was a principle every sect valued. For outer disciples to advance to inner disciples, they not only needed to meet the sect's cultivation standards and contribute to the sect, but Kunlun also had a task hall where they had to complete the sect's assigned tasks. Kunlun had no menial disciples. Chen aimed to forge an unparalleled sect that would dominate all realms. In the future, every disciple of Kunlun would stand on their own, even becoming a sovereign in their own right. In any world, the shadow of Kunlun must exist, letting the myriad realms sing the name of Kunlun. However, it was still too early to speak of this now, but he believed that soon Kunlun would dominate the entire Southern Wasteland domain and even the immortal Martial continent. In the main hall, seated on the throne, Chen, clad in white, with no aura flowing around him, closed his eyes, slightly lost in thought. After a moment, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian entered, bringing Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan with them. As they stepped into the hall, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan couldn't help but gaze at the young man in white on the throne. Their pupils suddenly constricted and immense shock filled their hearts. This is the sovereign of Kunlun. How is this possible? Chen was far too young, and no one could believe that such a young man was the sovereign of such a powerful sect. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was truly hard to accept that the mysterious Kunlun was led by someone so young. Greetings, sovereign. Before the two could react, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian respectfully addressed Chen. The title sovereign made Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's hearts tremble. They exchanged a glance and quickly echoed, "Greetings, sovereign." At that moment, they felt as if an invisible pressure emanated from the young man on the throne, suppressing any thought of disrespect in their hearts. How could he be so terrifying? On the throne, Chen, who had been lost in thought, slowly opened his eyes. Countless stars seemed to appear in his gaze before vanishing in an instant. Then his imposing gaze fell upon Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan below. Boom! The divine-like gaze landed on Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan instantly, sending a chill through their bodies. A look of terror appeared in their eyes. Hiss! What a terrifying gaze. Even facing their ancestors, they had never felt such a sensation. Their hearts trembled uncontrollably. Chen took in their reactions. It seemed just as he had thought. These two, after witnessing Kunlun's mystery, wanted to cultivate here under the guise of being disciples. Not bad. To pass the 5th level of the 9 Abyss Yellow Springs illusion, your future achievements will surpass the Great Emperor. Chen said calmly without immediately exposing their identities. He wanted to see if they would willingly reveal who they were. Earlier, he had already communicated with the system and knew their identities. Before the system, nothing in this world was unknown. Of course, the system wouldn't tell Chen everything. To know anything in this world, or the myriad realms, one's own strength must match the knowledge. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. When one's strength hasn't reached a certain level, knowing certain things in advance is not a good thing. Chen understood this well. What he needed to do now was to quickly enhance his own strength and that of Kunlun. As his words fell, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian's expressions changed slightly. Above the Great Emperor, they quickly regained their composure, for they absolutely believed Chen's words. After all, they too had passed the 5th level, and Qin Ruoxian had even passed the 6th. Chen had said the same to them. But such words, if heard by others, would surely make them think he was mad. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan's faces changed dramatically, thinking they had misheard. Above the Great Emperor. What did they just hear? Wasn't the Great Emperor the strongest in the world? Impossible. How could there be a realm stronger than the Great Emperor? They came from superpowers, and even their ancestors dared not claim there was anything stronger than the Great Emperor. Was this Kunlun sovereign spouting nonsense? But they dared not say this to his face. They were on someone else's turf, and despite their origins, after witnessing Kunlun's mystery, they dared not offend it directly. Moreover, the fact that such a young man was the sovereign of Kunlun indicated that his apparent age was not his true one. He was likely an ancient relic who had lived for countless millennia, merely appearing young. The two pondered silently, deciding to play along with Chen's words, and then said in unison, "Sovereign is the Great Emperor, not the pinnacle of cultivation." Whether he spoke truth or falsehood, it was best to go along with him. Though they each had a sage-level guardian secretly protecting them, caution was still wise. Heh! Chen chuckled, inwardly well aware of the implication in their words. He knew that for the people of the immortal Martial continent, the Great Emperor was the end of cultivation, and no one would believe otherwise. Indeed, whether there were realms beyond the Great Emperor was perhaps known only to the ancient and terrifying powers of the immortal Martial continent, or the truly undying. Chen did not answer their question. He gave them a faint glance and continued, "Not bad. To have reached the Void Realm at such an age. Tell me, where are you from, and what are your identities?" At these words, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyin's eyes showed a hint of panic, their hearts tightening. They thought, oh no. It was clear now that this young sovereign had been watching them all along. Sovereign, I come from a kingly family in the Northern Heaven domain. I came to the Southern Wasteland domain for training, met Sister Zi on the way, and we traveled together. Hearing that Kunlun had a sage and was recruiting disciples, I decided to come. Ling Mu spoke with utmost seriousness, his words sounding plausible. Lu Chen then glanced at Zi Yunyan. Yes, sovereign. Zi Yunyan quickly replied when Lu Chen looked at her, gaining a new understanding of Ling Mu. She never thought the second prince of the Imperial Xia dynasty could lie with such skill. Ling Mu, want to give it a try? Lu Chen merely glanced at them without speaking, as if lost in thought. Seeing this, the two couldn't help but smile bitterly. Their true identities were too powerful, and revealing them might make the young sovereign suspect they had ulterior motives toward Kunlun. After all, one was the second prince of the Imperial Xia dynasty, the other the eldest princess of the Purple Moon dynasty. Would they travel millions of miles just to become a disciple of Kunlun? Even people in the Northern Heaven domain wouldn't believe that. If not for Kunlun's mystery, they would have simply declared their royal status, and no force in the Southern Wasteland domain would dare disrespect them. True, but they were facing Kunlun now. Seeing that they still refused to reveal their true identities, Lu Chen snorted lightly. Do you think I don't know who you really are? He had intended to give them a chance. After all, those who passed the heart-reaching heavenly stairs had impeccable character and nature. Moreover, because they had stumbled into Kunlun's disciple recruitment test, the system had deemed them genius disciples, rewarding him with 2 summoning cards and 2 chances to draw. Lu Chen was quite satisfied with them. Why wouldn't he be satisfied with a gift that fell into his lap? No need to go out and fool people. Fool. Lin Yun, just say my name. Though they had concealed their identities, Lu Chen wouldn't pursue the matter. After all, they were now disciples of Kunlun. Even if they had ties to other forces once in Kunlun, they would forever be Kunlun's disciples. Who would dare object? Who would dare object? Who would dare object? Upon hearing these words, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan exchanged a glance filled with hesitation. After struggling internally, they ultimately chose not to reveal their true identities. The sect master sees clearly, we are indeed cultivators from the northern celestial region, and everything we say is the truth. Ling Mu said with an unchanged expression, and Zi Yunyan hurriedly chimed in. We do not dare to deceive the sect master. What we say is absolutely not false. Please, sect master, discern our truth. They were afraid to gamble. Once they revealed their true identities, would this young sect master take action? Though they had a sage realm expert protecting them, Kunlun was simply too mysterious. The cultivation level of the exceptionally young sect master before them was undoubtedly formidable. Even when facing their own ancestor, they had never felt such a pressure. At this moment, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Above the great sage. What they said was indeed true. They were cultivators from the northern celestial region, but you too are not ordinary cultivators. The forces behind you are more powerful than one another. Upon hearing their words, Lu Chen showed no change in expression, simply responding with a soft Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan were momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted, their hearts easing, as they believed Lu Chen would no longer pursue their identities. In an instant, the great hall fell into silence. The two looked at Lu Chen, who had closed his eyes, and after exchanging glances, they prepared to take their leave. At that moment, Ling Mu, the second prince of the Lingxiao dynasty, is born with the supreme bone concealed by a powerful being with supreme secret techniques, making it so that no one in the northern celestial region knows of it. Zi Yunyan, the grand princess of the Ziwed dynasty, possesses the divine king body, but unfortunately has yet to unlock its true potential. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes once more, calmly stating these 2 sentences, instantly striking the two like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. As the words fell, their expressions changed dramatically, their bodies stiffening, pupils contracting sharply, and their hearts filled with terror, unleashing an endless chill. No. How is this possible? Who exactly is he? How could he know I possess the supreme bone? Ling Mu could hardly believe that this young sect master not only knew he had the supreme bone, but seemed to even know of the existence of that powerful being. In that moment, Ling Mu felt a chill run through him, and waves of dread surged within. The fact that he possessed the supreme bone was known only to his father and ancestor in the entire Lingxiao dynasty, besides that mysterious being who concealed his supreme bone. Lingxiao dynasty. Ziwed dynasty. Luo Lingsu's face changed, and she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, as she never expected her junior brother and sister to come from imperial powers. Moreover, they even possessed special physiques. Supreme bone. Divine king body. She looked at the two with a gaze filled with astonishment. Although she did not know what these physiques entailed, anyone with such traits would undoubtedly become immensely powerful in the future. Her senior brother Lin Yun was just such a person. Qin Ruoxin's expression also shifted slightly as she looked at the two, astonished that such physiques could emerge from the lower realm. Originally, Lin Yun's holy battle body was already hard for her to accept, and now two individuals with special physiques had appeared, both of whom were disciples of Kunlun. It seemed the heavenly Tao of this lower realm had already changed. Before her rebirth, Qin Ruoxin knew that 1,000,000 years ago there had been a passage between the upper and lower realms. At that time, cultivators from the lower realm could ascend to the upper realm for cultivation upon reaching their limit, but for some unknown reason the passage had been shattered seemingly by a powerful being of the immortal Tao who completely severed the connection between the two realms. Since then, the immortal martial continent had not seen an emperor for millions of years, and for hundreds of thousands of years no one had ever encountered an emperor again. I'm sorry, Sect Master, we had no choice but to conceal our identities. Please do not expel us from Kunlun. Ling Mu took a deep breath, calming the shock within, and a hint of reverence appeared in his gaze as he respectfully addressed Lu Chen. At this moment he realized that this young Sect Master was undoubtedly an extremely terrifying existence. If not, how could he know of that being within his Lingxiao dynasty? This further confirmed that Kunlun was his opportunity, perhaps to become a disciple of Kunlun. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen cast a faint glance at the two without speaking. At this moment, under the imposing gaze of Lu Chen, even Zi Yunyan did not dare to harbor the slightest disrespect. After hearing each word uttered by Lu Chen, her heart was already filled with immense shock, unable to believe that this young sect master had seen through their origins and physiques at a glance. She had not expected Ling Mu to also possess a special physique, and it was the Supreme Bone. Supreme Bone. No wonder he could battle against that prince from the Imperial clan. Her possessing the Divine King body was not a secret in the Northern Celestial region, as the Ziyue dynasty's foundation was incredibly strong, and there was no need to worry about such matters. Sect Master, we mean no harm towards Kunlun and did not intend to conceal our identities. We sincerely ask the Sect Master to allow us to become disciples of Kunlun, Zi Yunyan said to Lu Chen with a bitter smile in her heart. The more she discovered the mysteries of Kunlun and the terrifying nature of the young sect master before her, the more she found that she dared not harbor any ulterior motives, only wishing to become a disciple of Kunlun. If they could become disciples of such a mysterious and powerful sect, it would undoubtedly be a boon for their dynasty. Lu Chen glanced at the two and said calmly, I can see that you have no ulterior motives towards Kunlun. As for whether you come from an imperial dynasty or an ancient clan, what matters is that you are now disciples of my Kunlun. His imposing gaze fell upon the two, which instantly filled them with awe, followed by excitement and joy. This is wonderful. The sect master has acknowledged our identities. It turns out we had a narrow perspective. Indeed, Kunlun is so mysterious. How could it care whether they were from an imperial dynasty or an ancient family? As long as they entered Kunlun, they became disciples of the sect. Sect master, rest assured we will be disciples of Kunlun for life and will never betray Kunlun. The two said, excitedly, feeling honored to be called disciples of Kunlun. They were quite thrilled. Even though they came from imperial powers and had seen much of the world, they believed that the mysteries of Lu Chen and Kunlun were merely the tip of the iceberg. It was absolutely not as simple as it appeared. Observing their reactions, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Two geniuses with special physiques, naturally, he would not let them leave. Looking at the four people in the Great Hall, Lu Chen sighed slightly in his heart, along with Lin Yun, who was out training. Currently, Kunlun had only 5 disciples fitting the description of geniuses. Although there were over 1,000 disciples, the vast majority were still too weak. It seems necessary to quickly enhance the overall strength of Kunlun. Don't worry, everyone. The plot has already unfolded, and the author is working hard to write. Meanwhile, in the Southern Wasteland domain, countless forces and cultivators were already in an uproar, for the Tianqian Holy Land had emerged, and what astonished everyone even more was, hiss, what? The Holy Sun of the Tianqian Holy Land has actually appeared. The cultivators of every prefecture were utterly shocked, buzzing with discussions. The cultivators in the Southern Wasteland domain had not seen anyone from the Holy Land for countless tens of thousands of years. Although an elder from the Taichu Holy Land, which once truly dominated the Southern Wasteland domain, had visited Qingzhou, no one from the Holy Land had walked in the Southern Wasteland since. Otherwise, how could the Southern Wasteland domain have been ruled by the 10 supreme overlord powers for tens of thousands of years? Heavens! The Holy Sun of the Holy Land has also appeared. Have you noticed? Lately, not only the Southern Wasteland domain, but even other great domains seem to have countless major powers, ancient clans, and even archaic families rumored to have emerged. A cultivator spoke earnestly. Damn, is some great event about to happen? These words instantly left everyone present utterly astounded. Everyone speculated about what monumental event could be unfolding, causing even such formidable powers to appear. Even the emergence of an archaic secret realm would not warrant the appearance of such forces. For in the past, when archaic secret realms emerged, the shadows of such powers were never seen. Little did they know that not only the Southern Wasteland domain was turbulent, all great domains across the Xinwu continent were already seething with undercurrents. Even the demon domain, which had slumbered in distant lands for tens of thousands of years, now had countless terrifying auras spreading across its vast expanse. If one were to sense from the highest heavens above the Xinwu continent, they might discover countless powerful auras and formidable figures from all great domains converging upon the Southern Wasteland domain. Just then above the Southern Wasteland domain suddenly roars upon roars. Thunderous beastly howls erupted like claps of thunder instantly echoing across the entire Southern Wasteland domain, causing cultivators of every prefecture to change color. Whether at the nascent soul void refinement or even Heavenly King realm, all were shaken in that moment. Not good. This is the sound of demon beasts. Fear could not be concealed on everyone's faces. A Heavenly King realm expert appeared in an instant, bellowing, "Damn it! Is the demon clan launching another uprising? They dare to tear up their pact with the human clan." Everyone's eyes were fixed on a spatial point above the Southern Wasteland domain from which an immensely powerful demonic aura was seeping out. The Southern Wasteland domain was also the closest of the human domains to the demon domain. 50,000 years ago, the demon domain had initiated a rebellion with countless demon armies attacking the Southern Wasteland domain. On that day, the Southern Wasteland domain was shattered, countless powerhouses fell, and it nearly succumbed until a human magnate intervened and negotiated with the demon clan to avert the crisis. Thus, such a tremendous, beastly roar instantly tensed everyone in the Southern Wasteland domain. Behold, that space suddenly trembled violently, instantly cracking with countless spatial fissures, as if unable to withstand some immense pressure on the verge of collapse. Roars upon roars. Hearing this terrifying beastly howl, everyone stared fixedly at the void. Behold, 5 colossal demon beasts, each radiating the formidable aura of the Heavenly King realm, pulled an exceedingly luxurious carriage as they emerged from the void. Around the carriage stood 5 elders of immense power resembling 5 old servants. Hiss! Heavenly King realm demon beasts. And 5 azure sky thunder tiger beasts. Everyone drew in a sharp breath, and their pupils shrank when they saw the carriage behind. Who could that be? Such extravagance. 5 Heavenly King realm azure sky thunder tigers used to pull a carriage. At that moment, the Heavenly King realm expert's gaze fell upon the few elders around the carriage, instantly filling his face with terror. Sages. 5 sages. Cold sweat broke out all over that Heavenly King realm expert as a figure emerged in his mind. The Tianxian Holy Land. The Holy Sun on his journey. Roars upon roars. The 5 demon tigers howled repeatedly. Inside the carriage sat a young man with an eerie countenance. Sensing the fearful gazes of those below, he smiled wickedly. So this is the strength of the Southern Wasteland domain now. Utterly pathetic. Hearing this, an elder beside the carriage quickly flattered. It is your holiness' own formidable power. Naturally, these people are beneath your notice. Qin Wudao nodded, saying nothing, but inwardly relished these sycophantic words. Moreover, the speaker was a sage realm elder of the Holy Land. He was the holy son of the Tianxian Holy Land, Qin Wudao, possessing the formidable cultivation of the Heavenly King realm. Achieving the Heavenly King realm at such a young age naturally filled Qin Wudao with arrogance and haughtiness, believing no one among the younger generation of the Xinwu continent could rival him. For instance, in this training journey, he placed great emphasis on pageantry. He relished the fearful glances directed at him. Subsequently, amid the terrified gazes of everyone, the 5 azure sky thunder tigers pulled the carriage and vanished from sight. Sigh. Everyone let out a heavy breath, their hearts easing. How terrifying. 5 Heavenly King realm demon beasts used to pull a carriage. Who could possess such means? Just then, someone suddenly exclaimed as if realizing something. Hiss! That hat must be the Holy Sun of the Tianxian Holy Land. The Holy Sun. Immediately all cultivators of every prefecture understood. In the Southern Wasteland domain, they could think of no one else with such splendor besides the Holy Sun of the Tianxian Holy Land. Meanwhile, above Qingzhou, humming, 5 ancient figures appeared in the void, each exuding a terrifying aura. Yohu, are you certain that Kunlun has only one sage? One figure gazed toward the direction of the burial immortal mountain range, speaking in a hoarse voice as if it had not spoken in tens of thousands of years. It should be correct. Yohu, can you be sure that Kunlun, established within the burial immortal mountain range, has only one sage? Another figure said. Clearly, these few ancient figures of terrifying aura seemed intent on attacking Kunlun. The archaic token is in Kunlun's hands, and Kunlun dared to kill the people of my 9 Abyss dynasty. This old man will surely annihilate Kunlun. Yuhu's voice was icy and bloodthirsty. Yohu was the ancestor of the 9 Abyss dynasty, a sage at the 3rd level of the sage realm. Previously, upon awakening, he had not immediately come to the Southern Wasteland domain to destroy Kunlun, thinking a mere Kunlun was unworthy of his attention and could be wiped out with a flick of his hand. But later Kunlun shook the entire Southern Wasteland domain, and the people of the Nine Abyss dynasty in that domain learned of the news. They returned to the Nine Abyss dynasty and reported what had happened in the Southern Wasteland domain to the Nine Abyss monarch. Subsequently, the Nine Abyss monarch hastily informed the Nine Abyss ancestor. After some investigation, they learned that Kunlun had a sage. The Nine Abyss ancestor dared not take risks. Later, after informing the ancestors of several other top overlord powers in the Eastern Heaven domain about the archaic token, they came together to the Southern Wasteland domain to deal with Kunlun. It had to be said the Nine Nether-old ancestor was far too cautious. Truly, it was better to sacrifice others than oneself. He was determined to drag his old comrades along with him. You Nether, do not forget your promise after obtaining the ancient desolate token. Seeing the Nine Nether-old ancestors speak, thus one of the elders, entirely shrouded in a black robe, said in a deep voice, "Rest assured I will not forget." A flicker of ruthlessness flashed deep in Nether's eyes. Had he not feared that Kunlun might harbor other hidden sages, he would not have collaborated with these men. The condition for this expedition was that after acquiring the ancient desolate token, their 5 factions would share its use. Moreover, the Nine Nether dynasty had to cede 5 top-grade spirit stone mines to the other 4 powers. Such was the law of the cultivation world. Interests always came first. Had the Nine Nether-old ancestor not offered these terms, these 4 would never have offended a faction that also possessed a sage. Hurry up and destroy Kunlun. This old man wants to return and dote on my beauties. An elder with a sinister, terrifying smile spoke, seemingly dismissing Kunlun as beneath notice. This was the old ancestor of the Inyang Hall, a top-tier hegemon of the Eastern Heaven domain. Rumors held that the Inyang Hall absorbed the vital blood of young maidens to enhance their power. Achieving the balance of yin and yang could greatly elevate one's qi and blood cultivation. Judging by the lascivious aura of the Inyang Hall's old ancestor, one could guess how many innocent maidens had perished at his hands. With those words, their figures vanished instantly. At Kunlun in the main hall, Chen retrieved 1,600 sets of disciple robes from the system space, placed them in a storage ring, and handed them to Luo Lingxue. These are the disciple robes of our Kunlun. Outer disciples wear robes embroidered with 1 mystic bird, inner disciples with 2, and true disciples with 3. While Sect master, these disciple robes are so beautiful. Gazing at the blue and white robe adorned with a seemingly living mystic bird, Luo Lingxue's face lit up with joy, though a hint of surprise flickered in her heart. Did this mystic bird seem alive? Seeing her astonishment, Chen smiled and explained. When you wear these robes and encounter genuine danger, the 9 heavens mystic bird etched upon them will activate, providing you with a layer of protection. The system claimed these robes were the 9 heavens mystic bird garments, and the mystic bird depicted was a powerful species long extinct across the myriad realms. Whether that was true, Chen did not know, but whatever the system provided was never inferior. He suspected the system had driven the 9 heavens mystic bird to extinction. System, I am not third brother. Hearing this, Qin Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Zi Yunyan in the hall also wore expressions of astonishment as they looked at the disciple robe in Luo Lingxue's hands. Indeed, the Sect's foundation ran far deeper than this. It was even more mysterious than they had imagined. No other faction could possibly offer such treatment to its disciples. Only Kunlun could. At this moment, they all felt fortunate to be disciples of Kunlun. Moreover, a faint premonition arose within them. The Sect's true experts would soon emerge. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, of course, already knew that Kunlun now boasted 2 excessively powerful elders. As for Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan, they were aware of Kunlun's single sage, but neither would believe that Kunlun truly had only one. Glancing at them, Chen nodded in satisfaction. Though Kunlun had no true disciples, yet having 5 prodigy-level disciples was not too shabby. Ling Mu, from now on you are Kunlun's 4th senior brother, and Yunyan the 5th senior sister. Chen addressed them. Hearing this, "Yes, Sect Master." Their faces lit up with joy as they quickly replied. Ling Mu glanced at Zi Yunyan, suppressing a laugh. Haha, who would have thought the great princess of the Purple Moon dynasty would become my junior sister? If the emperor finds out, what expression would he have? Ling Xiao, Imperial Lord, I sent you to train, and you ended up winning the heart of the Purple Moon princess. Truly my son, Ling Mu. Seeing Ling Mu's smug expression, Zi Yunyan felt an urge to punch him. Just then Chen suddenly remembered something. It was Lin Yun. Without that lad around, Chen felt a lack of amusement. He then addressed the 2. Your big senior brother is training abroad and should return in some time. Ling Mu, you can exchange much with him when he comes back. Lin Yun possessed the war god saint physique, while Ling Mu was a born supreme being. Chen was curious to see whose physique was stronger. Since Lin Yun always slacked off in cultivation, he hoped Ling Mu would spar with him often. Big senior brother. Hearing this, anticipation gleamed in their eyes. They were eager to meet this big senior brother and gauge his cultivation and strength. Given the sect's mystery, the big senior brother must be an extraordinary prodigy. How else could he hold that title? Yes, Sect Master. They replied respectfully. Then Ling Mu suddenly asked, Sect Master, what is big senior brother's cultivation realm? Zi Yunyan also grew curious at this, but Lu Chen's next words left them dumbfounded. Your big senior brother was at the 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm when he left for training. Lu Chen said. Though Lin Yun was only at the Spirit Sea realm when he departed, he believed that upon his return his cultivation would have greatly improved. What? The 9th level of the Spirit Sea realm? This big senior brother's cultivation is so. They could hardly believe it, but seeing that Lu Chun was not joking, they felt a shock. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Sect Master, big senior brother's cultivation. They spoke simultaneously. They knew Luo Lingxue was at the Spirit Transformation realm and Qin Ruoxian at the Void Refinement realm, but who would have thought the big senior brother was so weak? Lin Yin Junior brothers, just wait until this senior returns. He'll scare you to death. Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian exchanged knowing smiles at their astonishment. If they knew about big senior brother's physique, what expressions would they have? Seeing their reactions, Lu Chun smiled, understanding their thoughts. Your big senior brother possesses the war god saint physique, but it has not been fully awakened, yet so his cultivation is a bit low. At these words they were utterly shocked and exclaimed. A saint physique. It's actually a saint physique. They were of course aware of such physiques, but they had never imagined the sect's big senior brother possessed one. As for the war god saint physique, they had never heard of it, but they knew that those with the saint physique were terrifyingly powerful. No wonder. So the sect master would not casually appoint someone weak as big senior brother. They smiled wryly, realizing that once this big senior brother fully unlocked his saint physique's potential, his cultivation would undoubtedly be formidable. So the sect master would not casually appoint someone weak as big senior brother. They smiled wryly, realizing that once this big senior brother fully unlocked his saint physique's potential, his cultivation would undoubtedly be formidable. So the sect master would not casually appoint someone weak as big senior brother. They smiled wryly, realizing that once this big senior brother fully unlocked his saint physique's potential, his cultivation would undoubtedly be formidable. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Luo Lingxu's eyes as she eagerly wondered to what extent Lin Yun's strength would ascend upon his return. Qin Ruoxian shared the sentiment, a sharp light gleaming in her gaze, believing that with Kunlun's backing, Lin Yun, the possessor of the battle saint physique, would never meet an untimely end. In the days to come, he would undoubtedly become an unparalleled powerhouse, shaking the very heavens much like the battle saint physique bearer in the upper realm. He was hailed as the foremost in offensive prowess. He stood as a supreme existence in the realm of immortals. One man alone formed a sect, one man alone embodied eternity. Now that Kunlun possessed so many bearers of special physiques, Qin Ruoxian was certain that Kunlun would one day transcend this world and ascend to the upper realm. At that thought, a chilling, murderous intent surfaced in Qin Ruoxian's eyes. The Wuji ancient kingdom. Wait until I return to the upper realm. That will be the day of your downfall. She yearned to see the expression on Lei Kangqiang's face when he met her again. Before, she might never have had the chance for revenge. Even if she returned to the upper realm alone, she would be no match for the Wuji ancient kingdom. But now she was a disciple of Kunlun, and in Kunlun's scripture pavilion, she had obtained an unimaginable supreme technique. She believed that in the future she would break through to the realm she had so desperately craved in her past life. That realm was immortality. At this moment, Qin Ruoxian's gaze toward Lu Chun was filled with reverence. After a moment, Lu Chen seemed to recall something and spoke to the others. Ling Mu Yun, you too shall go to the scripture pavilion to choose your techniques. It houses the ancient methods and scriptures left by Kunlun's past powerhouses, including those suited for your physiques. Ancient methods. Ancient scriptures. Left by Kunlun's past powerhouses. Could Kunlun have once produced an emperor? Upon hearing this, Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan gasped sharply, their expressions utterly astounded, their eyes widening in shock as their hearts trembled. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan gasped sharply, their expressions utterly astounded, their eyes widening in shock as their hearts trembled. They knew exactly what ancient methods and scriptures signified, and it was that very knowledge that left them so shaken. Watching their reactions, Lu Chun smiled faintly. He recalled the similar expressions on Luo Lingxue and Lin Yun's faces back then. Truly, the mere news that Kunlun possessed ancient methods and scriptures would shake the entire Xinwu continent once it spread. That was Kunlun's foundation. Moreover, the system had mentioned that the scripture pavilion housed the mightiest techniques from all realms. Surely it contained supreme laws and scriptures suitable for Zi Yunyan's divine king physique. He knew of the divine king physique. It was slightly inferior to the innate supreme bone. Yet with Kunlun's techniques, its full potential could undoubtedly be realized. After a moment, the two snapped out of their daze from Lu Chen's words, their faces brimming with excitement. They believed Lu Chen would never deceive them. Yes, Sect Master. Then the two quickly replied with reverence, their astonishment barely concealed. How could they not be stunned? Those were emperor-level ancient scriptures. Even a divine king would be thrilled enough to perform a set of chaotic five-whip techniques to celebrate. Crack. A divine king's law. Crack. An emperor's scripture. Crack. Step on left foot over right, ascending to the immortal realm in broad daylight. Good heavens. Even Master Ma would have to applaud the expertise. Even if not truly emperor-level scriptures, there were certainly divine, king-level ancient methods. That was the intuition of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan. Kunlun felt increasingly mysterious to them. The two dared not imagine what the true Kunlun was like. Ancient methods were also known as divine king methods, and ancient scriptures were emperor-level scriptures. At this moment both were immensely excited. Indeed, Kunlun is my opportunity. Ling Mu felt elated. The Lingxiao imperial court also had divine king methods, but what truly shocked him were the emperor-level scriptures. Those were ancient methods that only an emperor could create. Zi Yunyan felt the same, hardly believing that Kunlun possessed emperor-level scriptures. Even her Ziyue imperial court lacked emperor-level scriptures. Such treasures could only belong to fearsome forces that had once produced an emperor. But now, regardless of truth or falsehood, they trusted Lu Chen's words. Next, Lu Chen spoke with them about the thresholds for Kunlun disciples to advance, and that all disciples could accept sect tasks from the mission hall. Because whenever a disciple completed a sect task, Lu Chen would receive sect points from the system. He could then use these points to exchange for various items from the system store, serving as rewards for the disciples upon task completion. This would not only rapidly enhance the disciples' strength and Kunlun's overall power, but more importantly temper the disciples themselves. They would have more opportunities to venture out and gain combat experience, unlike disciples of other sects who spent their days in bitter cultivation within the sect. Of course, most other sects provided cultivation resources to their disciples, but usually only to core disciples, creating a vast disparity for outer and inner disciples. Unlike Kunlun, where Lu Chen granted equal resources to all disciples, treating outer disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples alike, without discrimination. For instance, regarding which disciples could enter the scripture pavilion to choose techniques. Remember, any disciple of Kunlun, whether outer or inner, may enter the scripture pavilion to select a suitable technique. Yes, we shall heed the sect master's words. Hearing this, the reverence in their eyes for Lu Chen deepened, and they sighed inwardly. Only Kunlun could achieve such fairness, treating all disciples equally. Indeed, no sect on the Xianwu continent would allow all disciples to cultivate their exclusive techniques. But Kunlun was different. The scripture pavilion housed the mightiest techniques from all realms, each capable of shaking the Xianwu continent. Upon entry, the techniques would choose the suitable disciple, so no one need worry about picking the wrong cultivation method. Then, seeing that everything was arranged, Lu Chen addressed them. All right, there's nothing else. As senior sisters and brothers of Kunlun, guide your junior disciples in cultivation. If there's nothing more, go and implement all that I have said. Yes, Sect Master. They replied with respect, and Lu Chen continued. There is one more thing you must remember. At this, they turned to Lu Chen, listening attentively. Remember this: whoever dares to harm a disciple of Kunlun, no matter who they are, Kunlun fears no one in this world, no force. As he spoke, Lu Chen's aura shifted like a supreme deity seated high above the 9 heavens, overlooking all beings. His words sent a ripple through the air. Gazing at Lu Chen on the main seat, their eyes instantly filled with awe, and their hearts marveled. The sect master was too domineering. Who on the entire Xianwu continent would dare utter such words? Only the sect master. Then they bowed deeply to Lu Chen, turned, and withdrew from the hall. At the disciple peak, all disciples had been settled, and they now gazed at the majestic main peak that stood suspended in the air. Their eyes brimmed with reverence. Senior brother, is that where the sect master resides? It's truly magnificent. Indeed. Indeed. All the disciples exclaimed in awe, their expressions stunned by the grand and imposing main peak. I wonder if we'll ever have the chance to meet the sect master. A disciple's eyes lit up with excitement as he spoke. Upon hearing these words, excitement flickered across the faces of all the disciples, only to swiftly transform into wry smiles. What manner of figure was the sect leader? How could one possibly meet him so easily? It was likely only those 2 senior brothers and senior sister whose talents could warrant an audience with the sect leader. Indeed, throughout all the sect's great clans and powerful factions across the Xianwu continent, many disciples might enter a sect and never lay eyes on the sect leader in their entire lifetime. Moreover, even if a sect disciple encountered trouble, the sect leader would not appear for ordinary disciples or even inner disciples. Naturally, others within the sect would handle such trivial matters. How could the leader of an entire sect easily show himself? But Lu Chen was not like that. If a disciple were in trouble, Chen would absolutely appear immediately, annihilating the opponent with the force of a thunderbolt. Of course, Chen would not intervene in every single matter. After all, he was the leader of a sect, and naturally there were powerful figures within the sect to take action. What the disciples needed was a sense that the sect valued them. Knowing that someone valued them was enough to prove that the sect would not abandon them. Even if they inadvertently provoked a formidable power, Chen would not allow his disciples to suffer. Because Chen was an extremely protective person. In the face of absolute power, there was never any concept of right or wrong. Rules. Those were merely established by the strong. Before long, Luo Lingxue, Qin Ruoxian Lingmu, and Zi Yunyan arrived at the disciple peak. It's the senior sister and senior brothers. Instantly, excitement surged through all the disciples, for they knew these four were their own senior sister and senior brothers. Greetings, three senior sisters. Greetings, senior brother. The disciples called out hastily, looking at the approaching figures with some confusion. No need for such formalities, fellow junior brothers and sisters. The four nodded and smiled. Then Luo Lingxue introduced the identities of Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan to all the disciples. Just as expected, all the disciples looked at Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan with envious eyes. They knew that with the abilities of these two senior brothers and sisters, they were indeed worthy of being their seniors. Envy aside, everyone was overjoyed in their hearts. To have such extraordinarily gifted senior sisters and brothers was their honor. Looking at all the junior brothers and sisters, Luo Lingxue took out a spatial ring and had the disciples line up to receive their disciple attire. Before long, after all the disciples received their attire, they returned to their quarters to change and then reappeared before the four. Seeing the excitement on the faces of her junior brothers and sisters, Luo Lingxue smiled gently and explained the functions of the disciple attire. Instantly, shock spread across the faces of all the disciples. They had never expected the sect to treat them so well. To receive such treatment upon entering Kunlun. Ask yourselves which sect could achieve such a feat. Then everyone hurriedly clasped their hands and bowed towards the main peak, speaking with utmost reverence. We thank the sect leader. Their resounding voices carried towards the main peak. Within the main hall, Chen gazed towards the disciple peak and smiled gently. Not bad. This was what a proper sect should look like. Subsequently, since Luo Lingxue was now the senior disciple of Kunlun, naturally many matters fell to her to handle. For instance, leading all the disciples to the technique hall. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, you will soon follow me to the technique hall to select your cultivation techniques. Luo Lingxue addressed the crowd. As her words fell, cultivation techniques. All the disciples were momentarily stunned, thinking they had misheard. They could cultivate the sect's techniques upon just entering. Senior sister, you mean we can start cultivating the sect's techniques now? Is this really true? An inner disciple asked, somewhat incredulous, yet excitement stirred within. Observing everyone's reactions, the four smiled gently. Then Luo Lingxue continued, Junior brothers, of course it's true. The foundation of our Kunlun is immensely profound. The techniques within the technique hall were all left behind by the great experts of our Kunlun through the ages. At these words, gasps of awe. Sect great experts. Techniques left by great experts. Seeing the overwhelming shock on everyone's faces, Luo Lingxue smiled and continued. All right, fellow junior brothers and sisters, let us now proceed to the technique hall to choose your cultivation techniques. As the words fell, it's true. This is really true. The sect treats us so well. We can actually cultivate the sect's techniques upon entering. This is wonderful. Snapping back to reality, all the disciples displayed expressions of immense excitement. Some even wept tears of joy, unable to conceal their emotions. Yes, senior sister. The disciples replied hastily, never expecting the sect to treat them all equally. Though there were distinctions between outer and inner disciples that mattered little. Moreover, the senior sister had told them that the cultivation resources provided by the sect were the same for everyone. Additionally, they could undertake sect missions and receive rewards upon completion. Now they were even being allowed to directly cultivate the sect's techniques. And these were techniques left by the great experts of the sect through the ages. Which faction could offer such treatment? Since the sect treats us thus, we vow to repay it. In this life, born a member of Kunlun, dead a spirit of Kunlun. At this moment, a resolute determination appeared in the eyes of all the disciples as they silently made their vows. No regrets in this life for joining Kunlun. In this life, we shall stand with Kunlun. They were some of the most ordinary cultivators on the Xianwu continent. Some hailed from minor families, some from weak villages, and some were feeble rogue cultivators. The techniques they cultivated were of the lowest order, and the cultivation they could achieve was limited. Without a superior technique, their progress would forever be halted below the divine transformation realm. The divine transformation realm was a threshold for cultivators. Crossing it meant transitioning from the mortal to the divine, truly stepping through the gates of cultivation. Countless cultivators on the Xianwu continent found themselves powerless before this threshold. The reason was simple: cultivation techniques. Thus, even a small gesture from Kunlun allowed the disciples to feel the sect's regard for them. This was something unseen in any other faction. Moments later, Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian were about to lead all the disciples to the technique peak. Just then a hum resonated. Suddenly above Kunlun, countless ripples spread across the entire sky, like ripples on water. Immediately after, a spatial portal silently materialized in the void, and 5 aged figures, exuding powerful auras, stepped forth from within. These were none other than the 9 Nether-old ancestor and his companions. A boom erupted. Instantly, a terrifying aura flooded the skies, causing all the disciples' faces to turn deathly pale as they struggled to lift their eyes towards the 5 fearsome figures in the void. Yet not a trace of fear could be seen in their eyes. If looks could kill, they would have slain them on the spot. Who were these 5 daring to act insolently before our Kunlun? In an instant, the pallor on the disciples' faces transformed into fury as they glared fixedly at the 5 aged figures. Despite recognizing their terror, they showed not a hint of timidity. This was the true disciple of Kunlun, fearless before anyone or any power. If Lu Chen were to witness this scene, he would surely be deeply gratified. What Lu Chen sought were disciples who feared nothing and were dauntless. What Lu Chen sought were disciples who feared nothing and were dauntless. In the void, after the 5 patriarchs of the 9 Nethers sensed their surroundings, they looked down at Kunlun, which resembled a celestial realm, and their pupils constricted sharply. Hiss! Impossible! The spiritual energy here is incredibly dense. The 5 patriarchs of the 9 Nethers exclaimed, their faces twisting in shock. They knew this was a forbidden land, hence they had lingered outside the burial, immortal mountain range for a long time. Only after capturing many cultivators from Qinzhou and conducting soul searches did they dare to enter. Indeed, the older these ancients lived, the more they feared death. They would never have dared to enter if they hadn't known Kunlun was within the burial, immortal mountain range, for they were still unaware of the changes that had taken place there. At this moment, greed flickered in the eyes of the 5, clearly intent on claiming this place for themselves, utterly forgetting the celestial Kunlun below them. Any discerning person upon seeing such a sect would never be foolish enough to court death as they did. Could an ordinary force create such a sight? I claim this place for the Yinyang Hall. The patriarch of the Yinyang Hall let out a chilling laugh. Finyang, old fiend, have you forgotten our purpose here? The 9 Nethers patriarch said discontentedly. You just claim it for your Yinyang Hall. Are we invisible? Who gave you the audacity to speak so rashly? You two quickly destroy this Kunlun, seize the ancient desolate token, and this place will become our territory. The others also showed excited expressions, their eyes cold and sinister, having shed all their previous caution. Tempted by such rich spiritual energy, they had nearly lost their minds. As his words fell, boom. The 9 Nethers patriarch wasted no time. His terrifying aura cascaded down like a torrential flood, pressing towards the ground below. Rumble. Space shattered layer by layer, and countless void cracks appeared. Crack. Not good. These are 5 saints. Qin Ruoxian's face paled as she spoke hurriedly, then cast a slightly surprised glance at one of the 72 peaks, the Elder Peak. Luo Lingxue, Zi Yunyan, and Ling Mu, their faces also pale, could naturally sense that this terrifying aura belonged only to saints. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan looked towards the void, a chilling, murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Just 5 saints. How dare they seek death at our Kunlun? They were already preparing to have their protectors intervene. At that moment, hearing Qin Ruoxian's words, all the disciples' already pale faces turned to shock. Saints. This was their first time seeing and feeling the terrifying presence of a saint. And 5 saints at that. But so what? Even so, not a trace of fear could be seen on the faces of all the disciples. They believed the sect must have beings even more terrifying than saints, because they still hadn't seen the sect master appear. This showed that the sect master didn't consider these 5 saints a threat. And indeed, in the main hall, Lu Chen's eyes were icy cold, his terrifying gaze piercing through layers of space to fix upon the 5 saints above Kunlun. He said coldly, "Humph, seeking death. Just 5 saints dare to act recklessly at my Kunlun." But Lu Chen did not act. Instead, he turned his gaze to all the disciples of Kunlun. Good. They did not disappoint me. Seeing that all the disciples, under the terrifying pressure of the saints, showed no fear in their eyes or faces, but rather an air of dauntlessness. They struggled to hold on without falling. This was the benefit of having entered the netherworld Yellow Springs illusionary realm. It tempered the disciples' minds, preventing them from collapsing instantly when facing terrifying opponents, gradually making their hearts stronger. Any being in the Yellow Springs illusionary realm was more terrifying than these few saints. Now the mere pressure of a few saints could never instill fear in Kunlun's disciples. Lu Chen was gratified. After a cold glance at the 5 saints, he withdrew his gaze. 5 saints were unworthy of his personal intervention. Naturally, there were those within Kunlun to deal with them. Moreover, Chen intended to use this opportunity to make all disciples understand that Kunlun's future enemies would grow stronger and saints were merely the beginning. In the days to come, Kunlun would face even more formidable forces and terrifyingly powerful beings. Only under immense pressure would Kunlun continue to grow stronger. This sentiment was shared not only by Chen, but also by the 12 elders in the Elder Hall. Otherwise, how could the 12 elders be unaware of the arrival of mere 5 saints at Kunlun? Even if 10 great saints came to Kunlun, now Chen wouldn't bat an eye. Neither would the 12 elders of Kunlun. Just then, the terrifying aura pressed down, making all disciples' faces deathly pale, even drawing blood from their mouths. Yet still no trace of fear showed. Instead, they roared at the 9 Nethers Patriarch. "You old scrawny dog." Hearing this whoosh, the 9 Nethers Patriarch's face instantly turned extremely gloomy, his eyes filled with a sinister chill. Seeking death. Seeing the mocking expressions on these ants' faces, the 9 Nethers Patriarch's aged face was terrifyingly dark. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, he had never suffered such humiliation. And from a bunch of ants. Just as the 9 Nethers Patriarch was about to annihilate these ants to vent his fury, the other, for their gazes wantonly sweeping over everyone below, were somewhat surprised that no one had died under the 9 Nethers Patriarch's pressure and began to mock. "Hee, you too, I see you're getting old and weak. Not a single one of these mere ants has fallen under your saintly pressure. Hee, you too, can you even handle this? Don't waste our time. Haha, if you can't, let me do it." The 4, rarely seeing the 9 Nethers Patriarch humiliated by ants, naturally seized the chance to taunt him. Their looks towards the 9 Nethers Patriarch seemed to say, "Tisk, tisk, truly an old scrawny dog. Oh, damn it. Damned ants." Hearing the taunts of the 4, the 9 Nethers Patriarch's already gloomy, aged face twisted into something extremely sinister and terrifying. It was chilling. You could say his strength was lacking, but you couldn't call him a scrawny dog. That was a matter of dignity. Not to mention a 10-year-old scrawny dog. No, a 10-year-old old turtle. The 9 Nethers Patriarch seemed severely provoked, as if struck a nerve, his sinister face becoming hideously contorted and terrifying, his voice hoarse with rage. Damn it. You ants are seeking death." Before his words faded, the 9 Nethers Patriarch's terrifying aura erupted, and he raised his withered, skinny hand. No, his withered old hand, and pressed down fiercely. "Damned ants. Die." Boom. A massive, terrifying hand condensed, carrying an awe-inspiring momentum as it plummeted downwards. Crack, crack. Layer upon layer of space instantly shattered, exposing the dark, soul-shaking void, a truly fearsome sight. Rumble. Watching the terrifying hand descend, everyone below turned pale, their already pallid faces growing even whiter as the terrifying aura nearly suffocated them. Just then, presumptuous. A cold shout rang out, a voice like a great bell, shaking heaven and earth, resounding through the entire space. Boom. A deafening explosion followed like a thunderclap. Bang! That terrifying hand exploded. The visible shockwave of power, as if restrained by a seal, instantly froze motionless in the void. It was a saint of Kunlun. Seeing this, the 5 patriarchs of the 9 Nethers changed their expressions, believing a saint from Kunlun had intervened. Then the 9 Nethers Patriarch's face darkened, and he bellowed. "Seeking death. Come out." His words fell, but no one answered him. It was as if he was unworthy of speaking to the owner of that voice. Seeing the terrifying hand dispersed by a single word, all the disciples felt a surge of relief, their bodies relaxing and their hearts filled with excitement. It was the sect's powerhouse. They knew a mighty figure from their sect had intervened. Indeed, the sect possessed beings far more terrifying than saints. All the disciples showed excitement. A single word had dispersed a saint's attack. They couldn't imagine what kind of existence this was. All the disciples looked at Luo Lingxue and Qin Ruoxian, their expressions eager. Ling Mu and Zi Yunyan also showed surprise, a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes. This was their first encounter with Kunlun's true power. "Senior sisters, may I ask which elder of Kunlun intervened?" Faced with everyone's questions, Luo Lingxue was stunned, her face full of shock, for she too did not know which Kunlun elder had acted. That voice was neither Elder Qing's nor Elder Chen's. She could tell it was a voice she had never heard before. Seeing Luo Lingxue, a flicker of surprise passed through Qin Ruoxian's eyes, then she addressed everyone. "No need to worry, that was one of Kunlun's elders." Seeing Luo Lingxue, a flicker of surprise passed through Qin Ruoxian's eyes, then she addressed everyone. "No need to worry, that was one of Kunlun's elders." Seeing Luo Lingxue, a flicker of surprise passed through Qin Ruoxian's eyes, then she addressed everyone. "No need to worry, that was one of Kunlun's elders." As his words fell, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd. An elder of the sect. Every disciple was struck with profound shock and awe, their hearts pounding at the revelation that such a formidable being was merely an elder of the sect. A single utterance could dispel the means of a sage, yet he was only an elder of the sect. They could scarcely fathom the existence of those who stood above the elders. To think that a sage, a being of such caliber, was the progenitor of a top-tier sovereign force, yet in Kunlun, they could only serve as an elder. Hearing Chen Ruoxian's words, Ling Mu and Ziyun Yan also revealed a trace of astonishment on their faces. At that moment, Luo Lingxue came to her senses and exchanged a glance with Chen Ruoxian, both seeing a flicker of surprise in each other's eyes. The two women understood that other powerhouses of the sect had awakened. Lu Chen had told them that the sect's strong would gradually rouse from their slumber, and the unfamiliar icy voice that now echoed was undoubtedly that of an awakened expert. In the void, the 5 elders of the Netherworld ancestor wore exceptionally grim expressions, infuriated that someone would dare to disregard them so blatantly. Was this not a sign of contempt? Seeking death. Since you refuse to show yourself today, Kunlun shall be annihilated. The 5 Netherworld ancestor elders cast icy glares downward, unleashing an immensely terrifying aura from their beings. Below, all disciples felt a suffocating pressure surge, once more their faces turning deathly pale as they struggled to remain standing. The wrath of a sage could alter heaven and earth. A terrifying aura pressed across tens of thousands of miles of the sky, a rolling might soaring into the clouds. In an instant, the clouds for thousands of miles were swept away, and the dreadful presence permeated the vast heavens. At this moment, countless ancient powerhouses in the Southern Wasteland domain sensed this boundless, fearsome aura and instantly appeared in the void, their abyss-like gazes fixed on Qingzhou, their expressions shifting dramatically. A sage. This was the work of a sage. Who could it be? At that time, the 8 ancestral kings of the Heavenly King realm were also present, their eyes filled with terror as they stared at Qingzhou, speaking with trembling voices. Kunlun. It's Kunlun. A collective intake of breath followed. Kunlun again. All who heard this were greatly alarmed, their eyes revealing fear as they gazed toward Qingzhou. It was not only them. In the wasteland state, an aged figure also looked toward distant Qingzhou with eyes full of wariness. And then, over the sky of Tianzhou, the state nearest to Qingzhou, 5 azure thunder demon tigers pulled a chariot through the air. The heavenly saint Sun Qin Wudao, seated within, sensed the sage's aura, and his expression shifted slightly, a hint of sinister curiosity flashing in his eyes. I didn't expect that aside from the Jun family and the Yaoqi Palace, there are other forces with sages in the Southern Wasteland domain. Quite interesting. A mere sage-level force hardly caught his attention, but it piqued his curiosity to see what kind of organization this was. Holy Sun, it comes from Qingzhou. I sense 5 sage auras in action, Elder Yu quickly reported. As a 9th realm sage, his perception was infallible, yet confusion flickered on his face. Not only him, but the other 4 elders also showed bewilderment. Logically, aside from the Jun family, a sage clan, and the Yaoqi Palace, which had a sacred land backing it, no other forces in the Southern Wasteland domain should possess sages. Moreover, 5 sages acting simultaneously. 5 sages to join forces their opponent must be of equal strength. Oh, 5 sages, how intriguing. I've heard along the way that Qingzhou has a Kunlun sect with a sage at its helm. This must be related to them. Qin Wudao smirked, sinisterly showing interest in Kunlun. Yes, Holy Sun, I've heard the Kunlun sect is located within the burial, immortal mountain range. And the ancient desolate token is in their possession. The 5 sages attacking now are likely after that token. Elder Yu explained. The ancient desolate token was useless to sacred lands, so they had no interest in it. With the Great Era descending, the burial, immortal mountain range must have undergone changes. It seems the Kunlun sect discovered something and established their sect there. As the holy son of the Tianxian sacred land, he naturally knew of hidden matters. Qin Wudao snorted coldly. A mere sage force dares to call itself a reclusive great sect, courting death. This was an affront to his Tianxian sacred land. Holy Sun, calm your anger. The ignorant Kunlun knows not the true meaning of a reclusive great sect. The 5 sage elders, seeing the Holy Sun angered over a trivial force, quickly spoke to appease him, fearing it would spoil his mood. They could not bear the consequences. Though they were sage-level elders, none dared to act presumptuously before Qin Wudao. He was the designated next Tianxian sacred lord. Otherwise, how could 5 sages accompany him, and willingly at that? A mere sage force is not worth my attention. Let's go. Let's see if Tianzhou has anything that can pique my interest. With that, a lecherous gleam flashed in Qin Wudao's eyes. He had a peculiar hobby. He enjoyed women who had been toyed with by others. Those who understood, those who didn't could connect the dots. This was his greatest pleasure on this journey. It was less a training trip and more an outlet for his insatiable desires. Who would have thought that the dignified Tianxian Holy Sun harbored such tastes? Spreading the spirit of Chao Ming, truly a paragon for our generation. Meanwhile, the 5 Netherworld ancestor elders, seeing that the speaker had yet to appear, were filled with a grim, murderous intent. Then with bloodthirsty expressions they prepared to strike and annihilate the ant-like crowd before them to vent their fury. A terrifyingly supreme aura erupted from one of the 72 peaks. This abyss-like might surged across the entire sky, instantly overpowering the sage presence of the 5 netherworld ancestor elders. In an instant, the pressure on all the disciples below vanished. Then the terrifying aura enveloped the 5 netherworld ancestor elders. This aura, it's... Feeling this overwhelming presence upon them, the 5 netherworld ancestor elders were instantly filled with terror, a chilling dread striking their hearts. No, impossible. This is a great sage. The 5 netherworld ancestor elders trembled uncontrollably, their souls shattered with fear, cold sweat pouring down as terror consumed their eyes. At that moment, all the disciples were utterly shocked, watching the trembling elders in the void, their hearts pounding. Such a fearsome aura. What kind of existence is this elder of the sect? Just his presence makes 5 sages tremble in fear. They could not imagine what kind of being could terrify even sages. Luo Lingxue was also speechless with awe, her mouth slightly agape, frozen in place, yet her heart surged with excitement. Now she was certain that an immensely powerful expert of the sect had awakened. Chen Ruoxian's face also showed surprise, a flicker of shock in her eyes, as she looked toward the elder's peak, thinking to herself, a great sage, another powerhouse of the sect has emerged. Even what she had seen of Kunlun was but the tip of the iceberg, and she grew ever more curious about how many experts the sect truly harbored. Not only Chen Ruoxian sensed that this aura belonged to a great sage. Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin felt the same, their expressions shifting dramatically. They too recognized that this terrifying aura was that of a great sage. Both hailed from imperial dynasties where great sages also existed. And more than one. At this moment, they were immensely grateful, knowing that this was merely a glimpse of the sect's true power. And more than one. At this moment, they were immensely grateful, knowing that this was merely a glimpse of the sect's true power. And more than one. At this moment, they were immensely grateful, knowing that this was merely a glimpse of the sect's true power. Both of them let out a deep sigh, relieved that they had not allowed their hidden protectors to intervene earlier. Otherwise, the sect master would surely have punished them for letting outsiders meddle in Kunlun's affairs. After all, if 2 more saint-level beings suddenly appeared at Kunlun, the sect's experts would likely strike directly at their guardians. That would have been nothing short of delivering their own heads on a platter. No wonder the sect master had not shown himself at all. It was simply because he held no regard for these 5 saints. The 2 exchanged glances, bitter laughter echoing in their hearts. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the elder's peak. Mere 5 saints dare to act so recklessly at Kunlun, courting death. The voice was as indifferent as 9-foot-deep ice, plunging all who heard it into a frozen world, piercing their minds and forcing involuntary shivers. A silent, terrifying force suddenly emerged, sharp as a sword, hurtling toward the 9 Abyss ancestor and his 4 companions. A thunderous boom followed. The 5, including the 9 Abyss ancestor, turned their terror-stricken faces toward the peak from which the voice had come. Their minds felt as if they were splitting apart, and a wave of death surged from the soles of their feet to their hearts. Their eyes widened in sheer horror. No, they screamed in desperation as death loomed over them. Cries of no and ah filled the air, followed by explosive sounds. Spare us. Their words were cut short as the 5 saints instantly burst into clouds of blood mist, exploding violently in the void. Even their souls were utterly annihilated by the power within that icy voice. 4 saint-level cultivators whose souls were immensely powerful, the possibility of seizing a new body and being reborn existed, if their souls remained intact. But before the might of Kunlun's experts, not even the soul of a great saint could escape, let alone that of an ordinary saint. And so it was. The 9 Abyss ancestor, whom the 9 Abyss Kingdom Lord had called supremely cautious, met his end. Along with him, the ancestors of the other 4 top-tier hegemonic powers of the Eastern Heaven Domain journeyed together to the Yellow Springs. Witnessing this, Luo Lingxue was utterly shaken, her heart racing with excitement. This was undoubtedly an existence even more powerful than Elder Qing. Chen Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyun Yin also showed traces of shock on their faces. All the other disciples could not help but gasp, sharply frozen in place. Yet the excitement on their faces was undeniable, and their hearts were filled with profound awe. Too powerful. Too terrifying. This is the strength of our Kunlun. With a single word, they annihilated 5 saints. With such an expert in our sect, who would dare bully us anymore? All the disciples roared in their hearts with immense fervor. Some even wept tears of joy, crying out loud, "Father, Mother, and all my uncles and aunts, do you see this? This is the strength of your son's sect. Rest assured soon, your son will avenge you." An inner disciple fell to his knees, his face twisted with grief and anger, sobbing uncontrollably, his eyes burning with a deep longing for power. He craved strength, yearned to become powerful, to avenge his fallen kin. Seeing this, all the disciples felt the same pain. They could no longer hold back, and tears welled up in their eyes. Each of them had been humiliated and oppressed by cultivators backed by influential families or powerful sects. In their hearts, they harbored a deep-seated hatred for those who deemed themselves superior, wishing nothing more than to wipe them out completely. But they had been powerless, lacking the support of a strong sect. Their own strength was meager, and no sect had been willing to take them as disciples. Senior brother, we cannot let the sect down. The sect has given us cultivation techniques and provided us with shelter. We must elevate our strength to repay the grace of transmitting the Tao and the grace of protection. The disciples stood up, gazing toward the main peak with reverence. As if moved by a shared sentiment, all the disciples turned and bowed deeply toward the main peak, their faces filled with respect and awe. Thank you, Sect Master. It was he who gave them this chance, a chance to one day personally slay their enemies. At this moment, every disciple's heart was filled with gratitude and reverence for the Sect Master they had never met, Chen. Junior brothers and sisters, rest assured. With the sect here, and with us senior brothers and sisters, no one will ever be able to harm you again. Luo, Lingxue, Qin, Ruoxian, Ling Mu, and Ziyuyin felt a pang of sorrow at the sight. They spoke in unison, their eyes glinting with icy determination. These were their junior brothers and sisters. The four had not expected their pasts to be so tragic, and their hearts ached. Their gazes turned toward the main peak, filled with reverence. The four knew that without Chen and without Kunlun, these junior brothers and sisters would never have had the chance to take revenge on those who had bullied, oppressed, or even murdered their families. This was the cruelty and brutality of the path of cultivation. Heaven and earth are ruthless, treating all creatures as straw dogs. Qin Ruoxian knew better than anyone that the upper realm was even more merciless, where countless beings were slaughtered without mercy every single day. This was the cycle of cause and effect in the world. Damn it! To hell with the heavenly Tao. Cultivators are meant to contend with heaven and earth for their very lives. If the Tao had feelings, why would there be suffering in this world? The only way is to constantly grow stronger. One day transcend above all, stand above all things in the world, tower above the myriad Taos of the heavens. Then one can grasp the sun, moon, and stars, reverse the cosmos, and command all laws by reversing the cycles of yin and yang. Even the heavenly Tao can become a toy in one's hand. That is true transcendence. And the sect Chen aimed to build was a supreme sect that would stand above all realms, all things, and even all Taos. And this was merely the beginning. The enemies Kunlun's disciples would face in the future would be even stronger. The road ahead for Chen was still very long. After a long while, with the annihilation of the 5 saints, all the disciples recovered from their grief and shock. Then, Luo Lingxue led all the disciples to the technique hall. It was time for them to select suitable cultivation techniques and enhance their strength as quickly as possible. Strength is always paramount. Meanwhile, Qin Ruoxian went to cultivate. Her current cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Cave Void realm. It was time for her to break through to the Heavenly King realm. As expected of a reborn upper realm empress, Qin Ruoxian had in an extremely short time after arriving at Kunlun broken through 2 major realms from the Tao Palace realm and was now on the verge of becoming a heavenly king. If Ling Mu and Ziyuyin were to find out, they would likely find it hard to believe. However, the two of them possessed special physiques and were also at the 9th level of the Cave Void realm. It was believed that after selecting suitable techniques from the technique hall, their cultivation would soar significantly before long. As for Luo Lingxue, who cultivated the Willow Deity art, her current cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, just 1 step away from entering Cave Void. With the help of the Willow Deity art, it would not be long before her cultivation caught up with the other 3. As for Luo Lingxue, who cultivated the Willow Deity art, her current cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, just 1 step away from entering Cave Void. With the help of the Willow Deity art, it would not be long before her cultivation caught up with the other 3. As for Luo Lingxue, who cultivated the Willow Deity art, her current cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, just 1 step away from entering Cave Void. With the help of the Willow Deity art, it would not be long before her cultivation caught up with the other 3. As for Luo Lingxue, who cultivated the Willow Deity art, her current cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Transformation realm, just 1 step away from entering Cave Void. With the help of the Willow Deity art, it would not be long before her cultivation caught up with the other 3. As for Lin Yun, there was no need to mention him. Possessing the Battle Saint physique, his cultivation had likely already reached an astonishing level. When he returns, he will undoubtedly shake everyone in Kunlun. Within the main hall, Chen was quite satisfied with the performance of his disciples. He nodded slightly and spoke with a faint smile. Excellent. This is the blood and unyielding spirit that a Kunlun disciple should possess. Even when facing a saint, one must remain fearless of life and death. I hope you can enhance your strength as quickly as possible. I fear that before long Kunlun will have to confront even more formidable enemies. Indeed, this was the truth. Now nearly all the super forces of the Xianwu continent, ancient clans, primordial families, and even imperial clans had emerged. Even saints unseen for 10,000 years now roamed the Xianwu continent. They followed the successors of those super forces as protectors, much like the 5 individuals led by the Nether Ancestor. If not for the Nether Ancestor, the other 4 saints would not have been so reckless as to seek death at Kunlun. Then Chen waved his hand, and a divine light flew from his palm. With a hum, a radiant barrier suffused with divinity appeared above Kunlun, instantly enveloping the entire sect. All the disciples gazed up in awe, utterly bewildered by the spectacle. However, Ling Mu and Ziyun Yin could discern its nature, and their expressions were equally filled with shock. Their imperial courts also possessed arrays, but both could sense that the aura of this sect's formation was terrifyingly formidable, as if it contained a dreadful and immense power. On the disciple peak, a glimmer of spiritual light flickered in Chen Ruoxian's eyes. Sensing the aura emanating from the immortal-grade protective array, her pupils sharply contracted, and her heart trembled violently. A sharp intake of breath. This aura. This is. Gazing at the main peak, Chen Ruoxian calmed the terror in her heart, her eyes now filled with profound reverence for Chen. She could no longer fathom the true nature of Kunlun. Indeed, this was the immortal-grade protective sect array provided by the system, which Chen had not used before. Now was the time to grant Kunlun an additional layer of protection. With the immortal-grade array in place, even if Chen and the sect's elders were absent, the array would activate automatically against any intruder. According to the system's description, this was an immortal-grade array, a divine artifact surpassing the Xianwu continent itself. Even an imperial sovereign descending could not shake it in the slightest. Immortal-grade. The very word immortal allowed one to imagine the nature of such an array. It possessed not only unparalleled defense, but also a terrifyingly powerful offensive capability. Meanwhile, millions of miles away in the Eastern Heaven domain, the 5 supreme overlord powers were in an uproar. Because the soul lamps of their respective ancestors had been extinguished. They could not believe it. Their ancestors were saint-level existences, founding patriarchs who had ruled a domain. How could anyone in this world possibly kill an ancestor? Deep within the Nether dynasty, in an ancient hall of archaic aura, the 3rd elder of the Nether dynasty was instantly struck with terror, staring blankly at the soul lamp before him, which had once blazed with the fire of life, but was now completely extinguished. It was like a vast withered sea, not even a single drop of water remaining. No. Impossible. The ancestor is a saint. How could this be? The 3rd elder's voice trembled incessantly as he cried out in disbelief and panic. If a saint's divine soul was not extinguished, the flame of life would never fully die. Now that the flame of life had been utterly snuffed out, it proved that even the ancestor's divine soul had been obliterated. No. The 2 elderly black-robed elders beside the 3rd elder also shouted in terror. These 2 were the 2nd and 1st elders of the Nether dynasty, both with the strength of the Heavenly King realm at the 9th level. Undeniably, the Nether dynasty's power was immense. If placed in the Southern Wilderness domain, it would certainly rival a force like the Jun family. Unfortunately, with the Soul Saint ancestor now dead, the Nether dynasty faced the peril of annihilation. Even if Kunlun did not destroy the Nether dynasty, other overlord powers would surely act to eliminate it. The territory of a dominant dynasty was coveted by countless eyes. But Chen would not easily let the Nether dynasty and the other 4 overlord powers off. As for when he would destroy the Nether dynasty, it was believed that Chen would act soon. The majesty of Kunlun must not be insulted. At that moment, Kunlun. It's Kunlun. The 3rd elder of the Nether dynasty seemed to realize something, his body trembling uncontrollably. It's over. Well, what do we do? Now that the ancestor has fallen, if other forces find out? The 2nd elder's voice quavered as he spoke, his face twisted with terror. None of the 3 had anticipated that Kunlun would be so terrifying. Yuhan, issue the order. No one in the dynasty is to leave. The ancestor's fall must not be known to anyone. The 1st elder, calming his panic, hastily instructed the 3rd elder. Meanwhile, his heart chilled with dread, and his terror grew as he realized that the other 4 saints who had accompanied the Nether ancestor to Kunlun must have also died there. For the Nether ancestor's cultivation was the highest among the 5 at the 3rd level of the Saint realm. In the Eastern Heaven domain, there were also 10 supreme overlord powers, each with a saint-level ancestor. Now that the ancestors of 5 supreme overlord powers had fallen, one could imagine that the Eastern Heaven domain would be plunged into a bloody storm. Some supreme overlord powers would vanish from the Eastern Heaven domain. Meanwhile, in the other 4 supreme overlord powers, the same scene unfolded. Their heavenly king-level foundations were filled with panic, terror, and trembling dread. They feared that at any moment a Kunlun powerhouse would appear to annihilate them. They all knew that their ancestors had gone to Kunlun in the Southern Wilderness domain for the primordial desolate token. Moreover, 5 saints had acted together. They had thought that dealing with a mere Kunlun would be as easy as crushing an ant for their ancestors. Who could have imagined Kunlun to be so terrifying that even their ancestors had fallen? At this moment, they all understood one thing: Kunlun possessed more than one saint. Immediately, the other four supreme overlord powers sealed off the news. They dared not let other forces learn of their ancestors' fall. But paper can never wrap fire, especially the fall of 5 saints. The fall of a saint. In the Eastern Heaven domain, and even in the Southern Wilderness domain, such a cataclysmic event had not occurred for tens of thousands of years, let alone the simultaneous fall of 5 saints. Soon before long on that day, the Eastern Heaven domain shook and countless cultivators and forces learned of the news. Instantly, countless cultivators were struck with unparalleled shock and terror. The ancestors of the Nether Dynasty, the Yin-Yang Hall, the Demon Heaven Palace, the Divine Nether Sect, and the Ghost Slayer Hall, 5 saints, had all fallen in the Southern Wilderness domain. Instantly, countless cultivators were struck with unparalleled shock and terror. The ancestors of the Nether Dynasty, the Yin-Yang Hall, the Demon Heaven Palace, the Divine Nether Sect, and the Ghost Slayer Hall, 5 saints, had all fallen in the Southern Wilderness domain. Instantly, countless cultivators were struck with unparalleled shock and terror. The ancestors of the Nether Dynasty, the Yin-Yang Hall, the Demon Heaven Palace, the Divine Nether Sect, and the Ghost Slayer Hall, 5 saints, had all fallen in the Southern Wilderness domain. On the other side, meanwhile, in a distant domain within an unnamed mountain range, suddenly several thunderous roars erupted from the mountains as a powerful force detonated at the center. Countless towering trees instantly turned to powder, scattering through the air. A cold snort rang out from a simple-faced youth. His entire being radiated an astonishingly formidable aura. His icy gaze fixed on the group of cultivators opposite as he roared, "Begone! Anyone who dares approach shall die." His voice thundered like a clap of thunder exploding outward. With successive blasts, several cultivators at the divine transformation stage instantly turned into clouds of blood mist bursting in the air. Gasps filled the air at this sight. Everyone's expressions shifted dramatically as they retreated hundreds of miles. After steadying themselves, fear crept into their eyes as they looked at the youth, their hearts trembling. How could he be so powerful? At that moment, a voice chimed in. "Oh, is that so?" From behind the group of cultivators emerged a young man radiating an immensely powerful aura, exuding an air of nobility. His words dripped with disdain for the simple-faced youth. "Young master." As he appeared, all the cultivators' eyes filled with reverence, and they bowed to him with utmost respect. The young man gazed at the simple-faced youth with indifference, a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes. His look seemed to say, "Good, your strength qualifies you to follow me." Heaven Monarch Realm. Sensing the overwhelming aura, the simple-faced youth's expression shifted slightly. His eyes gleamed like those of a primordial beast, cold and sharp, fixed on the young man's every move. "Boy, hand over your cultivation method willingly, or you'll die a miserable death." The group of cultivators, emboldened by the young man's arrival, began to jeer. Moments ago, they wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant. But the simple-faced youth's strength was utterly monstrous. His golden blood energy was terrifyingly potent. His physical power was so fearsome it chilled the heart. Though only at the first level of the Void Cave realm, he could trounce those at the 3rd or even 9th level. A single roar from him could turn divine transformation cultivators into blood mist. They even began to wonder if he was truly a human cultivator. Even the physical strength of the demon race seemed inferior to that youth's terror. His blood energy surged like a rainbow, and his body was monstrous. Indeed, this was Kunlun's senior disciple Lin Yun. He was currently in a mountain range within the territory of the Floating Butcher dynasty in the northern heavenly domain. True to the war god saint's physique, Lin Yun had broken through from the Spirit Sea realm to the Void Cave realm in such a short time. It was evident that Lin Yun had been exceptionally diligent. Not only had his cultivation soared, but his combat experience had also grown significantly. The potential of his war god saint physique was being greatly unleashed. Of course, this was not the peak of the war god saint physique's potential. Nevertheless, Lin Yun was already formidable enough. Even facing so many enemies, some stronger than him, he still handled the situation with ease. Get lost. Lin Yun's icy gaze pierced through the crowd as if it could seize their souls, utterly terrifying. These people were despicable. They had seen him battling a Void Cave realm demon beast and witnessed the immense power of his techniques and divine abilities. When he refused to hand them over, they pursued him, relentlessly determined to seize his cultivation method. "You seek death. How dare you be rude before the young master?" The group of cultivators erupted in fury, their eyes fixed on Lin Yun as if he were already dead. This man dared to act insolently before the young master, truly oblivious to his fate. "Haha, interesting. You're quite good. Hand over your cultivation method, and it'll give you a chance to follow me." The young man laughed, instead of growing angry, looking down at Lin Yun as he spoke. Gasps of disbelief rippled through the crowd at his words. Then their gazes toward Lin Yun filled with envy. To follow the young master, what an honor. It was a chance to rise to the heavens in one step. After all, the young master's origins were. However, they had to admit that the simple-faced youth's strength was indeed terrifying. None of them would dare to face him alone. At this thought, a shiver ran down their spines. Hearing this, Lin Yun sneered inwardly, though his gaze remained wary. The supreme arts of Kunlun were not something this man was worthy to touch. As for the offer to follow him, Lin Yun found it laughable. The young man wasn't even fit to polish his shoes. Given his meager strength, the thought was absurd. Though Lin Yun was cautious of the young man's power, he was not afraid to fight. The arts of Kunlun are beyond your reach. If you seek death, then come. Lin Yun's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze on the young man, his voice cold. At his words, everyone's expressions shifted in anger. How dare you? You're asking for death. They shouted in rage that he would say the young master was unworthy. They quickly turned to the young man, noticing his displeasure, and hurriedly said, Young master, calm your anger. This man is a frog at the bottom of a well, unaware of your noble status. Hearing this, the young man's expression softened slightly. They were right. His status was indeed exalted. He hailed from the central heavenly domain. These weak cultivators of the northern heavenly domain could never comprehend his noble standing. If not for his interest in Lin Yun's powerful cultivation method, he wouldn't waste his time here. Go capture him, extract his method, and then kill him. The young man's patience wore thin, and his voice turned icy. Yes, young master. With that command, the cultivators, numbering over 100 excluding the dozens Lin Yun had already slain, prepared to act. A surge of power erupted from them, as their combined aura pressed down on Lin Yun like a tidal wave. The weakest among them were at the 9th level of the divine transformation realm. Several half-step heaven monarch cultivators led the charge, their full might unleashed as they attacked Lin Yun with furious shouts. Reckless fool! How dare you disrespect the young master? Die! The half-step heaven monarchs gathered immense power in their hands, unleashing devastating killing blows. A thunderous explosion followed. Boom! Several formidable auras surged forth, transforming into deadly killing moves. Just then Lin Yun finally moved. With a tremor of his body, an immensely powerful energy erupted from him. Lin Yun raised his hand, turning his palm into a fist. In an instant, the formidable power within him surged out, a faint golden light enveloping his fist. Get lost! Lin Yun roared with murderous intent in his eyes, throwing a terrifying punch. Boom! Crack! The space before him shattered instantly, and the fearsome golden fist imprint surged forward with undiminished force. Bang! A deafening sound echoed across the vast mountain range spanning thousands of miles. The several powerful auras were instantly scattered. Gasps escaped the charging cultivators, their faces filled with shock. Not good. Attack! Hold nothing back, someone shouted. Even the young man's face showed a hint of surprise, but he did not intervene, merely observing the scene calmly. Quick! Block it! Everyone sensed a touch of death from that punch, and unleashed their full power, desperate to withstand the terrifying golden fist imprint. They had gravely underestimated Lin Yun's strength. A deafening explosion rang out. Boom! The golden sacred fist surging through the sky shattered all obstacles and struck everyone. Bang! No! Save me! Splat! 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 Bodies were instantly engulfed by the golden fist imprint. Screams of terror and despair echoed. Bang! After a moment, the golden light receded and the space fell silent. Where the cultivators had stood, there was nothing. Only a thick, bloody scent permeated the air. Clearly, Lin Yun's devastating punch had turned everyone into a mist of blood, utterly erasing them from existence. Such was the fate of those who sought death. How could ordinary cultivators withstand the might of a sacred body? At that moment, Lin Yun's face remained unchanged after slaughtering 100 people, as if accustomed to it, as though he lived through such scenes daily. Indeed, this was not the first time Lin Yun had been besieged by numerous cultivators. His cultivation methods and divine abilities once displayed were unmistakably extraordinary to any discerning cultivator. How could greed not arise? Just like this time, it was the same. However, this was the largest group Lin Yun had ever encountered. There were even many cultivators several minor realms above him. Moreover, a young heavenly king realm powerhouse was watching him covetously from the sidelines. At that moment, the young man's face showed no change at the deaths of the cultivators who followed him. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Lin Yun, greed flickering in his eyes. Haha, excellent. I never expected to encounter such an opportunity on this trip. The young man grinned with excitement, as if Lin Yun's cultivation method was already his. He continued, Boy, tell me, which sect do you come from? The young man's eyes were greedy, his tone commanding as he looked at Lin Yun. Such a powerful cultivation method and such overwhelming strength. At the first layer of the Void Cave realm, he could kill numerous cultivators of the same realm and half-step Heavenly King realm with a single punch. If it were him, he could never achieve such a feat. He was not foolish enough to think Lin Yun was an ordinary cultivator. Although he was from the central heaven domain, the sect behind him was merely a mid-tier power there. But to cultivators and sects from other domains, his identity was immensely formidable. The central heaven domain was the heart of the human race in the celestial martial continent, rich in spiritual energy and home to numerous ancient clans, primordial families, eternal holy lands, and imperial lineages, each a terrifyingly powerful force. Even a superpower from any other domain would not dare to offend those fearsome forces of the central heaven domain. Hearing this, Lin Yun sneered. He was not fooled by the man's words. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong wasn't that it. He had seen Lin Yun's power and wanted to know his background. Only then would he decide whether to continue his attack. I'll tell you anyway. I come from Kunlun in the Southern Wasteland. Lin Yun was not afraid of the man's background. Could it compare to the terror of Kunlun? The sect master once said that Kunlun fears no one and no force in the world. That was the most domineering and majestic words he had ever heard. If there was an invincible being in the world, it was the sect master of Kunlun. In his heart, Chen was the entire Kunlun, the most mysterious and fearsome existence. This was why during his training, whenever anyone asked where he came from, Lin Yun would always say the word Kunlun. He wanted the name Kunlun to spread across the entire celestial martial continent. Good, very good. If Chen knew, he would surely be gratified. Of course, he would also want to give Lin Yun a good slap on the back of the head. Damn it. I sent you to train, and you went to recruit business. And now, Chen was short of sect points. This kid Lin Yun, as long as he offended every possible power, others would come knocking, and Chen wouldn't even have to step out. The sect points would deliver themselves. The system said that destroying a power would yield corresponding sect points. Alas, it was truly hard work for Kunlun's senior disciple Lin Yun. As the senior disciple, he still had to go out and drum up business. Hearing this, Kunlun, what kind of force was that? The young man frowned frantically, searching his mind for any power associated with the name Kunlun. But no matter how hard he tried, he found no information about it. After a moment, "Humph, good one, boy, you almost fooled me. Kunlun, I've never even heard of it." With that, the young man's face darkened with anger. How could he, a man of his stature, almost be intimidated by a weak ant? This infuriated him, and he stared at Lin Yun with cold eyes. Now either you obediently hand over your cultivation method, or he'll take it by force. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from the young man, surging toward Lin Yun. Humph. Facing the overwhelming aura, Lin Yun snorted coldly. He activated the golden sacred blood within him, and a powerful force burst from his body. Then he took a heavy step forward. Crack. The force of his step split the earth, creating a 100-mile chasm. The powerful aura rippled outward like water waves from beneath his feet. Bang. The two powerful auras collided violently, pulverizing ancient trees for 100 miles. Boom. Another thunderous sound. Lin Yun's formidable aura was voraciously devouring the young man's released aura, surging toward him. What? Damn it. The young man's expression shifted, and before he could react, the surging aura forced him back 2 steps. Stomp. Stomp. Ant, you're asking for death. Regaining his balance, the young man's face twisted with rage, and he roared with bloodshot eyes. He, a dignified first-layer Heavenly King Realm cultivator, was forced back 2 steps by the aura of a mere void cave realm ant. This was an insult to him. He, a dignified first-layer Heavenly King Realm cultivator, was forced back 2 steps by the aura of a mere void cave realm ant. This was an insult to him. He, a dignified first-layer Heavenly King Realm cultivator, was forced back 2 steps by the aura of a mere void cave realm ant. This was an insult to him. Oh, damn it. Such humiliation. If those rivals in the central domain were to learn of this, he would never be able to hold his head high there again. Boom. And I will kill you. The young man's face instantly twisted into a hideous snarl as the terrifying aura of the Heavenly Monarch realm erupted from him, roaring at Lin Yun. Oomph. The overwhelming pressure of that aura crashed down upon his shoulders. Lin Yun felt as though he was bearing the weight of 10,000 mountains. He let out a muffled groan, his face turning pale. Then boom. Faced with such a vast disparity against the Heavenly Monarch realm, Lin Yun dared not hold back. He swiftly channeled his surging golden blood energy, and an unprecedented, terrifying aura burst forth from him. In an instant, the vast golden blood energy filled the sky. The entire space was engulfed in a golden radiance. At that moment, Lin Yun appeared like a golden war god. Come fight. Lin Yun roared, his voice like a thunderclap, echoing across hundreds of miles of mountain ranges. Whoosh. Before the other could react, Lin Yun's figure vanished from the spot. He transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards the young man. The gap between the Heavenly Monarch realm and the Void Insight realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Upon entering the heavenly monarch realm, one's inner chi transforms into Dharma power, allowing one to condense a heavenly monarch Dharma image of immense power. This was something the Void Insight realm could never match. But Lin Yun possessed the Battle Saint physique renowned as the supreme offensive constitution across the heavens. How could he be an ordinary cultivator of the Void Insight realm? Lin Yun was fully aware of this. He could only seize the initiative to strike. Today he would use the Void Insight realm to defy a heavenly monarch. He would test the true extent of his own power. In the blink of an eye, the golden figure appeared before the young man. The golden silhouette raised a hand, forming a fist, and unleashed a terrifying strike. Boom. Crack. Space shattered. The immense force struck the young man directly. Die. Sensing the astonishing aura from Lin Yun and the fearsome punch, the young man's pupils contracted sharply. In an instant, his expression shifted to a murderous glare. With a roar, he struck out with thunderous force. Boom. The young man furiously channeled his Dharma power into his hand, raising it to form a giant palm that struck forward with terrifying might. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the golden sacred fist and the Dharma palm collided. Hedon. Bang! The two immense forces exploded at the point between them. The violent energy surged outward, obliterating everything within 100 miles in an instant. Just then, a cry of agony rang out. A youthful figure was blasted dozens of miles away amidst the golden light. Uffed. The young figure stumbled back in the air, barely managing to steady himself. His face suddenly turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. No, impossible. Now the young man was disheveled and utterly disgraced, all his former noble bearing gone. His face twisted grotesquely as he stared at Lin Yun, who was still alive. Unable to accept the reality, he screamed madly. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through him. He quickly looked down at his own mangled, bloody left arm. Overwhelmed by rage and grief, he spat out another mouthful of blood. No, impossible. The young man, as if severely traumatized, shook his head frantically, unable to accept what had happened. He had been defeated by an ant at the first layer of the Void Insight realm, and one of his arms had even been blown off. At that moment, the golden light receded in the distance, revealing Lin Yun's ashen face. A metallic taste rose in his throat, and he spat out blood. His eyes locked onto the young man with a deathly stare. As expected of the Battle Saint physique, so terrifying. His golden blood energy pierced the heavens like a rainbow. With his heaven-defying talent, he had crossed a major realm to defeat a heavenly monarch. To defy a heavenly monarch from the Void Insight realm and nearly obliterate him. No one in the entire immortal martial continent could likely achieve such a feat. Whether it was the holy sons of the sacred lands, the heirs of ancient clans, or even the scions of imperial families, none of them could possibly accomplish this at Lin Yun's cultivation level. Crucially, this wasn't even a minor or major completion of the Battle Saint physique. This was merely Lin Yun having awakened a millionth of its potential. Otherwise, even a single punch could have obliterated a heavenly monarch. One could imagine just how terrifying and formidable Lin Yun's strength would become in the future. You're dead. Who the hell are you? You can't be from an ordinary force. At this point, the young man stared at Lin Yun with a venomous glare, his voice hoarse. He would never believe that Lin Yun was from that so-called Kunlun. If he weren't from a major power, there was no way he could be this heaven-defying. Such terrifying strength was absolutely impossible for any young prodigy in the central domain to achieve. So he was certain Lin Yun was not from the central domain. And since he wasn't, he had no fear of offending him. How could the force behind him compare to those from these major domains? In this world, what mattered was one's background. Strength alone was useless. Thinking this, the young man's eyes turned sinister and ruthless as he stared at Lin Yun, his gaze burning with greed for Lin Yun's cultivation method and divine abilities. Hearing this, I told you I am from Kunlun in the Southern Wasteland. If you seek another battle, I will surely kill you. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he looked at his opponent, his voice terrifyingly cold. He showed no fear of the man's identity. If the man dared to strike again, Lin Yun would kill him, even at a severe cost. Lin Yun had been chased by several groups of people all along the way, having fought his way through. Now, after 2 more battles, his inner chi was running low, and he had just used the blood energy of the Battle Saint physique. He needed time to recover and return to his peak state. For now, it would be difficult for him to strike at full strength again in a short time. Unless, as Lin Yun himself said, he paid a severe price. That meant burning all the sacred blood energy of the Battle Saint physique within him, unleashing absolute terrifying force to annihilate the young man here. The golden sacred blood of the Battle Saint physique was the foundation of the physique. If it were all burned away, it would be an irreversible heaven-defying cost. It was like an ancient tree with immense vitality. If you cut it halfway, it wouldn't die, but if you uprooted it entirely, it would have no more strength to grow. Lin Yun would never do this unless absolutely necessary. Of course, don't forget that before setting out to train, he had visited the Elder's Hall. Qing had given Lin Yun a means to protect his life. But Lin Yun didn't want to rely on the sect's power. This was a contest between the younger generation. Lin Yun wanted to rely on himself to temper his own body and to break through obstacles step by step. He aspired to stand on his own one day without needing external support. Hearing this, Kunlun, damn it, what kind of force is this? How could it have such a powerful young disciple? The young man glared darkly at Lin Yun, a flicker of wariness in his eyes. He cursed the Kunlun Lin Yun spoke of in his heart. Oomph. Ignorant, and do you think this is my true strength? I don't care what damn Kunlun you're from. Today your life and your cultivation method. I will have them. The young man roared in fury, making a subtle move with his hand. It was clear that even now the young man's wariness was directed at Lin Yun, not at Kunlun. At this very moment, the young man still believed that the Kunlun Lin Yun mentioned was just an unknown force. As for why Lin Yun was such a monster, the young man was convinced that Lin Yun had stumbled upon some opportunity on his own. He knew all the terrifying forces on the immortal Martial continent, and there was no such thing as Kunlun. Since it wasn't one of those terrifying forces, what did he have to fear? He had to obtain this cultivation method. Then in the primordial secret realm, who could stand against him? The young man's eyes gleamed with immense excitement at the thought of soon acquiring this cultivation method. He seemed to have already forgotten the pain of his shattered arm. His face gradually became extremely excited and agitated, even carrying a hint of madness. He stared at Lin Yun with a burning gaze, as if beholding a breathtaking beauty. Huh, what's going on? Is this bastard shocked or something? No way. It's just a lost arm. Lin Yun was stunned by the young man's reaction, looking utterly bewildered. How did a few words from him send the guy into such a frenzy? Sigh. Looking at the man's fervent gaze, Lin Yun didn't have time to think. He couldn't help but shudder all over. Damn,